soaked in formaldehyde for a full 3 years. Everyone thought you had long since passed away. Who would have thought that the school beauty's casual remark of "so handsome" would bring you back to life? With a single kick, you shattered the glass tank filled with formaldehyde, landing steadily on the ground. Stretching your limbs, you murmured with satisfaction, "Nothing beats having your own body." Now, you stand on a desolate patch of land, facing Chen Shui's questioning gaze. You glance around with a complicated expression. "This is my home," you say. Chen Shui's eyes widen in disbelief. "Your home? You mean this is where you used to live? It's completely barren, not even a decent house in sight. This is just wasteland." She remembers you mentioning your family's poverty 5 years ago, but she never imagined it was so dire that not even a trace of home remained. Frowning, you scan the surroundings. "We were poor back then, but not to the point of having nowhere to live. The location is right, but the house is gone." Chen Shui suddenly points to a shabby shack pieced together from scrap metal nearby. "Is that the home you're talking about? That rundown shed in what looks like a garbage dump?" Without a word, you stride over, leading her to the shack. Just as Chen Shui is about to speak, a faint voice drifts from inside. "I think I hear Qian Ma's voice. He's back." Chen Shui whips her head toward you, noticing the usually indifferent look on your face now clouded with emotion, your eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Then, a man's voice chimes in. "Yeah, our son misses you. Of course he'd come back to see you. I've always said you're his favorite. Why else would he keep appearing in your dreams all these years but never once in mine?" A woman sobs. "Nonsense. Qianma would never play favorites. He loves us both equally." The man's voice cracks with emotion. "Then why hasn't he come to see me even once in 3 years? Does he still blame me for not catching him that day?" Hearing these words, the memory of your fall from the bridge flashes vividly in your mind, stirring an indescribable mix of sorrow and pain. You remember it clearly, losing your footing, the electric bike already discarded, your father sprinting desperately toward you, his outstretched hand just inches too late as he watched you sink beneath the surface. Witnessing his son's suicide must have shattered his heart. What pains you most is that he's carried this guilt for 3 years, living like a shell of himself, unable to move on. You sighed, knowing there was no point in dwelling on it. What was done was done. The only thing left was to let your parents know you were alive, and life had to move forward. With that clarity, you stopped hesitating and strode toward home, shouting at the top of your lungs, "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Your voice boomed so loudly that your heart pounded like a drum, and even you could hear the tremor in your throat. Silence lingered behind the door until suddenly, your father's dazed voice came from inside. He frowned and turned to look at your mother. "Did I just hear our son's voice? Has he come to me in a dream?" Your mother stood by the door, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. "No, this is my dream. Our son is visiting me again. And this time, it feels more real than ever before." You watched as your father whipped his head around, his eyes filled with panic. He stared at you for several seconds before suddenly pinching his own arm. The pain snapped him back to reality, and his expression shifted instantly. "Wife, this isn't a dream, it's real." But before he could finish, he shuddered violently and instinctively took 2 steps back, shielding your mother, his gaze wary. "Who are you? What do you want? How can you look exactly like our son?" Of course, he remembered what you looked like, but in his mind, you had been dead for 3 years. Your body preserved in a glass tank at Donghai University's medical school. How could the person before him possibly be you? Suppressing your emotions, you slowly recounted the key events of your 100,000 years in the 9 heavens continent and the 3 years on Earth. When you finished, the room was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Your parents' faces frozen in shock. Chen Shui glanced at them and quickly stepped forward. "I can vouch for what he said. I know you might not believe." Before she could finish, your parents spoke in unison. "We believe." Chen Shui froze in stunned silence. Mother looked at you, tears welling up instantly. "How could I not recognize my own son? The moment he spoke, I knew it wasn't just a resemblance. He is my son." Hearing this, your eyes reddened. Outsiders might say that 100,000 years of experience could completely change a person, but in your parents' eyes, you were always you. No matter how much you changed, they would recognize you. After all, they had watched you grow day by day from just a few pounds. Chen Shui let out a relieved sigh and muttered softly, "Seems like your parents adapt to new things way better than I do." Her eyes shimmered with envy. Putting everything else aside, having parents like this was truly a blessing. Your mother rushed over and grabbed your hand, tears streaming down her face. "What on earth have the years put you through? How did you become so weathered? Being alone out there with no one to talk to must have been so hard." You smiled without answering, your peripheral vision catching your father standing there, lips trembling as if he wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. His eyes held a mix of joy and sorrow, tinged with an indescribable melancholy. Your heart twitched, and your nose had already caught the faint scent of illness. Without hesitation, you asked, "Mom, are you sick?" Your father's shoulders jerked violently. "How did you know?" Your mother quickly interjected, "I'm not sick." She turned to Chen Shui, deliberately changing the subject. Is this your girlfriend? She's so pretty, way better than that Lu Jiaojiao. She genuinely liked Chen Shui from start to finish. The girl hadn't shown a hint of impatience. Anyone would hope their son could find someone this wonderful. Chen Shui's face flushed instantly, and she fumbled awkwardly, "Auntie, I'm Chen Shui. Actually, wait," before she could finish. Her gaze involuntarily drifted back to your mother. She could tell your mother's body was barely holding on, her current energy like a fleeting resurgence before the end. You sighed and tightened your grip on your mother's hand. "Mom, no need to dodge the topic. I know you're sick, and it's serious. You're worried the family can't afford treatment, right? This illness might be incurable in this world, but to me, it's nothing." With a casual wave, a surge of spiritual energy flowed from your palm, instantly seeping into her body. A cool sensation surged from her heart throughout her entire body. In the blink of an eye, all her pain vanished. She felt light as if about to float. Her vision sharpened, her hearing became keen, the wrinkles on her face faded, and she looked 20 years younger. Mother touched her face in disbelief. "I'm healed?" Father was stunned too. "Wife, you've gotten younger. Does your stomach still hurt? Quick, check." Mother rubbed her belly and shook her head. "No pain. None at all. I'm really healed." "Son, did you really cure her? You're amazing." Chen Shui stared at you in shock. She knew you were formidable, skilled in combat, but never imagined your medical abilities were this godlike. With just a casual wave, not only was Mother healed, but she also became younger, as if touched by divine hands. You calmly looked at your parents and said, "I told you, your son is now the peerless demon sovereign, capable of anything." Father excitedly grasped Mother's hand, his eyes filled with joy. "This is wonderful, truly wonderful. How did I deserve such an extraordinary son?" Mother, even more overwhelmed, nodded repeatedly. Then you took out 2 elixirs and handed them to them. Hanwei, father, looked at the pill in his palm, puzzled. "What is this?" Chen Shui recognized it instantly and exclaimed excitedly, "Uncle, Auntie, these are miraculous pills. Taking them will let you live at least 1,000 years. The elderly couple's eyes widened in shock. Hanwei's face was full of astonishment. Live 1,000 years? How much would this cost? Having just witnessed a miracle firsthand, he already believed in his son's power, but as the head of the household, he instinctively considered things from a financial perspective. You said nonchalantly, "It's worthless to me, I have plenty of it." If your physiques weren't limiting the amount of elixirs you can take, why would I offer you such trash as a gift? Plenty of it, trash. Not only did Hanwei and Yang Hui, mother, twitch at the corners of their mouths, but even Chen Shui couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat on her forehead. Yang Hui looked at Chen Shui and said, "Shui, you should take it too. From now on, our family of 4 can live happily together." Chen Shui trembled slightly, hesitating as she explained, "Auntie, actually, we're just ordinary friends." She glanced at you, her eyes filled with uncertainty, as if asking, "Do I even have the right?" You didn't respond to her gaze but instead said calmly to your mother, 1,000 years isn't that long. What I truly want is for you and Dad to live forever. But as it stands, you and Chen Shui can only take millennium-grade longevity pills at most. So I suggest you find a quiet scenic spot to rest and cultivate the techniques I'll give you, not to gain strength, but to improve your physique so you can take better elixirs in the future. After all, I have plenty of spirit-gathering pills. There's no need for you to train hard just to get stronger. Yang Hui hesitated. Staying at a scenic spot would cost a lot of money, wouldn't it? You cut her off directly. "Don't worry about money. Wait here for me, I'll be right back." With that, you turned and stepped into a spatial rift, leaving your stunned parents behind. Stepping out of the spatial rift, you arrived at a pawnshop and casually pulled an ordinary jade token from your Chinkuan bag, placing it on the counter. The elderly man behind the counter, wearing round glasses, slowly opened his eyes. "Respected guest, how may I assist you?" You pointed at the jade token and said flatly, "How much can I get for this?" The old man took one look and shuddered, immediately standing up. "Where did you get this jade token? The quality is so good it almost seems fake." After a moment of thought, he cautiously asked, "If I may be so bold, could you tell me its origin? The item is too exquisite, and I'm a bit concerned." You replied expressionlessly, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Just tell me how much it's worth." The old man's mouth twitched as he hurriedly waved his hands. "No problem. Our shop doesn't require disclosure of an item's origin, but without proof of origin, the price will be lower, at most 500,000. Han Qianmo's face did not change color. "Only worth $500,000? It was also true that the texture of this jade tablet, compared to Earth's jade, although it belonged to the very best of the very best. But after all, the origin is unknown. General pawnshops, no identification certificate, purchase invoice, collect all, dare not accept. People can give $500,000, already very good. The key is, although this quality of jade plate is difficult to find on Earth, but they have a lot here. There was no need to count that much. Without the habit of haggling, Han Qian Mo took back the jade tablet and prepared to remove the demonic chi on it. The jade tablet had been with him for too long and was already tainted with demonic energy. If a mortal held it, it would definitely be corrupted by the demonic energy. So the best thing to do was to remove the demonic chi before making a transaction. Seeing this scene, the old man thought that the other party felt that the price was low and didn't want to sell, and his face changed greatly. Wait a moment. The old man might not have made it clear just now. 500,000 isn't RMB, it's... At this instant, the old man's mind raced. The ability to observe words and colors was brought to the extreme. Looking at the other party's bland face and ancient eyes, he knew that this person had an extraordinary demeanor, and was most likely after the top dignitaries. This top was not the top of the East Sea, but most likely the top of Disya, or even the top of the world. Otherwise, it would be impossible to take such a valuable item out to pawn it, and still look like he was light-hearted and fearless. A moment of reflection. The old man finally took a deep breath and spread out his palms once again. Rather, it's Kuwaiti dinars. Converted into RMB, it's around 10 million. Han Qianlong still had a calm face. Kuwaiti dinar? It was the first time I had heard of this currency. If converted into yuan, almost $10 million. Well, 10 million isn't much, but if mom and dad use it, it's almost enough within a year or two. Nodded his head. He then pulled out another handful of jade metals from a position unseen by the other party and placed them on the counter. First then, consider it 10. It was all back already, so surely he had to make mom and dad's life better. $10 million was only enough to eat. Let's exchange it for 100 million first. 100 million would be enough to eat and drink. Swish. Looking at the entire 10 pieces in front of him, the top jade tiles of the exact same quality, the cold sweaty old man, the corners of his mouth twitched. You're messing up like this. The old man is a bit confused. Taking a deep breath, he slowed down for half a day. I'm sorry, sir, this order is too big, the old man can't make the decision. You have to ask. Consult the owner of our store before you can do so. Han Qianma said indifferently, go on. Hurry up. Honored one, there's no time to waste with you. Fine, you wait a moment. The old man nodded repeatedly and turned around to walk into the account room. 3 minutes later, he ran out of it with a fawning smile and a fart. Long time waiting. The old man's name is Huan. Dare I ask, what is your name, sir? Han. Huan directly circled down from the high counter and invited Han Qianma to the VIP reception room. Good tea greetings. It's like this, Mr. Han, our boss is willing to accept your pawn. And raised the price of each jade token to 30 million renminbi. That means 10 jade tiles, totaling 300 million. But we have one condition. Han Qianma asked, what condition? Huan was all smiles. That is, you must allow us to upgrade you to a VIP of our pawn shop. And leave a phone number. In the future, if you have similar treasures that you want to pawn, you have to prioritize our pawn shop. Han Qianma didn't refuse. Yes. Of course he could hear that the other party wanted to make friends with him. Daring to accept things of unknown origin, and offering such a generous price. Other than this pawn shop, he was afraid that he would never be able to find another one. Obviously. The owner of this pawn shop was not simple. He didn't care about the other party's identity. He only knew that if that was the case, it would be convenient to find them to pawn things in the future. In that case, it wasn't impossible to give them a chance to flatter themselves. Huan smiled with an open brow. Sir is quick. There's $30 million in this card, it's considered a deposit. 300 million is not a small amount, it will take some time to transfer the funds. In this case, we'll only take one piece of the jade tablet for now. After the rest of the money arrives and it's all transferred to your name, we'll send someone, door to door, to take the goods. Han Qianma picked up the bank card and put it into the Qiankuan bag at an angle that the other party couldn't see. No need to be so troublesome. You guys will take the jade cards directly. Within a month, just put the rest of the money on this bank card. Dare to play fraud. There will be consequences. Huan was astonished. Since Mr. is so straightforward, then I have nothing to say. This is our pawnshop's supreme VIP card. With it, you will be able to directly participate in the top auctions in the Eastern Sea and even the whole country. and enjoy the best treatment. Currently, the only VIP who owns it is you. Receiving the VIP card, Han Qianma didn't say anything more and turned around to walk out the door. Huan hurriedly got up, wanting to personally see him off, only to be rejected by the other party. After returning to the pawnshop, he took a deep breath and immediately called his boss. "Boss, it's done." He took away the bank card that holds $30 million in cash and left behind 10 jade medals. You guessed correctly. This person is either rich or noble, and the power behind him is definitely ranked in the first tier of Daxia, and has even entered the world-class level. Otherwise, it's impossible to be so expansive and not worry at all about us daring to play fraud. The boss on the other end of the phone asked, "What's his last name?" Huan responded, "Surname Han. Han? Could it be someone from the imperial capital's Han family?" Huan did not retort. Not sure. The old man gave him the pawnshop's VIP card. If he has a need to attend the auction, he should be able to know his identity when he arrives at the auction site. After all, every venue has an explicit rule that one must provide exact and valid identity information in order to participate. Otherwise, one would not be able to participate in the auction. The boss responded, "You did well. Pay more attention to this Mr. Han in the back. If he's really a tiger after a powerful man, he'll definitely encounter some trouble. Help if you can." Huan understood the other party's meaning, and his eyes flashed with a refined light. "Yes, boss." Chen Shui visited the two old men's residence and realized that they had only recently moved here. One could not help but feel strange. "Uncle and aunt. Why are you guys living in a place like this? I mean, this wasteland, there are obviously places with a better environment. How about that? There's no need to live next to a garbage dump, right? Even if it's to pick up trash, there's no need to live right next to a garbage dump, right?" She wasn't flirting, but really felt puzzled. Han Wei glanced at Yang Hui and sighed deeply. He. If there's a better option, we don't want to live here either. Chapter 9: Robbing the Bank Card. What do you mean? Chen Shui knew that her intuition was right. The second old man really had something hard to say. Yang Hui looked at the garbage pile outside and explained, this was a suburb before. That area was unowned land, only this area nearby was our family's home base. Our house, it was built in this location before. Han Wei sighed. The top sold the land to a developer. We were the only residents, so they let the developer negotiate compensation with us himself. As a result, the developer didn't even look for us to discuss. Directly called people and pushed the area into ruins with a forklift. Took our houses and flattened them. Yang Hui's heart palpitated. Fortunately, we were outside that day, busy with the donation procedures for the remains of the Qianliu. Otherwise, the two of us, I'm afraid we'd have to be buried alive on the spot. Han Wei had a face of indignation. Later we went to find the top to report. The developers' people took out the so-called evidence and said that the agreement had already been signed and the compensation was already in place. It was us who were unreasonable. The higher-ups couldn't judge the authenticity of the evidence, so they told us to negotiate a settlement on our own. After that, the developers' people found us and threatened us, telling us to get lost, that it was impossible to ask for money, and that if we pestered them again, they would send us to the west. Yang Hui sighed. We had no choice, so we posted the incident online. And regularly post videos, telling the netizens that any day if we break the shift, it means we are out of it. The developers then didn't dare to lay hands on us, and could only use various means to force us to leave voluntarily. Han Wei pointed to the garbage dump outside. There was originally no dump here. It was the developers' people who kept dumping garbage here, and only then did a dump eventually form. If we don't leave, it's equivalent to the fact that there's still a dispute issue with this project, and if there's a dispute, construction can't start. By dumping garbage, they are trying to force us out. Chen Shui clenched her pink fists with a huff. It's 2024. I didn't realize that such evil people still existed. Yang Hui had a sincere face. Miss Chen, this matter, you must not tell Qianlong. Chen Shui froze. Ah? Why is that? Han Wei nodded. With his temper, he'll definitely go to that group of developers to get a claim. The two of us are old. Barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. He's different, he's still young and can't take risks. Chen Shui smiled bitterly. Uncle and Auntie, there shouldn't be any need for me to explain more about how powerful he is, right? Han Wei had a serious face. So what if he's great at medicine? So what if he can come and go as he pleases? In the end, he is just a person. Yang Hui nodded. After we posted this matter online, it caused a furor. And then? What did we get? Things still haven't been resolved. And in just a few days, the heat of the incident died down. Now, the video we posted is almost only visible to those few fans. Han Wei sighed. The background and power of that group of developers is far beyond the imagination of us ordinary people. What's the use of being individually powerful? In front of a behemoth like them, it's still not just a matter of being slaughtered. Not to mention. Do you really think that in their hands, there aren't any wonders with superb medical skills, superb force, and who can also come and go as they please? Chen Shui looked at the two old men in a daze. Suddenly realized. Although this pair of parents were poor and hadn't seen much of the world, their eyesight really wasn't narrow. If she hadn't seen Han Qianma's murderous methods, she might really support the second old man's opinion. After all, in her opinion, the other party was indeed right. What are you guys chatting about? Right at this moment, Han Qianma walked out from the spatial crack. Why do your faces look all so gloomy? Yang Hui snapped back to his senses. Son, you're back. It's nothing. Just chatted about some family matters. Tired, right? Quickly, come over and sit. Han Qianmo said on his lips that he wasn't tired, but he still followed his mother's hand and sat on the chair. Dad, Mom. There's $30 million in this card, and another $270 million will follow. A total of $300 million, which should be enough to cover your expenses for 3 to 5 years. In a while, let's first determine which scenic spot to go to. Then my son will take you guys there directly. You guys will first recuperate there for 3 to 5 years, while practicing the gongfu that Son gave you. After 3 to 5 years, Son will then give you more advanced life extension pills. Strive to within 500 years. Raise your lifespans to the 10,000-year level. Chen Shui stared blankly at Han Qianma's handsome face. She couldn't help but lament, if my parents could have such an awesome son. No, it should be a son-in-law, how good would that be? Han Wei was astonished. It's only been less than half an hour. Where did you get $30 million? Son, you shouldn't have gone on a robbery. His heart tightened and he frowned. Dad taught you before, although we are poor, we don't steal, we don't rob, what doesn't belong to us, we won't take. You this. Han Qianma turned back. Dad, have you seen who robbed the bank card? Han Wei was slightly stunned, glanced at Yang Hui and Chen Shui, and looked embarrassed. This. Then this money of yours, where did it come from? Yang Hui was equally curious. Responding to her mother's gaze, Han Qianma spoke blandly. Too many things in my pockets to fit. Just sold some worthless things. Including Chen Shui, Han Wei, and Yang Hui were all shocked. Too much stuff? Sold some worthless things? And then, it earned the first $30 million, the last $270 million, a total of $300 million in cash? Obviously speaking in Daxia language. How does it sound? Always feel where is not right ah? Returning from her trance, Yang Hui glanced at the time and subconsciously glared at her husband next to her. Han Wei, who snapped back to his senses, hurriedly spoke. The matter of money, let's not talk about it. First, whether there is money in this card or not, the days have to be lived. The most important thing was that his son had returned, and that was the most rewarding thing to be happy about. Son, you said you want to take us to the scenic spot for summer. No, cultivation? Xincheng Mountain then. How many people can you take at a time with that spell of yours? How about we leave now? Chen Shui saw the other party's meaning and did not refute it, but only asked tentatively. Xincheng Mountain is a bit far from here. Can you take me? Together? Chapter 10. Not just wealth, but invincibility. It didn't matter to Han Qianlong, no matter how many people he brought, it was all the same to him. It's fine. However, just as he got up and was about to bring everyone in the shed, shrink the ground. Outside the house, there were suddenly sounds of abuse. Why are you still here? It seems like you two old things really want to be thrown into the river and fed to the fish. Bang! The broken and tattered door was kicked open and fell to the ground in pieces. The next moment, 5 men wearing undershirts and carrying machetes, led by a man in a suit, swaggered in from outside. What a ing stench. The man in the suit in the lead covered his nose. The target targeted wasn't whisked away, and he was almost driven back by the stench. Can't even get rid of such a stench. It's really the two best of the best. Chen Shui, who had a face of abhorrence, subconsciously hid behind Han Qianma. Looking faintly at the group of uninvited guests in front of him, Han Qianma spoke quietly. You guys are. Han Wei and Yang Hui, who had long ago turned pale, hurriedly pulled him behind them. Yang Hui said, friends. You haven't seen them before. Han Wei nodded. It's fine, Mom and Dad will handle it, you take Xiao Shui outside for a walk first. After it's taken care of, Mom and Dad will meet up with you again. It wasn't that they didn't believe in their son's fighting ability. They just didn't want their son to offend an existence in this world that ordinary people absolutely couldn't afford to mess with. Seeing this scene, the man in the suit at the head of the group pulled out his ears with an impatient face. What friends? Who are your friends? You two pariahs. Are also worthy of being Lousy's friends? Yang Hui's face changed drastically, and she subconsciously opened her arms, blocking in front of her son and daughter-in-law to be. Seeing that the group was about to make another move, Han Wei clenched his teeth and rushed up without hesitation. If there's anything you want to do, come at me, it has nothing to do with the child. The man in the suit at the head smiled coldly. This is what you said. As soon as the words fell, he directly raised his foot and violently kicked towards the other party's stomach. Coming over today, he had no intention of negotiating properly. Han Wei's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously encircled his hands. Whoosh! Just then, he suddenly sensed something and subconsciously opened his eyes. Stunned, he saw that his own son, without knowing when, had stood in front of him. Seeing this scene, Yang Hui also subconsciously turned back, only to realize that the object he wanted to protect was not behind him at all. Son, don't. Han Qianma's face was gloomy. It was a close call. Blocking in front of his father, he just glanced indifferently at the man in suit who kicked his foot over. What? The moment the force was applied to his forehead, the man in the suit jolted violently, and immediately afterward, his eyes rolled white and he completely lost consciousness. Whoosh! After losing consciousness, he did not fall down. Instead, like a cannonball, he pierced through the tarpaulin and flew into the air 1,000 meters away. With a pop sound, he exploded into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, Chen Shui's chest continued to rise and fall. Although she had seen the other party's power a long time ago, but seeing the other party striking out once again and teaching this group of villains a lesson, within her heart, she was still very excited. And in front of her, Han Wei and Yang Hui had long since stared in disbelief, dumbfounded. This? What the hell kind of weird strength is this? The man in the suit's men were terrified, cautiously looking at Han Qianma as they kept backing away. A single look can send people bouncing. This is something that people can do? The man at the front wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stared at Han Qianma dead in the face. You! Don't you come over! We're Boss Zhao Taijiao's men. Accepted the commission of the Han Yuan Group, representing the #1 real estate in Dixia, the Han Yuan Group. If you dare to offend us, the consequences. Shoo! 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 Before the words fell, a breeze blew by, and all of the men in suits, including the man who had spoken, all turned into dust, floating away with the wind. Throughout the entire process, Han Qianmo did not move like a mountain and did not walk towards them. Yang Hui rushed up and checked if her son was injured. Are you all right? That hit just now, will it hurt? Han Wei, who had returned from his trance, shook his head with a bitter smile. Just a mere glance. The person disappeared without a trace. Pain? The ones who would feel pain should be them. No. Looking at the huge hole in the scaffolding, he couldn't help but lament. Even if it's that person, it's probably not a chance to feel pain. After all, in that instant, the person was gone. Looking towards Han Qianma, his eyes were covered in disbelief. It looks like Mom and Dad are really narrow-minded. Looking at Han Qianma with a face of adoration, Chen Shui's chest was still slightly heaving. Uncle and Auntie, I've long said that your son is not an ordinary person. No matter how terrifying they are with him around, there's no need to be afraid. Han Qianma looked at the two old men. Your sons have returned. In this world, there is no one else that can harm you. He was about to go and rush to the end of the world. Yang Hui, however, grabbed him. Forget it. Although they were fierce, they didn't really hurt us. And in the end, they're just part-timers. There's no need. Han Qianma thought about it. It was indeed true. Most of all, he could see that his parents didn't like to rush people to their deaths, but they were still mainly mortal-minded. Unlike him who was fearless. Since this is the case, then first settle down the two old men, and one by one, the revenge will be slowly avenged. Han Wei and Yang Hui looked at each other. 1,000 words cannot express the mood of this moment. Only embracing each other can express their trust and care for each other. A moment later, Han Qianwei looked at Chen Shui. Wait for me here. As soon as the words fell, he took the two old men and disappeared in place. Chen Shui didn't stay idle, tidying up the surrounding clutter in the meantime. A few minutes later, Han Qianma came out of the spatial rift and arrived behind her. What are you doing? Chen Shui turned around indistinctly. So fast. Oh. I was idling around, thinking that you'd have to come back, so I went ahead and organized this place a bit. Han Qianma said, my parents are healthy and intellectually normal, and there's still $30 million in the card. There's no need for me to worry more, they can take care of themselves too. I'm just sending them over. Taking a look at the surroundings that had indeed become tidier and cleaner, he didn't say anything more and turned towards the outside. No need to sweep. Go. Chen Shui hurriedly followed the other party's footsteps. Oh. Oh. Is it safe over at Qingcheng Mountain? Will uncle and auntie encounter any dangers if they live over there? And, you? We're not going? Han Qianma responded while taking a step. I left the demon seal on them. Those who injure them will receive a rebound from the mark and go up in smoke. If I do, I won't go over there for now. Because I want to clean up this side of things before I go over there. Originally, I thought that the grudges of the mundane world were not worth wasting energy on. It was only right to directly bring his parents to cultivate, so that they could step into immortality as early as possible. As a result, it was only now that he realized that there were some things that he would never feel at ease without doing. Some people are weak. But it is indeed annoying. Han Qianma stopped and looked sideways at the other party. If you want to go, I can send you there. Chen Shui hurriedly shook her head. No. Don't want to. I don't want to go to Mount Qingcheng. Not wanting to cultivate. Even more so, I don't want to follow your parents. I am trying to follow you. Taking a slight breath, Chen Shui raised her head and looked at the other party with a straight face. Then what is the thing you are referring to? Although the probability of you needing my help is not high, I still want to help you. Han Qianlong didn't hide it. I originally didn't want to have karma with the forces of the mundane world. But Tian Gang or Han Yuan group. This group of people, they are indeed annoying. If they dare to come looking for trouble again, I will definitely drive them to extinction. In addition, I also want to find that schoolmate. Chen Shui was suddenly stunned. You mean Lin Ruoyu? Han Qianma nodded his head. According to Earth's time, 5 years ago, she saved my life after all. I want to repay her. Chen Shui asked tentatively, just repayment? Han Qianma looked at the other party. What do you want to say? He knew what the other party meant, he just didn't know how to answer. At that time, Lin Ruoyu was very fat. 1.7 meters or so tall and close to 200 pounds. You could say she was cute, but definitely not considered pretty. But even so, he had a not-so-weak favoritism for this schoolmate who had been demoted to his class, who had also become a table-mate with him, and who had been very kind to him in every way in his life and studies. Especially when he knew that the other party is the one who saved his life, not Lu Jiaojiao, but also gave birth to the idea of wanting to be responsible. But these things, according to the Earth's time, only 5 years passed, but according to the time of the Nine Heavens continent, but the past 100,000 years. In addition, in the middle of the time, he also fell in love with the Devil's Road female emperor for such a long time. Now asking him if he still liked that fat schoolmate, he really couldn't give an accurate answer. Chapter 11. The human world is full of flowers on the other side of the river. Chen Shui, who was asked rhetorically, subconsciously looked away and gestured her fingers. I mean, you can run from Donghai University to the suburbs with a swoosh. Wouldn't it be easy to find someone? Han Qianma casually waved his large hand as he faced the wasteland, which was where his family's small building was previously located. Shrinking ground requires knowing the exact location. I've only been at the same table with her, and the East Sea is so big, how would I know the exact location of her house? Chen Shui nodded. Lin Ruo, you right. Tell me the name of your school, as well as the class you were in before, I'll find a friend to ask for you. As she opened her mouth, her beautiful eyes gradually widened. Dullness covered her pretty face. You can still build a house? Looking at the small two-story building in front of her that gradually rose up from the ground, converged from dust and rocky soil, and was eventually restored to its original state. Chen Shui continuously wiped her eyes and almost dropped her jaw in shock. Demon Lord! You're also too powerful, blah. Han Xianma's face was expressionless as he casually waved his hand. Boom! A powerful force of qi shattered all the surrounding trash and weeds. It was immediately followed by a strong wind that violently swept away with himself at the center. In less than a second, the garbage dump and wasteland were gone, leaving only a flat dirt field that was incomparably smooth and clean. Only after doing all this did Han Xianlong look at the house. Compared to creating, I am indeed better at destroying. After being frozen for a long time, it was only then that Chen Shui, who had her mouth wide open, came back to her senses from her shock. That's awesome. But don't you think that it's more or less monotonous with just an empty space? How about some flowers? Can you do it? If it can't, I'll go buy seeds in the back, and we'll plant them ourselves. Flowers? Han Xianma thoughtfully looked back at the surrounding wasteland. The next moment, a tender bud broke through the soil and emerged from the ground. Immediately afterward, it grew tender green stalks as well as scarlet flower buds at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bud quickly bloomed, as bright red as a flame. Soon, this kind of plant that only had stalks and flowers and no leaves spread rapidly in all directions with the first plant as the center. In just half a minute, it covered the entire dirt field and surrounded the small building. When he or she said flower, there was a flower. Looking at the bright red flowers that spread to her feet and surrounded her, Chen Shui was so beautiful that she burst into tears at the scene before her. This is the flowers of the other shore. So many flowers on the other side of the river. Han Xianma's face was expressionless. I cultivate the devil's way. Acting on ordinary plants will only cause them to wither. Only the manjusery that grows in the land of the underworld. Not only will it not wither, it will also absorb my demonic qi and grow recklessly. Turning back to Chen Shui, he faintly asked, how about it, do you like it? Chen Shui nodded her head repeatedly, looking like a chicken pecking at rice. Aha! So pretty! Which girl can roar? Han Xianma didn't say anything more and turned around to walk into the small building. A moment later, Chen Shui, who had awakened from her intoxication, realized that the other party had already entered the house and hurriedly turned around. Wait for me. Only after entering the house did she realize that although the small building was beautiful, there wasn't a single piece of furniture inside. It seems that you still have to change some furniture to make it work. Otherwise, not to mention sleeping, there's not even a place to sit. Han Xianma blandly said, I won't. Like I said, I'm better at destroying than creating. Being able to build this small building. It's because I've lived here for a long time before, and I know the details here. The furniture and stuff, I don't really understand its structure. Therefore, it cannot be created out of thin air. Chen Shui scratched her head. All right. Then I'll take the time to procure a batch. Provided that you trust my aesthetics. Han Xianma directly pulled out a jade tablet. This is for you. It's considered money for buying furniture. The Wanbao pawnshop will collect. To realize it, just look for them. When they ask, just say I gave it to them. Of course, the jade medallion he gave to the other party was higher compared to those jade pendants before, both in terms of quality and rarity. Those jade medallions before were worth $30 million apiece. This piece in front of her would at least be multiplied several times. Chen Shui received the jade tablet and looked at it for a long time. Raising her head again, a bright smile covered her pretty face. Okay. Then, do you have any special requirements for the style and function of the furniture? If not, I'll get it according to my own ideas. Sell? I'm not selling it. Anyway, it's not like I lack this much money. Han Xianma responded, follow your idea. Just don't be too outrageous. Chen Shui carefully put the jade tablet into her pocket, her face full of joy. Good. Then you can rest here first. I'm going to the furniture market now. There's no need to send me. I'm afraid of scaring the people at the furniture market. Han Qianma didn't retort. Good. Suddenly having a feeling of being a hostess, Chen Shui was happy in her heart and bounced towards the gate. Just after stepping over the threshold, in the flower field, there was a sound of complaining. Who planted this? What the hell? Blind a couple of messy growth. It's covering up the road. 2 men and 1 woman. The one who opened his mouth to complain was one of the men wearing a jacket. The woman in the middle, wearing a dressy wraparound skirt and heavy makeup, couldn't see straight. Dirtbag. It's called a manzanita. There's a more romantic name for it, it's called the Yellow Springs Otherside flower. However, this is also the first time that this young lady has seen so many and bloomed so well on the other side of the river. Such a big piece of. Simply beautiful, not like reality. Another man in a suit was astonished. Strange. I remember, not long ago, this place was still a wasteland to be developed. Where did the flowers come from? Where did the small 2-story building come from? The man in the jacket realized this as well, wrapping his arms around himself and shaking uncontrollably. And don't you guys notice, it's eerie here. It feels like this place is not the Yang world, but the so-called netherworld. The women didn't notice these details and were still immersed in the beauty of the sea of flowers. Until Chen Shui, who was standing in the doorway, frowned and opened her mouth. Who are you guys? What are you doing here? The 3 of them snapped back to their senses and looked towards the entrance. The woman in the lead seemed to have sensed that the other party's posture and figure surpassed her own, and unconsciously grew disgusted. Just this one house. If this lady isn't wrong. This should be the Han Qianmo's house, right? Coming to find Han Qianruo. The age was still similar to her own. Chen Shui snapped back to her senses, her willow brows slightly furrowed. It's hard to believe that you're the class flower that killed him in the first place. Lu Jiajiao? Chapter 12, Breaking Down Intentions. Wrong. The woman wrapped her arms around herself with a haughty face. This lady is not Jiajiao. Rather, it's Jiajiao's high school classmate and best friend. The next moment. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Han Qianma, who had walked out of the house, spoke quietly. Long time no see. Wang Fengxia. Of course he remembered this woman. When he was first able to be played to death by Lu Jiaojiao, half of the credit goes to this woman. Because every time he was about to give up on Lu Jiaojiao, this woman would appear in time. Find him, encourage him, hold on a little longer, Jiaojiao certainly understand your heart. Afterwards, Han Qianmo will feel, to repay the gift of life, really should not easily give up. Continue to pay for Lu Jiaojiao. Until the moment he fell from the bridge, he realized. The so-called encouragement is just a means for these 2 women to keep teasing themselves. Wang Fengxia carelessly turned back, her pupils gradually dilated. What a handsome guy. But why do you always feel, where have I seen? Where is it? Swish. In the next moment, her face suddenly turned white. I remember. Han Qianmo. You look exactly like Han Qianmo. It's just that it's more handsome and more temperamental than the one he had 3 years ago. Wang Fengxiao was confused and looked at Chen Shui on the side in shock. What the hell? How could he look exactly like Han Qianmo? Can't it be that he's Han Qianmo's twin brother? Had I known that beggar had such a handsome, temperamental brother? 3 years ago, shouldn't have played him to death. That way. Now maybe, one could even order the other party, to introduce this brother, to himself. Chen Shui did not respond, and with a hint of gloating, retreated behind Han Qianmo. Beside Wang Fengxia, the 2 companions had unhappy faces. Kid, our goddess is asking you. Still acting cool there? Really think that our 2 fists are vegetarians? Han Qianmo casually waved his hand. Who? A breeze blew by, and the 2 lickspittles turned into ashes and dispersed with the wind. Swish. Her face changed drastically, Wang Fengxia's eyes widened as she sat on the ground in fear. I shouldn't be dreaming. You? What on earth did you do to them? How did they just disappear into thin air? Han Qianmo didn't answer, he just glanced at the other party's eyes, and the other party's pupils were lax and stagnant. Master, Wang Fengxia is willing to do anything for you. Chen Shui exhaled slightly and looked at Han Qianrui on the side. This scene was familiar to her. Han Qianma looked at Wang Fengxia and spoke faintly. Did Lu Jiajiao send you here? Come to find me, to do what? Wang Fengxia had a wooden face. Yes. It's not to find you. It's to find your parents. She asked us to come here because she wants us to force your parents to go to school and find her to make a scene. Chen Shui's willow brows knitted slightly, her face astonished. Find her to make a scene? Make a scene about what? Wang Fengxia did not respond and was silent. Chen Shui could only look at Han Qianma on the side. Only then did she understand. Even in this state, the other party would only answer his questions. Han Qianma said, answer her question. Only then did Wang Fengxia open her mouth. Lu Zhejiao's boyfriend, Wu Zihao, is the scion of one of the top 10 families in the Eastern Sea, the Wu family. A few days ago, in a club betting game, he was set up. Lost tens of millions of dollars and is in debt. Not having the face to ask his family for it, Wu Zihao thought of a way to make money. That is to find someone to threaten the owner's parents, forcing them to use the owner's death as a reason to go to school, and find trouble with Lu Jiajiao. Wait for public opinion to become big, Lu Jiajiao then come out to explain, pretend to be pitiful. Saying, back then it was the master who committed suicide, and she had nothing to do with it. As a way to win everyone's sympathy. When the majority of netizens condemn the owner's parents and have compassion for her, she will then open a live broadcast to earn rewards and money for bringing goods. Hearing this, Chen Shui could no longer hold back the anger in her heart. Deceiving netizens while tearing open other people's scars? This kind of person, in order to make money, really doesn't even have a face. After meeting Han Qianma's parents, she knew how big of a blow Han Qianma's death had dealt to the two old men. More crucially, she knows that Lu Jiajiao, this kind of person, absolutely impossible in the aftermath, to give Han Qianmo parents corresponding compensation. The hurt and misunderstanding were other people's. The care and favors were their own. It was more than selfish. It was simply shameless. Han Qianma's face was expressionless. Where is Lu Jiajiao now? Wang Fengxia answered truthfully, to avoid debt collection. She and Wu Zihao went on an out-of-town trip. When my side is done, they'll come back and manipulate the hype and live bandwagon. Han Qianma said, call and tell her it's done. Wang Fengxia was coy and pulled her cell phone out. Hey, honey. Being controlled by Han Qianmuo's words out of mind doesn't cause her to lose her consciousness. In other words, she now knew what she was doing, but she just couldn't resist. The moment the phone was connected, her heart was devastated. Continuously shouting. Han Qianma didn't die. He's back. And so powerful that you can't imagine. Quickly reacted. Noticing that my tone is off. Help me. That's right. Wang Fengxia realized that the man in front of her was not Han Qianma's twin brother at all. Instead, he's Han Qianma himself. He's changed. He's changed into something that no one would recognize at first glance. He came back for revenge. Unfortunately, Lu Jiajiao on the other end of the phone didn't seem to hear the other party's tone. Honey, is it done so quickly? Wang Fengxia nodded her head numbly. Yes. Done. You can come back. Together, we'll utilize Han Qianma's parents, hype, broadcast, and make money. Hearing this, Lu Jiajiao screamed with joy. Oh yeah. Worthy of being my Lu Jiajiao's good girlfriend. The ability to do things is just tough. But you have to wait a few more days. Proud and I are out of town right now, preparing to attend a luxurious party. After we attend the party, we'll go back to look for you. Wang Fengxia looked at Han Qianma and nodded after realizing that her counterpart was expressionless. Okay, then you do it as soon as possible. Hanging up the phone, her heart completely collapsed. The next moment, she snapped, her eyes widening. Without waiting for her to open her mouth, a breeze directly blew her into powder. Not caring about Wang Fengxia's ashes, Chen Shui took a deep breath and walked over to Han Qianma. Next, what are your plans? Han Qianma looked at the sky. It's getting late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Chen Shui looked at the empty house. Then I'll go buy furniture now? Directly grabbing the other party's jade hand, Han Qianma led the other party into the spatial rift. Let's talk about it tomorrow, tonight, first stay at your house. Chapter 13 Skill is not enough. Back to the apartment. Chen Shui looked at Han Qianma, her eyes dodging. Are you sure you want to sleep with me? Sleep with me? Turning to sit on the sofa, Han Xianrua picked up the remote control on the table and crossed his legs. Otherwise, where do you want me to stay? Heart beating wildly, Chen Shui's heart, expectant and afraid. Right too. Then you sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa. He was at least a geisha invincible demon lord, sleeping on the sofa was inappropriate. Han Xianma didn't dwell on these trivial matters. Help me get a cell phone. Chen Shui was slightly stunned. A cell phone? Does a demonic father need to use a cell phone too? I've seen immortals and powerful people on TV, they all use 1,000-mile voice transmission. Han Xianma looked at the other party. I can use voice transmission on you, can you use it on me too? Scratching her head awkwardly, Chen Shui hurriedly turned around and walked towards her bedroom. Right too. At least right now, uncle and auntie, they don't know these spells. It's still easier to use a cell phone. Soon, she found an old cell phone, then put her usual phone card in it, and handed the cell phone she was using to the other party. Here. I've deleted all the photos inside. Format it, and it's the equivalent of a new phone. The phone card is also there. I've been using 2 phone cards before. It just so happens that I can give you one. Receiving the cell phone, Han Xianmo was ready to pull out his jade card. Chen Shui hurriedly waved her hand. There's no need to give money. What you gave before was more than enough. Han Xianma didn't make any pretense. Thanks. After saying that, he continued to watch the TV. It was clearly his own home, but he always felt like he was the outsider. In order to break this weird atmosphere, Chen Shui sat on the sofa, separated from the other party by a distance. By the way, said I'd ask Lin Ruoyu for you. I'll call and ask for you now. Pulling out the phone, she called her friends and family. Yes, Lin Ruoyu, used to study in the 4th middle school. Checked it out? Good, thanks. Excitedly looking at Han Xianma, Chen Shui spoke, my friend said she found out Lin Ruoyu's information. She'll organize it into a file and send it to my email in a while. Han Xianma nodded. Thanks. Chen Shui shook her head. You're welcome. After a moment of silence, a complex look surfaced on her face. I helped you. Can you, please, answer me a question? Han Xianlong seemed to know what the other party wanted to ask. Not sure. It still depends on whether she likes me or not. If I like it, I should be with her. After living in the 9 heavenly continent for 100,000 years, and roaring with the Jie Beauty Emperor for 100,000 years. Returning back to Earth. He was open-minded about things between men and women. Looking for Lin Ruoyu. It was mainly to repay his kindness. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, he had never cared about what the other party, right now, actually looked like. Chen Shui's heart sighed. You look so handsome. And also so powerful. How can Lin Ruoyu not like you? Even more so, which woman can hold on and not move to you? Already probably guessed the backstory, Chen Shui frankly smiled. Quite good. A lover is finally married. Although a bit bizarre. But it's also kind of a beautiful story. Wanting to speak, Chen Shui seemed to be thinking about something. Just as she was falling into a reverie, the crisp text message tone pulled her back to reality. Coming. Picking up her cell phone and tapping on the email from her friend, Chen Shui placed the photo and handed it to the other party. Is it her? Han Qianmuo nodded. Right. It was probably a photo taken 3 years ago, and it was exactly the same as the Lin Ruoyu he remembered. Chen Shui read, Lin Ruoyu, 4th middle school class of 2021. Height 173, weight 96 kilograms. College entrance examination score, total score 679. Chen Shui couldn't stop lamenting. I go. Proper school bully This score, no kidding. Domestic universities are randomly selected. That is to say, she is now, the probability is in Qingbei also or East Zhejiang to read the university. Looking down the information, Chen Shui was astonished. The column of school, how come it's empty? The column of family address is also empty. No hurry, I will immediately help you ask again. Immediately call a friend. The moment it was connected, Chen Shui frowned slightly. What information did you give? Just a height, weight, and a total score, nothing else. Can you tell a thing? The friend on the other end of the phone responded, isn't there hobbies, horoscopes, zodiac signs, mottos, and whatnot? Such a long list, you didn't look carefully? Chen Shui was somewhat speechless. It's not like I'm going on a blind date with her. What's the point of knowing her horoscope hobbies? Home address, which university she went to, these things, that's what I want to know, okay? My friend responded decisively, no. Her family just happened to be in the middle of a demolition at the end of her senior year. So even her high school teachers don't know where she moved behind. As for the application institution, the original fill-in was Donghai University. But I asked our school's admissions office teacher, and she said there was no such person. Where Lin Ruoyu is studying now, and whether she's still studying or not, apart from herself and her family, I guess no one knows. Chen Shui sighed. That's so. Alright, thanks. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. The friend asked, what day is the other day? I'll memorize it. Chen Shui had a black face. You said it. You said it, okay. The friend smiled from ear to ear. That feeling's good. Okay, I'll let you know when I'm done. Hang up. Moo-ah. Chen Shui put down her cell phone and looked at Han Qianma next to her. You should have heard it just now. That's probably how the situation is. Sorry for not being able to help you. Han Qianma responded, I don't blame you, you've already done enough. Chen Shui curiously said, so what's next for you, what's your plan? Han Qianma, who was watching the TV, was expressionless. What do you think, how about I go back to school and continue studying? Chen Shui was slightly stunned. Study? Is the knowledge of this world still nutritious to you, the Geisher Demon Lord? Han Qianma said blandly, skill is not a problem. Moreover, I've only lived in the Nine Heavens continent for 100,000 years and have a better understanding of things there. Here, the level of cognition is, essentially, still about the same as the average person. Learning more is never a bad thing. Having reached his realm, if he wanted to raise his strength again, he could only rely on a higher state of mind. The so-called state of mind was the combination of cognition and mindfulness. That's right. For him, immortality was not the end. He still wanted to become stronger. Because he knew that there were still things that the current self could not do. In addition to that, he had a kind of intuition. Only by going to the school could he find that cute, fat schoolmate who was so nice. Of course, the most important reason is still because invincible. If you don't game the world, what do you do? Chen Shui smiled bitterly. He. You're the demon lord, you decide. But there's a problem, what identity do you use to go to school? From a sociological point of view, the current you is just a large body in the medical school of Donghai University, in the collection. Chapter 14 Cousin take you to cultivate immortality and take you to fly. With your current situation, let alone going back to school to study. Chen Shui had a bitter smile on her face. Just going to walk around the streets would scare a lot of people to death. Suddenly thinking of something, her eyes were filled with clear wisdom. Ask you a question. Can you use a spell to modify everyone's memories? Make them forget that you're dead. That way you can return to this society and continue living like a normal person. Han Qianlong looked at the TV. What kind of people does everyone mean? Do unborn babies count? There's no boundary on the existence of dead things. Is it just about the memory of my fall into the river, or does it include its involvement in the causes and consequences? I can erase people's memories, but I can't do that with vague concepts. Chen Shui looked embarrassed. Then there's nothing that can be done. If we don't solve the memory problem, your appearance will definitely cause a sensation in the entire East Sea, or even the whole country, the whole world. The consequences are unimaginable. Han Qianma used the remote control to change the channel. Actually, this matter, it's not as complicated as you think. Or rather, it hasn't reached that point yet. He knew, what was enough to shatter 3 views for ordinary people was probably just everyday for the people in power in this world. Theoretically, all that was needed was to shield their gaze and they would be able to muddle through. Ordinary people? No matter how unbelievable it was, after 3 or 5 days, it would be forgotten. As long as it didn't affect their lives, no one would care at all. Besides, it wasn't even at that point yet. So in his opinion, Chen Shui's worries were purely superfluous. Chen Shui sighed. It's not to that point. But didn't you say that you wanted to go back to school to continue your studies? So that point, sooner or later, will arrive. It's always good to prepare in advance. Han Qianma blandly said, it won't. Won't? Chen Shui had an afterthought. The glass jar that contained you before is probably already sent to the police station by now. The school's security, the police department's task force, is now mostly looking for you all over the world. This is still called won't? Han Qianma said blandly, have you received any calls from people who were asked to cooperate with the investigation? Chen Shui shook her head. No. In the next moment, she snapped back to her senses. Right. As one of today's visitors, the bulk of the body is lost. Actually, until now, no one has called me. To get me to cooperate with the investigation? How can this be? Seeing Han Qianma's calm face, Chen Shui hurriedly took out the phone and called her classmates. Hello? Are you at school? Our school today, did something big happen? The classmate on the other end of the phone responded, it's definitely a big deal. The exhibition room in the medical school caught fire. Everything inside was burned up. Fortunately, no one was there at that time. Although the fire burned heavily, there were no casualties. But the losses, I'm afraid, are incalculable. Hearing this, Chen Shui instantly understood that this fire was burned by this man in front of her. Really? This way? That's really too bad. Hanging up the phone, Chen Shui looked at Han Qianma on the sofa. The murderers in the movies, they all destroy other people's corpses. This is the first time I've encountered it, someone destroying the body on themselves? How true? Slightly exhaling, Chen Shui asked, the problem of the corpse is solved, what about the problem of identity? Not right. A moment of corpses, a moment of destroying corpses. Why do you always feel that the topic being discussed right now is a bit strange? Han Qianma responded, 3 years on Earth, 100,000 years on the 9 heavens continent. Nowadays, how many people can see me and recognize, at a glance, that I am Han Qianma? As for identity, it's simple. Just need to take care of the person who helped me with my enrollment, that's all. Chen Shui snapped back to her senses. Right. You can modify people's memories. All that's needed is to modify the teacher in charge of this matter when you're going through the transfer procedures. As long as no one scrutinizes it, no one will even find out that there's a problem with your identity before graduation. In this way, you can still really act like an ordinary person, together with me, and go to East Sea University to study. At this moment, Chen Shui's face was covered with joy, and it looked as if she was going to be happier than the other party. Han Qianma remained expressionless. Rest. Tomorrow, I'll go back to school with you. He didn't go to East Sea University to pretend to be a pig in a poke. Rather, it was because, after his intuition appeared, he divined a fortune for himself. The divination showed that going to East Sea University was the fastest way to find Lin Ruoyu. Chen Shui nodded her head. Aha! Then do you want to take a shower first? Tonight, you sleep on the bed and I'll sleep on the sofa. Han Qianma turned off the TV. No need. Washing the bones and marrow was a necessary process for cultivation. This process would wash away the dirt in the body and soul, bringing it to a purer state. In this way, it would be able to absorb and store more aura or demonic energy. He who had already become a demon exalt, his soul had long since gone through no less than 1,000,000 times of washing. It had become incomparably clean. Although the body was just taken back. But the process of repairing it had also scrubbed him. The degree of purity, although it was not as good as the body of a companion spirit cultivation. But it was also 10,000,000 times cleaner than the cleanest body on earth. In such a situation, not to mention the water of earth, would it make his body dirtier the more he washed it? Even if it could wash away the surface stains, he wouldn't dare to do so. Because the demonic qi would seep into the water along with the process. The sewage flowed into the water pipes and down the sewers into the rivers. A little bit of luck. It's just that the fish and shrimp in the river are impregnated with demonic qi and mutate into demonic beasts. Bad luck. The sewage was pumped away by the water plant, and after purification, it was made into tap water and delivered to the city. The normal purification methods can't get rid of the demonic qi in the water at all. By then, the entire East Sea will be saturated with demonic qi. They will become his servants. That would be fun. Seeing that the other party had no intention of explaining, Chen Shui did not pursue the matter. Alright. I'll go wash it then. After saying that, she went to the bedroom to find some change of clothes and brought them into the bathroom. After running around all day and going to the junkyard for a while, without a shower, she felt uncomfortable all over. The bathroom door was closed. Not long after, sitting on the sofa, Han Qianmo heard the sound of clattering water. With no distractions in his mind, he always looked at his cell phone, and after retiring Chen Shui's WeChat, he boarded his own WeChat. Just after boarding, he saw many unread messages. Without exception, all of them memorialized him. It was a pity that when he was in high school, he was not allowed to bring a cell phone, and at that time, he did not add to Lin Ruoyu's WeChat. Otherwise, there should also have messages from Lin Ruoyu. Han Qianmo glanced at the unread messages on WeChat. One of them caught his attention. 3 years. Every time I go to that place, I think of you. Then I'd be thinking, how good it would be if you were still alive. The last message showed the time of February 9, 2024. Less than a month has passed since then. Looking at this name Blossom Fortune, very strange WeChat name, Han Qianmo still cannot help but return a sentence. You? Who is it? Chapter 15 Chen Shui, do you know perspective? Han Qianmo, yes. A few minutes later, the beeps of new messages rang continuously. Looking at the screen full of question marks, Han Qianmo replied back. I'm Han Qianmo's father, may I ask who you are? Only after receiving this answer did the other party return a sweaty expression and introduced himself. Hello, third uncle. I'm your niece. Xiaowan. Han Qianmo murmured. Xiaowan? Soon, the appearance of a young girl surfaced in his mind. That was his ninth uncle's daughter. 5 years younger than him. The name was Han Xiaowan. When he was 12, the other party was only 7. Because when he was small, he went back to his hometown and always brought the other party to play, plus he was already handsome, the other party was always yelling that after he grew up, he wanted to marry him. The family when this is a child's game, after the fun is not taken seriously. He himself did not take it seriously. After that, Han Xiaowan's family moved out of town, and seldom returned to their hometown on New Year's Day. A few years later, he forgot about the existence of this cousin. Remember the last time you saw each other? It was during the Qingming festival when the elders of the family organized a group visit to the graves. At that time, Han Xiaowan was 13 years old, while he was 18. At that time, the first time he saw the other party, he didn't recognize the other party. Just think, this niece looks familiar. And always liked to peek at herself, and her face was always red. After the sacrifice was over, he asked his parents, and only then did he learn that the other party was the little cousin who had clamored to marry him back then. After not seeing her for a few years, she has indeed changed a lot. Han Qianmo murmured faintly. A few years have passed. She's also grown from 12 or 13 to 17 or 18, right? And she definitely can't imagine. This father is still 18 years old. Probably seeing that, after his death, many people were tweeting to remember him. On his face, a faint touch of casualness surfaced. Picking up his cell phone, Han Qianmo sent a message back to Han Xiaowan. Don't mess around with your mom's WeChat in the future. He didn't think that a 17 or 18-year-old girl would pick such a mature name. Blossom Fortune? It sounded very mature, and it was the kind that was ripe and rotten. This time to reply the message, fortunately the other party to see. If her mom had seen it, she would have been scared out of her wits. Ding ding. Soon, the other party sent another message. But, I don't have brother Qian Miao's WeChat When I could add, I was too embarrassed to ask, and when I had the courage to ask, the other party was already gone. Han Qianmo asked. People are gone, you still think so much to do? Han Xiaowan. Leave a thought. When I was a kid, only brother Qian Nuo treated me the best. Han Qianmo replied without changing his face. Okay, you use your own WeChat to add him, I will help you through. Soon after, Han Xiaowan sent a smiley face. Thank you Uncle San. Not long after, the ad request came. Bored anyway. After the ad was successful, Han Qianrui used his father's identity to ask about the other party's recent situation in the tone of an elder. For example, how is studying? At this age, it should be the college entrance examination. Which university are you going to apply for? It doesn't matter if you don't study well. cousin takes you to cultivate immortality. No, it should be cultivating magic. It's more than cultivating immortality. Bathroom. Chen Shui was facing the clear water and cleaning her body. After the ponytail was untied, the waterfall like green silk clung to her delicate jade back. It outlined the slender curves. After washing her hair, Chen Shui planned to use a hair bouquet to tie up her hair first. This way, it wouldn't be easy to tear her hair when rubbing the bubbles. As a result, because of the water stains on her face, she accidentally touched the hair bundle to the ground. The strand of hair rolled into the gap under the sink after landing on the floor. It was too dark down there, and she couldn't help but sigh after bending down and feeling around for half a day, but still not finding it. This time she seemed to have thought of something and casually asked, "His Excellency the Devil. In your Nine Heavens continent, can you learn an ability like knife perspective?" She was thinking that if she knew this kind of ability, she might not be so embarrassed now. Han Qianma in the living room responded, "It's possible. But you can't learn it until you reach the Nirvana realm at least." Chen Shui asked, "Then what realm are you in?" "Immortality." "Alright, let me change my question. An ability like perspective, do you know it?" "Will." Suddenly stunned, Chen Shui's pretty face flushed red as she looked at the bathroom door. "Then you. Then I. Then me now, isn't it all seen by you?" Han Qianma responded, "I'm a demon lord. Not a pervert." Relieved. Chen Shui sighed in her heart. Yeah. He is the unparalleled demon lord of the world. Beside him, there were all the most beautiful women like the Devil Dao Empress. How could he be interested in his own body as a mortal girl? To think that way was simply an insult to the word demon lord. After resting for a while, Chen Shui once again put her arm into the gap below. "Look for it again. If you can find it, then find it. If you can't find it, forget it." Just at this moment, a faint reminder came from the living room. "To the left." "Yes, that's the place." Hearing this, Chen Shui subconsciously did as she was told. The next moment, her hand, indeed, touched the hair bundle. Phew! Finally found it. "Thank you, Lord Demon Father." After cleaning the hair bundle and putting it over her hair, Chen Shui met the splash of water and continued to clean her body. Seemingly realizing something, all of a sudden, her beautiful eyes whitened violently. The originally rosy cheeks became even more scarlet. The next day, the duo who arrived at East Sea University first went to the medical school. Only after determining that the general exhibition room had been burned to the ground did Chen Shui heave a sigh of relief. While stroking her chest, she led Han Qianma in the direction of the office building. The plan is to directly modify the other party's memories, right? So, ID cards, transfer applications, and whatnot won't be needed. But for the convenience of explaining your origin to others later, we still have to match confessions in advance beforehand. Han Qianlong nodded. Go ahead. Chen Shui took out the information background she had thought about all night. You'll be called Han Qianruo. Although it's a 17 or 18-year-old look. But the real age is 21. Born in an orphanage, fatherless and motherless. A native of Daxia. Previously studied at Tokyo University. Only because of special reasons did I apply for a transfer and return to Daxia to study. Han Qianma had an indifferent face. You're insulting this honored one. Slightly stunned, Chen Shui snapped back to her senses and hurriedly erased the words University of Tokyo. Sorry. Just thinking about not being easily noticed. I neglected to mention that there are no universities in Tokyo, only farms. Sorry, it was my mistake. After thinking about it, Chen Shui took out a pen and made the change. Then it's a bit closer, Taito University. How? Han Qianma took a step with his hands in the air. There's no need to make up these things, the more lies there are, the bigger the loopholes. Chen Shui had a worried face. Then when others ask, how did you come to this school, how do we answer? Han Qianma didn't turn around. Just say that I didn't read before. Spent some money to experience college life. After hearing the other party's overbearing answer, Chen Shui stood dumbfounded, and for a while, she actually had no words to retort. Chapter 16 Director, don't be like this. Isn't this the flower of our medical school? Haven't seen you for a few days, got a boyfriend? Seeing Chen Shui walking with a boy she hadn't seen before, the pedestrians on the road, their eyes burned. Groups of girls whispered. That guy is so handsome, so temperamental, or a new face. In my opinion, either he's a rich second generation, Chen Shui is with him because she's looking at other people's money. Either he is looking at people's parents who are too handsome. Surface innocence, behind the scenes, is a complete colorful woman. Companion curious. Why can't it be, he's both a rich second generation and handsome? The one who opened his mouth froze for a moment, then spoke righteously. Anyway, Chen Shui is definitely not with him because of true love. What courtyard flower? It's still not a superficial woman who looks average but likes rich and handsome guys. Not only the girls, the boys passing by also had a grim look on their faces. The eyes gazing at Han Xianmo were filled with envy and jealousy as well as hate. Chen Shui was embarrassed. Why does it feel like everyone is weird today? Normally, when she walked on the street, the turnaround rate was high. There were even boys who rushed up to her, offering her flowers and courting her. But this was the first time she encountered a situation like today's God hates ghosts. Forget it, don't mind them. Unable to understand why, she sighed, Chen Shui turned back and held Han Xianma's hand. Let's go. This scene, moreover, caused a sigh of relief from the people around. There were even boys with wide eyes and bruises, crushing and popping the coke in their hands. Who? Leading the other party to the entrance of the admissions office, Chen Shui exhaled slightly. What's wrong? Why does it feel like the people at the school, there's something strange today? It's like they've taken the wrong kind of medicine. Turning back to see Han Xianmo looking away, she waved. Forget it, don't care about those useless ones. His Excellency the Demon Lord? Han Qianlong turned back. You said. Chen Shui pointed inside and said, this is the enrollment office. I just took a look and the teacher in charge of the enrollment office is inside. Wait for me here for a moment, I'll go make a start. After making sure there's no one else, I'll text you and you can come back in. Han Qianma didn't say anything. Following, Chen Shui then pushed open the door and walked in. Arriving at the office door, she knocked. Only after hearing a response from inside did she open the door and enter. Director Luo, you're here. I wonder if it's convenient for you at this moment? Dressed in a white shirt, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an ocean on his head and an obese physique, Luo Chaokai, the director of the enrollment office, brightened up in front of his eyes. Putting down his cell phone, he surveyed the female student in front of him. You are? Chen Shui responded politely, I'm a student in the 4th class of my sophomore year in the medical school, my name is Chen Shui. The purpose of coming here is to ask Director Luo. Are you free right now? I have a friend who wants to transfer to our school. I need to consult you about the specific process. If the other party said they were free, that proved that no one would probably come in a while. His Excellency the Demon Lord could make a bold move. If he wasn't free, then he would have to pay a little attention and find another time. Otherwise, if the process of modifying memories was seen by someone. If word got out, it would be troublesome. Luo Zhaokai licked his lips and looked at the other party without looking away. Your friend, which university is it? Male or female? Why don't we talk about subterfuge first? Ha? Chen Shui froze, thinking that her ears had misheard. You just said. What rules? Luo Chao only came back to his senses in a flash and hurriedly managed his expression. I mean, talk about the transfer rules. You can answer my question first. What school does he go to and what are his grades? You know, our school's admission score, it's not low. Chen Shui scratched her head and blurted out. He didn't go to school. I wonder if it's okay to spend money directly. There was no intention to chat about the so-called process, after all, these things were not important at all. She only wanted to know if the other party had asked someone else to meet here or not. If there was no one, then the demon dignitary great would have to come in. Luo Chaozhai smiled and nodded his head. Okay. But this kind of violation is very risky. You'll have to show a little to make it work. Chen Shui was slightly stunned. Indication? What do you mean? She was just joking. I didn't expect the other party to take it seriously. And was asking for an indication? This joke, I'm afraid it's a bit big. It was only then that Luo Chao got up and went around to the other party's side. Actually, I remember you. The medical school's courtyard flower, Chen Shui. Let's put it this way, Chen Shui student, I can help with your friend's transfer. But the premise is that you have to let me. Understood. Don't worry, after the matter is accomplished, it doesn't matter what your friend's grades are and how many points he can score. I can make him come to our school. More even. As long as you can serve me well, just pick any major, no problem. Hearing these words, Chen Shui subconsciously backed up and almost vomited. Director Luo, you're not sick. Luo Chaokai smiled as he walked towards the other party, rubbing his fists. As a medical school student, can't you tell? Ah. The director is sick. That's why you, a doctor, are needed to heal him. Miss Doctor, please, save me as a patient. Chen Shui kept backing up with a wave of nausea. You're not afraid of being seen by others when you're messing around like this? Luo Zhaokai kept swallowing his saliva. Don't worry, I'm on vacation today. No one will come looking for me. Feel free to play here however we want. No one will bother us. Hearing these words, Chen Shui sighed in relief. Director Luo, one last reminder. Don't ever do this. She had seen such a bridge countless times in novels. How could she not expect that in reality, it would actually appear to her? But she didn't panic at all. Having read the novel, she knew. In this kind of situation, at the critical time, the male protagonist would rush in and stop it in time. She didn't want to be the heroine who pretended to hit her face. But she couldn't resist the other party's determination to jump into this pit. Luo Chaozhai became even more excited. What, you want to resist? Do you think you can resist me? Don't struggle. Come on. My beauty. Chen Shui, who was standing in place, sighed the entire time, without a hint of panic. AI, why is this necessary? Buzz. In the next moment, the hero she expected did indeed walk in from outside. At the same time, the entire office space, as if frozen, stood completely still. Even Luo Zhaokai looked like a wooden man, keeping his teeth and claws open, staying in place, not moving at all. Chapter 17. Choose whatever identity you want. Sorry for the joke. Chen Shui looked embarrassed. Honestly, this director Luo of the admissions office, I've come into contact with him a few times before. Before, he wasn't like this at all. I don't know what's wrong, including those students I met outside before. There's always a feeling that it's all a bit off today. But I can't say exactly what's wrong. Han Qianma sat down on the sofa. Does it feel like they've gotten worse? Or rather, those true thoughts in their hearts, they didn't dare to show them before, but now, they dare. Chen Shui snapped back to her senses. Right. That's what it feels like. You have to say it's gotten worse. It's not so much. After all, having a bad mouth and being horny are inherently human instincts. The key lies in whether or not one can restrain this instinct with reason. After all, the most essential difference between humans and animals is that animals can't use reason and morality to restrain instincts, while humans can. So I think that compared to the gone bad argument, your second argument is indeed more accurate. Chen Shui looked puzzled. But why on earth is that so? I don't understand. Han Qianma explained, because of the demonic qi in my body. As a matter of fact, I've been suppressing my own demonic qi. But even so, within a radius of almost 100 meters with me as the center, if there are living beings, they will still be affected by my demonic aura. And in turn, their instincts will be aroused, amplifying the evil in their hearts. Chen Shui was astonished. So that's how it is. No wonder from the moment we left the house, all along this journey, everyone we encountered looked at us with eyes that seemed to be filled with malice. So it's because of the influence of the demonic aura, the jealousy, anger, and other negative emotions in our hearts have all been amplified? Worthy of being a demon exalt. Other people walk with the wind. You walk with a demonic aura. It's hard to ignore you. Ha! Seemingly thinking of something, Chen Shui was astonished. That's not right. Why am I fine? Besides me, uncle and auntie, they seem to be fine as well? Could it be that your demonic qi, which only targets the people outside? It has no effect on the people around you? After saying this, she looked at Han Qianma with anticipation in her eyes. Han Qianma blandly said, no. It's because there are no evil thoughts in your hearts. Or rather, the evil thoughts are few and far between, so few that they won't be affected by demonic energy. That's why it looks like there's no influence. Oh. Chen Shui was expressionless. Having no evil thoughts and a pure heart was originally a great compliment. However, when it came to her, there seemed to be only disappointment. In order to hide her emotions, Chen Shui hurriedly changed the topic. Then this physique of yours, isn't it a physique that only the protagonist has in novels? Being able to pull hatred and cause conflict everywhere you go. This is an ability that only the protagonist of a novel possesses. Yeah. Han Qianma disagreed. Everywhere you go, you can incite the people around you to become bad guys. This is the protagonist physique? This is clearly the villain physique. Chen Shui scratched her head. That's also right, you're a demon sovereign. With this identity, it is indeed more suitable to be a villain. But it doesn't matter. Smiling brightly, Chen Shui said in a joking tone, even if you're a villain, it's still the most handsome, the most temperamental, and the most likable villain. Han Qianma didn't hear the meaning in the words and said bluntly, it's getting late, it's better to get down to business first. Oh. Chen Shui snapped back to her senses and looked helplessly at the director of the admissions office in front of her, who was already kneeling on the ground. That, His Excellency the Demon Lord first. Han Qianma didn't say anything more, just glancing at Luo Chaokai who was kneeling on the ground. The other party's eyes were filled with grayness. Luo Chaokai raised his head. Master, please command. Han Qianma responded, listen to her, do whatever she tells you to do. This is a dead order, no matter when, no matter if you are awakened or not, even if you are reincarnated and reborn, it is still valid. This is a seal that is imprinted on the soul for a period of eternity. Hearing these words, Chen Shui was slightly stunned, her beautiful eyes trembling. At first, she felt that this was a bit of an excessive punishment or unnecessary. However, she soon reacted that the other party was thinking of herself. Although under normal circumstances, Luo Chao can only use reason to restrain the instincts. But subconsciously, the idea of misbehaving against her had already been born, or had long been born. The best thing to do with such a hidden danger was to directly destroy it. The other party, on the other hand, was to directly turn Luo Chaokai into a slave who was absolutely loyal to her. In this way, the hidden danger was eliminated, and it also allowed her to be in the school, with an extra layer of connections. It could be considered the best of both worlds. Chen Shui felt that. No matter what, the other party was also protecting herself. Realizing this, her heart could be described as very happy. Thanks. Han Qianmo was slightly stunned. Thanks for what? The next thing. Over to you. Chen Shui snapped back to her senses and hurriedly looked at Luo Chaokai. Go, open the computer and register Han Qianruo's information in as I requested. Also, this pile is Han Qianruo's files and photos. Make a complete file of them and put them in the file bag. You're the director of the admissions office, so you should know how to do it without me teaching you. The information and photos were what she had gotten for Han Qianruo when she went out. Exactly how to do it, she didn't know, but she knew that it would definitely be fine to give it to Luo Chaokai. Luo Chaokai nodded numbly. Yes, master. Then he sat back in front of the computer and busied himself. Chen Shui watched the computer, preventing Luo Chaokai from awakening midway and then messing around. Are you going to the class I'm in, or are you going to another major? Han Qianma responded, I want to be free. Chen Shui nodded. Then we'll make you a special student. Similar to an international student. No set curriculum, take whatever classes you want. Live in a high-class single apartment, and have a one-on-one companion of the opposite sex. Han Qianmo was a bit surprised. The treatment of international students, is it that good? Chen Shui sighed. Yeah. After all, people are high-end talents from abroad. Han Qianmo muttered. Accompanied by. Chen Shui raised her head and wrapped her arms around her. Right, companion reading. As long as the other party agrees, both men and women are fine. What, interested? Do you want me to help you pull out the pictures of each class in each grade, of your female classmates, right now? Let's pick them one by one? Han Qianlong shook his head. There's no need. If I really want to choose, it will only be you. Anyone else, I can't trust. Hearing this, Chen Shui froze for a moment, and instantly realized that she had once again insulted the word demon elder. Yes. Feeling ashamed, Chen Shui lowered her head, and in order to hide her embarrassment, she could only pretend to look at the computer screen. Out of the corner of her eye, however, she discovered something. His Excellency the Demon Lord. I seem to have found the person you're looking for. Chapter 18: The Secret of Success. Han Xianma's figure flickered and arrived beside Chen Shui. His deep gaze stared at the computer screen. Sure enough, he saw that there were two names written on the transfer school registration page. From bottom to top, the first one was himself, and the second one was Lin Ruoyu. Seeing the photo displayed on the data card, it was indeed the Lin Ruoyu he remembered. Han Xianma's breath was slightly shortened by half a minute. That's right, it's her. Feeling the other party's hot breath, slightly moving half an inch would even touch the other party's pectoral muscles, Chen Shui's pretty face flushed red, forcing herself to maintain her composure. Information. The information shows. On her volunteer form 3 years ago, what she filled in was Donghai University. But for some reason, the school didn't admit her. And after that, she applied for MIT and was successfully accepted. Looking at the photo on the computer screen, Chen Shui couldn't help but feel emotional. Now, it seems that the only school she wants to attend is Donghai University. Enrolling in MIT, just wanting to go through the transfer method. Face those teachers who refused her enrollment in the first place, and successfully enroll in East Sea University. Because, being able to get into MIT is equivalent to being recognized by a top international educational institution. As long as she is willing to return home, the domestic educational institutions can be said to be unconditional acceptance. And it will also give a variety of generous benefits. Not to mention the few universities in the imperial city, she can choose any of them. And after choosing, if the other party is not willing to accept her, all right, the other party will instead be held accountable from above. After all, such a talent, when put into any country, is an unattainable existence. Being willing to come to East Ocean University, that's East Ocean University's blessing. I don't know exactly what the situation was 3 years ago. But now, if anyone from our school still dares to reject your high school classmate, not just the school's senior management, even the institutions and systems of East Ocean will not let them off. With a slight sideways glance, one could see the other party's handsome face, and a little closer, one could even kiss. Chen Shui carefully looked at the other party and blushed. This high school classmate of yours is not an ordinary bull. Han Qianma did not retort. Maybe it was out of guilt, or maybe the other party simply didn't provide a current photo. What was hanging on the data card was still Lin Ruoyu's photo from 3 years ago in her high school uniform. Looking at the familiar, chubby face in the photo, Han Qianrua had the trance-like feeling that everything happened yesterday. Massachusetts Institute of Technology is frying in Mei Li, right? Let's go find her. Chen Shui froze and hurriedly pulled the other side. Wait a minute. Mei Li Fry is across the ocean. Such a faraway place, are you sure you can go? Han Qianlong blandly said, shrinking into the earth has a distance limitation, but it's not as short as this. Short to this kind of place? The corners of Chen Shui's mouth twitched twice. Alright, even if you can swoosh right over. And still find her in person without a hitch. And then what? Bring her straight back? That's a Missouri Fry. I've heard that all the Dasha people who go there will be under FBI surveillance. Lin Ruoyu is so bullish, the likelihood of being spied on is much greater than normal. With your shooing ability, what if they find out? Do you think that they would let you leave there? Han Qianlong was unimpressed. It's none of my business if they let me or not. Let alone this low martial world, even if it's the Nine Heavens continent, there's no place I can't go to, much less someone who can stop me from going there. Chen Shui stared at her beautiful eyes. And then what? They make a move, and you fight them? And then the World War. And then you destroy the world? In that case, what's the point of you looking for Lin Ruoyu? Han Qianma had a needless look on his face. If it's gone, it's not like it's a wonderful world. At that time, the big deal is to take my parents, Lin Ruoyu, and you, and ascend to the upper world where aura is more abundant. It's guaranteed that the environment and order there is much better than here, much better. Chen Shui sighed, a hint of tenderness and emotion in her eyes. Thank you for being willing to bring me when the world is destroyed. But just because you're willing to take me, doesn't mean you're also willing to take my parents, my family and friends, my parents' family and friends. Just because you're willing to take Lin Ruoyu, doesn't mean you're willing to take Lin Ruoyu's parents, Lin Ruoyu's relatives, friends, classmates, and all the people she cherishes, or can't part with. You're a demon lord, you can cut off unnecessary ties. But we can't, we're mortals. As mortals, we can only love this world. Although it has a lot of unpleasantness, it also has a lot of beauty. More importantly, it is always our home, the place where we have cried, laughed, been happy, and suffered. Not everyone wants to cultivate immortality or magic. You're not sure if Lin Ruoyu is willing to follow you out of this world? Then don't go and break the original balance and peace of this world just yet. Let it remain as it is, okay? Han Qianma nodded. Good. There wasn't much thought or hesitation, and it seemed incomparably casual. Ah. If it wasn't for knowing the other party's identity. Chen Shui almost thought that the other party was being perfunctory. To be persuaded back so easily? The secret of this guy sure devil's success, is it hard to listen to persuasion? Han Qianma looked at the computer. The registration information says that she'll be back next week. By then, if she hasn't reported for duty, then we'll go find her. Chen Shui snapped back in a trance. Ha? Oh. This is fine. Han Qianma turned back and looked at the other party indifferently. The condition for the use of shrinking earth is that when you use it, you must think of the appearance of the target location, or the appearance of the target person. 3 years had passed on Earth. Lin Ruoyu's appearance had, more than likely, changed quite a bit. Meaning, thinking about Lin Ruoyu's appearance 3 years ago would most likely be useless. To find her, one could only go through the online photos and go to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology first. Universities were generally very large. Finding it this way was not only difficult, it was also really easy to make people suspicious. That was the main reason why he listened to the advice. Chen Shui didn't understand the other party's meaning and cocked her head, asking, So what? From a distance, it looked like she was being held in the other party's arms. The 4 eyes were facing each other. Han Qianma looked at the other party's clear eyes. So, you'd better not get plastic surgery in the future. Otherwise, I might not be able to find you. Bang! Bang! The moment she heard the last sentence, Chen Shui's heart violently jumped twice, and it was getting faster and faster. Chapter 19, Housemates. Done. Chen Shui took the information in Luo Chaocai's hand and handed it to Han Qianma. This is your student ID. This is your meal card. This is your. With these things, you're a member of our school. And it's impossible for ordinary teachers and classmates to notice that there's something wrong with your identity. Speaking here, she came up with an envious face. What's more crucial is that you don't have a fixed class schedule. If you want to take anyone's class, just choose them directly inside the class selection system. It's okay if you don't want to take classes. You can go wherever you want and sleep in your dorm room all day. No one can control you. Cool. Such a dreamy way of attending classes had been her dream since she was in elementary school. Han Qianma recalled the scene before she was reborn, when she was in high school. At that time, she had to get up at 6 in the morning, read early at 7, go to class at 8, and study late at 11 at night. It was even more fulfilling than being in jail. If you take the mentality of the time and substitute it into the present situation, he thinks. Can't say it's not cool. Can only say, cool. People's sadness and joy, sometimes they are connected. Seeing the other party happy, Chen Shui is even happier. Go see your dormitory. Han Qianma froze. I have a home to live in. Even if you don't live at home, it shouldn't be a problem to live at your place. Chen Shui's pretty face flushed, counting her fingers and looking away. If you're willing to stay at my place, of course I welcome it. But whether you live in the dormitory or not, they'll leave it empty for you there. Because in principle, the school doesn't allow students to rent a house outside. Han Qianlong nodded. Good thing too. This way, at least you'll have a place to stay at school. Usually staying at Chen Shui's place, going home if you want a bit of peace and quiet, and being able to live in a dormitory when you're at school. Having more places to land is not a bad thing. Aha! Chen Shui nodded her head and looked at the dull-eyed Luo Chaocai. Then what about him? Han Qianma spoke faintly. Don't bother with him. After saying that, he walked towards the outside. Glancing at Luo Zhaokai, who was sitting on the swivel chair, Chen Shui turned around and followed the other party's footsteps. The duo had just left in front of them, when Luo Chaocai regained consciousness. Looking at the computer in front of him, he tapped the keyboard twice. 2 transfer students. 1 has been taken care of now. Sighing heavily in relief, he couldn't help but sigh. Both are tough characters that can't be messed with. Already took care of 1. I hope that the remaining 1 will also go smoothly and never go wrong. A hostile manager's office. The person in charge handed the key to Chen Shui. Head up the hill. Those two buildings at the top are it. On the left are the senior apartments, and on the right are the international student apartments. Your apartments, on the left. Right, a reminder. The international student apartments have recently been under renovation, and there are two international students who have temporarily moved into the senior apartments, living right next to you. Pay attention to the harmony between your classmates, don't fight, don't make trouble, and if you have any problems, come directly to the teacher. Chen Shui nodded. Okay, thank you, teacher. The host teacher looked up. And it's okay to fall in love. Don't mess around with group activities. Not to mention letting yourself go in the hallway or on the balcony. If you are discovered by the teacher or reported by your classmates, you will be expelled directly. Chen Shui was embarrassed. Teacher, you misunderstood, I'm actually not his. The host teacher waved his hand. Alright, no matter what your relationship is. Anyway, remember my words, this is a college campus. Before you do anything, think about the impact on the school as well as on your future. Chen Shui glanced at Han Xianma next to her and nodded awkwardly. Okay, teacher. On the way to the top of the mountain, Han Xianma looked at the endless stream of students around him and couldn't help but sigh. Still, college life is good. Chen Shui smiled bitterly. Compared to high school life, college life is definitely much better. There's no need for early morning and late night study sessions, and when there are no classes, you don't even need to get up early. If you're willing to spend money, even the dormitories can be one person per room. It's much freer than high school life. Han Qianlong didn't retort. I knew college students were free. But I didn't expect that it could be free to this extent. Not only could they fall in love casually, but they could also live with their significant others while attending school. Compared to high school, it was simply two worlds. Chen Shui sighed. Actually, it's mainly because high school life is too depressing. It can't be helped, the domestic environment is like this. If you don't roll, you have to be rolled down by others. Han Qianlong breathed a small sigh of relief. No more rolls. From now on, game the world. What's the point of rolling when you've already rolled as an invincible devil? Lay flat. Swing for the fences. Do whatever you want. Youth should be used to indulge, not to disappoint. Looking at the other party's cozy appearance, Chen Shui's face also bloomed into a sunny smile. Good. No more rolls. Whoever loves to roll goes ahead. It's more important than anything to be happy with yourself. At this moment, Han Qianmo was wearing white short sleeves and blue denim 7-minute pants. Sheep, on the other hand, was wearing a high ponytail and white short sleeves and blue slim jeans. When the pedestrians on the road saw them, they couldn't help but look back. In their eyes, they were full of envy and jealousy towards this high-value couple. When they arrived at the dormitory entrance, Chen Shui was still talking and laughing with Han Qianmo. Suddenly sensing something, Han Qian more casually grabbed and caught the basketball flying towards Chen Shui. Suddenly stunned, Chen Shui was astonished. In this dormitory, how could there be a basketball? Just then, two stocky, dark-skinned men with rap accents walked towards them. Hey, monkey. Throw the basketball in your hand over here. Remember, don't ever mess up your rhythm. Looking at the dormitory that had been transformed into a basketball court, Chen Shui made sure again and again that she hadn't made a mistake. You guys aren't sick, are you? This is someone else's dormitory. What gives you guys the right to take someone else's dormitory and turn it into a basketball court? The two men looked at each other and wiped the corners of their mouths. One of the men walked up to Chen Shui and said in a commanding tone, "Are you also a student of this school? I'll give you a chance to be both of our girlfriends. I promise that I will let you experience the joy of heaven." Chen Shui looked disgusted and subconsciously backed away. Are you sick? Another man walked up to Han Qianma and threatened him in a cold voice. Yo, monkey, if your girlfriend doesn't say yes, then we'll be here to beat you up. And then, the school will expel you. Yo, because. Whoosh. Before the words were finished, a breeze blew by, and his body turned into a puff of smoke as if kerosene was burning out, drifting away with the wind. Throughout the entire process, Han Qianma didn't look at him more than once. Chapter 20: The Blind Date. Chen Shui's chest continued to rise and fall. Seeing this scene made her heart feel much better. Subconsciously, she hid behind Han Qianma. The current her could be described as liking the way this demon lord's way of doing things more and more. What? The remaining man was first stunned, and after scanning the circle to make sure that his companions had really disappeared, he realized the seriousness of the problem. Miyafu? Chinese Miao? What is this Chinese Miao? How can it be so magic? Han Qianma said indifferently, within 10 minutes, restore this room to its original state. Swish. The man's face changed drastically, and the whites of his eyes looked incomparably abrupt as he stared. The other party's words were as if they really did have some sort of magical power, causing him to unconsciously reach out and take a step. In his heart, he was filled with fear. I have to say, the other party's labor talent is really not ordinary. Han Qianma said 10 minutes, but he completed the task in 7 minutes. Student, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have offended your girlfriend. I promise to God that such a thing will never happen again. Please. Please forgive me this time. Before this, he had always thought that those magical daxia kung fu actually only existed in movies. The daxia people in reality could be considered unbearable. Only at this moment did he realize that he was wrong. The real daxia kung fu was far more magical and terrifying than in the movies. Han Qianma walked into the dormitory. Get out. The man thought that the other party had spared him and smiled with a wide brow. Thank you, friendly daxia friend. As a result, just as he stepped out of the door, a breeze blew by, and his body turned into dust, drifting with the wind into the flower bed downstairs. It became the fertilizer that nourished the flowers and plants. Chen Shui did not care about this scene, and waited for the black smoke to completely dissipate before stepping into the dormitory. Just after stepping through the door, she couldn't help but cover her nose. Good. What a great smell. Han Qianma didn't retort. Too lazy to get it. Change a dorm room. Chen Shui nodded. Aha! Luo Chaokai is the international student counselor, and those two men just now should be under his control as well. When the time comes, you modify his memory, plus these so-called international students, in their own countries, are originally refugees. No one should care about their disappearance. As for the room change, why don't we go and see which rooms are empty first? After we've chosen them, we'll let Luo Chaokai arrange them. Han Qianma nodded. It's fine. In the end, the duo chose an apartment on the top floor. The view of the entire East Sea University could be quite empowering. Who? Standing on the balcony, facing the breeze, Chen Shui opened her arms with a cozy face. You know what? When I enrolled in school, I looked at this apartment. I can say that I was very satisfied. But I, in the end, still didn't choose to live here. Han Qianma casually asked, why? Chen Shui sighed. Because the first time I came here, I saw someone performing in the hallway. Even though it's the next building over and it's far away, it's enough to show how bad the environment here really is. The so-called high-class apartments were actually entertainment venues for those rich second-generation people. Among them, most of them came here for purposes other than studying. They usually had nothing to do, and had plenty of time to fall in love and engage in entertainment. In addition, each of them has an extraordinary origin and background. The hostel manager does not dare to control more, can only indulge their indulgence. Chen Shui did not have the idea of falling in love during college. At the same time, she couldn't accept their open-mindedness and behavior. That's why she chose to rent a house outside, not for any other reason, just for the sake of peace and quiet. Han Qianma was indifferent. They themselves don't mind showing it to people, what do I mind? It's fine, it's quite nice here, just here. Chen Shui smiled bitterly. All right. You're a demon lord. Only you bring distress to others, who can bring distress to you? Han Qianma turned back and looked at the other party indifferently. I bring you trouble? Chen Shui looked at the other party in a daze and replied in her heart. Brought. You broke my principles. Suddenly thinking of something, Chen Shui asked tentatively. His Excellency the demon dignitary. You wouldn't even be able to do something like eavesdropping on the heart, would you? Han Qianma's face didn't change. You guess. Chen Shui scratched his head. How can I guess this? In the next moment, she had an idea and planned to test it. So in her heart, she said, Han Qianma, you're just a big dummy. Whoosh. In the next moment, a slap was slapped to her cheek. Chen Shui's eyes widened, her forehead covered in cold sweat, Looking at the palm that was less than a centimeter away from her face, she swallowed deeply. You heard that? Han Qianma spoke faintly. Your eyes are not right. Smiling slightly, he lowered his palm. Just kidding. As long as you don't do anything wrong to me, I won't hurt you. Chen Shui sighed in relief, her eyes reddening. Oh. Han Qianma froze for a moment. Why are you still crying? He was pretty sure that he hadn't been serious just now, and he didn't even have a killing aura. Otherwise, even if he hadn't hit the other party would have instantly turned into dust. Chen Shui turned her back and wiped her tears. I thought that you really wanted to kill me just now. Han Qianma said blandly, overthinking it. You've seen me kill, and more than once. Which time did you see me do it? Chen Shui's heart still didn't calm down. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I won't make such jokes in the future. A drop of cold sweat seeped out of Han Qianma's forehead. Still haven't grasped the right balance? It seems like I'm really not suited for jokes. He didn't resent jokes. He was even willing to joke with the other party, he just overestimated his level of joking. I'll treat you to dinner. Chen Shui turned back, coaxing nicely. I want to eat fatty fish. Han Qianma cried and laughed. Okay, tube full. Chen Shui turned around and walked ahead. I want to eat the kind of pike-side fish that doesn't have thorns. $29 a catty. Han Qianma nodded. A whole one is yours. Don't. In that case, you won't have the stomach to eat fat intestines. You have no idea how great the fat intestines in that store really are. Would like to hear about it? The next day. The two left the rented apartment together and arrived at the school. At the main entrance, Chen Shui, who was wearing a high ponytail and a dress, was still the center of attention. And in her eyes, there was only His Excellency the Demon Lord in front of her. Today is Friday, and the classes you chose won't take effect until next week. So today, you don't actually have to stay in school, you can go somewhere else to hang out. Han Qianlong, who was originally looking elsewhere, turned back bashfully. It's fine, I'll follow you on the sidelines, learn about modern medicine, maybe I can improve my ability to repair and create things. Chen Shui nodded happily. Good. As soon as she turned around, she saw a slightly familiar face, walking down from a BMW X6. It's getting late, let's hurry inside. Right at this moment, the man who had long since noticed her rushed to speak. Chen Shui, why are you avoiding me? Han Qianma looked at Chen Shui's nervous expression and asked curiously. He is? Chen Shui shook her head. Just a classmate, let's go, you're a Geisher demon sovereign, there's no need to greet this kind of mortal. Thinking that Geisher devil was a screen name, the gentleman smiled and said, my name is Feng Tingxiu. The son of the head of the Feng clan in the Eastern Sea. Also her blind date. Looking towards the man beside Chen Shui, Feng Tingxiu's face was covered in a warm-hearted smile. Dare I ask if your excellency is? Chapter 21. This man is not ordinary. Han Qianma looked at the other party faintly, didn't say anything and turned around to leave. Chen Shui subconsciously followed him, just ran 2 steps, then ran back and said to Feng Tingxiu, when my mom gave me your picture, I told her that I don't want to be in a relationship yet. Then you called me, and on the phone, I also said. I don't want to be in a relationship yet, much less a blind date. You might think that saying it over the phone is a bit perfunctory. Then I'll tell you again in person now. The blind date thing, just pretend it doesn't exist, please don't ask me out again. Sorry. With a hint of guilt, giving the other party a bow, Chen Shui said no more and turned to leave. Feng Tingxiu didn't say a word. After watching the other party turn around, he quickly caught up with the man who was called His Excellency, the Demon Lord, and he always wore a smile on his face. On the other side, Chen Shui, who had caught up with Han Qianma, exhaled heavily. So I was the one who overthought it. Han Qianma faintly responded. What? Chen Shui looked embarrassed. I thought before that this Feng Tingxiu would be difficult to deal with. So I've been avoiding him. As it turns out, I didn't expect that people are quite good at talking. As long as the words are said clearly to his face, in reality, people won't mind at all. Han Qianma's face didn't change color. Is that so? Chen Shui nodded. Yeah. Can't you see that he kept smiling just now, and never got angry or impatient from start to finish? You said before that if a person has evil thoughts, within 100 meters, he will be affected by you, amplifying the evil thoughts in his heart and becoming twisted and hideous. But obviously, he didn't have a reaction similar to Luo Chao's eyes just now. Han Qianma responded, a person who is slightly eroded by demonic qi and reveals his nature is just the purest of evil people. This kind of evil person couldn't say that he wasn't evil, but he was indeed more pure and relatively less dangerous. In contrast, those who had kind faces, who always kept a smile on their face, who felt good to be around, but in reality, had darkness in their hearts, were the ones who were more dangerous. Chen Shui froze. Are you saying that he is deliberately hiding? To be able to maintain his sanity and not expose his nature despite the erosion of demonic qi. If that's true, then this kind of person is indeed even more terrifying. But how did you see it? Didn't you say that you don't know how to read minds? Han Qianlong turned and took a step. Killing aura. The eyes of a person who wants to knife can't be hidden. Chen Shui was puzzled and rushed to follow the other party's footsteps after returning to her senses. What do you mean? Han Qianma spoke blandly. He wants to kill me. Chen Shui was startled. This isn't so bad. It's the first time you and he have met, and it's the first time he and I have met. Even if he thought you were my boyfriend, and thus developed a grudge against you. It's only the first time we met and he's thinking of killing you. This inner. How dark this heart must be. Seeing that Han Qianma didn't respond, Chen Shui looked grave. Then what are you going to do? After following the other party for so many days, how could she not know the other party's style of doing things? Han Qianma said blandly, it's just a mortal. Just kill it. Chen Shui didn't retort. If he really has murderous intentions towards you, then it should indeed be killed. But if you kill him directly, what if my parents ask about it later, or if his parents find out clues and find someone to investigate us? She's not afraid of revenge, she just doesn't want her peaceful life to be broken. Han Qianmo blandly said, don't worry, it won't. There's only one thing you have to do, and that's to forget about his existence and pretend he never existed. This matter of killing, he was a professional. Chen Shui stood in place, her beautiful eyes wide. Nightfall. Fang's group building, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the president's office. Feng Tingxiu, who was wearing a shirt with a wide-open neckline, was holding a glass of red wine and looking out the window. Have you found out? The man beside Chen Shui, what exactly is his identity? Chen Shui's father was a wine merchant with a fortune of over $100 million. He met Feng Tingxiu's father during a Chamber of Commerce event. The two had the intention of joining forces and discovered that each other's children, both of whom were close to marriageable age, were also fated to both be studying at Donghai University. So they arranged this blind date. As long as they find each other suitable, they will choose an auspicious date to hold an engagement ceremony. In this way, the two families would be able to work closely together. At first, Feng Tingxiu, like Chen Shui, did not take this matter to heart. Intended to casually go through the motions, perfunctory, and then continue their own daytime pretending to be a person, the night is a ghost of indulgence life. In his opinion, business cooperation mainly depends on the interests. Feng and Chen's families had already reached an intention to cooperate, and with or without this marriage, the cooperation would go on. The marriage was just to add a guarantee to the cooperation. It could be there, but it was not necessary. However, after he learned that Chen Shui was the flower of the medical school department of Donghai University and had never had a boyfriend until now, his mindset changed. Because he who had read countless women knew one thing. In this day and age, a woman who is beautiful, has a good body, is a good match, and is clean is like a phoenix feather. In his opinion, a woman like Chen Shui was indeed very suitable for marriage. Playing is playing, but sooner or later, the family has to be formed. Otherwise, his parents will not easily let himself inherit the family business. The so-called family establishment. First make a family, then you can establish a business. People who do not have a family, the heart is uncertain, it is difficult to do great things. He still knew these principles. In his eyes, Chen Shui is his own inheritance of the family business, reproduction of future generations of quality tools. However, this tool has rejected him and chosen someone else. He had never suffered a woman's rejection, how could he swallow this breath in his heart? Behind him, the male secretary wearing gold glasses lowered his head, his forehead covered in cold sweat. This person's name is Han Qianmo. The information shows that he's not an ordinary person. Rather, he is a body in the collection of the medical school of Donghai University, a large body. Eyebrows raised, the surprise on Feng Tingxiu's face fleetingly disappeared. Yet actually what? A large body. That would be a dead person. How could a dead person be alive and well outside and be the boyfriend of a hospital flower? It was obvious that the information was wrong. The reason for this situation is also very simple, that is, this man is not simple. Reading a book, he was able to hide his true identity. The family background behind him must be extraordinary. Chapter 22 Redemption. The male secretary responded, I guess the real situation should be. The original Han Xianrua has indeed died and turned into a large body of the medical school collection. Then his family was demolished, and his parents obtained a large sum of demolition money. Afterwards, relying on this money, they found Han Xianmore's older or younger brother who had been missing for many years, and followed the name Han Qianmuo. Feng Tingxiu turned back, like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at the other party. You guess? The male secretary looked embarrassed. Our people, we didn't find Han Xianmore's parents. So it's impossible to determine if the information on the enrollment data card is accurate. One can only make reasonable speculations based on the information available. Feng Tingxiu frowned and kicked at the other party. Reasonable your mom. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Listen to how ing bullet is. The male secretary who fell to the ground didn't dare to retort and hurriedly climbed up, bending over where he stood. Other than that, I really can't think of any other possibility. Drinking the red wine in his cup in one go, Feng Tingxiu looked out the window with a gloomy face. No matter what, at least one thing has been determined. That is, his family doesn't have much of a background, it's purely just a thug. In that case. Speaking here, he raised his hand and made a neck-wiping motion. The male secretary nodded. Have the assassin wait on his way home from school? Then pretend to brush up against him. Wipe his neck straight away. It doesn't take much preparation or a professional killer. A knife kill can be done with $100,000 or $200,000. Feng Tingxiu gave the other party a blank look. Do I need you to tell me the details? The male secretary apologized repeatedly, then changed the topic. Then how will Ms. Chen get it? Still following the original plan to pursue her? Feng Tingxiu coldly looked out the window. Chase after your mom. Prepare the latest model of medicine for me. Tomorrow night, I'll take her down. In his opinion, the probability that Qin Shui, who already had a boyfriend, was still an intact woman was almost zero. A woman who wasn't a perfect body, no matter how pretty she was, wasn't qualified to be her wife. But marriage was out of the question, playing around was still possible. A sinister smile surfaced in his eyes. Feng Tingxiu played with the wineglass in his hand. After tomorrow, I'll let her join the club. After a month, I'll then make a collection of videos of her universalizing the world and put them in the company's safe. This thing, but it's going to be more binding than a marriage license. Cold Evil smiled as he looked confident. I believe that with it, her father will definitely work with our company, properly. After saying that, he then, with a cozy face, handed the wineglass to the male secretary behind him, asking the other party to pour the wine for him. However, what he got was an indifferent response. Buying murders and destroying people's reputation seems to be just a routine for you. Swish. Feng Tingxiu's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously turned around. It's you? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that a wisp of green smoke dispersed, and the male secretary who was originally supposed to be standing in front of him was nowhere to be found at the moment. His heart snapped, and for a moment he thought he was dreaming. Little. Where is little Zhao? Why are you here? Who let you in? Han Xianma didn't answer. As if he was taking a walk, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out the window. The scenery here, it's really nice. Suddenly remembering the secretary's words earlier. The real Han Xianmo was actually a large body that was treasured in the medical school. Feng Tingxiu's back went cold and his entire face was bloodless. Ghost. Are you really a ghost? Ah. With a horrified scream, he turned around and ran. Whether it was a dream or not. There was only one thought in his head, hurry up and get out of here. The farther away from the man in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the better. In the apartment, sitting on the sofa, Chen Shui held the remote control and kept changing the TV station. She, who was apprehensive in her heart, actually, had no idea what was being broadcast on the TV station. Right at this moment, an inserted news item nudged her out of her trance. Latest news, Phongtingxiu, the heir of Phong Group, jumped off the roof of the Phong Group building half an hour ago and died by suicide. And before he died, he left behind a video of his last words titled Atonement. Chen Shui's beautiful eyes widened, and in the next moment, she saw Phongtingxiu, who had a lax gaze, appear on the TV series screen. On July 6, 2012, I abused my neighbor's cat and posted the video online. January 25, 2013, experiencing the joy of it, I encouraged my playmates, together with firecrackers, to blow up 30 dogs bought from the pet market. In June 2014, I began to try to kill people. And carried out my plan by targeting a neighbor's child. For various reasons, I was eventually acquitted. From then on, I began to regard human life as nothing. But anyone who didn't see eye to eye, as long as they had no background, I would find a way to get rid of them. In October 2016, I took out my classmate and forced his sister. After that, I learned to enjoy myself as an adult and started a club. In March 2017, the number of people in the club surpassed 5. And under my leadership, it finished in the 1000s. In April 2019, we played our first woman to death. Looking at Phongtingxiu on the TV, Chen Shui covered her mouth, stunned and terrified. She didn't dare to imagine. If Han Qianmuo hadn't sensed the other party's true colors, how miserable one's own end would be. A few minutes later, Phongtingxiu on the TV finally finished his crime and made a confession. For what I have done over the years, I am deeply guilty. The only thing I can do is to die to thank for my sins. The video ended. The staff broadcasting the news sighed deeply. Mr. Phongtingxiu's ending is regrettable. With this, I hope that the general public will take warning and never follow in Mr. Phongtingxiu's footsteps. At the same time, I also hope that his father, the city's outstanding philanthropist, Mr. Phong, the chairman of Feng's Charity Foundation, will be able to express his condolences. The people who saw this news were not just Chen Shui and a crowd of ordinary people. There were also the Phong family's crowd as well as Phongtingxiu's parents. Phongtingxiu's mother, Ma Huilan, was still bawling under the comfort of a group of relatives. Phongtingxiu's father, Phong Decai, gritted his teeth as he watched the hosts on TV. Who let them publicize this matter? Who let them show the video? The secretary had just finished hanging up the phone and ran over with his ass on the line. Chairman, I found it. The video of Gonzi jumping off the building was captured by the next building's surveillance. The atonement video was the male son himself, posting it online. Phong Decai had a gloomy face. The next building? Are you saying that the person who paid the TV station to report on this matter was the chairman of Hangyuan Group, Su Wanjun? The secretary didn't retort. It's not necessarily Su Wanjun himself, but this matter, it definitely has nothing to do with Hangyuan Group, or the Su family. Chapter 23 Yellow Realm Martial Artist. The Phong Group and the Hangyuan Group were rivals. Targeting each other never stopped. But how could Phong Decai not have expected that the other party would take aim at his only son? Woe is not as bad as family members. Phong Decai was so angry that his face was bloodless. Since you guys don't follow the rules, then don't blame me for being unscrupulous. Glancing at his wife, who was still crying, he turned around angrily and brought his bodyguards to the deepest villa in the mountain village. Master Ma, please be sure to avenge Ting Xiu. The murderer is Su Wanjun, the chairman of Hangyuan Group. No matter how much it costs, I want him dead. Dressed in a tang suit, Ma Guobao, who was sitting cross-legged on a futon, opened his eyes. Old me has already heard about Ting Xiu's matter. But I still want to ask one more question. Do you really believe that Hangyuan Group is the real culprit behind this incident? Phong Decai, who was still angry and had long since lost his mind, had a puzzled look on his face. Master, what do you mean? Ma Guobao was puzzled. The video, the old man has seen it. Ting Xiu's eyes are lax, and he has gas and no spirit. It's obvious that either he's been poisoned by a parasite, or he's been subdued. But no matter which means, I don't think that the truth of the matter is really as simple as it seems on the surface. Other than that, with my old me's understanding of the figure of Su Wanjun, he just isn't such an impulsive person. Truly such a person, he wouldn't be able to become the boss Su of today. Hearing this, Phong Decai calmed down a little. To the side, the secretary said, is it possible that the person who made the move was a senior member of Hangyuan Group, or more directly, even Su Wanjun's son? Su Wanjun didn't know about it in the beginning, and only ran out to tout it later. Feng Dekai did not refute. There is this possibility. Therefore, I would like to ask you all, so far, whether or not you have any substantial evidence that proves that the Han Yuan group is the driving force behind Tingxiu's suicide. If not, you can't be so impulsive. When you fall for someone else's plan of driving a tiger to swallow a wolf. Hiss. Everyone around could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. After a moment of silence, Feng Di only calmly asked, then according to Master's high opinion, this matter, how should it be handled? Ma Guobao thought for a moment and snapped twice. Afterward, the crowd saw a tall man in a black trench coat walk out from the shadows. Ma Guobao said, this person is the old man's close disciple, named Wang Dong. It is a genuine Yellow Realm martial artist. Hearing this, the surrounding bodyguards were stunned. A Yellow Realm martial artist? Even better than a Special Forces soldier. An existence where one person can fight dozens of people. Tisk. This kind of legendary level martial artist, This is the first time I have seen it. Feng Dekai looked at Wang Dong and nodded. Hello, Mr. Wang. This unruffled aura. It is truly a master teacher. Wang Dong did not respond. Ma Guobao, who was at the side, said, the old man intends to let Wang Dong go ahead and conduct a secret investigation. Start with Ting Xiu's life trajectory in recent times, and see who he had contacted and what he had done before he was born. This murder, it doesn't seem like it was planned for a long time, more like it was done on impulse. After all, if it was planned for a long time, no one would have gone this far in this realm of the Eastern Sea. Therefore, looking at who Ting Xiu has recently contacted and offended, the probability of finding out the truth, on the contrary, will be greater. Feng Dekai nodded. Worthy of being a master, every word counts. In the apartment, Chen Shui was still talking to her mother. He asked me out a dozen times before, and I didn't say yes. It was only this morning at school that he and I officially met. The mother on the other end of the phone was incomparably blaming herself. It's all your father's fault, he didn't even investigate the person's background clearly, and just based on the other person's identity, he let you go on a blind date with them. It's scary to think about it now. Chen Shui sighed. Hey. Who says otherwise? But you can't completely blame Dad. Knowing people and not knowing their faces. Who would have thought that that gentle, bookish rich son, behind his back, is a total big pervert? Mother said, whatever. I mean, when you get a boyfriend, and what kind of boyfriend you want, your father and I will never interfere in the future. Everything is up to you. At most, when you bring him home, we'll help you keep an eye on him. Lest when the time comes, something like this comes up again. Before, she had always thought, what parents chose for their children, definitely can't be wrong. Now she realized that anyone who chose could be wrong. Letting the child choose for himself would be wrong, but at least he wouldn't regret it. Chen Shui was elated. What about Dad's side? Can he agree? Mother responded, I'll do the ideological work on his side. Honestly, I think the family's bottom line is already thick enough. In my opinion, there's no need to do whatever it takes to move up the ladder at all. It's almost enough. If you continue to climb further, the wealth you get, although it will be more, but the pleasure you get, not so much. What do you say? Chen Shui was very pleased. Mom, you finally figured it out. After chatting with the other party for a while, exploring the meaning of life. Only when she heard movement coming from the living room did she hurriedly hang up the phone. I almost forgot, there's still water boiling in the pot. Mom, I'll leave it with you for now. Mother took it at face value. You little fuddy-duddy. How dare you run around with water boiling in the pot? Hurry up and take a look. Live alone. Be sure to be safe. Got it. Chen Shui responded and casually hung up the phone, rushing out of the bedroom, and sure enough, she saw His Excellency, the Demon Lord, sitting on the sofa watching TV. You're back. That? I bought new towels, do you want to take a bath today? Don't worry, I had the bathroom remodeled. The used wastewater, instead of going down the drain, now goes into a closed cistern. The workers got it done during the day. It shouldn't be a problem for you to wash now. Han Qianma didn't refuse. Good. Seeing the other party get up and take a step in the direction of the bathroom, Chen Shui hurriedly took out the newly bought clothes. This is the short sleeves and 7-minute pants bought for you. This is the pajamas and pajama pants bought for you. A blush surfaced on her pretty face, glancing at the other party's crotch and hurriedly looking away. And the underwear. All estimated sizes and roughly bought. You first try if it fits. If it doesn't fit, then take it and change it. Han Qianma took the pajamas, pajama pants, and panties from the other party's hands, glancing at the cartoon pattern on top of the panties, his expression unchanged. Good. Who? Seeing that the other party didn't mention any comments and walked directly into the bathroom with the clothes and pants he had bought, Chen Shui removed the heavy burden from her heart. It looks like he's still quite satisfied. Humph. This young lady's vision is really extraordinary. Just pick and choose, he likes them all. Lying on the sofa as if relieved, Chen Shui's face was covered in coziness. A few breaths later, the sound of water clattering resounded in the bathroom. Her originally calm heart, once again stirred up. Chapter 24 Chen Shui, I want you to hug me. Bathroom. Han Qianmo held the shirt and pants he took off in his hands, ready to throw them into the basket containing dirty clothes. Instead, he found that there was a black bra as well as a very small, black pair of panties in the same style as the bra. He felt a twinge of surprise. These are her panties? It feels less than fist-sized. In his impression, although Chen Shui was slim, she was concave and convex. Especially her lower body, which could be described as very perky. So he was puzzled. So small, wear it on your body. Won't it strangle? Of course, the reason was because he didn't realize that girls' clothes and pants, which were generally very elastic, looked small, but actually fit well. The basket contained Chen Shui's changed clothes. It was impossible to mix his own clothes with other people's clothes, so Han Qianmo casually placed the clothes in his hand on the vanity. Walking under the rosette, he washed his face while wetting his hair. Only when he took the shampoo and body wash did he realize that the only thing sitting on the vanity was the shampoo and body wash that Chen Shui used. The moment I opened the cap, a Chen Shui's scent hit me. Not caring about these details, it only took him 10 minutes to finish washing his hair and body. And dry the body, the water in the cistern all steamed dry after changing into clean clothes, out of the bathroom. See wearing white loose short-sleeved, pink loose shorts Chen Shui is sitting on the sofa, eyes unfocused looking at the TV, a pair of well-proportioned white long legs, brightly in together. Han Qianmo casually asked. What do you want? At this hour, shouldn't you be going back to your room to sleep? Suddenly stunned, Chen Shui subconsciously turned back. I want you to hug me. The next moment. The air was suddenly quiet. Han Qianmo, who was wiping his hair, stood in place and looked at the other party expressionlessly, a drop of sweat seeping out from his forehead. Did I just use words follow law on him? Otherwise, why did she say what was on her mind? Wait a minute. That's not the point. The point is, she said she wanted me to hug her? Why? Is there some special meaning? After spending 100,000 years with the Devil's Path Empress. But in reality, it had always been the Devil's Path Empress who had been chasing him and taking the initiative towards him. Coupled with that, the Devil Dao Empress' understanding and gentleness, she almost never lost her temper with him and kept him guessing her mind. This ultimately led to the fact that despite having 100,000 years of love experience, he still hadn't learned to guess a girl's thoughts. Put. Poof. Chen Shui's eyes widened as her heartbeat grew faster and faster. Did he just use a spell on me? Definitely. Why else would I say what's in my heart? Right. It's all his fault. Those words just now were definitely not coming out of my heart. Who? Taking a deep breath, Chen Shui just wanted to open her mouth to explain, but suddenly realized something. I can't take the initiative to open my mouth, let alone explain anything. I am now being controlled by him. A controlled person cannot do anything on their own initiative. Right. Don't move, don't talk. Calm down. Calm down. Seeing that the other party was silent, Han Qianmo thought that he had really inadvertently used the words out of the law. Snapped. Snapping his fingers, he said in a slightly embarrassed manner, to prevent my used bath water from leaking. After taking a bath just now, I used hellfire to steam dry the water inside the cistern. Maybe the demonic aura hasn't dissipated yet. The words that I said became words are not as good as they seem. Sorry. Hearing the other party say so many words in one breath for the first time, Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly went down the steps. No. It's fine. It was just that up until now, her heartbeat was still fast. That. I'm a bit cold. I think what I need more than anything right now is a jacket. Right, a jacket. Seeing the other party go to get a jacket, Han Qianmo returned to his senses and said, "Oh. So it's because it's cold, that's why you want a hug?" Thought that there was some special meaning to it. That. I want to say, tonight you sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the couch. After all, it was the bed that the other party had slept on, and he slept on it, and could smell the other party's scent all night long. Waking up in the middle of the night, he still thought that the other party was beside him. There was always an illusion of having slept with the other party. Chen Shui scratched his head. You're a gaijin. Sleeping on the sofa, it's not appropriate, right? Han Qianmo walked over to the sofa and sat down. Don't worry, even though I'm a demon exalt, I'm not as pretentious as you think. The Nine Heavens continent's 100,000 years hadn't been all about gaming life and extravagant enjoyment. In the previous tens of thousands of years, when he led the demon race to conquer the world, not to mention a bed, he couldn't even find a flatter rock. Although he was a demon exalt, he was also a demon exalt who had suffered. There weren't that many preoccupations. Chen Shui still felt that it was inappropriate. Why don't we join together? I mean, let's sleep in the bedroom together. I also have an air mattress bed, one of us can sleep on that. Her mom had a key to the apartment and would come here to visit her when she was traveling. And it was the kind that never said hello in advance. She was worried that it wouldn't be easy to explain in case her own family came over and saw a guy sleeping in the living room. Sleeping in the bedroom was no problem. Because she knew that her parents were more understanding. Although they wouldn't say hello in advance before coming over, but trespassing into their children's bedrooms was something they would never do. No need. Han Qianmo turned off the TV with the remote control. Sleeping on the couch is the same. Go in and sleep. Don't you have class tomorrow? It's fine, don't mind me. Chen Shui hesitated. No. It's mainly because my family could come over at any time. It's really not convenient for you to sleep in the living room. After listening to the other party's explanation, Han Qianmo hesitated, but it's even more inconvenient for a lone man and woman to share a room, right? Chen Shui smiled bitterly. Don't worry, I don't have the habit of sleeping naked. Of course, if you do, pretend I didn't say that. Han Qianmo's face didn't change. I don't either. Chen Shui had a subdued face. That doesn't work. You're a demonic father, is it hard to believe that you wouldn't be able to hold on to a mortal like me? If you really have that thought, with your ability, wherever you sleep, I won't end up the same. Han Qianmo laughed. You're quite thoughtful. Seeing the other party smile, Chen Shui had a fascinated look on her face. As far as I can remember, this is the first time I've seen you smile. It's so pretty. Han Qianmo got up and walked over to the other party, looking at the other party from a close distance. With a joking tone, he said, saying that I want to plot against you, in fact, the person who wants to plot against should be you, right? Put. Poof. So close that they could completely feel each other's breathing, Chen Shui's heart was beating wildly as she forced herself to stay calm. You're an invincible devil, even if I wanted to, I couldn't help you, Isn't it? Han Qianmo was unimpressed. That's natural. The night was deep and quiet. Chen Shuixin, who was sleeping on the air mattress bed, was in turmoil, with only the other parties even breathing in her head. Fall back to sleep. Devil father greatly, your sleep quality is also too good blah blah blah. After several breaths of silence, Han Qianmo, who was sleeping on the bed, faintly replied back. Something's wrong? Chen Shui was slightly stunned. You're not asleep? Han Qianmo responded, asleep, but I can also hear you speak. Under the moonlight, Chen Shui's beautiful eyes widened. What kind of magical skill was this? After hesitating for a long time, breathing more and more rapidly, she still gathered her courage. That I want to say is, can you hug me slightly? In her opinion, the other party is not asleep. What asleep can still hear you speak is lying to themselves. In other words, the other party cannot sleep. In her heart, she had the same thoughts or feelings as herself. In that case, then take the initiative. A quiet night, maybe. Something could happen in the story. Chapter 25 Laying down, confessing, and communicating. As it turns out, the probability of a lone man and woman sharing a room and nothing happening is almost zero. Not to mention, one of them still liked the other. Noticing that Han Qianma had remained silent, the pretty red-faced Chen Shui was violently stunned and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those words. I'm sorry. Heavens! Chen Shui, what the hell are you talking about? How can you be so unreserved and shameless? He was handsome and a geisha demon. He is the most outstanding and domineering man in this world. But you two have only known each other for a few days. Besides, he doesn't like you. As a girl, how can you take the initiative to say such shameful words? Are you angry? Noticing that the other party did not answer, Chen Shui was a bit flustered. Han Qianma, who was sleeping on the bed and resting on his arm, responded faintly, no. It's too late to be happy about being liked, why should I be angry? He thought it was an illusion at first, but he didn't realize that the other party really liked him. Chen Shui was not relieved. Then why did you not say anything for half a day? It gives me the feeling of being angry. Han Qianma responded, I was thinking about the probability of resurrecting her, how big is it? If it can't be resurrected, or if it can only be resurrected tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years later. Should I follow her last words and find a new Tao partner? Otherwise, this long road to immortality would be too boring. Chen Shui asked, how long have you been separated from her? Less than 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Chen Shui laughed bitterly. That's right, compared to 100,000 years, 1,000 years really isn't that long. Turning back to the other party, she hesitantly asked, have you thought about it then? To find a new mate or not? If you want to find one, should you look for Lin Ruoyu, or? Han Qianma sighed. I don't know. When she comes back, repayment is certain. But whether or not it will be with her, it's really not certain. After all, being together is a matter of two people, in case she doesn't like me now. I can't force people either, can I? Chen Shui had a certainty on her face. Don't worry, you're so strong and unique, she'll definitely like you. And don't forget, in high school, she liked you. Even transferring from Massachusetts Institute of Technology to East Ocean University was fulfilling your previous agreement. There's definitely no problem on her end. Now it's up to you, whether you like her or not. Han Qianma shook his head. I don't know. Chen Shui was mentally prepared, but she was still a little anxious by the other party's answer. Then do you like Lu Jiajiao? Han Qianma didn't hesitate. Not like. One could even say, never liked it. Being nice to her in high school was just trying to return the favor. This point he was very sure. Because even now when he recalled the time spent with Lu Jiajiao, there was only anxiety, uneasiness, and apprehension. In contrast, spending time with Lin Ruoyu was instead more relaxed and pleasant. Even if the Lin Ruoyu at that time was indeed fat. Chen Shui was silent for a moment, but still asked the question she was most concerned about. If Lin Ruoyu comes back and tells you that she still likes you, would you choose to be with her? Han Qianma nodded. I would. Chen Shui's eyes were flickering. After biting her lip, she still mustered her courage. What about me? Have you ever liked me? Really, I damn well feel like a green tea right now, no, just a. I know you're looking for Lin Ruoyu, but I still can't help but like you. Now I even suspect that I'm in love with you because you're handsome, powerful, and unrivaled. Put in a drama, it's a shameless mistress, green tea whore, look in the mirror and feel disgusted. But I just fell in love with you. This is the reality, what can I do? Han Qianma's expression remained calm. Don't get so excited. There's nothing to get excited about. He was a demon lord. The bad guy of bad guys. The leader of the demons. There was no need to care about the so-called morality, much less the eyes of the world. In his opinion, not to mention that Chen Shui was not a mistress, even if she really was a mistress, what did it matter? The key was still to see if he liked it or not. Take it easy? Chen Shui tightly gripped the quilt, even her expression became slightly distorted. Green tea, Junior, I wasn't like this before. I don't know why, I've become like this now. Really? Really even I feel sick to my stomach. Want to vomit. Han Qianmo responded, first of all, Lin Ruoyu and I aren't together, I'm single now, there's no such thing as a so-called mistress. Then, have you forgotten what I said before? Looking towards the other party, he had a calm face. I am the demon monarch. The Dark Knight monarch, the source of all evil. The evil thoughts and desires in one's heart will be amplified just by being near me alone. Not to mention, these days, you have been with me and are now still sleeping in the same house. Suddenly stunned, Chen Shui's eyes widened. Are you saying that? It's really you who influenced me? Han Qianma nodded his head. After being with me for so many days, you just couldn't control the urge to like me and the instinct to have sex with me. Compared to that, it's already considered very, very, very innocent and kind. Really, I'm not kidding. When he was in the continent of the Nine Heavens, he had personally seen the scenes of those demonesses and magical girls seducing strong men. They didn't even need to get along with each other, they only needed a look, and the so-called righteous people, the strong immortal cultivators, would, under the banner of getting rid of devils and defending the way, they will take action against them. The same applies when you switch genders. In front of those demon emperors, devil emperors, female cultivators who are not at a sufficient level are also unable to control themselves. The reason was simple. The demonic cultivation was originally about following one's heart, being unrestrained in following one's heart's desires. The demonic chi accumulated must be the miasma that takes the heart and messes with people's minds. It's just that individuals are different and have different levels of ability to resist the charm. So it's like this. Suddenly feeling much better in her heart, Chen Shui looked towards the other party with a suspicious face. Wait, you couldn't have said that on purpose to comfort me, right? Han Qianma looked at the other party indifferently. Do you think that there is a need for this? An ordinary person's life was only a few dozen or 100 years, and Chen Shui, who had eaten the life extension pill, had a lifespan of only 1,000 years. In front of 100,000 years, in front of a geisha demon, it was really too small. There was simply no need for him to go through the trouble of lying for such a small existence. Heavily breathing out, Chen Shui seemed to have opened up quite a bit. Then is there a way to solve this problem? Han Qianma nodded his head. The solution is simple. First, you go to monasticism, abstain from lust, cultivate your sex, and cultivate to the extreme. Not only can you be desireless, but you can also prolong your life and gain strength beyond that of mortals. Chen Shui shook her head. It's too bitter. I don't want it. Han Qianma continued, second, leave me. I don't want it. Chen Shui didn't hesitate and blurted out. Han Qianma didn't retort either. Third, leave it alone and let nature take its course. Chen Shui thought about it. If you don't care about it, what if one day can't control it, what should I do? Han Qianma had a disinterested look on his face. Then there's no need to control it. He said, what if someday? In the event that one day, this father sees you as a good eye and wants to take you in, won't all these problems be solved? So, now there is no need to think so much, the devil. Just do what you want. If you don't do whatever you want, what's the point of being a devil? Why don't we just call him Model Heavenly Father? Chapter 26 Chen Shui was planted with the demon seal. No need to control is mean? Chen Shui spread her legs apart and sat on the air mattress bed, staring at the other party in a daze. Han Qianma said bluntly, no need to control means. When it really comes to that, just eat you. Looking at each other's face, never before seen evil, Chen Shui's heart plopping, jumped straight, breathing also more and more rapid. Eat me? Yes. He was a demonic father. If he really had that idea, he didn't need to ask for anyone's opinion at all, he would just do it directly. Then, what about me? Chen Shui clenched her thin red lips and looked away with a face full of shame. I can't control it anymore, what should I do? Han Qianma was silent for a moment. Depends on the situation. It's not impossible to satisfy you when you're in a good mood. Swish. Hearing this, Chen Shui's body trembled, her pretty face covered in scarlet. Then your current mood, how is it? It's not that I can't control it. The main thing is that I really want to be hugged by you, or even kissed. Sitting under the moonlight, she was wearing a white loose body shirt and pink loose shorts, her long hair falling wantonly over her bare shoulders. Under the moonlight, her petite body looked extraordinarily soft, as if it had merged with the moonlight, her skin glowing with a faint shimmer. A pair of curved, thin legs were as delicate and beautiful as if they were works of art. Han Qianlong looked at the other party indifferently. Come. Chen Shui's delicate body trembled. Ha! She also never expected that the other party would be so straightforward and direct. Han Xianma responded, "Forget it if you don't want to, sleep." Want. Chen Shui no longer hesitated and hurriedly stood up, walked to the bed, and sat down on her side. 2. How? During the 100,000 years, he and the Devil Dao Empress had done all sorts of attempts and research. He didn't know how to fall in love, but when it came to technique, he didn't lose to any dude on earth. Open your arms. Hug me. Chen Shui nodded and opened her eyes with a shy face and slowly closed them. The next moment, she felt an extreme warmth that wrapped around her entire body. So warm. Is this what it feels like to embrace with someone you like, in a hug? It was really too happy. Just as she was about to open her mouth and speak her inner thoughts, a softness that wrapped around her softness. Oh. Snapping her eyes open and looking at the man in front of her, she was instantly intoxicated and her jade arms couldn't help but wrap around the other person's neck. Han Qianma asked, "You haven't had a boyfriend?" Chen Shui nodded. Well. Then you're done. The moment they parted, Chen Shui looked at the other party in surprise. Finished? What's finished? Han Qianma blandly said, "Not having a boyfriend means that just now was your first kiss." Right. Yeah, what's the problem? Han Qianma looked at the other party's red lips. My magic element is the most powerful male breath in the 9 heavens continent. It will carve a mark in your body, so that you will never be able to accept, again, a weaker male breath than this one. To put it simply, in this world, there isn't any man whose manly breath is weaker than mine, which means that in the future, you will only be able to receive me as a man. Chen Shui not only didn't feel frustrated, but was instead happy. Isn't this quite good? Han Qianmo was slightly surprised. You probably didn't understand. Let's put it this way. That kiss just now has planted the demon seal in your body. You won't be able to fall in love with anyone else in the future, and if you forcefully have sex with another man, you will be revolted by the mark and explode to death. This kind of seal was different from the ones he left on his parents, and had no protective effect. The only function was restriction, similar to the chastity belt in ancient times. Once there was a betrayal of him, no matter if it was active or passive, he would explode and die. Chen Shui nodded. Well, I accept. Isn't it just being your maid and only being loyal to you alone? I'm willing. Breathing rapidly, her heartbeat accelerated. At this moment she felt that the distance between her and the other party had reached an unprecedented level of intimacy. Han Qianma had a bashful face. Welcome to the Demon Clan. No restraints, do whatever you want. Without returning to the air mattress bed, the two embraced each other. This night, although it was only a small fight and didn't do anything like that, but the relationship between the two was growing closer and closer with the naked eye. Snowy, what happened to your lips? How does it look, a little swollen? In the classroom, the dazed Chen Shui was woken up by the classmate next to her, and her face instantly turned red. It's nothing. I ate a mango, a little bit allergic. She knew that Han Qianma was already gentle enough, but her own lips were too fragile. The female student beside her noticed the clues. An allergy is a small red spot, right? It's obvious that you've been kissed like this. Chen Shui's face reddened into an apple. Go, don't talk nonsense. The classmate laughed. This is a university, not a high school, they are all adults, it's normal to fall in love. But this sneaking around and not telling everyone is just wrong of you. Someone noticed the new, explosively handsome face sitting in the back. It can't be him, right? Yuki, there you go. Such a handsome boyfriend, no wonder he won't tell everyone. So it's because you're afraid that everyone will steal him. LOL. Chen Shui held back her red face, unable to say a word. The classmates on the side rushed to stop. Alright, he's handsome, and she's still the flower of our medical school? It's not certain who earns and who loses. Looking towards Chen Shui, she had a serious face. But the rules can't be broken. As I said before, whoever gets a boyfriend first in our dormitory has to treat the entire dormitory to a big meal. Although you live outside, in essence, you are still a member of our dormitory. For this meal, don't think of reneging yo. Chen Shui took out her cell phone and sent out a big red packet in the dormitory group to spell out her luck. How much to eat depends on the individual. I won't invite you for the meal, mainly because there are more courses lately. Really? Really don't have time. She also wanted to invite. The key is that the other person, Lord Demon, is not her boyfriend yet. The roommates grabbed the red envelopes and stopped saying anything more. Alright, it's also a bit of sincerity. In that case, we can only wish you guys well. Right, Chen Shui, what's his name, which major, which class? Don't worry, we're just gossiping, we definitely won't go around talking about it. Chen Shui's face was flushed red as she secretly looked at the location where Han Qianmo was sitting. In the next moment, she was violently stunned, and only then did she realize that on that seat, it had long been empty. After class, she found the other party at the first opportunity. Finding that the other party was standing in the center of the playground, she hurriedly walked over. My demon lord! There's a surveillance camera in the classroom, aren't you afraid that you'll be photographed with a whoosh like that, and it'll be transmitted to the internet and said that it's a paranormal incident? Seeing that the other party did not respond to her, Chen Shui immediately realized what was going on and subconsciously sidestepped, bypassing the other party and looking ahead. In the next moment, her eyes widened violently. She's Lu Jiajiao? Chapter 27 Lu Jiajiao. Chen Shui had seen each other before. Because Lu Jiajiao, this person, in the school is very high profile, even by the same class of boys, to pursue such a small matter, is also made known to everyone. On the contrary, she was pursued by dozens and dozens of rich and handsome people at the same time, the flower of the academy, even more little sense of existence. Pulling Han Qianmo aside, Chen Shui asked in a low voice, you want to kill her here? Han Qianmo's face was bland. Or else. I, Demon Lord, still need to pick a day to kill someone? Chen Shui's willow brows furrowed. This is a school, there's surveillance everywhere. Can we change the place? Or ask her out to a place with fewer people and then do it? Han Qianmo didn't retort. It's possible. Ah. Chen Shui froze. Never in a million years did she think that Lord Demon would listen to her words so well. Just then, Lu Jiajiao opened her mouth. So, what exactly is this situation? Looking up and down at the woman in front of her, whose face value was no worse than her own, she had an unhappy look on her face. You know this young lady? And who is he? Your boyfriend? Looking towards the somewhat familiar man in front of her, she always felt that she had seen him somewhere. How do I feel? Where have I seen him before? Can't it be that he was also one of this lady's suitors, before? Wu Zihao had to attend a private party organized by his friend. He asked her to come back first. With her heart stifled, she called her suitor at the first opportunity. She asked him to buy her breakfast for the next day and to meet her at the playground. Only then she will feel better in her heart. As a result, I did not expect, breakfast is not yet available, but first met another pursuer. See this situation. Her heart, there is a guess. This man, quite handsome. If he is really this lady's suitor, this lady at that time, certainly will not refuse him. There is only one reason for not having an impression. That is, this man was not so handsome at that time. It was only after being rejected by himself that he changed. And, also found the face value does not lose this Miss Girl as a girlfriend. The purpose is to come back to stimulate this young lady and hit this young lady's face. Humph. With a smile in her heart, Lu Jiajiao wrapped her arms around herself, her face full of coziness. It wasn't like she hadn't encountered such a situation before. So much so, that she had already summarized the experience. That is, such a situation, more than anything else, indicates one thing: in the other party's heart, there is no way to truly put down. If really put down, will not engage in these boring tricks. The first thing you need to do is to look for someone to come back and hit you in the face. More show, their own in the other side of the heart of the importance of. The so-called beautiful girlfriend, in essence, just used to cover up the sadness, stimulate their own tools only. On the importance of the other party's heart, simply cannot compare to their own. After the heart has a number, Lu Jiajiao's face is covered with complacency. Look at the other party's eyes, full of disdain. On the side, the boy who brought him breakfast realized the sense of crisis and looked unhappily at Han Qianmo. Jiao Jiao is asking you, hurry up and answer. Chen Shui hurriedly pulled Han Qianmo back and gave the other party a clear look. You are? The boy was full of confidence. Fei Xiaoyang, class president of class 203 of the Department of Economics and Management. Zhi Jiao's classmate. Saying this, he couldn't help but look at Lu Jiaojiao and said tentatively, also Jiaojiao's best friend, bar none. Seeing that Lu Jiaojiao didn't retort, his heart was very happy and his smile was all sweet. Oh. Chen Shui indifferently said, then it's just dog licking. There's nothing for you here, wherever it's cool, stay there. Fei Xiaoyang's mouth twitched. You. Seeing that the other party is so beautiful, even quite a bit more beautiful than his own goddess, he didn't dare to get angry at all. Even if it wasn't for the presence of Lu Jiaojiao, he wouldn't have been able to stand here at all. After being scolded by the other party, he directly turned his head and left, not even having the courage to talk back. Without taking care of this licking dog, Chen Shui directly looked at Lu Jiaojia, who was sizing up Han Qianmuo, pondering. Don't look. He's Han Qianma's brother. An existence that women like you can't afford to reach. Swish. Suddenly stunned, Lu Jiaojia had a look of dismay. Han Qianmo's brother? I told you how he looks so much like Han Qianmo. Yet the temperament and the feeling he gives off is completely different from Han Qianmo. So he's Han Qianmo's brother? Carefully sizing up the man in front of her, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. But how come this young lady hadn't heard of it before? Han Qianmo has another brother who looks so much like him. Where on earth did he come from? Chen Shui coldly said, don't you care? Right now, we're only asking you if Han Qianmo committed suicide or not. 3 years ago, shouldn't you give his family a due explanation? Lu Jiaojiao didn't pay attention to the other party's question, always looking at this Han Qianmo's brother in front of her. Are you really Han Qianmo's big brother? Where is my best friend? Where did you get her? Wang Fengxia called to tell her, forced Han Qianmo parents to find her trouble, and then make a big deal, to win public sympathy plan, has completed the first step. Just waiting for her to come back to act. After she came back to Wang Fengxia call, but found that the other side of the phone how to call no one answer. Now it seems the other party is most likely to fall into the hands of this brother in front of the eyes. Han Qianmo blandly said, kill. Swish. Fei Xiaoyang by the side's face changed drastically and his heart tightened. What the hell? Is this dude so fierce? He even dares to kill people. This term's love rival is also too ferocious. Lu Jiaojiao first froze, then smiled disdainfully. You think you can scare me by saying that? It was originally a plastic love affair between her and Wang Fengxia. In her opinion, that nymphomaniac Wang Fengxia most likely chose to submit after seeing the other party's face value, and then betrayed herself. Now it was a society with the rule of law. Really killed someone. It was impossible to still be standing here unharmed. Brother Han, right. After a moment of silence, an enchanting smile surfaced on Lu Jiaojiao's face. I'm sorry for what happened to Qianlong. Tell you what, tonight, I'll treat you to a meal. While apologizing to you, by the way, we'll chat about the matter about Qianlong. Honestly, I really feel guilty about his death. Although, this matter really has nothing to do with me. Dinner in the evening? And alone? Hearing this, Fei Xiaoyang instantly became unhappy. Jiaojiao, are you crazy? You didn't hear him say that he's killed people? Lu Jiaojiao blanked the other party. Kill you? You believe whatever people say? This brain of yours, no wonder after chasing this lady for so long, you can still only be a spare tire. Fei Xiaoyang lowered his head. Even if it's a spare tire, it's still your spare tire. I'm willing. Lu Jiaojiao liked the other party's humble appearance. Dinner tonight, you pay. Oh, good. What are you still frozen for? Why don't you hurry up and book a place? Noticing that big brother Han didn't refuse, she knew that her seduction had worked. The younger brother likes himself, and the older brother can't resist his own charm. Giggle, they really are blood brothers. Oh. Coldly glancing at Han Qianmo, Fei Xiaoyang knew that with the other party's face value, something would definitely happen with his goddess tonight. Although he hated the other party. But he was still calculating, not only should he book a place for dinner in a while, he should also buy props and safety tools. Because only if they behaved well, they would have the chance to wait by the side when they were having fun. When the other party is tired, push the other party and continue to please their goddess. Chapter 28 Fei Xiaoyang, I want to play auxiliary. Seeing Fei Xiaoyang leave, Lu Jiaojiao, who had her arms wrapped around her, turned her head and looked at big brother Han's girlfriend. What is your name? Chen Shui. Sister Chen Shui, don't misunderstand. I asked Big Brother Han out, I just wanted to talk about Han Qianma. The dead are great, there are some things that should not be known to outsiders. It can only be talked about in private, so I hope you don't mind. Chen Shui glanced at Han Qianma next to her and smiled bashfully. Don't worry, won't. Failing to irritate the other party, the corner of Lu Jiaojiao's mouth twitched. Just pretend. After tonight, you'll be able to realize what it means to have lost your love. At that time, you will be able to understand where the gap between you and this lady lies. Nightfall. Inside an upscale couple's hotel. Inside the room. All kinds of exquisite dinners were placed on the table, and the very special bed was filled with all kinds of props as well as safety items. Looking at these things, Fei Xiaoyang's heart kept pumping. Jiaojiao, are you really going to do it with him? What if Wu Zihao finds out? He knew his goddess. After recognizing the face value of Big Brother Han, he knew that his goddess, there was absolutely no way she would let the other party go. It didn't matter if the other party was Han Qianma's brother or not, and it didn't matter if the other party was here to find her in trouble or not. Tonight, all of them would be taken down by her. Not for any other reason, for the goddess's face value, he still had considerable confidence. In his opinion, even if the other party really came to ask for trouble. In his opinion, even if the other party is really here to ask for trouble, in the end, under the goddess's active offense, obediently surrendered their weapons. He also wanted to become the object of the goddess's offensive. However, he did not have the opportunity to do so. Lu Jiaojiao wrapped her arms around her. Hurry up and get lost when the stuff is done. You're a mature-licking dog, don't let this lady look down on you. Fei Xiaoyang was aggrieved. I am. I'm afraid that Wu Zihao will beat you up. You know, my family is not as rich as his family. It's not like I can't beat him. If he beats you, I can't do anything. I can only comfort you afterward. Just like last time. As soon as he mentioned last time, Lu Jiaojiao became angry. He can find other women, even with his own friends, to go to private parties. Why can't this young lady have sex with other men? Besides, it's not like he knows about this. Unless, you have the intention of snitching. Fei Xiaoyang waved his hands back and forth. No. How could I possibly do something to betray you? After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath. Then can you let me serve you guys on the side? Although he looks very fit and imposing, his body is comparable to a fitness trainer. But you should know that the muscles of a fitness trainer are all imaginary. Explosive power alone, endurance is a piece of. I'm afraid he can't satisfy you. If he can't move in a while, I can help you. Lu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes widened in shock. You want to me? Fei Xiaoyang, you've changed. Becoming strange to me, making me feel terrible. Fei Xiaoyang hurriedly explained, No. I mean, if he doesn't have the strength. I'll help you hold him and continue. Only after hearing this did Lu Jiaojiao reveal a gentle gesture. You, then, really have a heart. Patting the other party's shoulder, she said gently, Let's do it this way, next time. Next time, we'll play auxiliary. I'll try his output ability first. See if it needs to be paired with an assist. I promise you, if it's needed, I'll definitely look for you next time, not anyone else. Hearing this, Fei Xiaoyang's face blossomed into an excited smile. Good. Only look for me. Not looking for anyone else. Sure enough, the goddess only has me in her heart. With a heart full of joy and anticipation, Fei Xiaoyang no longer lingered and turned towards the door. In the corridor, rubbing shoulders with Han Qianma, his face sank. I'll stay on guard outside. Your brother's matter is in the past, don't try to use this to find trouble with my goddess. And if you wear it, I'll forgive you. Han Qianma ignored it and walked straight into the room. Bang! Hearing the sound of the room's door being closed, the corners of Fei Xiaoyang's mouth twitched, and immediately afterward, a smug smile appeared on his face. What's with the tugging? To Jiao, you're just a temporary toy. When Wu Zihao returns, you'll still be nothing but abandoned. I'm different. Jiao said that in the future, even if you change men, you will only consider letting me play as a support. You can only accompany Jiao for a while. I, on the other hand, can always be by Jiao's side. It's clear which one is stronger and which one is weaker. With this thought, Fei Xiaoyang no longer lingered and happily took his steps. Room. Lu Jiaojiao, who was sitting in front of the dining table, deliberately crossed her legs the moment she saw the other party enter. Tonight, she wore a black wrap dress with a hemline so short that it just covered her hips. "Here you are, please sit down." Seeing that the other party still looked expressionless after sitting down, she said gently, "Don't be so nervous, brother Han, just relax. Why don't we eat something first? Or, drink some wine first? Eating could replenish physical strength. Drinking, on the other hand, could regulate the atmosphere." She knew that the other party definitely had something to ask herself. Before going to war, a heated discussion was bound to start between each other first, about Han Xianlong. Her thoughts were simple. About the discussion being as short as possible, so as to leave more time for an in-depth discussion. Han Xianlian didn't look at the meal on the table for a second. "This father is Han Xianma. Han Xianmore, there is no elder brother." Lu Jiaojiao, who was pouring wine for the other party, was slightly stunned and looked at the other party in dismay. Only after a long time did her mouth let out a dumbbell-like laugh. Cluck cluck cluck. Big brother Han really knows how to joke. Han Xianma is already dead, how could you be him? Besides, in high school, I knew Han Xianrui for 2 years. Although you and him are very similar, in terms of temperament, in terms of body. Him and you, it's a world of difference. Han Xianmo said blandly, "Does it feel like the difference between my father and him is like Captain Meili Fry before and after injecting the serum?" Lu Jiaojiao nodded her head repeatedly. Right. It looks like it's just not a person at all right. As soon as the words left her mouth, she was violently stunned, and the smile on her face had solidified. It didn't look like the same person at all. But in reality, that was the same person. Wait a minute. Her body tensed, Lu Jiaojiao's eyes widened as she scrutinized the man in front of her. "No way. You. Are you really Han Xianmo?" Chapter 29 The Game. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. Han Xianmo, who was sitting on the chair, crossed his legs and took it easy, but the other party, who had been telling him to "Don't be nervous, relax," tensed up his whole body. "Say it, why did you mess with my father 3 years ago?" The reason why he didn't kill the other party in the school playground wasn't just because of Chen Shui's discouragement. The main reason was still because he had discovered a little problem when he recalled the past. At that time, Lu Jiaojiao was, in the end, just a student. The family conditions weren't considered special either. How could she be so psychologically twisted as to deliberately induce her suitor to commit suicide by jumping into a river? Behind this, there must be some kind of hidden secret. He wanted to find out the truth behind this matter. That's why he prolonged the life of the other party. Lu Jiaojiao's eyes widened in horror, unable to speak. What's going on? Is he really Han Xianmo? If so, then what is this? A fraudulent corpse? Haunted? Or is he dreaming? How could she not expect that the beggar who was rejected by herself 3 years ago and was finally forced to jump into the river, has now changed his face and turned into a big handsome man? Appeared in front of herself again. And also made a girlfriend at the level of a hospital flower, and came back to hit his own face. What's more, the other party has obviously been dead for 3 years. And now it's alive and well, sitting in front of him like he's nothing? What is this? Is death not a good thing? Seeing that the other party didn't respond for half a day, Han Xianmo no longer hesitated and directly used the words "follow the law." Speak. Whether it's just now or now, from start to finish, he doesn't have the slightest bit of anger. With a sudden shudder, Lu Jiaojiao was shocked to find that her mouth actually moved unconsciously. It's because of a gambling game. Han Xianma clouded over. Keep talking. Sure enough, what happened 3 years ago wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Not knowing whether the other party was a person or a ghost, Lu Jiaojiao was terrified to the extreme, shedding tears as she opened her mouth. 5 years ago, on the day high school started, I unintentionally saw the chain in your hand, exactly the same as the one I bought. Then thought the bracelet in your hand was mine, then took the initiative to go up and questioned the thing behind. You should know. You took me for Lin Ruoyu, and I also felt that having a dog licker who is unconditionally nice to you and buys you breakfast every day is a very comfortable thing. And didn't tell you the truth. But in reality, long before I met you, I knew one of the top 10 families in the East Sea, the young master of the Wu family, Wu Zihao, and became his girlfriend. Han Xianma's face didn't change. Omit what I know and go straight to the point. Lu Jiaojiao had a wooden face, but she could never stop her tears. Wu Zihao knows what's going on between the two of us, moreover even, the idea of hanging on to you all this time was brought up by him. After you took me for Lin Ruoyu and started being nice to me, he would ask about you every day, then mock you and call you an idiot. Until one day, he took part in a bet. It was about when you are rejected by me, will you not be able to bear the blow and choose to live lightly. He bet that you would, and placed a heavy bet. Then arranged for me to reject you and strike you. As a result, you were indifferent and didn't care if I liked you or not. Han Xianma had a bashful face. He remembers his mindset back then. Being nice to Lu Jiajiao was purely just to return the favor. For the other party to be moved by this incident and willing to be with him, it was considered a much better ending. If he wasn't moved, or hated him, it didn't matter. The big deal was that this matter of repaying favors ended here. Therefore, when the other party suggested that he should stop pestering himself, he could be said to not have half the emotional fluctuations. Lu Jiajiao continued, the deadline is 1 week. Seeing that the bet is about to be lost, Wu Zihao was forced to threaten me and asked me to induce you to commit suicide at all costs. I fought for a long time. That's what led to the scene 3 years ago, when I asked you out on the Cross River Bridge. Han Xianma said blandly, that is to say, the person who really wanted to mess with my father was Wu Zihao. Including the bracelet, it's all a trick of his playfulness. Lu Jiajiao nodded. Right, that's right. After saying this, she realized that the power controlling her disappeared. Her mouth was no longer at someone else's beck and call. There was silence for several breaths. The next moment. Yikes! A scream resounded throughout the room. Terrified, she stumbled and fell to the floor, as if she had seen a ghost, and kept backing up on the floor, trembling and pointing at the other party. You? Are you a human or a ghost? Even if you are a ghost. Things have gone on for so long. Can't you just be generous and forget about it? Outside in the corridor, Fei Xiaoyang, who only heard the screams, frowned, his heart like a knife. That guy looked robust. In reality, also so fierce? Put my goddess, all made to cry? Looking at his legs, he leaned helplessly against the wall with a face of inferiority. No wonder Zhao Zhao refused to honor me. So it's really me, who can't compare to others? Inside the house. Han Xianma didn't answer the other party's question. Where is Wu Zihao now? The bloodless Lu Jiaojiao kept shivering. In the imperial capital. He should be with his friends right now, attending a private party. Where exactly? I don't know. Who the hell are you? Please, don't scare me, okay? I'm scared. Thinking of Chen Shui's reminder, Han Xianma didn't feel the need to bring Lu Jiajiao over right now. Tell him to hurry back. After 3 days have passed, if he doesn't come back, this father will kill his entire family first. Looking at the other party's back as he turned to leave, Lu Jiaojiao pressed herself tightly against the wall, her face covered in tears of collapse. Whoa. How could this happen? This can't be a nightmare. It's horrible. I need to wake up now, hurry up and wake up. Viciously pinching herself, the sharp pain went through her arm and hit her brain. Yikes. Wide-eyed, she was completely dumbfounded. This really isn't a dream? At the door, seeing the other party come out so quickly, Fei Xiaoyang, who was crouching on the ground, froze. So fast? Kid, it looks like you can't either. Han Xianma ignored it and directly walked past the other party. Cut. With a bit of confidence restored in his heart, Fei Xiaoyang rushed into the room. Jiaojiao, am I right, that guy is simply strong on the outside. Looks strong. In reality, it's false, endurance doesn't work at all. In the next moment, he violently noticed that his goddess Lu Jiaojiao was curled up in the corner, coiled her legs and shivering. What is the situation? This was being dried out? It wasn't that his staying power wasn't good, but that his own goddess was too delicate and couldn't resist his ravages. Jiajiao. Suddenly returning to his senses, Fei Xiaoyang subconsciously wanted to comfort the other party. The moment he lowered his head, he suddenly realized that his own hands, which were turning into dust, were slowly disappearing. What is this? His body was cold and he was unable to move forward, so he could only look at Lu Jiaojiao in front of him and shed tears of despair. Jiajiao? Who? As soon as the words fell, his body completely turned into dust and drifted away with the wind. Lu Jiajiao was still useful. And he didn't. This scene was just seen by Lu Jiajiao, who raised her head and violently covered her mouth that almost screamed out. In this instant, not only was she certain that this was not a dream, she was even more certain that Han Qianma had really returned. And had turned into an existence that was so terrifying that it was unimaginable, and that she absolutely couldn't afford to mess with. Chapter 30, You Shouldn't Be Here. Inside the apartment. Chen Shui, who was counting noodles in the kitchen, heard the commotion coming from the living room. Hurriedly, she took off her apron and rushed out. When she saw Han Qianma, a smile that she couldn't hide surfaced on her cheeks. Is everything alright? You already killed Lu Jiajiao? Han Qianma sat down on the sofa. No. The matter that Wu Zihao was the one behind it was briefly mentioned. After listening, Chen Shui sighed slightly. That's so. Then you mean, wait for her to call Wu Zihao back. And then the two of them will kill together? When she heard the other party say didn't kill, she thought that the other party and Lu Jiajiao had rekindled their relationship, and that's why they were merciful. Her heart couldn't help but tighten, and even her face changed a little. Han Qianma did not retort. In the past, you've always advised me not to kill. This time, why does it seem like, instead, you want me to kill her? Do you have a grudge against her? Chen Shui shook her head. Before I met you, I had only heard that there was this person. Don't even know her, how could I possibly have a grudge against her? Mainly still think, she has fooled you. This kind of person deserved to die. Han Qianma looked at the other party indifferently. What's cooking in the pot? Quite fragrant. Suddenly returning to her senses, Chen Shui rushed back to the office. Boiled big bone soup. I'll serve you a bowl first. In a while, the following is for you to eat. Han Qianma was a bit expectant, and in the next moment, he seemed to sense something and looked at the door. Someone is coming. Is it your family? Chen Shui in the kitchen snapped. I don't know. It's not like I have perspective. Just in case, you're still. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, she suddenly realized that Han Qianma, who was on the sofa, had already disappeared without a trace. Slightly relieved. Running pretty fast. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. She hurriedly wiped her hands and ran to open the door. Coming. As a result, the moment she opened the door, she realized that the person who came wasn't her own mother or her own family. Instead, it was a tall, unfamiliar man wearing a black sweater with a hat covering half of his face. Are you? After glancing at the living room and realizing that there was no one else, Wang Dong directly walked in and casually closed the door. Wang Dong, the Feng family has invited me here to investigate the case of Feng Tingxiu's murder. Swish. Chen Shui's pretty face changed color. Murdered? Didn't the news say that he committed suicide? The video of the jump, the video of his last words and whatnot were all released. How? How could it be that he killed himself? And you don't look like a police officer, ah. Wang Dong did not answer, coldly looking at the outstanding-looking female college student in front of him. I found out that the last outsider that Feng Tingxiu saw before he was born was you. In my opinion, even if he committed suicide, it definitely has nothing to do with you as a blind date. After all, before meeting you, he never acted erratically. It was only after meeting you that he became so strange. Chen Shui was in a cold sweat and kept backing away. You? What do you mean? You can't blame me for his perversity, can you? And what makes you think that I'm the last person he saw in his life? From the time I met him, to the time the news was released about his jump, there was a full day between. How do you know he didn't see anyone else in between? He told you in a dream? Wang Dong craned his neck. I have no intention of arguing with you. Pulling out a knife from his waist, he slowly approached the other party. My intuition tells me that Feng Tingxiu's death must have something to do with you. I believe in my intuition. So now, you only have one choice. Either honestly explain whether or not you found someone to use means against Feng Tingxiu. Either you will be cut through the clothes on your body by me with this knife and thrown to the street to be abused by beggars. At this time of the day, there are only 1 or 2 beggars roaming the streets outside. For a girl as beautiful as you, I'm sure that they will be very interested. At that time, it will be too late to call out to them and regret it. Chen Shui had an exasperated look on her face. You're sick. Suspecting someone to be a murderer based on intuition alone, and unreasonably using a knife to force a confession. What are you if you are not sick? Wang Dong smiled blandly. What are you trying to say? As a reminder, the time for consideration is only 1 minute, just the words of cursing also counts the time. Already cornered, but Chen Shui had a calm face. What I want to say is, you shouldn't have come. Noticing the fearlessness in the other party's eyes, which did not look like a fake at all, Wang Dong suddenly realized something and subconsciously turned back. Sure enough, he saw. Unknown to Wen, behind himself, there was a man standing. You are her boyfriend? The surveillance shows that the day Feng Tingxiu met with her, you were also present. Say, was it you and her who teamed up and killed Feng Tingxiu together? Seeing the other party's indifference, Wang Dong backhanded the hilt of the knife and stored his strength to dive. Answer me. Buzz. In the next moment, a powerful force was like a mountain, weighing heavily on his body. Boom. His legs went limp, and when he didn't stand still, he directly knelt on the ground. How could this happen? Raising his head again, what he saw was the other party condescendingly, looking down on him in a mighty and domineering manner. True Qi leaving the body, as mighty as a mountain. This is a move that only Xian realm powerhouses can use. You? Who the hell are you? How can you be more powerful than me? Chen Shui walked over to Han Qianma's side with only the other party in her beautiful eyes. Kill him directly? At this moment, she was like a demon girl beside the demon sovereign, and in her clear eyes, there was a hint of enchantment and evil. Han Qianma said blandly, kill one, and a second will come. Sometimes, the solution to a problem isn't necessarily only killing. Giving it enough fear is often more effective. Chen Shui nodded with a hint of coldness, faintly looking at the man on the ground. Looking at the couple in front of him who never answered their questions and did not even put themselves in their eyes. Wang Dong, who was in an ice cellar, finally realized something. He should not have come here. Feng family villa. In the dead of night, Ma Guobao sat cross-legged on his futon, waiting for the first wisp of morning's energizing energy. This was a habit he had kept for decades. This was also the reason why he possessed Xian realm strength and had crane hair. Who? After some exhalation, Ma Guobao felt that his heart was relaxed and refreshed, and within a few days, his realm would be able to go to the next level and break through to the peak of the Xian realm. Just as he was relaxed and ready to fully devote himself to cultivation, there was a sudden rattle from the doorway. Crunch! In the next moment, seeing that the one who pushed the door in was no one else but his most pleased disciple, he exhaled slightly. Coming to find Master so early. Can it be that there is a clue to Feng Tingxiu's death? Wang Dong slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes, as if they would explode at any time, incomparably hideous. Master! Do not provoke him. Don't provoke him. Don't mess with him. He is simply not an existence that we can fight against. Noticing that the other party's state was a bit off, Ma Guobao's face was puzzled. You? Just as he was about to open his mouth, with a loud bang, Wang Dong's body, in front of him, directly exploded into a blood mist. The only trace of blood that remained was all splattered onto his mute face. Chapter 31 Can't control it for the second time. Being woken up by the butler in the middle of the night, Feng Dekai was furious. However, he did not lash out on the spot because the butler's words made him realize that now was not the time to lash out at all. What did you say? Master Ma is leaving? Why? Did my Feng family not give him enough offerings? Why is he leaving? The butler shook his head repeatedly. I don't know. He's still packing his things now, he can't even be stopped. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. Feng Dekai accelerated his pace and arrived at the villa where Ma Guobao was staying. Seeing that the other party has already packed up his things, the sky is not even bright, he is going to leave. Feng Dekai blocked the doorway with a stunned face. Master Ma, why is this? Did my Feng family do something wrong? There really is something we did wrong, you say, can't we just change it? Why do we have to go? A single Shen realm martial artist alone was not an existence that could be easily invited, not to mention, under the other party's hand, there were still a dozen or 2 dozen yellow realm martial artists like Wang Dong. He knew that under normal circumstances, with the other party's strength, there was no way they could even look at the Feng family. It was even more unlikely that he would condescend to be the Feng family's envoy. The reason why he was willing to stay in the Feng family was more so just to repay the late old master's favor from back then. Feng Dekai was very clear. Once he let him go, if he then wanted to hire an offering of comparable strength to work for him and guard his family, it would not be a matter of how much money he spent. So no matter what, this old man in front of him absolutely could not be let go. Manhwa Bao summoned all of his disciples, all of whom had packed up their fine things with a determined face. After helping the Feng family for so many years of bad deeds, any more favors have all been paid back long ago. The karma is over. Forcibly staying will only bring calamity to each other. Mr. Feng, farewell. Feng Dekai's face changed drastically as he hurriedly grabbed the other party's wrist. Master Ma, I don't understand. Looking at the other party's cloudy old eyes, Manhwa Bao sighed deeply. He knew that the other party simply wouldn't stop until he made things clear. Let's put it this way, old man. The murderer who killed your son has indeed been found. But his strength is so strong that it has even exceeded your imagination and mine. If you make an enemy of him, I will die, and the mixed Yuan sect will be destroyed. The Feng family will die. Don't ask me who he is, and there's no way I'll tell you. Old me just wants to remind you. Don't look into it, just stop. Your son is to blame for what happened to him today. Follow the fate of heaven. If you continue to investigate, you are disobeying the fate of heaven. The consequences are unimaginable. After saying this, he stopped speaking and directly broke free of the other party's restraints, taking his disciple with him and leaving. The butler and the Feng family's crowd were sweating, looking at Feng Dekai with shocked faces. Master? Chairman? Feng Dekai was silent for a long time, gradually clenching his fists. I don't believe it. In this world, how could there be such a heaven-defying existence? The butler came to a realization. Master, what do you mean? Feng Dekai gritted his teeth. Obviously, this old thing did find out the identity of the murderer. But the fact that he gave up on continuing to track it down, and even gave up sheltering my Feng family, was not because of fear. Rather, it's because he received favors from the other party. The Feng family's relatives came to a realization. Embarrassed to eat from both sides, he felt that by doing so, he was ashamed of the old master who had favored him. That's why he's pretending to be cowardly here, saying that the other party is not to be messed with, and asking me to give up the pursuit. In reality, it's just that he betrayed the Feng family and has a ghost in his heart? Feng Tingxiu's mother was so angry that she stomped her feet. This damn Manhwa Bao took so many favors from our family, and in the end, he's still not satisfied, but still wants to eat his way out. Really old, cunning, and despicable. Including her, everyone around her, all of them looked at Feng Dekai with an angry face. Feng Dekai's eyes were covered in gloom. It doesn't matter who the murderer is. Dare to kill my son, I will make sure that his entire family is buried with him. Thinking that buying off a Manhwa Bao will end this matter? I have plenty of money. Even if I scatter my family's wealth, I will find a martial artist stronger than Manhwa Bao and kill the murderer to avenge Tingxiu. In the crowd, an underling who saw this scene quietly walked out of the gate and in a corner where no one was around, called the phone to his real boss. Boss. Feng family now, that's the situation. In the dimly lit clubroom, the man with his legs crossed hung up the phone and took a drag on the cigar in his hand. As long as Feng Dekai doesn't suspect that we got his son killed. This matter, there is no need to get involved. Just wait and watch the show and reap the benefits. The man sitting at the top, unable to see his face, who was being served by a pure young girl, did not retort. Zhao Tai. That nail household on the outskirts of the city, when exactly will it be fixed? Zhao Tai, who was standing in the center and wearing a suit, snapped. The situation is a bit complicated. Su Dao has disappeared. The few brothers responsible for greeting that nail household have also lost contact recently. The man spoke again. I'm asking you, when will it be done? Zhao Tai fretted, but still made a promise. Give me another week. After a week, that place is guaranteed to not have a single foreign object in it. Even more so, there are no so-called nail households. Upon hearing these words, the man sitting at the top of the table did not continue to pursue the matter, but instead extended his hand to the woman next to him. Inside the apartment. Looking at the stars outside the window, Chen Shui counted them one by one. However, after counting for an hour, she still couldn't sleep and was distracted. Turning back to Han Xianma on the bed, she took a deep breath. Lord Demon. Are you asleep? Han Xianma responded faintly, the same words, I don't want to say them a second time. Say something directly and stop asking such meaningless questions. Chen Shui sat up, looking at the other party and counting her fingers. Today, I'm below. The noodles under me, is it good? Han Qianma said honestly. Not delicious. Chen Shui looked embarrassed. Hee, is it? Sorry, it's also my first time cooking at home. Now it seems. I really don't have that talent. Han Qianma didn't want to pull these useless ones. Want to cuddle again? Chen Shui was violently stunned, her pretty face flushed red, and she shook her head repeatedly. No. Not like this. All right. People are indeed again a little. Can't control it. Han Xianlong sat up and turned his head to look at the other man. Come up. Demonic qi could catalyze people's evil thoughts, instincts, and desires, especially desires. And it was an effect that grew stronger the closer one got and the longer one spent together. He knew that Chen Shui was always just a mortal. Compared to ordinary mortals, such endurance was already good enough. Chen Shui trembled slightly, then with a face full of shyness, she carefully climbed in front of the other party. Lord Demon, you. Han Xianma didn't say much, directly pinching the other party's chin that was so white that it glistened in the moonlight and kissed it. Today, this father is in a good mood. You can be favored. Chen Shui, who was already intoxicated, snapped her eyes wide open, her eyes trembling. What do you mean? Han Xianma didn't answer, using his actions to tell the other party what he meant, exactly. Chapter 32, I don't believe it. Living room, kitchen, bathroom, balcony. All the lights in the house were all on. Inside the bedroom, Lu Jiaojiao, who was curled up in the corner shivering, finally called Wu Ziheo's phone. Hey, Ziheo, are you coming back? Wu Ziheo's impatient response and an indescribable voice came from the other end of the phone. Who told you to call this young master now? Don't you know that this young master is usually busy at this hour? Lu Jiaojiao pressed the anger in her heart. Something has happened. Something big has happened. Han Qianmo has been resurrected. And learned supernormal capabilities. You hurry back. If I don't come back, he'll really kill me. Wu Ziheo on the other end of the phone froze for a while and said in a strange tone, by Han Qianmo, you don't mean the beggar you played to death 3 years ago, right? What did you just say? Resurrected? And learned supernormal capabilities? Without waiting for Lu Jiaojiao to respond, a woman's silver bell-like mocking voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm not kidding. Lu Jiaojiao was scared and angry. He really came back. Fei Xiaoyang was all killed by him. If you don't believe me, you can go ask after you come back. Let's see if we can still find him now or not. Wu Ziheo scolded, you've had too much fake wine. Or maybe it's stoned, or maybe, when you go back, you're looking for fun behind my back. Have you been fooled by that group of people? Do you know what the hell your last name is now, and what the hell you're talking about? Lu Jiaojiao roared, I know. My name is Lu Jiaojiao. You're Wu Ziheo's woman. 3 years ago, if it wasn't for you forcing me to get Han Qianma killed in order to win that bet, he wouldn't have turned into a ghost and come back to me now. Wu Ziheo on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, realizing that the other party's mind was clear, not at all like he was stoned or drunk. That licking dog, really killed by him? Lu Jiaojiao cried and nodded. I don't know what he did. Fei Xiaoyang didn't even have a chance to resist before he turned into dust. Disappeared without a trace. Disappeared without a trace? Hearing this, Wu Ziheo once again questioned. It couldn't be that you gave it to that licking dog. Worried about being discovered by me, you let him run away. And worried that I would become suspicious of his sudden disappearance. So that's why you made up these lies. Not only did he die, also disappeared without a trace? That's too much bull. Only a fool would believe it. Lu Jiaojiao looked desperate. Even if I have to lie to you, wouldn't I make up a lie that sounds more reasonable and logical? Why would you make up a lie that sounds so bizarre? Although I'm not smart, I'm not that stupid. Wu Ziheo laughed. What if you are deliberately doing this? Reverse lasso me? Lu Jiaojiao's beautiful eyes widened, and she suddenly felt a sweetness in her chest, almost spraying out a mouthful of blood. You? Wu Ziheo comforted, all right, hearing is believing and seeing is believing. In this case, on Monday, you'll go back to that Han Xian MO and talk to him face to face. Don't think of him as Han Xian more, just do what the other party said before. Think of him as Big Brother Han Xianma. In front of everyone, accuse him of using Han Xianma's death to threaten you, intimidate you, and even force you to use your own body as compensation. Make a big deal out of it first and see how he reacts. Lu Jiajio was confused. It's already this time, what reaction do we need to see? Wu Zihao said in a cold and sullen manner, without seeing his reaction, how do I know if he is really Han Xianma? Don't worry, I'll call 2 people to protect you. You go ahead and do. I'll buy a plane for Monday morning, and I'll go back to school in the afternoon. At that time, it doesn't matter if he's Han Qiannuo or Han Qiannuo's big brother. I'll make him eat his words. Lu Jiajiao had a helpless face. Then the person you find, be more reliable. The current Han Qian Mo is really scary. I'm afraid that ordinary martial artists are no match for him at all. She also didn't want to face that person who had already died again, but she knew that if she didn't do it, Wu Zihao would come back and wouldn't let herself go just the same. At the moment, in her eyes, the resurrected Han Xianmo was a terrifying demon. However, she knew that there were some people that were countless times more terrifying than demons. Wu Zihao responded, don't worry, I'll have those martial artists who protect me protect you. With their protection, in the entire East Sea University, absolutely no one will be able to hurt you. He didn't believe that Han Xianmo would be resurrected at all. In his opinion, the person who was looking for Lu Jiajiao's trouble was, 9 times out of 10, Han Xianma's brother. It was only because the other party knew some special martial arts or alien arts that made Lu Jiajiao mistakenly think that the other party was some kind of demon or alien. One of the purposes of letting Lu Jiajiao condemn the other party in public was to ensure Lu Jiajiao's safety. Because he knew that in front of everyone, even if the other party was a martial artist, he would not dare to kill easily. Of course, the most important reason, or because he knew. The biggest problem right now was not Han Xianma's family coming to look for trouble, but the lack of money. Since Lu Jiajiao hadn't found Han Qiannuo's parents, it would be the same to use Han Qiannuo's brother to speculate. Even because it is Han Xianmo's brother, age and Lu Jiajiao similar. Can also put the dirty water deployment a little more dirty. The Han Xianmo brother, said to be no bottom line pervert, threatened to Lu Jiajiao loss of money and body. The actual fact is that you will be able to get more sympathy. At that time, then let Lu Jiajiao go live to bring goods. Business absolutely exploded. Lu Jiajiao nodded. Good, then you hurry up. Hanging up the phone, she looked at the bright house, still with a face of fear. It always felt that the resurrected Han Xianmo was hiding in a corner somewhere, secretly looking at herself. The next day, Han Xianmo awoke from his bed in a handsome manner. In the process of sitting up, he unintentionally saw a red flower blooming on the flowery white bed sheet. Putting on his clothes, he walked to the living room. Chen Shui, who was carrying breakfast, just happened to come out from the kitchen, and the moment she saw the other party, her pretty face was covered with a delighted smile. Wake up! Boiled 2 poached eggs, come and taste them. Han Xianmo looked at the bowl of egg drop soup with a smile on his face. Pretty good. Taking a sip, he realized that it was sweet. A frown appeared on his face. Horny eggs could be sweet. Egg drop soup being sweet always felt a bit strange. What, isn't it delicious? Chen Shui, who originally had an expectant face, was a bit disappointed after seeing the other party's reaction. Han Xianma's face did not change color. It's delicious. What I want to say is that it's delicious. Chen Shui smiled with an open brow. It seems that I still have some talent in this matter of cooking. There's more in the pot, so drink more if you like it. Han Xianma hurriedly changed the topic. You're injured. Eat this elixir, it will be much more comfortable. Receiving the elixir, Chen Shui had a puzzled look on her face. Injured? In the next moment, it seemed like she thought of something, and with a swish, her pretty face turned incomparably scarlet. Chapter 33, You've earned it. That's not an injury. Chen Shui lowered her head, not daring to look directly. You're a demon venerable and have lived for 100,000 years. It's not possible that you don't even know this. She thought that it would be a long time before the other party would raise the favor from willing to kiss to willing. As a result, she didn't expect it. Everything was so sudden. So watery. I have to say. Being a member of the demon race is really comfortable. Han Shenmo's face was bland. I know. But in my opinion, essentially, this is injury. Although he had lived for 100,000 years, before that, he had only been with the Devil Dao Empress. On the night of their marriage, the power of the two of them was astounding, and the heavens and earth trembled violently. It was only after he had moved a little bit that he was able to break the defense of the Demon Road Empress. Afterwards, the other party also appeared to bleed. In his opinion, the exchange is like a battle, the shape is like a fight. This is the injury. Of course, he had once lived on Earth and had been an ordinary person. How could he not know what this really meant? In the end, giving the other party a healing elixir was just a way of caring. Don't worry, you don't lose. Han Xianmo looked at the other party indifferently. Because I, too, am a first time. Chen Shui turned back with a complex meaning. First time? I think it's the first time after returning to Earth. Han Xianmo blandly said, you forgot. This body, I've only just gotten it back a few days ago. Before that, it had been stored in a glass tank in your medical school. Even before that, while still alive. It hasn't had a single girlfriend. Chen Shui was suddenly stunned. According to you, that's true. Looking at the other party in surprise, her breath gradually caught. In that case, it's still me who earned it. Han Qianlong didn't retort. Looking at your demeanor before, you kept frowning. I'm sure the injuries aren't light. Hurry up and take the elixir, that way, you'll be much more comfortable. Chen Shui shook her head. No need. I feel that it's already much better. Her heartbeat gradually became faster, and she slowly walked up to the other party. It's Sunday, no classes. What are you going to do? Han Qianlong sensed something and looked back at the other party. Whatever. At this moment, the other party was only wearing a loose short sleeve on top. Then, there was no more then. In his memory, there was only one sentence that could describe. And pure and lustful. Chen Shui slightly opened her mouth and exhaled like orchids. Brother Carpathian. Lord Devil. Master. Han Qianma corrected, I was only 18 when I died. That is to say, the age of this body is frozen at the age of 18. Your current age should be a few years older than this body. Calling brother. It's not quite appropriate. Chen Shui was coy. Then your true age, there are still 100,000 years left. If I count according to your real age, should I call you dad? Grandfather, great-grandfather, or even ancestor? Han Qianma had a straight face. On Earth, it should be counted according to Earth's time. 3 years ago, I was 18, and you? Chen Shui scratched her head. 19. But does it? Important? Han Qianma said, then when you're outside in the future, just call me your brother. Whatever at home. Chen Shui seemed to understand something, and her pretty face was covered in scarlet. Brother. So it turns out that this demon lord prefers sister Ah? Han Qianma still had a subdued face. Now at home. No need to be so polite. It always felt like the other party was doing it on purpose. Chen Shui was shy and angry, and could no longer hold back the fluttering in her heart as she hugged the other party. Demon Lord. Master. Brother. The last one was called, she just smacked her lips up and down twice and spat out a mouthful of orchid fragrance. Monday morning. In front of the house, Han Qianmo looked at Chen Shui, who was staggering in her steps, and blandly said, I'd better directly use shrinking ground to take you to school. With you like this, it feels like it's difficult to go downstairs. Chen Shui shook her head. Spells and whatnot, there's no need for them, it's better to use them sparingly. This is Earth, you have to slowly get used to life here. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before someone finds out and then exposes it. Han Qianmo was indifferent, glancing at the other party's blue jeans wearing, slender legs, and directly picked them up. Then go downstairs and take a taxi. Chen Shui's delicate body trembled, not daring to move. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked deeply at the handsome face in front of her. At once, she felt that the current self was the happiest woman in this world. Theoretical physics, particle physics and atomic nuclear physics, basic quantum mechanics, advanced quantum mechanics. In front of the door of the printing room, Chen Shui handed the printed course schedule to the other party with reluctance. Worthy of being a demon lord, the classes you chose are all so different. However, such a profound theoretical class Can your 100,000 years ago high school knowledge really be understood? Han Qianmo was indifferent. Try it. Chen Shui sighed slightly. From today onwards, the class you've chosen, it's in effect. Meaning, you don't need to follow me around later on. Just pick whatever class you like in advance and go to it. Han Qianmo took the course schedule. Good. Chen Shui was still unwilling to separate from the other party right now. At noon, I'll call you and we'll eat together. Good. Also, the matter of the renovation of your old home. Before, because it was too remote, I asked a few renovation companies, but no one was willing to take it. This morning, finally a renovation company called me and said they were willing to take this order. The day after tomorrow at the latest. They should be going over. Han Qianmo responded, call me when you tell them to go over. Prevent someone from trying to find trouble with my family and ending up involving them. Chen Shui snapped back to her senses, and only then did she remember that the problems in her old home hadn't actually been completely resolved. If you didn't say it, I almost forgot. Okay, I'll tell them, don't worry. The class bell rang. Chen Shui looked at the other party fondly. I'll go in first then. Han Qianmo nodded. Go. Noticing that there were a lot of people around, Chen Shui hesitated for a moment, but still stood on her tiptoes and kissed the other person on the mouth. Wow. A cheer went out from the classroom. Even the boys passing by, going to other classes, looked at Han Qianmo with eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Isn't that the flower of our academy? He actually took the initiative to stand on her tiptoes and kiss that man. Who is that man? I'm afraid he saved the galaxy in his previous life. This is too happy. Han Qianmo's face didn't change. Go in. Chen Shui nodded. Yes, Devil Sovereign Day. Demon Zun brother. Watching the other party walk into the classroom, not caring about the reactions of the people around him, Han Qianmo turned around before walking into the deserted alley. The next moment. Han Qianmo? The teacher on the podium called out the name for the third time and had an unhappy face. Didn't come, did you? Just as one was about to draw a mark against this name. In. An echo came from the last row, the innermost seat. Glancing at the closed classroom door and the unopened window, she looked confused. Chapter 34, Lin Ruoyu. Pushing the black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose. The young but charming female teacher had a hint of sternness in her tone. Next time you take roll call, please don't drift off. Okay, everyone's here. Class. Han Qianmo took out his textbook with a bland face. He wasn't worried at all that the surveillance would capture that scene just now. Because, before he came here, he had already used his demon aura to block out the surveillance here. Halfway through the class, the beautiful teacher wearing black-framed glasses noticed that the student who had called out 3 times before answering was the most attentive one in the class. One couldn't help but feel a hint of interest. Now you should be able to understand why Newtonian mechanics can only be used for the macroscopic world, and for the microscopic world, relativity or quantum mechanics must be used. Of course, regardless of Newtonian mechanics or relativity. They are also just a stage of perception, and are not, and do not exist, the so-called truth. Science is not truth, but a spirit of exploring the unknown and never compromising. Anyone who tells you that science is the truth, that the science or cognition he holds, is the essence of the world and cannot be questioned, don't hesitate to call the police. Because such a person is attempting to establish a religion. And today's society does not allow new religions to emerge. So even if he founded it, that would still be a cult. As the words fell, the eyes of the beautiful teacher looked towards the corner of the last row. Han Qianmo didn't notice the other party's gaze, because at this moment, he was in deep thought. He realized that he had actually touched the threshold of breakthrough. In the Nine Heavens continent, there was an abundance of spiritual qi and magic qi. People only cared about cultivation, focusing all their energy on the 2 things of getting stronger and living forever. In this process, people only know what is true, but do not care about what is true. On the other hand, on Earth, spiritual qi is so thin that ordinary people are unable to cultivate. If you want to improve your life and maintain the development of civilization, you can only study the nature of things. Thinking about the basic principles and the nature of the world can be said to be far beyond the Nine Heavens continent. From a certain perspective, Earth's civilization was actually not lower than the Nine Heavens continent. It's just that the path taken is not logical. Who Exhaling slightly, Han Xianma realized that when he forgot everything and concentrated on thinking about the nature of the world, the nature of aura, and the nature of magic qi, the devil qi in his body would unconsciously undergo a qualitative change. It would become even more pure and refined. Even, there was a hidden tendency to make a breakthrough. However, he only knew that the pinnacle of cultivation was the realm of immortality. What exactly was the level above that, he didn't know and couldn't imagine. At this moment, he realized that regardless of whether it was a low martial civilization or a high martial world, the essence of cultivation was a cognitive enhancement. On Earth. Finish elementary school and read middle school. Finish middle school and go to high school. And then go to college. This is all a cognitive as well as strength enhancement. The same was true in the Nine Heavens continent. After nirvana, the absorption and utilization of spiritual qi or demonic qi had reached the extreme. The best thing to do if you wanted to continue to elevate your realm was to elevate your state of mind. In the end, the state of mind was actually a manifestation of cognition. Han Qianma knew that. After cultivating to the demon realm in the Nine Heavens continent, his cognition of all things had already reached a peak. However, he now realized that this peak was only relative to the Nine Heavens continent. Returning to Earth. After receiving new knowledge, the barriers were broken down, as if a cup of overflowing water had been released into a dry sea. The apex of the beginning of this. Thinking of this, Han Shenlong couldn't help but murmur. It's impossible to imagine what realm is above immortality. It's essentially cognition or state of mind that hasn't reached that height. To forcefully go and ram that barrier is not only fruitless, but also hopeless. The only way to break through the barrier is to figure out what, exactly, is behind it. That way, only then can one be considered qualified to enter that realm. Understanding this, Han Qianma's heart was incomparably free. Because he knew that as long as he continued to study and raise his cognition, one day, his own state of mind would be elevated to the height of breaking through the barriers. From there, he would be able to break out of his current situation and step into a higher dimensional realm. That way, one might be able to resurrect a demon emperor realm, or even a demon Zun realm powerhouse. Okay. Seeing that the other party hadn't noticed her gaze for half a day and had been thinking about something, the beautiful teacher smiled with great satisfaction. Class dismissed. Maybe it's engraved in his bones. Hearing the word class dismissed, Han Qianma's body, on its own, moved, packed up his things, and walked towards the door. Took out his cell phone and looked at it, and found that it was not yet lunchtime. Just about to turn around and head to the guest hall for his next class, an angry voice suddenly came from behind him. Mr. Han, please stop torturing me. Turning back to look, the one kneeling on the ground was no one else but Lu Jiaojiao, who had been threatened by himself earlier, and Han Qianrui was bland. Finding a melon to eat, the surrounding students immediately surrounded them. Even the beautiful teacher who had finished packing up her things and walked out of the classroom couldn't help but stand still and take a curious look. Feeling that there were already enough onlookers, Lu Jiaojiao glanced at the bodyguard hiding in the crowd, and only after receiving a nod from the other party did she look at Han Qiannuo in front of her, tears streaming from her eyes. I've told your family, many times. On that day 3 years ago, it was your brother who asked me on a date and then threatened me, asking me to be his girlfriend, and if I didn't agree, I would jump off a bridge. I thought he was joking, so I kindly advised him to hurry back and do his homework. We're not right for each other, and when it comes to feelings, you can't force them. As a result, who would have thought that he really jumped off? Although I also have the responsibility. But essentially, this matter cannot blame me. After all, I'm just a student too. What can I do? The people around them talked and started pointing at Han Qianma. Han Qianma was unimpressed. What exactly are you trying to say? Lu Jiaojiao had a pitiful face and even started kowtowing. Please, don't threaten me with this matter and harass my family anymore. Also, I really can't sleep with you. I have a boyfriend. I can't betray him. And it's immoral and illegal to do so. I'm really sorry about your brother. But you can't force me with this matter. Let me give you money and forget it. And also let me sleep with you. I really can't do it. Hearing this, the crowd probably understood what was going on. Utilizing people's kindness, morally kidnapping people, forcing them to give money even if it's not enough, but also wanting them to dedicate their bodies? This person, really shameless. Yes. And it sounds like what happened 3 years ago didn't have anything to do with people. It's his brother who couldn't love and threatened people with suicide, and that's how he ended up with a bad death. In my opinion, his brother deserved it. Want everyone to be like his brother, like others must agree, do not agree, with the threat of death. Then this world, wouldn't it be all messed up? The people around, all looked at Han Xianmo with a look of contempt. The younger brother is a glassy-eyed coward who likes to force himself on others. The older brother is even more of a moral kidnapping and shameless bastard. It's not a family that doesn't enter a family door. I reckon, his family, all of them are oddballs. Not only the surrounding passers-by, even that beautiful teacher was also frowning slightly, looking at Han Xianmo with a complicated expression. Although she also felt that the surrounding students said a little too much, but now this situation. She was also not in a good position to open her mouth and say anything. After all, she couldn't tell who was telling the truth and who was telling lies. In the face of Lu Jiajiao's acting, the surrounding people's abuse, Han Xianmo has always been light and breezy. He was not angry. He just felt that it was a bit noisy. Lightly glanced at the ground, pretending to look like a victim of Lu Jiajiao, Han Xianmo did not say a word. Just as he pulled out his ears, he was ready to casually wave his hand and kill all the people here to restore tranquility. A pleasant, celestial-like chortle came quietly from behind him. Forcing you to offer yourself? Are you looking down on my boyfriend, or are you looking down on me? Swish. Hearing this pleasant voice, everyone present turned around in shock. At once, the men were silent and the women were shocked. This person. Who is this person? It's also too beautiful. No. Not beautiful, simply amazing, perfect to the extreme awe. Not just the surrounding passers-by, even Lu Jiajiao on the ground had her eyes widened, so shocked that she forgot to shed tears. What is this woman's origin? Looking so beautiful. Why is it that I've never seen or even heard of her before? In order to keep Wu Zihao on a leash, she researched the school, almost all the pretty girls, and eventually came to a conclusion. There were quite a few that were comparable to her own face value, but the ones that far exceeded her did not exist at all. The possibility of Wu Zihao falling in love with someone else and then abandoning herself was almost non-existent. However, now she realized that her investigation, it seemed, was not as thorough as she had imagined. Here, there was still a leak. And it was still the kind, big enough to threaten herself. Han Xianmo looked at the woman who was gradually walking towards him, always feeling somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen her before. Just when he was also puzzled. In the crowd, the beautiful teacher finally couldn't hold back her excitement and exclaimed, "Student Lin Ruoyu, you're back." Chapter 35, Hello Class Flower, I'm the school flower. Lin Ruoyu? I remember, she's the one who transferred back from MIT. The strange woman who became our school's school beauty before she even arrived. Lin Ruoyu. The crowd snapped back to their senses. Yes. That's her. On the school posting, there are pictures of her studying at MIT. There are also pictures of him with MIT professors and local celebrities. I thought that those photos were all PD. The real person doesn't look as good as he does in the photos. It's even more unlikely that the person hasn't even come back yet, and she's already blown up to be the school beauty. Now I realize. It's my pattern that's small. People's photos have not been photoshopped at all. What's more, in person, it's even more beautiful than the photo. At least 10 times. The surrounding female students, none of them are silent, stunned at the same time, secretly hurt. The surrounding male classmates had long since widened their eyes, wishing that their eyes grew on each other. Ground. Lu Jiajiao was dumbfounded, like a wooden stake, foolishly kneeling on the ground, motionless. In her mind, she remembered 3 years ago, the fat schoolmate who weighed close to 200 pounds. Countless comparisons were made with the slender, long-haired, immortal, unearthly woman in front of her. It was still impossible to believe that the two of them could be the same person. Impossible. Isn't Lin Ruoyu a fatty? How could she become so beautiful? Even prettier than me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Lin Ruoyu, who had walked in front of her, seemed to be a heavenly maiden, princess or even a queen who had just descended to the mortal world from on high. It was a stark contrast to her kneeling on the ground, her posture humble. On the side, Han Xianmo, who was watching this scene, couldn't say that he wasn't surprised. He also didn't expect it. Lin Ruoyu would actually come back early. The fat schoolmate from 3 years ago had turned into this fairy in front of her, wearing a white dress with waist-length hair that fluttered in the wind, so beautiful that it could not be described as anything else. Such a contrast. Even though he was a devil, and had seen countless worlds, he couldn't help but be surprised. Because weight loss this matter, down to the actual. Even in the Nine Heavens continent, very few people could do it. Lin Ruoyu, is it really you? Looking at this both familiar and unfamiliar woman in front of him, Han Qianma asked tentatively. Subconsciously, he was still unwilling to believe that this woman in front of him was the chubby, smiling, cute, and then downgraded schoolmate for himself 3 years ago. Lin Ruoyu looked back at him, her eyes flashing. Really like ah. It's fine, leave this place to me. With me here, no matter who it is, don't even think about harming his loved ones. That's right. In her opinion, the man in front of her was Han Qianma's brother. When she first saw the other party, she was also stunned, thinking that the other party was Han Qianma. But after calming down, she instantly understood, Han Qianma was already dead, and his body was placed in the large body exhibition room of this school. People can't come back from the dead. There was only one possibility for this situation in front of her. That is, this person is Han Qianma's relative. More so, it was Han Qianma's brother that outsiders didn't know about, but did exist. At first, she also hoped that her guess was wrong. The knowledge she had learned, the perceptions she had accumulated, were all wrong. In this world, there were indeed ghosts that existed, and even more so, there were resurrections, as well as the so-called reincarnations. However, when she noticed Lu Jiaojiao's presence and heard the other party's tirade, her heart was suddenly cold. Understanding, her guess was right. In this world, there were no ghosts at all, much less the so-called reincarnation. There was only cold science as well as cruel reality. Exhaling slightly. After organizing her thoughts once again, Lin Ruoyu then withdrew her sight and looked at Lu Jiaojiao at her feet. One day 5 years ago, on my way home from school, I coincidentally saved Han Qianma. At that time, for some reason, I didn't meet him face to face. So much so, that he thought behind him that the bracelet was dropped by you. And in turn, silently paid for you for 2 years, holding you up as a noble princess. Speaking here, her pretty face was covered with regret. Until 3 years ago, he lost his footing and fell into the river. I went to his house to offer my condolences, and only then did I learn that before, he had always thought that you were the one who saved him. I regret not telling him directly, it's no longer helpful. I just want to honor the promise that I made with this fellow student, agreeing to go to East China Sea University together. As a result, my scores arrived, but I still wasn't accepted into East Sea University. Icy coldness surfaced in her eyes as Lin Ruoyu coldly looked at Lu Jiaojiao. Only after asking around did I realize that it was because I offended you, offended the young master of the Wu family behind you, Wu Zihao. That's why I was kicked off on purpose. I don't remember where I offended you guys. Just because I went to offer condolences to Han Qianma, his best friend in life? It doesn't matter. You guys have the money and connections to get the people at Donghai University to reject me. The admission score is simply not enough for you guys. Then I'll go abroad. Get into MIT, then transfer back. This college, it's not worth the obsession, but I'll never give up on my promise with him. And now, I'm back. And also with his brother, a boyfriend and girlfriend. What about you? Still the same underachieving, vain, selfish, ignorant and narrow-minded class flower. Lu Jiaojiao on the ground stared at the other side in a daze, her body stiffening. Lin Ruoyu gently snapped, not angry. Answer me. Lu Jiaojiao trembled violently. Yes. What she was referring to, of course, was the identity of the class flower. Lin Ruoyu was indifferent. Hello class flower. I'm the school flower. May I ask, where did you, the class flower, get the courage to steal my boyfriend from me, the school flower? And throwing dirty water at my boyfriend. Saying that he forced you to dedicate yourself? By this moment, the surrounding people had already started to sigh, and turned their heads, looking with hateful eyes at that pathetic woman. Lin Ruoyu smiled contemptuously. I'm curious, who on earth gave you the courage to make up such a bold lie? Lu Jiaojiao's eyes widened like a sculpture. At this moment, the sharp-tongued and most skilled at feigning pity was so disliked that she couldn't utter a single word. Completely suppressed by the aura of this woman in front of her, even raising her head was trembling. I. Around them, the crowd watching this scene had long since changed their faces. coldly looking at Lu Jiaojiao, furious. That look, there was an aura of wanting to rush up and whack the other party to death after being deceived. How shameless. Not saving people by yourself, but lying to them and saying that you saved them by yourself. After getting 2 years of benefits from others, he didn't even tell the truth. In the end, he still accuses people of stalking them, pretending to be pitiful there, and shirking his responsibility. Forget it. The point is, people are dead, and she still won't let go. Finding connections to keep her best friend from getting into the promised university. And in these 3 years, non-stop consuming the deceased, playing the poor, cheating everyone's sympathy. What are you trying to do now? Cheat the big one again, hype it up, build up popularity. And then go live to bring goods. This kind of person, not only is he shameless, he is simply without any limits. Hearing the word live, Lu Jiaojiao was shocked. No. It's not a live broadcast. No. We didn't think about helping the Nanga group bring in goods. You guys don't talk nonsense. The surrounding people looked and laughed. Look. This is not even a confession. Nanga group? Isn't it the foreign enterprise that previously rumored about people's laughing haha group? Bringing goods for such a trashy foreign company that cheats consumers and does whatever it takes to achieve its goals. It's enough to see how black your heart is. Lu Jiaojiao kept shaking her head. What Nanga group? I didn't say that. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Don't you guys try to frame me there. Seeing that things were going in a worse direction, the bodyguard hidden in the crowd couldn't stand any longer and rushed to Lu Jiaojiao to help her up. Miss Lu, it's time to go to class. A large group of righteous people, seeing that the other party wanted to slip away, with invective, chased after them. You want to leave after wronging someone without accomplishing anything? Under the sky, how can it be that easy? Stop, make your words clear before you leave. They definitely didn't want to seek justice for Han Qianma's brother. Rather, they knew that their goddess had suffered at the hands of this bad woman before. They wanted to seek justice for their goddess. The beautiful teacher was worried that if the argument continued, there would be a conflict. After glancing at Han Qianmo and Lin Ruoyu, she hurriedly chased after them. Han Qianma's face didn't change, and he was just about to kill Lu Jiaojiao and the group of bodyguards protecting her when Lin Ruoyu walked up to him. How do you address Han Qianmo's brother? She didn't know whether this man in front of her was Han Qianma's brother or her younger brother. She only wanted to tell the other party, just now, she was posing as your girlfriend in order to help you out. I hope there's no misunderstanding. Han Qianma returned to her senses with a faint trace of excitement on her face. School sister, I'm not Han Qianma's brother, I am Han Qianmo. When these words came out, Lin Ruoyu's beautiful eyes gradually widened. Chapter 36 Dismissal. Being sent back to the apartment by the bodyguard, the moment she opened the door, Lu Jiaojiao could no longer suppress the fear in her heart, pulled out the phone and called Wu Zihao. Shake, shake, shake. Social shake. As a result, the ringing of the cell phone came from her bedroom. Suddenly stunned, Lu Jiaojiao seemed to realize something and hurriedly rushed over and pushed open the door of her room. Sure enough, she saw that her boyfriend was with another woman, in her bed, frolicking wildly. Wu Zihao. Since you're already back, why don't you go to school to find me? Still in my home, my bed, playing with other women. You are an asshole. Seemingly not expecting that the other party would come back so early, Wu Zihao frowned and waved his hand, signaling the two demonic women to leave on their own. Afterward, he walked to Lu Jiaojiao, and with a slap, he slapped the other party's face loudly. First, this is the house that Lousy bought. Secondly, you're just Lousy's girlfriend, not Lousy's wife, you're not qualified to control who Lousy plays with and where. Lu Jiaojiao covered her face, curled up on the ground with a look of despair and broke down in tears. At this moment, for some reason, in her mind, she remembered someone. Han Qianma. Wu Zihao didn't care about the other parties crying and looked to the bodyguards behind him. How are things progressing? This woman, did she do what I said? The money was lost by him, and telling his family would only get him a face-splitting tirade. Coupled with his eagerness to prove his ability, so as to ask for more money from home. This is the reason why the live selling this matter is so concerned. The bodyguard in the lead shook his head. Things are not going well. Brows furrowed, Wu Zihao looked at Lu Jiaojiao on the ground. What the hell is going on? Could it be that you didn't do what Lousy said? Seeing that the other party only cried and didn't respond for half a day, he dispersed the anger on his face and his tone was filled with warm-hearted gentleness. All right. You know, although I have quite a few women, you're the only one who really has a heartache. Normally, have you ever seen me hit another woman? What does that mean? It shows that I don't care about them from the bottom of my heart. If you don't care, you won't get angry, and if you don't get angry, you naturally won't strike. Helping the other party up from the ground, Wu Zihao touched the other party's head. Caring is messy, I hate you because I care about you. Lu Jiajiao looked at the other party with a resentful face. Having eaten this set too many times, she was already tired of it. You're right, that man might really just be Han Shenma's brother. It just looks like Han Shenma. In reality, it's not Han Shenma at all. But there's something even more troublesome that I must remind you of. Lin Ruoyu has returned. Now, she's also from our school. Hearing this, Wu Zihao instantly recalled his impression of Han Shenma's chubby, pig-like deskmate and smiled contemptuously. Ha! And then? What does this have to do with your errand being unfavorable? Lu Jiaojiao didn't answer. The bodyguard on the side pulled out his cell phone, took the video he had shot, and clicked it out. Only after watching it did Wu Zihao understand what exactly happened. But his first reaction was, the girl in the video is so beautiful. It was almost as if a heavenly maiden had descended from the heavens, so beautiful. Playing with me, right? Wu Zihao held his cell phone and looked at the bodyguard in dismay, looking at Lu Jiaojiao in front of him. This is the damn fat girl who was almost 200 pounds 3 years ago? This is not the same ING person at all, okay? The bodyguard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and flipped the school forum about Lin Ruoyu's introduction. If it wasn't for the official certification, I wouldn't have believed that she was Lin Ruoyu. After reading the whole story, Wu Zihao was completely dumbfounded. They say that fat people are potential stocks. This potential is also too big. Other people lose weight by replacing their heads. This guy has more than just replaced his head. I'm afraid it's the whole body, it's all been replaced. The bodyguard knew what the other party meant and responded, MIT is a world-class school. It shouldn't allow students to go for plastic surgery while in school. Or such a complete facelift. His words were straightforward. Although unbelievable. But it was true that people didn't have plastic surgery. Hiss. Wu Zihao sucked in a breath of cool air. That is to say, old me back then, looked away? Even from reading countless women, he could tell that the current Lin Ruoyu's face value was 1 in a million. Compared to that, a face value like Lu Jiajiao's couldn't even be considered ordinary, it should be considered ugly. Just one look at the other side of the video, he felt that the class flower in front of him was like a weed, tasteless. Wu Zihao's heart trembled. Oh no! This is the feeling of heartbeat. I should not fall in love with her at first sight, right? It's a bit interesting. Not feeling nervous because of this, the corners of Wu Zihao's mouth sketched out a touch of sinister evil. This woman, this young master will be sure to have her. On the side, Lu Jiaojiao jolted and tugged at the other party's arm as if she was mad. Wu Zihao. It's already this time, and you're still here being a nymphomaniac? Are you not clear about what exactly is the situation right now? Buzz. In a stunned trance, Wu Zihao awoke from his intoxication. This shake really woke him up. Take it easy, it was just a joke. Yes, the current Lin Ruoyu, what exactly is the situation, has not even been mapped out yet. It was too early to say those words. More importantly, Lu Jiajiao's advantage wasn't her face value, but her like-mindedness and obedience. Even if you can get Lin Ruoyu, Lu Jiajiao doesn't have to abandon it, at least not now. Lu Jiajiao didn't believe a single punctuation mark of the other party's words. Joking, right? That's fine, 3 years ago you had your uncle dismiss her application for admission. Now, you call your uncle again and ask him to expel Lin Ruoyu. Wu Zihao looked at the other party. Good. Then really pulled out the phone and called. In his opinion, having the school expel Lin Ruoyu wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, this kind of operation would also make Lin Ruoyu feel helpless, and then he would have the opportunity to help her and gain favor. Fourth uncle, why is Lin Ruoyu back again? Do yourself another favor and fire her, just find any reason. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiajiao's beautiful eyes widened, suddenly feeling that the other party still loved her. The next moment. A response from fourth uncle came from the other end of the phone. You're ing crazy. People are transferring back from MIT. Drive her? Why don't you just fire me? Wu Zihao froze. Coming back from MIT. Just can't? The fourth uncle on the other end of the phone gritted his teeth. What do you say? Your fourth uncle is only the head of the faculty, not the principal, much less the head of the bureau. Besides, he's a top talent who transferred back from MIT. Even if it's the principal or bureau chief who dares to reject her, not only will he be investigated, it will also be laughed at by the entire education community and even the whole country. Other people's nephews, at most, get their hair cut in the first month. You're good. Want your fourth uncle me to be pulverized and never recovered? Lu Jiaojiao's face turned white. So serious. It's just good grades, it's not so bad that you can do whatever you want. The fourth uncle on the other end of the phone heard her voice. You're right. People with that grade can really do whatever they want in Daxia. Wu Zihao sucked in a breath of cool air. Is there really no way out, fourth uncle? Instead of feeling dejected, he felt that his vision was right. This Lin Ruoyu was truly a superb woman who was both beautiful and intelligent. Worth taking. Fourth uncle responded indifferently, go get a haircut. This matter, fourth uncle can't help you. Wu Zihao did not dwell on it. What about the other person? Looking towards Lu Jiaojiao, he signaled with his eyes for the other party to hurry up and say. Lu Jiaojiao snapped back to her senses. He calls himself Han Xianma, he should be a student who transferred over recently. Specifically, I don't know. Fourth uncle checked. I know. This person, although labeled as a special student, doesn't have much of a background. Should just be a thug. Wu Zihao knew that Han Xianma's family had demolished the house, and was even more convinced that this current Han Xianma was Han Xianma's brother. Fourth uncle, my mom asked you to take care of me at school. This person has not only scolded me, but also beaten me. If you let my mom know, you know what the consequences are. Fourth uncle burst into a rage. There is such a thing? Outrageous. Don't worry, as the school's teaching director, I definitely won't condone this kind of bully who bullies his classmates. Just wait, the fourth director will definitely give you, the victim, a satisfactory answer. Wu Zihao smiled. Thank you, fourth uncle. Hanging up the phone, on his face, a thick haze emerged. Mr. Han, please stop following me. Okay? Lin Ruoyu, who had already arrived under the dormitory building, stopped her steps and turned back to look at the other party, her willow brows furrowed. She didn't expect that this Han Shenmo's brother would be a scoundrel. Kindly helped the other party, but the other party didn't say a word of thanks, but instead, he also posed as Han Shenmo. He had been following him all the way. This kind of behavior made her feel sick. Chapter 37, I'm really Han Xianmo. I'm really Han Xianmo. Han Xianmo said blandly, also, I want to ask you. These 3 years, what have you been through, why would you want to get up? Lose weight? Without waiting for Lin Ruoyu to open her mouth, a blonde woman wearing a slim-fitting wrap dress with a hot body and snow-white skin walked over. She didn't lose weight. It's because of that man's death and excessive sadness that. Lin Ruoyu's willow brows knitted. Emily, he's not my friend, so you don't have to explain so much to him. Emily snapped back to her senses and nodded with a bitter smile. Sorry, I saw that you guys came here together. Thought. Tell you what, I'll go back to the dormitory and wait for you, and help you carry your stuff up there on the way. Lin Ruoyu didn't retort, seeing Emily leave, she also wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Lest it cause unnecessary trouble. Mr. Han, please return. I'll pay my respects to Qianlong myself some other day. No need for you to worry. Emily was a friend she'd met in Mayuri Fry, and if she hadn't relied on each other's connections, this transfer, it wouldn't have been so smooth. To her, Emily was not only a friend, but also a benefactor. Since she was a benefactor, how could she let the other party move things while she herself was a shirker? Han Qianma came back to her senses from her trance. Lin Ruoyu. What exactly do I have to do for you to believe me? Because of excessive sadness, she's gone from weighing close to 200 pounds to less than 100 pounds? What degree of sadness must this be? Lin Ruoyu turned back, wrapped her arms around herself, and smiled disdainfully. Didn't you say that you're the Han Qianma after the resurrection? Fine, then prove it to me. As long as you can prove that something like resurrection really exists, I'll believe you. Can't do it? Then know what you're doing and don't be so frivolous in the future. Like your brother, be a person of integrity, sincerity, and detachment from vulgar fun. Can you do it? Humph. It's impossible to do it. Han Qianmo was silent for a moment and slowly stretched out his left hand. Then you see it clearly. The moment his palm spread out, there was a loud boom, and a powerful pressure suddenly spread, and in an instant, it covered the entire school. The entire East Sea. The entire Grand Xia. Buzz. In the depths of the East Sea, at the bottom of the sea, obscured by schools of fish. In the cracks of the rocks, a string of glass bracelets covered in silt and algae trembled crazily as if it had been sensed in some way. The next moment, the vibration stopped abruptly. Immediately afterward, it popped up like an arrow shot out. It traveled all the way along the seabed. From the East Sea into the river. And then breaking out from the river. Flying in the direction of the East Sea University. After a short silence. Whoosh! Downstairs in the girls' dormitory of Donghai University, in the sky, it was as if a meteor appeared, trailing a long haloed tail, and fell into a man's hands. At this moment, looking at the other person's hand suspended, like a new light bracelet, as well as the purple haze that wrapped around it making it constantly tremble. Lin Ruoyu's beautiful eyes widened. In an instant. Kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school. And then MIT. All the cognition about science that had been learned all collapsed. Like a fish in her throat, she fell into a deep trance. Looking up at the man in front of her who looked very much like Han Qianma. She even doubted. This couldn't be a dream? How do you prove resurrection? Find a random person to kill and then resurrect him? It's possible, but it's sick. And that would definitely scare the other person. So, he changed his mindset. There is no need to directly prove the resurrection thing. He only needed to prove the existence of supernatural power. For example, now, Han Qianmo, who had a bracelet suspended in his palm, was bland with a hint of gentleness. In this way, you should be able to believe my words. Lin Ruoyu covered her mouth and stared blankly at the man in front of her. So, you're really Han Qianma? You really resurrected? Before the words fell, 2 lines of crystalline tears, like a flood, fell uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Han Qianma smiled and nodded. Yes, I've been resurrected. Long time no see. School sister. After an unknown amount of time. A crowing laugh broke the silence. Lin Ruoyu wiped her tears and looked at the other party, her beautiful eyes smiling into a pair of crescent moons. Welcome back. School brother. Chapter 38, I want to repay you. In front of the ruins. Telling the ins and outs of the matter, briefly, Han Qianma turned his head to look at Lin Ruoyu beside him. The thing, it's probably like this. This piece of rubble was the previous medical school's general exhibition room. Lin Ruoyu took a deep breath, still feeling like a dream. You've made this identity too perfunctory. Aren't you afraid that someone will notice a problem? Han Qianma had a needless look on his face. Not important. Staring blankly at the man in front of her, Lin Ruoyu was in a trance. It feels like a dream. I thought my change was big enough. I didn't expect you to change even more. Not only did you turn from a large body into a living person, you've also become an otherworldly invincible demon lord, descending to earth. It's simply unbelievable. After a long period of silence, Lin Ruoyu's heart regained a trace of calm. Then what's your next plan? Han Qianma said bluntly, it's all invincible, what other plans can I have? Enjoy life and play the world. And repay you. Lin Ruoyu was slightly stunned. Repay me? You mean what happened 5 years ago? Shaking her head with a bitter smile, she looked relieved. It's been so long since then. And at that time, I just happened to be passing by. You don't really need to take it to heart. She wasn't joking. She knew that if the other party hadn't taken that incident to heart, there wouldn't have been the misunderstanding 5 years ago, the tragedy 3 years ago. Han Qianma blandly said, it's not just that one time 5 years ago. I did mention the heart chain to you just now, right? He clearly remembered that at that time, his mind recalled a person. This person was no other than the fat schoolmate in front of him who was no longer fat. Then the heart chain appeared. The heart chain then appeared and guided him back to Earth. Therefore, he understood that the person who happened to be missing him at that time was definitely Lin Ruoyu. In other words, without the other parties just missing, he wouldn't have been able to return to Earth at all. He could only turn around and return to the Nine Heavens continent, waiting for the end of his days to come. In his opinion, from a certain point of view, the other party had saved him once again. Together with that one time earlier, it was 2 times. Saving his own life twice. How could he not repay such a great favor? Lin Ruoyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. There's really no need. Aren't I quite fine now? She opened her arms and spun around in front of the other party, a sunny, warm smile spreading across her stunning face. The family is demolished, not lacking money. And now successfully got into the university of my dreams. And also lost weight successfully. I already have no regrets, alright. Han Qianma didn't retort. You're only mortal after all, it's impossible for you to lack nothing. Lin Ruoyu didn't want to dwell on this matter. It's time for dinner, why don't we talk after dinner? I'll call Emily first. She's not used to eating Chinese food. Why don't you just let her stay in her dorm room and order home delivery for her? Put. Before the words left her mouth, she who was holding the phone shuddered violently. Wide-eyed and stiff, she looked at her chest. Stunned to see. A large hand, entering from her back, penetrated her body. You? Why? Turning back stiffly, Lin Ruoyu looked at the other party with extreme surprise and complexity, stunned. She couldn't figure it out. Why did the other party want to kill herself? Just because of her own refusal? This was the so-called demon sovereign? It was also too unreasonable. Han Qianma's face didn't change as he looked at the other party and spoke gently. Open your mouth. He didn't use the words "are not the same as the law," but the stunned Lin Ruoyu still subconsciously opened her mouth, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. People really do change. This person in front of me is no longer the simple and handsome schoolmate of that year. Rather, as he said, the real deal, the devil king who kills without blinking an eye. Feeding the elixir into the other party's mouth, Han Qianma used his hand and wiped the tears from the corner of the other party's eyes. Why are you still crying? Does it hurt? The moment he pulled his hand out, it was covered in black sludge. Lin Ruoyu's body was tense until the other party's hand was completely withdrawn from her body, before she sat down on the ground, gasping for air. What's going on here? It was only then that she realized that her body, which had been penetrated by the other party, was rapidly recovering. And it was only now that she realized that throughout the entire process, she didn't actually feel any pain. It was more the fear and shock of seeing her body penetrated. Han Qianma helped her up, and with a whoosh, brought her to Chen Shue's apartment. I told you that I would repay you. You don't lack money or prospects, but your liver cancer, it's at an advanced stage. But don't be afraid, you're fine now. And, you've also gained at least 1,000 years of life. Lin Ruoyu looked up in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. How did you know that I was sick? Han Qianma blandly said, I told you, I'm the omnipotent, invincible demon lord of the ages. It was true that he felt his body was much more relaxed, and even his breathing was much smoother. Lin Ruoyu looked at the other party in tears and laughter. How can I put it? Your appearance really gave me the illusion that the previous 10 or 20 years of effort were a complete waste of time. At this moment, there was only one sentence in her heart: physics didn't exist anymore. Han Qianma explained, it's not the same. Science still exists. It's just that the height and stage of cognition are different. Earth's aura is thin and it's impossible to cultivate. Studying basic physics is indeed the best way to develop. Of course, with me around, you can also choose to cultivate immortality or demon. Both are fine, it's up to you. Lin Ruoyu finally accepted what was in front of him and shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it. Although because of your appearance, science has become less reliable. But still, I want to continue studying it. After all, it was always my interest. Han Qianlong knew that the other party liked physics, which was why he didn't directly ask the other party to follow him to cultivate magic, but instead let the other party make his own choice. Whatever. Anyway, with me around, you're considered invincible. Finding a piece of clothing in the closet, Han Qianma handed it to the other party. Wear this. Sorry, I accidentally broke your dress when I was healing you. Unlike his mother's situation, the other party's situation was much more serious, so he could only use radical methods to completely remove the other party's foci. Returning to her senses, Lin Ruoyu had a face, and only then did she remember that there was a big hole in her back. At this moment, his back as well as his chest was being exposed to the other party. Then you first. Turn around. Han Qianma didn't say anything, turned his back to the other party, and looked out the window. The next moment, he heard the sound of clothes falling to the ground and suddenly realized that the glass window would reflect. Through the reflection of the glass window, he could clearly see the other party's nearly perfect torso. Chapter 39 Feng Family's Revenge. Because of the different angles, Lin Ruoyu didn't notice this scene. Thinking that she couldn't see after the other party turned his back to her, she quickly changed into her clothes. This dress is your girlfriend's, right? This is where you guys usually live? Han Shenlong didn't hide anything, including the fact that he knew Chen Xuan had a relationship with her. Although in his elaboration, he didn't explicitly state that Chen Xue was his current girlfriend. However, Lin Ruoyu could still tell that the two of them had already established their relationship. After all, this is Earth, not the Nine Heavens continent. In her opinion, even a demon lord should be responsible. Han Qianma responded, "It's Chen Xue's, you wear it first. Change it later." That? Scratching his head, he was a little unsure of what to say. Why don't we go eat first? Lin Ruoyu maintained her smile and nodded. Good. Looking at his cell phone, it was now time for school to end. Han Qianma took out his phone and called Chen Xue. The cell phone that fell on the ground constantly vibrated. After being seen by the female bodyguard, she picked it up and looked at it, handing it over to Feng Dekai. Boss. Without taking a second glance, Feng Dekai directly threw the cell phone on the ground and crushed it with one foot. Afterward, he brought his wife and a large group of henchmen to the window entrance, looking at Chen Xue, whose hands were bound and hanging in mid-air, with a gloomy face. Say it, who in the world put the compulsion on Ting Xiu? If you don't say, not only will you die, your parents, your family, and the Chen group behind you, will all be finished. This place was a rotten building project bought by the Feng group, which had yet to enter the development stage. For several kilometers around, it could be described as deserted. Chen Xue, who was hanging in mid-air, was covered in bloodstains and still did not compromise. I said it, Feng Tingxiu's death, it has nothing to do with me. I don't know what under compulsion is, much less have done such a thing. When she was in class, she received a text message saying that a special piece of parcel was delivered to the school gate and she needed to sign for it personally. She thought that her family had sent her some more nutritional supplements. She didn't think much about it, got out of class, and went directly to the school gate. Suddenly a van stopped in front of her, the car, a group of female thugs wearing suits coldly smiled at her, and then arrived here. Seeing that the other party was still talking tough, Ma Huilan picked up a stone and directly smashed it on the other party's head. Bang! You still refuse to admit it, right? The surveillance all captured it. Before my son was born, he had seen you two adulterous couple. The murderer is not you, it's the adulterer. How dare you talk tough? Chen Xue, whose head was broken and bleeding, almost fainted. If you have the ability, you guys just kill me. She didn't want to admit that Han Qianma was the murderer. She was worried that the Feng family's people would expose Han Qianma after they knew his identity. At that time, it would definitely lead to unexpected trouble. What's more, from now on, Han Qianma would never have peace. He would live forever being hunted by powerful families, forces, and even the state. After all, the existence of a devil father did not belong in this world. Feng Dekai had a gloomy face. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Do you really think that allowing you to be matched with my son means that your Chen family can be equal to my Feng family? Ma Huilan gritted her teeth. Cooperating with your Chen family is only because we have our eyes on a certain project in your Chen family's hands. The blind date was successful, and it was only an engagement. During the engagement, my son can play with you as much as he wants. But when it comes time to get married, it's not necessarily true that he'll marry you. According to the original plan. After taking away that project in your Chen family's hands, and after my son has played you enough, the Feng and Chen families will part ways. Why do you dare to do this? It's because your Chen family, in front of my Feng family, is a small player. Even if you know that you've been tricked by us, you wouldn't dare to say anything. Smiling coldly, Manhwa's eyes surfaced with an unsuppressible rage. As a result, you actually rejected my son without knowing what to do. And with another man, came together. The thing that gives face, should be thrown onto the street and lynched. Chen Shui's face was indifferent and unmoved. Seeing this situation, a touch of icy killing intent surfaced on Feng Dekai's face. Not saying anything, is it? Then you go down. Slap. Clapped his hands. The men behind him immediately stepped forward, ready to cut the rope hanging the other party. At that moment, the man standing at the highest point, overlooking the great Summerland, wearing a kimono and holding a katana, opened his mouth. Are you sure you want to kill her? If you are sure, leave it to me. Feng Dekai had a respectful look on his face. Mr. Miyamoto Wuji, you are trying to. Miyamoto Wuji turned back and looked towards the Desya girl who was hanging in mid-air. In his eyes, there was a hidden greed. She is a student of the East Sea University. East Sea University is also one of our research subjects. We're going to kill. Anyway, might as well let me torture her properly. Maybe we can ask something valuable. The bodyguards at the side looked at each other, and Manhwa even looked at Feng Dekai with a confused face. Without changing color, Feng Dekai is a veteran of the Jianghu. How could he not see that this Easterning assassin in front of him, in fact, wanted to ravage this beautiful Dasha female university student? After a moment of silence, he nodded. All right, then she's all yours. It didn't matter if the other party was trying to help the Eastern Empire behind it, investigating the East Sea University, or if they simply wanted to play with this female university student. It didn't matter to him. He was just a little saddened. The killers of the Eastern Empire were really different. Other killers just kill people. They, on the other hand, had their own ideas. Sure enough, there was indeed a reason why the price was cheap. But it doesn't matter. It didn't matter anyway. Ringing his katana, Miyamoto Wuji jumped down from above, brushing past Feng Dekai and the others, and walked straight towards Chen Shui. Chen Shui had an angry face. Kill me. Kill me if you have the ability. Miyamoto Wuji smiled blandly. Don't worry, this master will definitely kill you. But before that, there's even more fun to play with, waiting for us. Manhwa felt much more comfortable in her heart, and the corners of her mouth sketched out a smug smile. However, the next moment, when she turned back and looked ahead, she was shocked to find a tall black shadow blocking everyone's path. Chapter 40: The Nine Hells of Purgatory. Manhwa was first stunned, followed by an instantly twisted expression. You're that ass boyfriend? Together with that, the murderer who killed my son. What are you guys still waiting for? Get him killed for me. The bodyguards snapped back to their senses, clenched their teeth, and charged straight up. Han Qianma faintly said. Kneel down. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a powerful pressure suddenly descended. Like a mountain, it pressed down on the heads of the group of bodyguards, causing their legs to soften, and they knelt on the ground uncontrollably. Even breathing became incomparably difficult. Swish. The moment they knelt on the ground, all the bodyguards' faces changed drastically and their hearts clenched. What kind of terrifying move was this? Or was this just the opponent's martial pressure? There wasn't even a qualification to resist. This was also too terrifying. Seeing this scene, Manhwa froze in place, staggeringly looking at her husband, who had been silent, to the side. Husband. He must be the murderer who put the parasites on our son. Call someone. He must be made to pay in blood. However, from start to finish, Feng Dekai did not even look at her. Sweating profusely and full of fear, he looked at the man in front of him. He himself didn't know why, at this moment, all that was left in his heart was fear. Not even the strength or courage to move his feet. You? What in the world are you? How could you have such a strong force value? Miyamoto. Feng De was just about to open his mouth when Han Qianlong indifferently said. Beat her to death alive. Buzz. The moment these words came out, Feng Dekai's brain was like being hit by a heavy hammer. After a moment of trance, there was a voice in his head that echoed continuously. Beat her to death alive. Beat her to death alive. Kill her alive. Seeing her husband suddenly turn back, with an indifferent face and empty eyes gazing at himself, Manhwa shuddered violently, her face turning pale. Hubby. What's wrong with you? No. Don't come over. I'm your wife. Ah. The next moment, screams rang out, followed by the sound of bricks hitting heads, one after another. At first, every loud bang sound will be accompanied by a miserable scream. Soon, the screams became smaller and smaller. Until it completely disappeared, only the bang 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 sound of bricks smashing flesh and mud. Even so, Fong Dekai still did not stop. Because that voice, still echoing in his head. Beat her to death alive. Beat her to death alive. This scene was seen by Chen Shui, who was lying on the ground. Shocked, her face had long been covered with tears of celebration. On the side, Miyamoto Woji, who had originally planned to make a move on them but ended up being stunned by the scene in front of him, seemed to have realized something, drew his own katana, and walked towards the other party. What you used on them just now should be the illusion technique of our Eastern Kingdom. That is, one of the ninjutsu. The moment he was about to walk in front of the other party, he pointed the katana in his hand at the other party. This lord also didn't expect that in the place where the sick man of East Asia lives, there is actually someone who can use the illusion techniques of our country of East Japan. Moreover, without the need to form seals or cloth formations, one must be able to use it. I have to say, it really surprised this great master. Although the other party's illusion art was very powerful, he realized that there was no true chi fluctuation on the other party's body. That meant that the other party was not a martial artist. He knew that illusionary techniques did not require true chi to be activated. Relying on volatile hallucinogenic drugs, as well as some special props, can also be used, and can also be achieved by surprise. However, by relying on drugs to use the illusion, combat power is limited. Against ordinary people, no problem. Against a Xian realm powerhouse like himself, it was like child's play. So he didn't panic at all. Because he knew that the other party's illusion art was useless against himself, but he wanted to kill the other party, but it was easy. Let's put it this way, this great master will give you a chance. Miyamoto Woji looked at Han Xianma contemptuously, and said in a commanding tone, give this Grand Master the prescription for the illusion spell you cast. In that case, this Grand Master might be able to consider leaving you a whole body after you kneel and kowtow. With a contemptuous smile, Miyamoto Musashi once again fixed his eyes, but suddenly realized that there was no so-called illusionist master, Daxia youth in front of him. The place where a young man was supposed to stand was empty at the moment. On the ground, there was only the Fong family bodyguard kneeling in place with a stupefied look on his face. The body that had already been smashed and the Fong Dekai who had already smashed the body but was still waving the brick. Nari? The heart went cold, no. It should be a chill all over. Miyamoto Woji seemed to have sensed something and turned around violently. But stumbled and fell to the ground. Stunned, he looked at his legs and his face, covered in extreme shock. Rond. Siga? Whoosh. A gust of wind blew past, blowing his shocked, unwilling, desperate, and regretful face away. Without a second glance, Han Xianma walked over to Chen Shui and casually waved his hand, removing the restraints from his body. Why don't you tell them that it was me who killed Feng Tingxiu? Chen Shui, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, cried heartily. There are many of them. I was afraid that they would expose your existence. It will bring danger to you. Han Qianma picked him up. Don't do such foolish things in the future. Even if it was exposed. The one in danger wouldn't be himself, but the world. Chen Shui didn't retort and followed the other party, returning to the stairway. Han Qianma said to a certain bodyguard on the ground, kill him and then kill yourself. That bodyguard jolted and stood up with determined eyes. He then pulled out the Swiss Army knife at his waist and stabbed directly at his companion's temple. One knife won. After stabbing all of his companions, including Feng Dekai, to the ground, he did not hesitate to stick the knife into his own head. With his right hand wrapped around Chen Shui, the moment his left hand was spread out, a reddish-purple flame issued a crackling explosion. With a wave of his hand, the flames turned into a pike, wrapping the surrounding corpses as well as the invisible, but real things all wrapped up. It burned into ashes. So cold. Chen Shui, whose cheeks were illuminated by the purple fire, subconsciously pressed close to the man beside her. What kind of fire is this? It's not hot at all. Instead, it's cold like ice. Han Qianma blandly said, the underworld flame from the 9 hells purgatory. A living being scorched by it will be imprisoned in the 9 hells purgatory. For eternity, enduring the pain of the blazing fire. Chen Shui turned back in a daze, her beautiful eyes trembling. She knew that it was because the other party was so angry. Demon Lord. Han Qianma, who had a bland face, turned back in response. What's wrong? Chen Shui could no longer suppress the touching and adoration in her heart, stood on her tiptoes, hugged each other's necks, and put her own red lips, sticking up. Little Snow, love you. Chapter 41, I'll be small, you'll be big. Returning to the apartment. Chen Shui subconsciously tried to push the other party down on the sofa, but realized that the other party was somewhat resistant. How about I go take a shower first? Noticing the other party's eyes, which had been looking elsewhere, she realized something and turned back to the living room. Yikes. You? Who are you? How did you appear in my house? Lin Ruoyu, who was sitting on the extended sofa, smiled awkwardly. Hello, my name is Lin Ruoyu. Looking toward Han Qianma, she said shyly, why don't you take me back to school first? Chen Shui snapped back to her senses. You're Lin Ruoyu? But you're not. Lin Ruoyu smiled gently, it's changed a lot, hasn't it? The me that you guys remember should be the me from 3 years ago. It's been 3 years, it's normal to change a bit. Chen Shui looked dumbfounded. This is called a big change? This was completely a different person, alright. This was not the point. The point was that Lin Ruoyu, who had successfully lost weight, had too good of a body and was too pretty, right? You? Hello? After freezing for a long time, Chen Shui slowed down and shook the other party's hand. My name is Chen Shui, and I. A friend of Lord Demon Lord. Lin Ruoyu smiled and said, Shenlong told me all about it. In my eyes, he's always been a younger brother. To be able to find a girlfriend as beautiful, understanding, and looking out for him as you are. I, as an older sister, am definitely happy for him. Chen Shui looked at Han Qianma in surprise. Sister? Han Qianma didn't respond and drew a symbol on Chen Shui's forehead. Immediately, a purple mark, like a water stain, dipped into the other party's brow. Afterward, Han Qianma walked over to Lin Ruoyu and did the same to the other party, who had a bewildered look on her face. When they were done, the two women looked at each other, not knowing why, and spoke in unison. What did you do to us? Han Qianma blandly said, I left the same mark as my parents on your bodies. This way, when others harm you, they will be corrupted by demonic qi. At the same time, it will also form a barrier around you to ensure your safety. Of course, what's more important is that I can sense your conditions at all times. When something goes wrong, I can also be the first to go and save you. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui glanced at each other. Thank you, brother Qianlong. Chen Shui nodded along. Thank you. Demon Lord. Demon Lord, wait for us outside for a while. She then directly stood up from the sofa, pulled Lin Ruoyu, walked into the bedroom, and closed the bedroom door. Should I call you senior sister? School sister, do you really want to be his? Be his elder sister? Lin Ruoyu shook her head. I didn't understand what you meant. Chen Shui had a sincere face. He told me all about you guys. Also, being a woman, how could I not see that you actually still like him? Hearing this, a blush surfaced on Lin Ruoyu's pretty face, and she lowered her head, forcing a denial. You've misunderstood. He and I are just classmates. According to Earth's time, I'm still a year or two older than him. In my heart, I've always looked at him as a younger brother, and never thought about those things, alright. Chen Shui looked at the other party seriously. Then do you dare to look me in the eyes and say that you don't like Demon Lord? Lin Ruoyu raised her head, her face bland. I don't like Demon Lord. Chen Shui froze. The eyes were clear. More than a college student. What the hell? It's hard to believe that she really looked away? Impossible. I don't believe my intuition could be wrong. Wait a minute. Seeming to understand something, Chen Shui changed her words, look me in the eyes and re-say it. Say that you don't like Han Qianma. Slightly stunned, Lin Ruoyu spoke seemingly casually. I don't like Han Qianmuo. However, Chen Shui realized that the other party's eyes appeared visibly evasive. When she said the words Han Qianmo, she even unconsciously looked away. Don't hide it. Your eyes, they betray you. Chen Shui wrapped her arms around herself with a confident expression. It's true that you don't like Lord Demon. But you like Han Qianma, the Han Qianma of 3 years ago, and the Han Qianma of now. This time, Lin Ruoyu surprisingly didn't retort and just sighed. Why bother? Right now, you're the one who's his girlfriend, whether I like it or not, it doesn't matter. Chen Shui's expression became softer. I guessed correctly. You still love him, but don't dare to express your true self because of my existence. Taking a deep breath, she took a step back and bent down sincerely. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have interfered in your love. And even more so, I shouldn't have had sex with him. She then pulled the other woman with her and sat down on the bed. But it can't be helped, what should have happened, what shouldn't have happened, has happened. And to be honest, I really don't want to let go. The moment she looked at the other woman, her beautiful eyes flashed with hope. So, let's live together peacefully. Don't care about those meaningless things. We'll be his woman together. You knew him before me. So from now on, you'll be the big one and I'll be the small one. As long as he's happy, as long as we're happy. Is enough. Lin Ruoyu's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the other party in dismay. Do you know what you're talking about? Chen Shui nodded heavily. He's a demon honor. In the Nine Heavens continent, an absolutely invincible and domineering existence. Over there, he can have countless women, and even as long as he wants, all the women in the Nine Heavens continent are his. Therefore, what reason do we, these two mortals, have? Feel special and thus go and monopolize people? Lin Ruoyu's complexion didn't change much. But this, after all, is Earth. Bigamy, it's against the law. Chen Shui laughed. Who said anything about marriage? He should have already fed you pills. In other words, you now have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, just like me and his parents. Not to mention 1,000 years from now, even 200 years from now, what will this world become, who can say? By that time, it's not certain if there's still this law or not, or if the world is still the way it is now. Why bother? For us, it's just a rule that exists temporarily. After a long silence, Lin Ruoyu exhaled slightly. Yeah. If we can really live for 1,000 years, then a lot of things in this world don't have much to do with us anymore. The only thing that has anything to do with us is the changes in this world. Chapter 42, Let It Be. 3 years. Over 1,000 days and nights. Lin Ruoyu never thought that she would ever see that man again. Even more so, she never thought that that man would be like the protagonist of the novel. He was reborn in a different world and returned invincible. Not only did he cure his terminal illness, also gave himself a lifespan beyond normal people. But longevity, eternal youth, and whatnot. She didn't care at all. She only hoped that it wasn't a dream. And that everyone would live better and better. Slightly relieved, after returning to her senses, Lin Ruoyu looked at Chen Shui next to her with a relieved smile. Just go with the flow. If life has really become so long, why do we need to obsess over what to do at a certain moment? Just follow your heart and live in the moment. After a moment of silence, Chen Shui sighed with an embarrassed expression. Okay. It's indeed a bit abrupt to have you directly join in now. Then I don't care about your relationship. Still, I'd like to say a word. Even if you choose to go with the flow, I won't change my current attitude. When it's time to do it with him, I'll still do it with him. A drop of cold sweat seeped from Lin Ruoyu's forehead. Aha! She didn't know if the schoolmate in front of her was this kind of personality before. Or maybe she became so direct after being with Han Xianma. After all, Han Xianma had told her that the aura of a demonic father would amplify one's desires as well as instincts. She did feel that. This schoolmate in front of her was quite straightforward. It could even be said that she didn't have a heart at all. Of course. This is also the reason why she is not willing to join now. Because she feels that even if she wants to be with Han Xianmo, it will be because of the love that comes from the water. If the devil's aura really affects people's thinking and makes them indulgent, then love is like falling into the mortal world. Then love is like an angel that has fallen into the mortal world and lost its wings, lost its mystery and holiness, and is no longer desirable. In her opinion, people should still leave some longing and thoughts to live a positive life. Looking at the dazed Lin Ruoyu, a bright smile surfaced on Chen Shui's pretty face. Standing on her tiptoes, she, who was only 1.6 meters or so tall, gently exhaled in the ear of Lin Ruoyu, who was 1.7 meters or so tall. I have a hunch. Sooner or later, one day, you'll become just like me. Become exclusively his servant. Because that's what you are. Blown by the other party, her ears itched and goosebumps rose. Lin Ruoyu's beautiful eyes flickered continuously, but she couldn't say a single word. Seeing the bedroom door open, Han Qianma, who was sitting on the sofa, asked blandly, "What are you chatting about, chatting for so long? Don't want me to hear it yet." As a matter of fact, the duo's conversation was clearly heard by him outside. It wasn't an intentional eavesdropping. It was just that as a demon dignitary, his hearing had long since far surpassed that of mortals. He was also puzzled. This Qin Shui knew that she had 1,000 miles eyes and could see through all obstacles. Can't she think that she, who possesses 1,000 miles eyes, has a high possibility of possessing smooth ears as well? Close the door and feel safe? I don't know, this girl is really simple, or on purpose. Chen Shui smiled awkwardly. Nothing, the small secrets between women. Men don't need to know. Han Qianmo was a bit surprised. How does it feel, you guys knew each other before? This relationship is indeed progressing a bit fast. Without a fight, men have to fight to become good friends. They were good, chatting a few sentences, it was as if they had known each other for years. Even now, their arms were still linked together. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui glanced at each other, also feeling a bit magical. A study shows that with a common female friend, the probability of a woman and a woman becoming friends is 12.8%, and the probability of becoming enemies is 53.6%. Having common friends of the opposite sex, the probability of becoming friends with each other is 0.001%, and the probability of becoming enemies is 97.9%. The probability of becoming friends with a common hobby is 100%. And all the previous factors can be ignored. Chen Shui was filled with joy and nodded her head repeatedly. I study medicine, she studies physics. Both engineering, it's normal to have a common language, alright. Han Qianma didn't dwell on this topic. Eat. 1:30 in the afternoon. The three returned to the school. The moment he and Lin Ruoyu walked out of the alley, the passing students saw the scene. Their faces were all covered in shock and envy. Not caring about the gaze of the passers-by, Han Qianmo looked at Lin Ruoyu in front of him and spoke faintly. "In the evening, let's have dinner together." Lin Ruoyu smiled faintly. "Let's forget about it at night. Lest I disturb your world of two. I still have to be busy with the formalities for transferring to another school in the next few days. I'll call you guys when I'm done?" Han Qianma didn't retort. "Good." Lin Ruoyu slowly turned around. "I'll, go up then. Bye." Bye. Seeing the other party's back disappear at the end of his line of sight, he then turned around and walked towards Chen Shui, who had already walked out from the alley. "How many classes do you have in the afternoon?" Chen Shui looked at the class schedule on her phone and sighed slightly. "My afternoon is full." Han Qianma responded, "Then I'll get out of class and go wait for you in front of your classroom." A faint blush surfaced on her pretty face as Chen Shui nodded expectantly. Okay. Rotten building. The place where Han Xianlong had beheaded Feng Dekai, Miyamoto Wuji, and the others. The Feng family chief took 5 steps and rushed to the crowd behind the brightly colored silhouette. "You are Lun Lingfang, Captain Lung, aren't you? Long time no see." A head of soft short hair appeared to be very competent, wearing the uniform of the patrol division, but the figure was still unable to hide the patrol division's police flower, Lang Lingfang. Her eyes always carried a touch of clear coldness that scrutinized all living beings. "You're the one who called the police? Tell me, what's going on?" Feng family chief manager had a complicated look on his face. "My master and madam found out that my young master didn't commit suicide at all, but rather, he was subdued by someone. That person threatened my master and madam. Said that in his hands, he holds the young master's privacy, and threatened the master and madam that if they don't want the young master's privacy to be exposed, just bring $10 million in cash and come here to trade with him. As a result, the time for the transaction has passed. Master and madam haven't come back yet. I sensed that the situation was not right, which is why I hurriedly called the police." The inspector next to him frowned. "When something like this happens, you should call the police at the first opportunity instead of making a private deal with the thugs." Lang Lingfang waved her hand, signaling the one who opened his mouth to step back, and then said to the Feng clan's general manager in front of her, "You guys dared to come to a deal. It's enough to show that you guys know the identity of the outlaws." The Feng family's chief steward nodded and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Her name is Chen Shui, the daughter of the chairman of the Chen Group." However, what Master and Madam mean is that she might just be the mastermind behind the scenes. The person who really did it is actually her current boyfriend, Han Qianmo. To clarify, the hidden main line of this book is to resurrect the demonic empress, but the style of this book is on the lighter side and everyday, so there won't be as much bitterness and hatred. It's over if it's cool. Magic? It should be whatever you want it to be, no? Chapter 43, he is the boyfriend of the school flower and the courtyard flower. The Feng family headmaster had a gloomy look on his face. Now it seems that this guy might not be an ordinary person. The means are not only cruel, but also bizarre. Master and Madam now most likely have already planted in his hands. Glancing around, he was incomparably anxious. Why did you guys only bring so many people? It's very dangerous. Hurry up and call for more people. We must bring those two murderers to justice and return justice to the Feng family. The crowd looked at Lung Lingfang with grave expressions. The Feng group had a considerable contribution to the GDP of East Sea. The disappearance of the chairman was not a small matter for the entire East Sea. Regardless of the truth, this matter needed to be handled carefully. It was even necessary to report it to the top and request instructions from a higher level. Lung Lingfang's face did not change. Got it. Thank you for the clues. Go back, we will notify you when we have news. Chief Feng raised an eyebrow. Captain Lang, I'm not joking. That woman from the Chun family, and her boyfriend, could really be the murderer. You hurry up and bring someone to arrest them. Bring them to justice, Captain Lang. Ignoring this, after the other party was persuaded away by his own men, Lung Lingfang turned back and looked at the dark humanoid traces on the ground. Have you analyzed it? Is it a trace left behind after the person was burnt? The inspector shook his head. Looking at the shape, it resembles. But we really didn't find a speck of residual human matter. The companion next to him frowned. Could it be that the murderer cleaned the place again after destroying the body? That's why there's no residue left behind. The detectorist still shook his head. The debris and dust on the ground are still. Doesn't look like it was cleaned. And, even if it was cleaned, the blood and the residue in the crevices can't be removed. But look at you guys. Luminol and dihydrofluorescein didn't react at all after they were poured on top of these burn marks. From the results of the tests, it does appear that there are only traces here, and that no one has died. My companion sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it really be a mistake? Feng Dekai and his wife may have really had an accident. But here, it's not the first scene. But if that's the case, then what do these traces on the ground represent? Lang Lingfang was not affected by her colleague's words, and always maintained her train of thought. Disappearance, leaving no traces. Shaoan. Captain. Looking at the traces on the ground, a touch of coldness surfaced in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Do you remember those previous disappearances? Shaoan snapped back to her senses. Captain, are you suspicious? Lang Ningyan didn't retort and gave direct instructions. Find 2 people and keep an eye on Chen Shui and Han Qianmo. Especially that Han Qianmo. I want to know what he's doing every moment, for the next 72 hours. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Shaoan realized the seriousness of the problem and nodded heavily. Yes, Captain. At 6 in the afternoon, Han Qianmo waited for Chen Shui in the garden outside the classroom. The moment she saw the other party, Chen Shui didn't hesitate for a second, and with a heart full of joy, she rushed up and took the other party's arm. Let's go. Around them, the passing students were stunned. Isn't this the flower of our medical school? That male. What virtue and ability ah! Indeed, he's handsome, but he's not qualified to be the boyfriend of our dean's flower. Where exactly am I losing? So angry. A knowledgeable person laughed bitterly. That's why you're so angry? If I let you guys know that Lin Ruoyu, who just transferred back from MIT and was already crowned the school's flower before he even arrived, also made a public announcement that he was her boyfriend. You guys shall not die of anger on the spot? What? He's not only the boyfriend of our academy's flower, but also the boyfriend of the entire East Sea University, the #1 school flower? Is this guy rich? On what grounds? The students who had seen Lin Ruoyu helping Han Qianmo support him couldn't help but lament. Who knows? Maybe, in his previous life, he saved the earth. Looking at Chen Shui's departing back with Han Qianma on her arm, the crowd gritted their teeth. Click, click, a few crunching sounds, don't know what it is, was swallowed into their stomachs. What do you want to eat tonight? Not caring about the envy and jealousy of the passers-by, Chen Shui took Han Qianma by the arm, full of anticipation. I'll go buy food and go back to make it for you. Han Qianma blandly said, tonight, I want to go back home. Just on his forehead, a drop of cold sweat hung. Chen Shui thought about it. That side hasn't been renovated yet, so we'll have to eat outside tonight. For some reason, no matter what the other party said, she would bring that kind of thing into it. As soon as she thought of it, tonight she could make love to the other party under the moonlight, in the field of flowers on the other side of the river. She was so excited that her body trembled lightly and she walked a little unnaturally. What's wrong? Noticing the other party's reaction, Han Qianma faintly asked. Chen Shui's pretty face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, not daring to look directly at her. It's all your fault. People have been eroded by your demonic qi again. Han Qianma looked at the other party and was silent. He knew that the erosion of demonic qi on ordinary people didn't last forever. In fact, the most direct one was still the first contact. It was like a person pretending to be asleep and suddenly being awakened by a hammer. At first, it is easy for a person's mind to break down, and in turn, indulge their instincts and break the pot. The desire and evil thoughts that have been suppressed for a long time will all be vented. But with the passage of time, this fire will be adapted, and then restore peace. The longer we are together, the easier it is to let go of our nature. If the erosion of the demonic energy is continuous, the instincts and desires will remain in a state of excitement. But the body is going to weaken. Even greater stimulation would become numb after a long time. In his opinion, the current Chen Shui should have already adapted to this state of excitement. The body would no longer become aroused due to the erosion of the demonic energy. The reason why she was still so active was purely because after opening the door to the new world, her own heart liked this feeling. What? Am I wrong? Looking up at the other party, Chen Shui's pretty face was covered in a dripping blush. Han Qianma faintly responded. Right. Without telling the truth, he knew that girls had thin skin, and there were some words that couldn't be too direct. And like this, there was nothing wrong with it. Chen Shui guffawed and suddenly stood on her tiptoes. Just as she was about to kiss up, and at the same time, the passing students revealed looks of envy, jealousy as well as astonishment, and clenched their fists. Buzz buzz. The phone in Han Qianma's pocket rang. Chapter 44. The bully, you look like a person. Chen Shui froze, and seeing that the other party was answering the phone, she did not continue to kiss up. Who? The surrounding male classmates coincidentally, all sighed in relief as if they were relieved. Seeing Han Qianma hang up the phone, Chen Shui then curiously asked, looking for you, or me? The phone was given to the other party by her, and the number was one she had used. The other party had just returned to Earth, and currently only herself and Lin Ruoyu knew the other party's phone number. In the morning, Lin Ruoyu had said that they wouldn't have dinner together in the evening. So this call, she thought, was most likely a call to find herself. Han Qianma turned back to look at the other party. The other party said that he was the director of academic affairs and asked me to go to his office now. Chen Shui's pretty face was stunned. Director of academic affairs? Female? As a good student, Chen Shui had naturally never been to the academic affairs office. Of course she didn't know whether the other party was male or female. A male was even if it was. If it was a female. Looking for our demon lord, I'm afraid that he doesn't have ulterior motives? Han Qianma spoke blandly. Go and take a look, don't you know? The faculty office. The moment he saw Han Qianma, Wang Yuangue immediately stood up from his swivel chair. After closing the door behind him, with a harmless smile, he poured a cup of water for the other party. Mr. Han, right? Don't be nervous, sit. Han Qianma didn't take the water and sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. What is it, say it. The corner of Wang Yuangui's mouth, who was carrying the water, twitched, always feeling like a humble subordinate with his bent back. The other party was the master of this office and even this school. Ahem. Easing the atmosphere with a dry cough, Wang Yuangue hurriedly straightened his back and sat back to his seat after placing the water on the table. It's been a while since Han transferred to our school, right? How do you feel? Can you adapt to our rhythm here? This gesture was as if telling the other party, here, this is my home turf. Han Xianmo didn't look at the other party and returned Lin Ruoyu's message as if nothing had happened. The other party didn't know that he was currently at the faculty office, being tortured. Say what you have to say. It's now part of the dismissal time. This honored one is not obligated to accompany you for idle chit-chat. Wang Yuangui's forehead was covered in cold sweat. What the hell? What was with this emperor-like aura? It's not like a tycoon should look like that. Even the honored one had come out. Although this self-proclaimed name always felt a bit strange. But that emperor-like aura is not a lie at all. It's true. The smartest thing to do was to ask before making a move. Nothing else. Squeezing out a smile worse than tears on his face, Wang Yuangui laughed. It's just a return visit and care for the new students. Don't worry, ask a few questions and you're done, it won't take long. Ask clearly first. Make sure there's no background before changing your face. Wang Yuangui looked at the A4 paper in his hand and pretended to be holding a questionnaire form, but in reality, there was not a single word on it. The first question, the host said that you didn't live on campus these days. So did you rent a house outside, or did you go back to your own home? If you rent a house outside, you have to pay attention to safety. Han Xianma finally turned his head to look at the other party. Kneel down. Wang Yuangui froze. Ah. Kneel down? Was this an answer? Not waiting for him to reveal his shock, his body snapped and his eyes became hollow while his face was covered in cold sweat. Standing up from the swivel chair, he walked around the desk and with a plop, kneeled in front of the other party. Demon Lord, please command. Consciousness still remained awake, only his body didn't listen to his heart was filled with horror. What the hell is going on, ah? How does it feel? Something is not right, ah. Nephew. You did not tell the fourth uncle, your classmates have this physique, ah. Han Xianmo walked in front of the other party, condescendingly looked at the other party. Tell me, what exactly are you looking for my father for? He couldn't read minds. But he could feel the other party's overflowing malice. Which caring teacher would carry a killing heart? Obviously, the other party wasn't caring about the new students at all, but had an ulterior motive. Seemingly sensing the movement in the office, Chen Shui, who was outside the door, could not hold back her worries and pushed the door in. Just in time, she saw the director of academic affairs kneeling on the ground and speaking in a wooden voice. Wu Zihao is my nephew. He has a problem with Lord Demon. Let me use the power in my hands to expel Lord Demon. Han Xianma's face was expressionless. Fire me? You can't make the decision. Chen Shui, who had closed the door, walked over. Scared me. I thought that it was your identity that was exposed. Looking at the head of academic affairs in front of her, her brows furrowed together again. So what now? Brainwash him? Han Xianlong had a needless look on his face. It's just an ant, just kill it. Chen Shui grabbed the other party's wrist. I think it's best not to kill without necessity. Indeed, the aftermath of those people you killed before was done very well. But don't forget, this is the age of the internet. Everyone's information is recorded. A few people go missing, no one may care. But what about a dozen, dozens? It's not a chaotic world now, so randomly killing people is definitely a no-no. Han Qianma didn't retort. Then erase his memory. As for Lu Jiaojiao, I don't know if Wu Zihao has returned yet. At night, when there aren't many people around her, I'll go over and take a look. Chen Shui nodded. Aha! Without saying anything more, Han Qianma casually waved his hand. Wang Yuangue, who had a mute face but a heart full of regret and panic, then rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. When he came, Han Qianma had already used his demonic aura to shield the building's surveillance. Holding Chen Shui's jade hand, he directly turned around and walked into the spatial rift. Don't you want to go eat first? Realizing that gorgeous flowers had suddenly blossomed under her feet, Chen Shui was stunned. What? Straight back. Han Qianma was just about to open his mouth, but suddenly realized that the sound of fighting was coming from the house. Chen Shui also realized that the situation was wrong, and her willow brows knitted. Let's go, hurry, and take a look. In the hall of the small building, Zhao Tai's henchman, Wang Er, was leading a group of helpers, stomping the 3 renovation workers under their feet. A few days ago, this place was still a wasteland. Just next to the garbage dump, there was a small shed. A few days didn't come over, even the small building is fixed? And also planted a whole bunch of, I don't know the name, grow also strange-shaped red flowers. Your movements, quite fast. The 3 renovation workers looked aggrieved. One of the renovation workers named Zhou Xiaolong, who was not handsome and had birthmarks all over half of his face, clenched his fist and said, I said, this house. We didn't fix this house. We're from the decoration company, we took the customer's order and came over to look at the house type only. The customer asked them to say hello in advance when they came over. Just now, they passed by the side and came over to take a look in passing, but they never thought that they would encounter this group of bullies. Wang Er stomped on the other party's head and ravaged it vigorously. Do you know about Han Yuan Group? Have you heard of the Taiyan Gang? Dozens of miles around, all the renovation companies, real estate sales know that this piece of land is our stuff. No one dares to move it except us, and no one dares to repair houses here. You guys are good. Not only did you help that Nail household to fix up their small building, but you also helped them to renovate it? It's clear that you're going against us, isn't it? Zhou Xiaolong gritted his teeth. We didn't. Taking a step back, even if this piece of land is yours and no one else can repair the house here, you have no right to assault us. We're just in the decoration business. What makes you guys so unreasonable? Wang Er was disgusted. To be honest, at first, I really didn't want to touch you guys. But your ing looks are too chic. Scared me. Kicking the other party in the stomach, the annoyed Wang Er looked at his companion. Almost threw up all the rice I ate at noon. Hit. Beat him to death. Let's see if he dares to scare old me in the future. Hearing this, his companion no longer hesitated, copied the baseball bat, and directly smashed it down towards the bodies of the 3 renovation workers. Miserable screams rang out once again. Wang Er casually picked up the phone on the ground, found the number labeled Customer Xiaolu at the top of the call log, and called out. Hello? Just then, he suddenly noticed that 2 unfamiliar figures walked in from outside the main door. A man and a woman. Among them, the woman holding the cell phone had clear eyes. Beauty beyond description. It could be said to have brightened his eyes. Brothers, wait a moment. I want to rob a color first. Not hearing a response, thinking that his companions, too, were stunned by this beauty in front of him, Wang Er subconsciously turned back, with a lewd smile on his face. Don't rob with lousy, even if we have to end up together. That's also lousy first. Eh? As a result, before the words fell, he was violently stunned in place. Because in his line of sight, there was no such thing as a so-called brother. Only a burst of dust visible to the naked eye, in with the breeze, gradually drifting away. On the ground, the 3 decorators had been stunned. Mute, they looked at the doorway, their faces covered with consternation. Swish. The faces changed greatly. Wang Er seemed to have realized something, and turned back violently, only this time, his line of sight did not fall on the woman who was astonishingly beautiful. Instead, it fell on the silent man next to him. When the other party walked through the door, the backlight diminished, and the moment he could see his face clearly, his pupils contracted violently, and his entire face no longer had any semblance of blood color. You? Who are you? How does it look so? So like a person. That high school student who, 5 years ago, was put into the freezer by us, teased us, and finally jumped into the river and committed suicide. Chapter 45 Chen Shui, this. Burst out. Chen Shui looked indifferent. Of course he looks like a human. You're different, you look like a dog. There was no extra mood to continue focusing on this beautiful woman. Wang Er looked at the man in front of him in horror, as if it was a lifetime ago. He had participated in that bullying 5 years ago. At that time, he was arguably the one who laughed the most. He was the one who laughed the most, because he was sincerely amused, and really wanted to see the other person frozen to death in the freezer. After leaving the freezer, when the other companions had forgotten about that incident, he clearly remembered it and kept an eye on Han Xianmo at that time. So much so, that 2 years later, Han Xianmo jumped into the river to commit suicide. News he has paid attention to, and remembered until now. So he remembers very clearly, Han Xianmo is dead. This person in front of him absolutely can't be the same Han Xianmo back then. You are Han Xianmo's brother, right? Wang Er, who had slowed down, exhaled deeply. 5 years ago, we were just joking with your brother Han Xianmo. There's no need for you to take it to heart. Today, we came here because we wanted to find your family to chat about the demolition and relocation compensation matter. Let's put it this way, I can't speak clearly, I'll let the person in charge of this project, Zhao Tai, boss Zhao, speak to you. He wasn't sure what the identity of the man in front of him, who looked like Han Qianma, was. He just had an intuition. This man, he couldn't afford to mess with himself. To start a conflict with the other party, one would die. Want to live. The only way is to divert the conflict, so that their own boss, and the other line. At the same time the words fell, he took out his phone, opened WeChat, and pressed the voice button. Boss, Han Qianmuo. Because of the fear in his heart, he was even so messed up that he habitually sent WeChat when he clearly should have called. However, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, a breeze blew by, and he saw that his hand turned into dust, and his phone fell to the ground in response. Ha! How could this happen? You! What have you done to me? Looking at the expressionless man in front of him in horror, Wang Er burst into tears. That time it was really just a joke. Don't! I don't want to die. Please. Don't kill me. Stunned to find that his body was still continuing to dissipate, with no tendency to stop at all, a bitter smile surfaced on Wang Er's miserable white face. This is a dream, right? Yes, it's definitely a dream. Who? The breeze blew, the dust dissipated, and there was only a hiss of despair that was still echoing. It always seemed that the other party looked familiar. Only after hearing the other party's words did Han Qianma remember that this person in front of him was really one of the group of people who had bullied him back then. Since this is the case, then what else is there to say? Just kill them with your own hands. On the ground, the two decorators were trembling. Only Zhou Xiaolong stared at his eyes, looking at his own sweat that dripped on the ground and turned into black spots. Han Qianmo spread his palm and suspended it in mid-air. Buzz! Zhou Xiaolong was suddenly shaken, his veins rippled, and his eyeballs almost reached the point of bursting. At this moment, he only felt that a carving knife had been drilled into his brain. Unceasingly, frantically cutting and churning the brain. It was a pain that didn't touch the skin, but tore through the soul. Every sharp pain. It was enough to bring him close to the edge of collapse. Strongly enduring this intense pain, Zhou Xiaolong clenched his teeth and glanced at his companions beside him. The moment he found that their eyes were white and they had completely lost consciousness, he seemed to understand something and his expression was horrified to the extreme. 5 seconds later. In the end, he was unable to withstand the extreme pain, and with both of his eyes rolled over, he collapsed to the ground. Chen Shui was somewhat surprised. Counting the previous director of academic affairs, this person should be the one who lasted the longest. It lasted a full 7 or 8 seconds. It's 2 or 3 times more than the time those two people next to him held on. Hiss, it's a bit impressive. Han Qianma didn't refute, and with a wave of his hand, the 3 people's bodies disappeared. Chen Shui was violently stunned. You killed them? Han Qianma shook his head. No. I just sent them to a safe place. It was nightfall, time to rest. One couldn't let them continue to stay here and disturb themselves. Chen Shui took a long breath. All right, it's me who was overthinking. People were just decorators that they had called over. Didn't do anything at all. Not to mention getting a beating, but also losing his life for no reason? That would be too unjust. Han Qianma didn't dwell on what happened just now, and as if nothing had happened, he took out a spirit fruit that looked like a banana, but wasn't actually a banana. Eat it. Receiving what the other party handed over, Chen Shui looked surprised. It's huge. Let's eat this tonight? I'm not hungry. Such a big one. How can I finish it alone? Han Qianma responded, it doesn't have to be eaten all at once. It won't go bad. It's fine to eat it slowly. Chen Shui grabbed the spirit fruit with both hands and was attracted by the aroma it gave off, and couldn't help but bring it to her nose and sniff it. It smells so good. What the hell is this? It looks like a banana and doesn't feel like a banana. Han Qianma spoke indifferently. Spirit yang fruit. Ordinary people can eat it to improve their roots and bones and gain a certain level of cultivation. There's no minimum, but the maximum is 100 years. The exact amount of cultivation that can be raised depends on the eater's own cultivation qualifications. The spirit yang fruit could only be considered the lowest ranked spirit fruit at his place. If it wasn't for the fear that the other party didn't have a cultivation base, a spirit fruit that was too advanced would directly burst the other party's body. An existence like the spirit young fruit would have no chance of making an appearance at all. Hearing this, Chen Shui's eyes glowed with amazement as she hurriedly peeled off the skin of the spirit young fruit and took a huge bite. So sweet. Sure enough, it's not a banana. This is so juicy that it's about to burst out of my mouth. It seems to be really going to burst out. Chen Shui was inspired, tiptoe, holding the demon lord in front of her eyes and kissed it. A moment later, Han Qianmo froze and looked at the other party. What are you doing? Chen Shui swallowed the fruit pulp in her mouth and let out a long sigh of relief. How is it, isn't it sweet? Han Qianmo said blandly, I'm asking you, why did you suddenly kiss me? He had eaten a lot of spirit young fruit. Of course he knew it was sweet. What he was curious about was why the other party was smooching when they were just eating it. Chen Shui had a witty smile on her face. The first bite was too big, and it almost exploded with juice. This is an exotic treasure that can improve your physique and gain cultivation if you eat it. It's shameful to waste. So I just... Han Qianmo wiped the juice from the corners of his mouth, savoring the special sweetness that lingered for a long time. This stuff, I have a lot of it. It's no problem for you to eat one and throw one away. Moreover, something like the spirit young fruit can only be used once. As long as the total amount eaten accumulates to one stick, you'll be able to obtain the full gain effect. After that, it's useless to eat anymore, it can only increase satiety. So you don't have to dwell on the question of wasting or not wasting. Chen Shui looked embarrassed, and while looking away, her pretty face was already covered in scarlet. That way. You didn't say it earlier. Seeing that the moonlight was in full bloom outside, the gorgeous piscian flowers swayed with the wind, and under the illumination of the moonlight, they looked particularly demonic. She hurriedly changed the topic, took the other party's hand, and walked out the door. The moon tonight, it's so bright. Let's go, let's take a look outside. Chapter 46, Before the Flower, Under the Moon, Innate Enchanting Body. In the private room of a high-end club. Zhao Tai, who had been busy all afternoon and was ready to change the venue to continue playing, lit a cigarette and sat on the sofa with his eyes closed. Suddenly remembering something, he casually picked up the cell phone on the table, and sure enough, he saw that his subordinate, Wang Er, had sent himself a message. Holding a cigarette in one hand, he immediately unlocked his cell phone and tapped on WeChat, which Wang Er had sent, a voice that only lasted 2 seconds. Boss, Han Qianmo. After listening to the voice, confused Zhao Tai called Wang Er, but cannot be connected. Deeply inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes, he once again clicked on the voice, listening repeatedly. Determined that the other party said Han Qianmo, not another name. Cannot help but fall into a deep thought. He did not understand. Why would Wang Er mention the dead man's name at this time? On the field of pishy flowers. Chen Shui, who had pinned down Pishwagawa and used it as a bedsheet, cupped the other party's cheeks with her winking eyes. Lin Ruoyu's sighed. What are you going to do? Han Qianmo had a bashful face. What to do? Chen Shui's beautiful eyes flashed in the moonlight. She said that she still has no intention of being your woman yet. Want to consider that, come on hard? Han Qianlong's face didn't change color. Why do you want to come hard? He understood Lin Ruoyu. Learning as well as curiosity about the unknown was the other party's greatest interest. Although romance was allowed in college, in his opinion, the current Lin Ruoyu still only had studying on her mind. What's more, he had already lived for 100,000 years, what kind of storms hadn't he seen before? He didn't need to put too much thought into a certain person. Let nature take its course. It was the best way to deal with it. Chen Shui looked at the other party with a different meaning. She has become so beautiful now, you. Aren't you moved? Han Qianmo said bluntly, like. But the liking now, it feels like, and the liking from 5 years ago, there isn't much difference. How can I say this? A person who had lived for 100,000 years had long since looked down on everything. The other party hadn't experienced such a long period of years. It simply couldn't experience this feeling. It was useless to explain anymore. As expected, Chen Shui's eyes only had clear blankness in them. Then behind you. What are you going to do back there? Just be friends with her like this? Han Qianmo blandly said, why not? Repaying the favor, it's not like I have to be with her. As long as she's happy, as long as she kills all the people who make her unhappy and gives her everything she needs, in my opinion, that's enough. The seemingly casual words, to Chen Shui's ears, were incomparably domineering. To be spoiled by you is really a great fortune. Han Qianma returned to his senses, and just when he wanted to open his mouth to say something, his mouth was sealed by the other party's fragrant kiss. 3 hours later. The beautiful flowers on the other side of the river were overwhelmed. Under the hazy moonlight, the continuous bending of the other side of the flowers, so that this dead silence of the sea of flowers, more of vitality. Back to the small building. One hand holding Chen Shui's Han Qianmo casually waved his hand. In the bedroom there will be a white jade dragon cloud couch. Throwing Chen Shui onto the couch, he casually waved his hand in front of the window as if something had converged, blocking most of the moonlight. Only a faint beam of light was left behind, enough to illuminate the other party's face. Demon Lord. Never having thought that that kind of thing could be so romantic and dreamy, Chen Shui's heartbeat accelerated, her breathing was rapid, and her delicate body was trembling. At this moment, she swore that she would definitely offer her best self to the other party, completely and unreservedly. Originally, she had planned to go and see what the current situation was on Lu Jiajiao's side in the dead of night. As a result, Chen Shui, who had eaten the spirit yang fruit, became unusually raw, tossing him around all night. Yikes! In the early hours of the next morning, Chen Shui, who had come back to look at the mirror after going to the restroom in the flower field, was violently startled. Han Qianma subconsciously opened his eyes and looked at the Chen Shui sitting on the edge of the bed, her long hair flowing and her skin glowing with a light smoothness. What's wrong? Chen Shui looked at the mirror, her own purple eyeshadow, purple pupils, and lavender lips, and was stunned. Am I poisoned? How did it become like this? As a matter of fact, she could also feel that her current self had become even more beautiful, even with a hint of demonic color. But she knew that this was not her true self. Han Qianma got up with a bashful face. The spirit yang fruit opened up your meridians, giving you the ability to absorb the aura of heaven and earth. There is no spiritual qi in this world, only the demonic qi that emanates from me. In other words, you are now also considered to be cultivating a demon. Looking towards the other party's pretty face that was colorful but not demonic, Han Qianma had a gentle face. The current you is the so-called demoness. In his memories, the demon empress also possessed these facial features. At this moment, looking at the other party's cheeks, he had the feeling of seeing the devil Dao empress. Chen Shui was a little apprehensive. Then in the future, will I always look like this? It's not that it's unattractive. Mainly I'm afraid that if I'm like this, I'll scare my parents. And going to school, it's also easy to be pointed out as non-mainstream, right? Han Qianma casually waved his hand, and the witch specialty on the other's face disappeared. When your cultivation goes up, you'll be able to change your appearance on your own. Like how I am now. Suddenly returning to her senses, Chen Shui looked at the other party with an astonished expression. Righto. The first time I saw you, you were the appearance of an ordinary person. That is to say, you actually changed your appearance on purpose, or perhaps eliminated the demon traits? Then what was your original appearance like? I mean, as a demon sovereign, your demon traits should be more obvious, right? Han Qianma didn't retort. Saying that there's no difference, the difference is still quite big. Saying that there's a big difference, it doesn't feel like there's much of a difference. Anyway, just one sentence, there's no need for you to see my original appearance, and I don't want you to see my original appearance. Chen Shui jokingly said. Why? Is it ugly? Or is it? Would it be scary? Han Qianma had a bashful face and smiled without saying anything. The Devil Empress had said that it was the most handsome face in the continent of the 9 heavens. Countless female cultivators, devil women, and demon women had also fallen for it. The reason why he was unwilling to let the other party see it was simply because he knew that revealing his original face would also mean not suppressing his demonic aura. For him, it didn't matter. But for this world, it would be a devastating disaster. Seeing that the other party had no intention of continuing this topic, Chen Shui also stopped pursuing it. Alright, forget about it. Then hurry up and take a look at. What kind of realm has mine reached now? Han Qianma turned back and said indifferently, just on realm, you already possess the level of the earth realm. Just by looking at the cultivation alone, it's at least 99 years. Chen Shui's eyebrows opened up and her face was covered in excitement. At most, you can gain 100 years of cultivation. And here I am, acquiring 99 years? In other words, my own qualifications, they're not bad? Han Qianma nodded. According to your talent, within half a year, breaking through to the heaven realm shouldn't be much of a problem. By converting all of the cultivation granted by the spirit young fruit into your own realm, you'll at least be able to break through to the martial zone realm. He also didn't expect that the other party's qualifications would be so good, and even more so, he didn't expect that the other party was still an innate charming body. The more you love, the stronger you get type. Chapter 47, Changing Destiny. Han Qianma said frankly, it is evident that you do have the talent to be a witch. Chen Shui grabbed the other party's big hand with joy. Really, Da? That is to say, I'm really good at being with you? For her. This was the biggest compliment. Han Qianma didn't retort and smiled bashfully. Maybe. Looking at the other party with an excited face, Chen Shui's heart was pounding and her body was trembling with joy. This was the best praise for her. Demon Lord. As her breathing quickened, a tantalizing blush surfaced on her fair cheeks. Chen Shui looked at the other party fondly, her beautiful eyes flickering with adoration. Little Snow. Little Snow wants more. Han Qianma had a bashful face. It's time for class. Chen Shui shook her head. Don't. Little Snow doesn't want to go to class now, Little Snow now. Only wants the love and affection of Lord Demon. Han Qianma smiled faintly, cupped the other party's tender chin with his hand, and kissed the other party's delicate lips. Good. To do as one pleases is the true meaning of magic. Accompanied by Chen Shui's soft enunciation, Han Qianma knew that the atmosphere had already been baked in. Just as he was about to take a step further, his eyes condensed and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Chen Shui, who had her mouth open and was waiting for the other party to love her, froze for half a day. Only then did she react and open her eyes, looking around in confusion. Where is everyone? In front of the door of the small building, within the field of blooming flowers on the other side of the river, Han Qianma, who had already put on his clothes, looked at the man in front of him who was constantly kowtowing, and opened his mouth indifferently. You're the decorator who had some of his memories erased by this father last night. Still dared to come back. It seems like you don't want to live. The fact that the renovation team hadn't overcalled proof that the other party's purpose for coming here wasn't for the renovation. Rather, it was for yesterday's incident. No matter what means the other party used to avoid the memory wipe. If he still dares to come over, he is looking for death. Chen Shui, who had the strength of the earth realm, moved quickly and rushed directly behind Han Qianma after getting dressed. Isn't this the renovation worker from yesterday? Why is he here? Or did he come alone? She also realized that the man in front of her seemed to have resisted Han Qianma's memory wipe and couldn't help but feel surprised. What the hell is going on here? Without waiting for Han Qianma to speak again, Zhou Xiaolong, who was kneeling on the ground, hit his head against the earth, emitting a loud thump sound. Gods above. Please, help me, this mortal. Please. Please. Looking at Zhou Xiaolong, who kept kowtowing, one time harder than the other, Chen Shui was dumbfounded. He called you divine? Han Qianma was also a bit strange, and asked Zhou Xiaolong on the ground, why are you calling my father a god? And what is the purpose of your coming here? Zhou Xiaolong snapped his head up, his face covered in sincerity was covered in blood. I don't know. I only know that you are a god. You are powerful, transcending the mortal world, surpassing the cognizance of us mortals. Only you can help me. Chen Shui, who was not psychologically prepared, was startled by the other party's hideous appearance, and looked at Han Qianma in dismay. It feels like he doesn't remember what happened yesterday. Only remember, you are very bull. That's why he called you a god? Han Qianma had already seen the clues. It should be that when he was erasing his memories, he realized his own memories were being erased, thus giving his subconscious mind a new, unrelated memory of that event. This is what led to the fact that, although he had forgotten yesterday's events, he still remembered. I'm not a mortal. When he went to the continent of the Nine Heavens, he realized that the strong people of the continent of the Nine Heavens, although their physical bodies and cultivation talents were very strong, their spiritual power, the so-called soul power, was relatively weak. On average, it was not even comparable to the average level of Earth. This was also one of the reasons why he was able to reign supreme in the Nine Heavens continent. While others only forged their bodies and practiced qi, he was a triple cultivator of body, chi, and essence. Plus, his soul power, even if it was placed on earth, was one of the top existences. In front of those strong people from the Nine Heavens continent who only practiced body forging and chi training, but whose soul power was on the weak side, it could be described as a descending blow. Becoming the #1 master was certainly only a matter of time. After coming back, he realized that the effects of some spirit-based magicians might not be able to reach the same effects as in the Nine Heavens continent for Earth's powerhouses. However, he still did not expect that an ordinary person could also slightly resist his memory erasure. Although it is a tricky means, but also considered successful. This made him more interested in the renovator in front of him. Chen Shui suddenly realized. So it's like this. So it seems that this person, more or less, is somewhat unusual nah. After all, such strong willpower, ordinary people can't do it. Han Xianma looked at Zhou Xiaolong on the ground and spoke faintly. You just said that only this father can help you? Zhou Xiaolong nodded repeatedly. My name is Zhou Xiaolong. An outsider. Growing up in a poor family, I had no choice but to come to the big city to work. But because of my looks. Speaking here, he subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to show his face, all of it. From Rongqing to Liangguang, and then from Liangguang to Donghai. No matter work or life, both have never been smooth. Chen Shui said truthfully, your voice is quite recognizable. Why don't you go sing? Now that the live broadcast industry is so developed, with such a good voice condition as yours, it should be easy to catch fire. She really felt that the other party had a good voice condition. It was also from this moment that she believed that when the heavens closed a door for you, they would really open a window for you. Zhou Xiaolong clenched his fists. I tried. Not showing your face. It did catch fire for a while. Then it was reported by my peers and was fleshed out by their fans. Posted pictures of me in reality on the internet. After that, every time I went live, I was scolded, saying that I said that I was a liar, driving a voice changer to cheat people. Chen Shui was embarrassed. Face value is justice. If you don't have face value, you are the embodiment of evil. These two sentences seem exaggerated, but they are very realistic. Han Xianma blandly said, so, you're looking for my father in order to change your appearance? Zhou Xiaolong kowtowed repeatedly. Last night when I slept, I kept dreaming. In my dream, someone told me. If you want to change your fate, come to you. Only you can help me. After I woke up from the dream, I thought that it was just a dream. There is no such thing as changing fate. But that voice always echoed in my head. My reasoning told me that such a thing, it's bull. As if he had summoned enough courage, Zhou Xiaolong fought against the inferiority complex in his heart and raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. But the me inside me tells me that this might be my only one chance to change my fate. If I miss it, I'll never get another chance. Chapter 48 The Unknown Man. Chen Shui looked at Han Xianma in a cold sweat. You, what do you think? She couldn't stop her heart from shaking. Was there really such a person? Even the only time and seemingly so illusory opportunity could be seized? If it was herself. If it was myself, I would have thought that it was a dream that I couldn't get it, and I didn't want it. I'm not going to be able to get through it. Never really come to the subconscious. The so-called can change their own destiny, but for this world, but the absurdity of the gods. Is there something different about him? Or is it? He's just been waiting and looking for an opportunity. Finally, he was just allowed to wait? Han Xianma looked at Zhou Xiaolong blandly. Why does this father want to help you? Hearing this, Chen Shui instantly understood that Zhou Xiaolong's long-cherished wish had been stabilized. She knew this demon lord, if the other party only had disdain in his heart. It was simply impossible to say one more word. Looking back at Zhou Xiaolong on the ground, Chen Shui could not help but feel emotion. It is also considered that the emperor is not responsible for the person who has a heart. The opportunity is left to those who are prepared. You have prepared for so long. This world yet still did not give you a chance. This world does not give. He gives. Zhou Xiaolong clenched his fists and looked at the god in front of him with a determined face. As long as I have it. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Even if it's a soul, it doesn't matter. Han Xianma looked at the other party expressionlessly. Your soul, this father has no interest in. How about this, give this honored one your voice. This father will then give you what you want. Zhou Xiaolong had a hopeful look on his face. It can be. But can this really be done? Although he was relying on his obsession, his reason was always reminding him. His own long-cherished wish was not realistic. Han Qianma didn't answer. You think clearly. After this father takes away your voice, you will never be able to sing again. At the same time, your appearance has been altered, which means that your relatives and friends will no longer recognize you. This means that in the future, you will no longer be able to use the name Zhou Xiaolong. Although honorable, you can only be a nameless person far away from your beloved family and friends. Friends and family had gotten used to his ugliness. One day when he became good-looking, those so-called relatives and friends would point their fingers at him, saying that he had gotten plastic surgery and had done something unseemly to become what he was today. Constantly give him psychological pressure. And for his parents. Want, just their own children, the original is what kind. Those who are jealous of him will put pressure on him. People who care about him will also put psychological pressure on him. Obviously became better looking, but as a result, did not get the imaginary praise and care. Instead, he gets more cynicism and lack of understanding. The final result is unable to withstand this pressure to the extreme. Obviously, Han Qianmo does not want this person in front of him to go to the extreme, so he gave a reminder. Because if that was the case, there would be no point in giving him help. Zhou Xiaolong's eyes were firm. I understand. No matter what the outcome is, I can bear it. In the past, it was heaven that gave me the choice. I didn't have the chance to choose. Now, I can choose for myself. No matter what the result is, on my knees, I will finish this road. Chen Shui was studying medicine. She could tell that the other party's face was not an ordinary looks problem at all, but rather had a disease that resulted in a facial deformity and dilated birthmarks. In this case, it was mostly because the parents did not take proper preparatory measures before conceiving him, and after getting pregnant, they did not abstain from food and did not take the proper safety measures that they should have. This eventually led to the deformity. The best time to fix it, she knew, was in the month or two after birth. And even if the surgery was done at that time and it was successful, after growing up, there would be more or less some effects. Obviously, Zhou Xiaolong didn't have the surgery done at all at that time, not even later on. This was what turned him into the appearance he had today. Of course, she didn't feel that the other party was to blame. This was because she knew that this kind of surgery was very expensive, and the average family simply couldn't afford it. In her opinion. In the end, it couldn't be said that it was anyone's fault that a tragedy like today had occurred. If you want to blame it, you can only blame fate for being unfair, giving this already ordinary and even poor family a joke. Looking at Zhou Xiaolong's determined eyes, Han Qianma did not say anything else, and slowly spread his hands towards the other party's face. At this moment, time seemed to have become long. Zhou Xiaolong clenched his teeth and closed his eyes, his whole body trembling because of his nervousness. On the side, Chen Shui also held her breath. Earlier, she had made a wish to Han Qianma to become more beautiful in a joking manner. The other party's response was, yes, but it's not necessary. At this moment, she wasn't sure if the demon lord in front of her could do such a spell. The heart was filled with curiosity and nervousness. Because she knew that if the other party could really change a person's appearance to what they wished for, then it wouldn't just be powerful, but it is omnipotent. Even close to omnipotent. Buzz. In the next moment, a burst of dark-colored demonic aura suddenly spread out from between her palms. Chen Shui, who was in a trance, was violently stunned, her beautiful eyes widening to the extreme. Subconsciously covering her mouth, she almost said that word out loud. Chen Shui looked at before her eyes in shock, Zhou Xiaolong who had completely changed his face, his pretty face covered in disbelief. Don't say the plastic surgery world. Throughout the entire history of medicine, this is also called a miracle. Han Qianmo looked at Zhou Xiaolong with a bemused expression. This is not plastic surgery. I just restored his original appearance. Zhou Xiaolong on the ground hurriedly took out his cell phone, opened the front camera, and looked at himself on the screen, tears streaming down his face. This is what I should look like. The phone fell to the ground, and with a face full of tears, he knelt on the ground, kowtowing continuously. Thank you, Lord God. Your great kindness will never be forgotten by Little Dragon. From now on, Little Dragon's soul, loyalty, all belong to you alone. Whatever you tell little dragon to do, little dragon will do, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely not betray. Chen Shui heard that the other party's voice had become hoarse, as if 90% of his vocal cords had been cut off, with only a tiny bit left. Although one could hear clearly what the other party was saying, that timbre, it really wasn't considered good. No need. Han Xianma casually waved his hand and sent the other party away from here. Chapter 49 Lu Jiajiao's Despair. Chen Shui turned her head to Han Xianma. I'm curious. How did you take away the voice thing? After taking it away, what was the use of it? Although she had seen it with her own eyes, she still couldn't understand how such an invisible, conceptual thing as voice was materialized and then taken away by him. Han Xianma didn't answer, but only used his slender fingers to lightly tap on the other party's neck. Try it. Chen Shui was slightly stunned, instantly understanding what the other party meant. A barji de hungry Buddha brother. Drink e hungry le touch lu. Did you give me his voice? It seems. It doesn't seem to have changed much. Han Xianma said blandly, sing a song that is sung by both men and women. For the soprano part, imagine you're a man and imitate that male singer. Try it. A drop of cold sweat hung on Chen Shui's forehead. Alright, I'll try. Cough cough cough. Clearing her throat, she sang carefully. Don't eat this, don't drink that, still never lost weight. Singing the male part, she took a deep breath. Worked out, no results, still a pile of fat. There was a flash of light. Really? Really changed? So amazing. I have two voices now? And two voices of different genders. It suddenly occurred to her that there were some singers like this, who usually spoke in a normal voice, but when they sang, especially when they climaxed, they would turn into a voice of the opposite gender. She couldn't help but think. Thinly veiled thoughts. Han Xianma blandly said, let's go, it's time to go to class. This song is a male-female chorus? Why does it always feel weird somewhere? Whoosh! The words just fell. Chen Shui then realized that she had been taken by the other party's hand and brought to the school's grove. Noticing that someone not far away was turning their back in this direction, and should have just passed not long ago, Chen Shui sighed. Let's just get a car. At this distance, there's no need to use a whoosh. And I always feel that if we walk too much at night, something will happen. Han Xianma was indifferent and turned to take a step. I don't know anything about cars. You go buy it, I'll give you the money. Chen Shui smiled and caught up with the other party, and held the other party's hand from behind. There's still a lot of money left from the money you gave last time. In the future, I'll do the spending. The rest? Leave it to you. Han Xianma didn't refute, letting the other party hold his hand and walk cozily in the direction of the teaching building. In the apartment outside the wall, Wu Zihao was still calling to borrow money. Brother Zhao, you know my situation? Lend me another $5 million. By next month at the latest, together with what I borrowed before, I will definitely return it to you with interest. The brother Zhao on the other end of the phone seemed to have seen through the other party's trick. Then next month, when you pay back the money. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. The corners of Wu Zihao's mouth twitched as he turned back to Lu Jiaojiao on the side. How is it? How much did you borrow? Lu Jiaojiao shook her head. Relatives, friends, and even my parents have all already blacked me out. Now at this time, where am I going to borrow? Anger had reached the edge of an imminent outburst, and at this moment, not only was there regret in her heart, but there was also extreme resentment. She was with Wu Zihao originally because the other party's family was rich and powerful. In the beginning, when she was with the other party did show the appearance of rich people, and spent a lot of money on her. But soon she realized. Although this Wu Zihao has a lot of pocket money, but the speed of spending is also quite fast. And always remain at the level of just not enough to spend, must be diverted to the next month's pocket money. At the beginning of those 2 years, such a situation for her is not so-called, misappropriation is misappropriation, anyway, next month's pocket money, are his, and will not become someone else. However, these years, with Wu Zihao contact drugs and more exciting play, pocket money has been completely insufficient. Even need to rely on borrowing, in order to maintain daily expenses. Because it is mainly drugs and gambling increased expenses. Wu Zihao also do not dare to ask for more from the family, for fear of asking for more will cause suspicion of the family, which will lead to greater trouble. He can only let her follow to help find a way. From the beginning of the less buy gifts, to the back of the not buy gifts, to the back of the sell gifts, with her money. As well as now helping the other party to borrow money. Lu Jiajio was considered to completely understand that Wu Zihao was not a reliable boyfriend at all. The result of being with him was not only wasting away youth, but would even end up with 2 empty pockets. However, she knew. Now regret, already too late. Because for each other. She has already spent all her savings, but also to find the family to ask for a lot of money, and owed a huge amount of money outside. And Wu Zihao continue to maintain a relationship, there is still a slight possibility of turning over. Now she can't afford to pay back the money if she clears her relationship with Wu Zihao, there is only one thing that can happen to her. That is to be caught by the debtor, sell her body to pay off the debt, or even sell her body to pay off the debt. With a grudging face, she looked at the man in front of her. Lu Jiajiao couldn't help but fantasize. If 3 years ago, he lost his way, did not listen to each other to harm that man, but left each other, and that man together, will be a different ending? Splat. The next moment, a loud slap woke her up from her fantasy. Then why are you still fuming? Why don't you hurry up and think of something else? Lu Jiajiao shuddered violently, subconsciously covering her swollen cheeks in fury. Wu Zihao, you've had enough. I'm your girlfriend, not your slave. For you, I've already betrayed everyone and offended everyone around me. What more do you want from me? Wu Zihao grabbed the other party's neck, his eyes full of scorn. Who gave you the courage? Dare to yell in front of me. He was also cornered now. If he didn't know the market price of things like kidneys and hearts. Understanding that even if he disassembled the other party and took all of them to sell, it wouldn't solve his immediate needs. There was no way he could have kept the other party until now. As soon as he pushed the other party to the ground, Wu Zihao's face was murderous and his gaze was like ice. Tell you what. Don't mess with old me. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Whoa whoa. Looking at the other party's hideous face and eyes filled with murderous aura, Lu Jiajiao instantly wimped out and couldn't stop her tears from falling. Every way imaginable has already been used. I really have no way out. At this moment, she cried out in despair inside. Han Qianma. Why didn't you stick around a bit longer? Hold out a little longer, a little more outstanding, I might have agreed to you. Then, I wouldn't have become what I am now. Chapter 51st in second place. Wu Zihao's stomach was on fire, looking at the other party's pathetic appearance, not only could not feel pity, but felt disgusted. Just when he raised his hand again, ready to hit down, the phone on the table rang. Seeing that it was his mother calling, he hurriedly pressed the answer button. Mom! Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, a broken voice came from the other end of the phone. Have you looked for your fourth uncle recently? What did you look for him for? How did you dry burn his CPU? Because the sound was turned on amplified, Lu Jiajiao, who was curled up on the ground, could also hear it. Lu Jiajiao just breathed a sigh of relief, but was startled by the tirade on the other end of the phone. Dumbfounded, she sat in place, her expression stiff, not daring to move. Wu Zihao was puzzled. What? What CPUs are dry burned? Mom, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? The mother of Wu on the other end of the phone didn't answer and directly sent a video. Through the video, Wu Zihao and Lu Jiajiao saw that at this moment, the fourth uncle of the East Sea University's faculty was wearing a hospital gown, shaking his head in the empty room, his eyes incomparably empty. Occasionally found what? Grabbed up and ate, but was pulled by a staff member. Said that it was his own pull-out cannot be eaten. Lu Jiajiao did not know why. This. Wu Zihao was even more puzzled. Mom, what happened to fourth uncle Im? How did he become like this? Mother Wu on the other end of the phone scolded angrily. I still want to ask you. Is it because you asked him to do some favor again? Otherwise, how could he have offended someone and in turn be victimized into this hellish state right now? Wu Zihao was stunned. Favor? Oh yeah. I was asking him to help expel a student who had bullied me. But that person doesn't have any background. How could he possibly turn fourth uncle into this? On the side, Lu Jiajiao, who heard this, was completely dumbfounded. She instantly understood. Including the matter of Fei Xiaoyang's disappearance, everything that happened that day was not an illusion. This Han Qianmo is really not an ordinary person. He not only can make people disappear at will, but also can turn people into a little cute. Look at the man in front of you. Lu Jiajia clenched her teeth. But no matter what he said, in front of this asshole just do not believe Not caring about Lu Jiajiao's gaze, the sweaty Wu Zihao, his attention, was all on his old mother's tirade. You say there's no background? And bully you. If there is no background, he dares to bully you? If there is a background, what you are doing is harming your fourth uncle. Wu Zihao had a complicated face. Mom, Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, the old mother on the other end of the phone directly ordered. All right. In these few days, you're not allowed to go to school. That student, I'll investigate. Also, pay attention to the man from the patrol and arrest division. In these few days, make sure you don't let him catch evidence of your misbehavior. Wu Zihao was dumbfounded. But before he could ask the question in his mind, the other party had already hung up the phone. Clutching the phone tightly, he was silent for a long time before he reacted and asked Lu Jiaojia next to him. What the hell is going on with that Han Xian Mo? The result was that after turning back he found the other party had long since disappeared. Noon lunch point. Han Qianmuo played a good meal and waited for Chen Shui in the cafeteria, but found that the other party was not alone, but also brought Lin Ruoyu and Lin Ruoyu's foreign friends. Chen Shui smiled. I ran into them on the road. And came over together. Han Qianmo looked at Lin Ruoyu. The two nodded. In their eyes, there was a hint of unspeakable seriousness. On the side, Emily, who was dressed coolly and attracted countless eyeballs as soon as she came in, extended her hand to Han Qianmo with a bright smile. Hello, my name is Emily. We met last time. Your name is Han Qianruo, right? Last night, Lin had been talking to me about you in a very emotional way. It feels like you're a very interesting person. Lin Ruoyu was slightly stunned and hurriedly pulled Emily. Emily, you promised me. Looking toward Han Qianmo, she looked evasive, and a faint blush had long since surfaced on her pretty face. Don't get me wrong, I just chatted with her about something from our high school days. After all, as of now, you're the only high school classmate I've met in this school. And don't worry. What I shouldn't say, I didn't say a single word. Han Qianmo looked at Lin Ruoyu with a bashful face. What specifically did you chat about? Let's sit down and talk. Not a trace of blame could be seen on his face. It was as if he had given the other party all the mercy, forgiveness, and relief he could muster. Emily's hand hung in midair, slightly embarrassed. Mr. Han? At this moment, she felt like air. In a daze, Chen Shui shook the meal card in her hand. You guys sit down for a while. We'll go get our meals. Any contraindications? If not, I'll just hit whatever. After saying that, she grabbed Emily's hand and looked at the other with a smile. I also don't know the tastes of you Missouri fry people. Let's go fight for food. The visitor is a guest, this meal is on me. Emily didn't retort, smiled faintly at Lin Ruoyu, and after glancing meaningfully at Han Qianmo, she turned around and followed Chen Shui. Suddenly it became two people. Lin Ruoyu was a bit at a loss for words, looking out the window from time to time, occasionally sneaking a glance at her old classmate in front of her. In the end, it was her who spoke first, breaking the silence. What classes are you taking, now? With your high school level, can you keep up? Han Qianmo blandly said, have you forgotten? In high school, you were only second in your grade. Lin Ruoyu looked at the other party in a daze, smiling bitterly with a hint of anger. Yeah. You were the number one. But I'm not worse than you in science at all, okay? Just a little bit worse than you in languages. After all, not everyone can be like you, a monster who can even get perfect scores in composition. Han Qianmo smiled blandly, his face overflowing with smugness. Just a fluke. Such dejection hadn't even appeared when he became a demon sovereign and unified the 8 wastelands. After all, the powerhouses of the continent of the 9 heavens simply couldn't comprehend just how overbearing a perfect score on an essay was. Lin Ruoyu wrapped her arms around herself with a hint of unwillingness and wanting to be strong. Once is a fluke, several times, also a fluke? Although the composition of the college entrance exam is more strictly scrutinized, you may not necessarily get full marks. But under the same conditions, your essay, for sure, will be higher than mine. This is also the reason why I will always be pushed head and shoulders above you. But putting aside the language, my grades in other subjects are not worse than yours at all right. Even the subject of physics, I basically win. Isn't it? In her opinion. Excessive modesty is just fooling around. It couldn't be spoiled. Han Qianma spoke faintly. Really, then should we compare? Lin Ruoyu had a fearless face. Compared to what? Like before, then making papers? Han Qianma didn't retort. Why not? Lin Ruoyu's eyes were firm, as if she had awakened to something, gazing at the other party. Seeing this familiar look, Han Qianma also became serious. A few breaths later. Along with a snort of laughter, the silence was broken again. Lin Ruoyu laughed. It's still good as it was in the past. Although it's tiring, it's down to earth. More importantly, on the road of hard work, there are people who care about the company. Doing anything is energizing. Han Qianma, who was already ready to raise his hand to pull out the test papers from the Chenkuan bag, smiled slightly and lowered his arm. What, are you not practical now? Lin Ruoyu shook her head. Before it was a bit. Now, it's down to earth. Looking at the other party's relieved eyes, Han Qianma let out a slight sigh of relief. Right. This scene. By the distance, hiding behind the load-bearing pillars of the patrolman, complete with eyes. Chapter 51, this surveillance subject, something's not right. The school entrance. An XIN, who was responsible for monitoring this area and was also the person in charge of the surveillance operation, received a call from a colleague. How is the situation on your side? The colleague on the other end of the line hesitated for a moment, with a hint of confusion in his tone. Captain, I feel that the person we are monitoring isn't quite right. An XIN chortled, nonsense. Would the right person be under our surveillance? Cut out the useless sentiments and directly state the objective facts. After hesitating for a moment, the colleague on the other end of the phone swallowed. Spelling out the results of these 2 days, his own observations, one by one. Believe it or not, whatever. Anyway, the fact that I saw it, that's it. Cold sweat covered an XIN's forehead, and consternation filled his face. You saw him use what you said. That recluse technique? The co-worker responded, no. But the fact that he disappeared after entering the office building and then reappeared from somewhere else is the truth. At that time, a few of our co-workers watched all the entrances and exits. It's impossible to have looked away and let him run away. So, he can either fly or vanish, otherwise it's absolutely impossible for him to disappear out of thin air and then appear somewhere else the next day. An XIN took a deep breath. The surveillance is also broken. This is indeed a bit fishy. Continue to monitor him. Keep me posted on any new developments. He was not convinced about the situation elaborated by his colleague. After being an inspector for so many years, he had come into contact with more than a few bizarre cases. At the end of the investigation, without exception, all can be explained by scientific logic. He knows that these colleagues under his hand just came not long ago. For things of judgment, not mature enough. Only to make such a detached from the actual objective exposition. But don't believe it. The specific situation, he still have to report to their bosses truthfully. Hanging up his colleague's phone, an XIN did not hesitate and immediately looked up his boss's number. Just as he was about to dial out, the clamor of passers-by caught his attention. Go! Go and take a look. It seems like someone is trying to jump over there. School cafeteria. The policeman who was responsible for monitoring the target in the school put his cell phone back into his pocket and was about to continue monitoring the target when he suddenly realized that the target had already left his seat with his girlfriends. He was walking in the direction of the gate. Without thinking too much, he pretended to be a student and hurriedly came out from behind the load-bearing pillar. As if nothing had happened, he walked in the direction of the target. Keeping following the other party, he came to the school gate. Realizing that the target was about to walk out of his area of responsibility, and that continuing to follow him would risk exposing him, he immediately took out his phone and called an XIN. The result was that the phone rang for half a day, and no one ever answered. The school entrance. Han Qianmo had long ago discovered the existence of this group of people, but he didn't care. Because he wouldn't let this group of people see any magical scene. Even if they did, it would be the other party's bad luck. It's only at this point, the cafeteria actually ran out of food. I'm also drunk. Chen Shui sighed, speechless. Obviously, she usually didn't eat in the school cafeteria much and didn't understand what cafeteria meant at all. It's fine. With a spring-like smile restored to her face, Chen Shui looked at Lin Ruoyu and Emily and patted her chest. Even if we eat out, this meal is still on me. Eat whatever you want. This young lady can definitely satisfy you. Lin Ruoyu and Emily glanced at each other and smiled. Both of them could tell that this sunny young girl in front of them, her family conditions, were indeed very good. Actually, I'm not hungry yet. Lin Ruoyu looked at the time and prepared to say goodbye. To be able to take a walk with that man for so long, she was already satisfied. However, without waiting for her to finish her sentence, the students who hurriedly passed by from the side caught Chen Shui's attention. What are they running for? The school, another fire? Lin Ruoyu and Emily were also surprised, as the people running towards the school gates were indeed quite a few. Among them, there was even school security. Suddenly seeing her roommate, Chen Shui grabbed the other's wrist. The school was invaded by zombies? What are you all running outside for? That roommate snapped back to attention. You don't know? Someone jumped from the office building over on the pedestrian street. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go make a scene. Chen Shui froze for a moment, and while letting go of her roommate's wrist, she subconsciously looked at the only man next to her. Not just her, even Lin Ruoyu and Emily subconsciously looked at Han Xianma. The three of them looked similar and were all silent. At this moment, Han Xianma's line of sight was already looking into the distance, where regular people couldn't even see. Go outside and find a restaurant to sit down. Seeing the other party turn around and leave, Chen Shui snapped back to her senses. What about you? Going to the restroom. Sighing slightly, Chen Shui could only turn back and look at the overwhelmed Lin Ruoyu and Emily. It's fine, let's go find a place to eat first. In a while, I'll send him the location. Looking at the faraway Han Xianma, Lin Ruoyu was silent. The top floor of the office building. After riding the elevator for 20 floors and climbing the stairs for another dozen floors. When an XIN rushed to the exit out of breath, he suddenly realized that by the parapet, there was already a person standing. This person was no one else. It was the target he was responsible for monitoring Han Xianma. In an instant, the whole person was like being struck by lightning and froze in place in shock. A moment later, he was already sweating profusely. The heart trembled violently. Could it be that I have misjudged this time? Little Li's judgment is the right one? Relying on his strong mental quality, he quickly regained his composure and began to observe the terrain here. At this moment, he was close to the wall. There was a glass window on the wall next to him, allowing him to see the onlookers below as well as hear their shouts. Who? Taking a deep breath, an XIN controlled his inner trembling, carefully pulled out his gun, and stuck his head out the door. Why did you jump? Han Xianma, who had his back to the exit, looked blandly at the young girl standing on the parapet, who was only 13 or 14 years old. This honored one is curious. If you're not even afraid of death, what else is there that's worth running away from? The moment he saw the other party, he remembered himself 3 years ago, standing outside the guardrail of the bridge. The difference was that at that time, he didn't have the idea of jumping at all. And this little girl in front of him had. But he could see that the other party actually did not want to jump, and was very afraid. The little girl subconsciously turned back and looked at the other party tremblingly. You? Are you a police officer? Han Xianma blandly said, no. But this honored one still wants to say. If you have anything to say, come down and say it. He did not use the words out of the law to control the other person's mind, and he did not have the intention of hard rescue, because he knew that hard rescue is very difficult to save the heart of a person who wants to die. The little girl had been standing on the parapet for almost half an hour. Just before, no one had been able to find her. At this moment, she was still afraid to jump. So she decided, just stand on this, when the legs are weak and cannot stand, naturally. Then went down. As a result, just when her legs were about to be unable to hold on, the other party appeared. Don't know why. The little girl felt that this big brother in front of her was very kind, looking at the other party's eyes, full of peace of mind. When she heard the other party tell her to come down, she really had the urge to walk towards the other party. An XIN, who was hiding at the exit, watched this scene in its entirety. The moment his line of sight fell on Han Xianma, he couldn't help but murmur. Is being handsome so inviting? He had come into contact with people who wanted to live lightly, and could see that this little girl in front of him had a great determination to live lightly, and the result of persuasion by a non-professional was likely to be counterproductive. However, now, that man, with just one sentence, let the little girl shook the idea of light life. Looking at him, he couldn't help but lament. Being handsome, it was indeed a bit unreasonable. Who? Heavily breathing a sigh of relief, and Xin didn't know that no matter what, the little girl's determination to live lightly had already been shaken, and as long as he didn't go to stimulate her, there wouldn't be an uncontrollable situation. What's more, if there was a firefighting presence, it would even be possible to rush straight over and pull her back now. The situation was already trending in the right direction. Looking at the man not far away, he understood. As long as the other party was allowed to say a few more words, there was a great possibility that the little girl would really walk over on her own. However, just as he was holding his breath, expecting that man to behave, something unexpected still happened. Chapter 52 Witness the Miracle. Jump. I've smoked 2 cigarettes. Still don't jump. Are you kidding me? In the crowd, most people are just watching the fun. A small number of people keep persuading the little girl upstairs, don't jump down. There was only one big-bellied Mediterranean middle-aged man who kept on hurling insults. Don't dare to jump, what the are you standing up for? You're so young that you're learning how to act pitiful and get eyeballs? If you really jump, when you open the live broadcast in the future, I will surely give you some praise. If you don't dare to jump, I'll laugh at you for the rest of your life. The crowd of onlookers cast contemptuous gazes. However, the other party's tirade was only a moral issue and did not violate the law. They could only casually dislike them, not daring to really go up and do anything. In the building, through the window, an Xin, who saw the scene, shivered with anger. Pulling out his phone, he called his colleague. Who's in charge of policing this area of University City? Didn't you see anyone jumping off the building? Where are the people? Where's the firefighting? While shouting sternly in a low voice, an image from 3 years ago had surfaced in his mind. At that time, he and a very close colleague were on vacation. While passing by a tall building, they happened to see a group of firefighters persuading a young man who wanted to jump off a building. Out of the justice and duty of a policeman, he and his colleague rushed straight to help without saying a word. Although the rescue and persuasion went badly at the beginning, in the end, he and his colleagues still found an opportunity to shake the other party's determination to live lightly. As a result, just at this time, there are people watching downstairs, think this is a farce, casually said. Not jump, you are not human. The moment he heard this, the young man just smiled slightly, looked at the cold world, and then resolutely jumped. Afterwards, he fell into deep self-reproach, and that co-worker, because of this incident, was severely depressed and had to quit his job. He remembered. The last time he saw the other person, he was still in a mental hospital. When he went to look for the other party was curled up alone in the corner. Lifting his head, he only said to him, "At that time, I even caught him." At that moment, an Xin's heart snapped. Up to this point, he realized. In this world, there were many sins. And there were a lot of sins that being an inspector could not sanction at all. The thoughts dissipated. An Xin gritted his teeth and said to the colleague on the other end of the phone, 10 minutes. No, 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, if the air mattress bed hasn't been pulled out below. The person in charge of this area, just pack up and get out. He didn't have the power. But the people behind him did. After hanging up the phone, an Xin took a deep breath and hurriedly looked at the little girl at the edge of the guardrail. His face turned pale. No. Just as he saw that little girl, after hearing the tirade, her eyes became hollow once again, turning to face the sky, ready to jump. He could no longer suppress the panic within his heart, and subconsciously wanted to rush over. It was also at this time that the target he was monitoring once again spoke. Come back. Buzz. In an instant, everything around him, no, it should be the entire building, the entire university town, even the entire East Sea, the entire world. All seemed to be suppressed by a mysterious power, becoming incomparably silent. A stunned Xin stared with wide eyes, not waiting for him to understand what happened. Then he saw that the little girl, who was already prepared to jump, even turned around directly and walked towards his surveillance target. And under the gaze of the other party, walked to the front of the other party and stood frozen in place. Suddenly noticed what? An Xin turned back in shock and suddenly realized that on the guardrail where the little girl was originally located, there was another person at the moment. This person was no one else. It was the passerby who had just shouted and cursed below, condemning the little girl for grandstanding. Ha! The middle-aged man had a look of horror on his face, seemingly completely unaware that he had come here, and when he had come here. In his eyes, there was only endless panic and fear. What's the situation? How could I be standing in such a hellish place? What's going on? My legs, why don't they listen to me? Go down. I want to go down. This space, as if there was some kind of mysterious power, responded to his long-cherished wish. The next moment, an Xin's pupils suddenly dilated. In the image reflected by his eyes, a figure leapt and disappeared from sight. After a few seconds of dead silence, a faint sound of bang caught his attention. The moment he stiffened and turned back, the onlookers below had already gathered in a circle. Right in the center, the area that everyone dares not approach. The middle-aged man lying in a pool of blood convulsed twice before completely gagging. Seemingly realizing something, an Xin turned back violently and looked towards the surveillance target that was standing in the center of the penthouse, his face covered with a complex look. At this moment, Han Qianmo was looking at the little girl in front of her, and had not lifted the words "follow law" imposed on the other party. Why do you want to live lightly? The little girl said woodenly, Mom and Dad don't want me anymore. Auntie said that no matter how hard it is to cure me, she will try to make money so that I can live. Cousin died last month, in a car accident. Auntie also fell ill. The doctor said that if she doesn't rest, will die. I don't want my aunt to die, I want her to rest. Because she was under the control of the words "follow the law," the little girl's words were spoken in a very mute manner. But Han Qianmo still saw that tears were flowing from the corners of her eyes. Pooh! An Xin, who was hiding at the entrance, watched this scene, his heart aching for a while, when he suddenly heard a loud bang, waking him up from his trance. Wide-eyed, he was shocked to see that at this moment, Han Qianmo had actually plunged his big hand into the little girl's chest. Possibly because of malnutrition, the little girl's body was so skinny that it would shake when standing in the wind. That slender and sturdy arm just pierced through the little girl's chest so hard. The impact of the image was too great. What did you do? Gnashing his teeth, an Xin let out a hysterical low roar from his throat. Click! The moment he cocked the gun, he, who could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, violently rushed out the door. While rushing towards the other party, he aimed the gun at the other party's head. Little Lee is right. You are indeed not an ordinary person. No. You're not even a human being. Rather, you are a villain with strange methods, a cruel heart, an unforgivable villain, a pervert. It's not easy to write a book, so I'm begging for some free power. Love y'all yo. Chapter 53 Kill if you want to. Right at the moment when an Xin was holding the gun with both hands with anger and growling, pulling the trigger, Han Qianmo just faintly said, Stand still, don't move. Boom. At once, an Xin, who was already preparing to shoot, jolted. His body froze in place without listening to his commands, and only his eyes, which were widened to the extreme, and his clenched heart, were still fluttering. How could this happen? The next moment, when his anger reached the extreme, and wanted to try to use all his strength to break through this heavy binding. Stunned, he saw that slender arm was slowly being withdrawn from the little girl's chest. It was covered in black, filthy liquid. Tick! Tick! It dripped onto the ground and evaporated into a black mist. With a flick of the arm, all the black liquid evaporated. It was as if it had never existed. It disappeared without a trace. What made him even more stunned was, accompanied by the arm's withdrawal, the little girl's chest was rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The second before that man took off his jacket and covered the little girl, he clearly saw that the place that was originally supposed to be a bloody hole had long since returned to its original appearance, smooth and complete. This moment, it was as if his worldview had been kneaded into a ball, thrown on the ground, and crushed repeatedly. Trampled to pieces. This was not even the point. The point is, he finally saw. The man in front of him was not hurting the little girl, but saving the other party. Not caring about the shock of the bystanders, Han Qianmo touched the little girl's head and spoke faintly. What happened today, don't tell anyone. he could erase the other party's memories. But in doing so, even if he suppressed the demonic energy to the extreme, it would still cause some damage to the brain. With the other party being so young, the damage he would receive would be much greater than an adult. In a situation where it wasn't necessary, he definitely had to choose the safer course of action. The words did not lift, and the little girl's expression remained dull. Okay. Big brother. However, the pupils that were constantly contracting still indicated that at this moment, she was incomparably shaken inside. Han Xianma knew that the other party wasn't lying, because he could feel that the other party's mind was very pure. There was a clear understanding in the eyes. People are not stupid. It was just a bad fate. Here is a pill that can cure your aunt's illness. Han Xianma believed that with the other party's intelligence, he should know, this pill, how to make the other party take it without the aunt noticing. Turning back to the inspector who stood like a stake, he casually asked, "What is your name?" An Xin snapped, his mouth unconsciously moving. "Vice Captain of the East Sea Patrol Division's operations team." An Xin. Looking back at the little girl, Han Xianlong continued to speak. "Want to go home?" The little girl nodded. "Want to." Han Xianlong smiled slightly. "Then think of home." The next moment, an Xin, whose body was stiff and unable to move, then saw that the other party and the little girl all disappeared into thin air. The pupils dilated for a moment. Thinking about what little Lee said earlier, he felt that he was like a little cutie, struggling hard. An Xin realized that no matter what he did, his body could never move. It was like a ghost pressurizing the bed, obviously conscious, but unable to do anything. Just as he was anxious, he suddenly saw that the figure that had disappeared reappeared and walked towards himself. He did not see the figure of the little girl, his heart still rises worry and suspicion. This time, the words follow the law, the control is mainly the other party's body. From that complex eyes, Han Xianmo saw the other party's mind. He casually tapped on the other party's temple. Swish! An Xin trembled violently, and his pupils suddenly narrowed. A memory that didn't belong to him, like a movie playing in his head, kept coming back. Through this memory, he knew the current situation of the little girl. It turned out that the other party had returned the little girl to her aunt, and gave the aunt $100,000, told each other. "This money is the patrol division caught the murderer who ran over your son and then hit and run. The other party did not have the money to pay for the compensation and has been put in jail. This $100,000 is the patrol and arrest division's compensation to you. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask the vice captain of the East Sea Patrol Division's action team, an Xin." After learning the truth, an Xin heaved a sigh of relief. $100,000 was not much, but it was enough to solve the immediate living problems of a poor family. The biggest disease problem had already been solved. As long as the hope for life was restored, not much help was needed, and the future days would become better and better. At the same time, through this memory, he knows that this is the reason why he can live until now. Han Xianma spoke faintly. "Let your colleagues withdraw. There's no point in checking on me." Words have been lifted, and Xin instantly sat paralyzed on the ground, gasping for air as if relieved. "You? What in the world are you? These means are also too subversive of the three views." Han Xianma glanced at the other party indifferently. "Cognition determines your worldview. Right now, you're just seeing things outside of your perception." And Xin didn't retort, adjusted his breathing, and stood up from the ground. "Can I ask you a question? Why did you kill that man just now?" It wasn't that he sympathized with the man who started the ruckus. Even in his opinion, such a person, indeed, deserved to die, but he just couldn't sanction the other party due to his status as an inspector. After all, the matter of raising a ruckus is essentially just a moral issue, and does not violate the law. The reason why he asked the other party's motive. He wanted to make an accurate judgment of the man in front of him. Han Xianma casually responded. "Kill if you want to, no need for reasons." After saying that, he walked into the spatial rift in front of the other party. In fact, the moment he saw the little girl standing on the parapet, he thought of himself 3 years ago. At that time, there were also people who passed by, following the uproar, saying that he was clamoring for attention, and that he wasn't a man if he didn't jump. And he remembered, at that time, he did not have the idea of jumping into the river at all. Climbing outside the guardrail was just to pick up something. Looking at the place where the other person disappeared, an Xin froze for half a day before returning from his trance. Breathing heavily, he took a deep breath and picked up the cell phone that was ringing. "Hello, Captain." Lang Lingfang on the other end of the phone said, "How is it, this person Han Qianma, is there a problem or not?" The other party's open door made the unprepared him fall into a long silence. "An Xin?" Hearing the shout from the other end of the phone again, he came back to his senses and responded with firm eyes. There's nothing wrong. Chapter 54, Emily's Problem. The author hides the truth and describes Han Qianmo as an ordinary college student. And after describing it, he directly shifted the topic to today's jumping incident. Throughout the entire process, an Xin's tone can be described as very calm. Lang Lingfang retorted, "But Xiaoli told me, he saw, is another situation." An Xin said calmly, "Little Li is a novice." Novice, you know. When a novice encounters difficulties, his favorite thing to do is to describe the task he is performing as very difficult, even bizarre. In this way, it was possible to cover up the truth of their lack of ability. After a moment of silence, Lang Lingfang did not retort. Compared to the novice Xiaoli, she definitely trusted this old colleague of hers more. "The person who jumped off the building, how is it? Saved?" An Xin said frankly, "The rescue team hasn't come until now. I didn't have time to catch him either. Already dead." It's worth mentioning. At first, the people below and I thought it was a little girl, but after going up, we realized that it was a middle-aged man. It is estimated that there is a bit of a psychological problem. People who want to die can't stop it. Knowing the other party's past experience, perceived that the other party's tone not only did not have a little sadness, but also very relaxed and even cozy. Lang Lingfang was a little worried. "Are you all right?" She was afraid that the other party's current relaxation was a perverse manifestation of over-repression. "Nothing?" And Xin was very pleasant. "What can I be fine with?" Lang Lingfang was silent for a moment. "Take a few days off. Give you a vacation. That case, you don't need to follow it anymore either." And Xin frowned. "Captain, I'm really fine." Once again failing to save the person who jumped off the building not only didn't make him depressed, but instead dissolved the depression that had been building up in his heart for years. He really wanted to tell the other party, "I'm not going to lie to you, now, my heart is much more comfortable." Lang Lingfang responded, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not thinking that the jumping incident affected you. It's because, that case, it's over." "That's right, the murderer has been caught." And Xin breathed a sigh of relief. "That's right. Then you are sure that the murderer that was caught is really the mastermind behind the scene? And not the reedy jade puppet?" Lang Lingshang responded in a decisive tone, "No, it's the real murderer." Sighing, an Xin responded, "But I still don't want to rest, I feel that my current state is quite good. Resting would be a waste of national resources." Lang Lingfang could hear that the other party had sensed that that case wasn't really over and wanted to continue investigating. He directly ordered, "Since that's the case, then you continue to monitor Han Qianma. Just follow for 2 days, what can you tell? Follow for a few more days, and if there's any situation, keep me informed." Without waiting for an Xin to retort, the other party directly hung up the phone. Somewhat speechless, he wanted to call back, but his cell phone rang again. Seeing that it was a colleague calling, he hurriedly picked it up. "Say. What? This area's fire and security. Phone lines, all of them were vandalized? That's why they didn't receive a call to report the incident? Because they don't even know. Someone jumped off a building here? Okay, I know." The moment he hung up the phone, his face was covered in anger. Another trick they pulled? Getting a scapegoat to end our investigation? Obviously, this is treating us like little cuties. Played a trick on us. Coming to the restaurant. Han Qianlong only saw Chen Shui alone. Where are the two of them? Chen Shui looked at the dishes on the table and didn't move a single chopstick. They both had something to do, so they left first. "You went to save the person who jumped off the building, right? How was it, did you save it?" In the middle of the day, Han Qianma asked her to transfer $100,000. She didn't say anything and transferred it in seconds. Also because of this incident, she knew that the other party was not going to the bathroom, but to save someone. The moment she said this, Chen Shui realized that her question was a bit stupid. Look at this brain of mine. You are the omnipotent demon lord. How could there be anything you can't handle? Han Qianma could see that the other party was already starving. Eat. While the other party was picking up his chopsticks and feasting, he told what had just happened in a casual conversation. Chen Shui, whose mouth was already stuffed with food, frowned slightly. You don't erase their memories. Aren't you afraid that they'll expose your existence? Han Qianma had a bashful face. After living in the Nine Heavens continent for 100,000 years, what kind of people hadn't he seen? Even if one's eye for people could be wrong, a devil's elder-level perception wouldn't be wrong. It was impossible to say what was going on with the senses, so he didn't explain too much. Instead, he shifted his words to another person. That Emily, there's a problem. Chen Shui patted her chest and swallowed what was in her mouth. That blonde by Lin Ruoyu's side? Quite good-looking and the person is quite enthusiastic. What's the problem? Han Qianmuo said faintly, she has evil thoughts. Suddenly stunned. Chen Shui, whose mouth was filled with food again, looked at the other party in surprise. She wants to kill you? Plus today, you've only met twice. Why? Upon careful consideration, her beautiful eyes widened. It's hard to believe that she's a lesbian. Has always had a crush on Lin Ruoyu. That's why she was willing to help her transfer to another school, and send her from across the ocean, back to her own country? Now that you know that you also like Lin Ruoyu, you have a grudge, so you want to get rid of you as a competitor? Yes, that must be it. When she said this, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Tisk. This chick looks sunny. Inside, she's actually so evil. Sure enough, those perverted characters in American dramas are not acted out at all, but rather a reflection of their original lives. Han Qianma picked up the teacup on the table and took a slight sip. A drop of cold sweat had already been born on his forehead. Evil thoughts, not to mention killing hearts. Chen Shui snapped back to her senses. Evil thoughts. What does it mean? Han Qianma was about to swallow the tea in his mouth. Looking at the silent other party, Chen Shui came to a realization. You mean, she's not trying to kill you, but she's trying to get on you? She knew that Mei Li Frying Big Girl was very open. Yet, she didn't expect it to be so open? Having only known her for 2 days, she was already fantasizing about that kind of thing. Moreover, the object of fantasy is still her friend's prospective boyfriend. This is not openness. Simply shameless. Her pretty face was instantly covered with anger. The other party did not have a killing heart, but she did. Sighing slightly, Han Qianma faintly explained, evil thoughts don't mean desires. Desire is just a type of evil thoughts. Chen Shui wrapped her arms around herself, so angry that her boobs hurt. Then what exactly does she mean? The reason the threesome could be allowed was because Han Qianma and Lin Ruoyu's feelings were already in the front. Now another one is inserted. Unless Han Qian more explicitly said that she wanted to take the other party as a concubine, otherwise, she would definitely not allow this blonde chick to come in and stick her foot in the door. Han Qianma's face didn't change color. Not sure. As a matter of fact, before using words follow the law and soul search, he wasn't sure if the other party's evil thoughts were due to desire or not. Saying evil thoughts do not represent desire was just stating a fact. There was a moment of silence. Chen Shui turned back, her pretty face covered in the evil charm that only a witch could have. How about we arrest her? Torture her properly with the words out of words. The ones reading this book are all the top schoolgirls and schoolgirls. There's not much to say other than they're handsome, pretty, rich, and love to give free swag. Chapter 55 Silver Ring Thigh-High Socks, Youthful and Invincible. Han Qianma didn't retort, with a disinterested look on his face. Good. Chen Shui was slightly stunned, and after some thought, she still pressed the other party's arm. Forget it. Listening to you, evil thoughts don't seem to be as unforgivable as evil thoughts. In that case, it's better not to be so impulsive. Lest you make a mistake and let Emily discover your identity, not to mention affecting your relationship with Lin Ruoyu. After all, that Emily is now Lin Ruoyu's friend. Pinching her chin, Chen Shui wrapped her arms around herself and fell into thought. But it definitely won't work regardless. We have to think of a way that isn't overly aggressive and can still get to the bottom of this. Han Qianma had already picked up the phone and called Lin Ruoyu directly. That foreign friend of yours, is he around? Lin Ruoyu on the other end of the phone glanced at Emily beside her. Aha! Han Qianlian said bluntly, don't let her hear our conversation. Then, remember my next words. Although she was puzzled, after freezing for a moment, Lin Ruoyu nodded. Oh. Good. It's fine, go ahead. Han Qianmuo blandly spoke briefly about the situation he had perceived. After listening, Lin Ruoyu was very puzzled. Can you be more specific? What are evil thoughts? I don't quite understand what you're trying to convey. Han Qianlian said bluntly, thinking with desires or attempts are considered evil thoughts. Desire to nothing. If her evil thoughts come from special attempts, it's enough to prove that her thoughts aren't pure. In other words, helping you as well as returning to Daxiao with you isn't about friendship, but rather ulterior motives. Lin Ruoyu understood the other party's meaning. I understand when you say it like that. Don't worry, with your reminder, I will definitely pay special attention to her movements. It's best if there are no attempts, if there are, I definitely won't let her get away with it. Han Qianma responded, you have the demon seal that I drew on you. No weapon or gong method known in this world can hurt you. But defense is not an option, so you'd better be careful. Lin Ruoyu responded calmly, don't worry, I will. Although Emily was her good friend. But in her heart, it was still no match for this man. Looking at Han Qianma who hung up the phone, Chen Shui looked embarrassed. It's still you who's level-headed. At this moment, she had the awkward feeling of recognizing her own stupidity after being enlightened. Yes. This isn't a sadistic novel, where are all the tangles and misunderstandings? Just tell each other directly if you have any ideas. It's not that complicated at all. Han Qianma blandly said, I don't have class this afternoon. Do you? Chen Shui froze. I don't have classes this afternoon either. Then why are we still sitting here? How can we not live up to our leisure time? Without saying anything more, after paying the bill, Han Qianma held the other party's jade hand and left the restaurant. In the afternoon, Chen Shui took him to the 4S store to pick up the car. When picking up the car, the eyes of the group of male salesmen looking at Han Qianma can be described as complicated to the extreme. Because they knew that the one who was paying was this young, beautiful, well-built beauty. The man next to her was a softy king. In addition to handsome. Nothing. Not caring about the sales and the envious, jealous gazes of the passers-by, Chen Shui, who had long ago obtained her driver's license, drove the 1 million plus replacement car, carrying Han Qianma, and drove onto the main road. Domestic. New energy. How? Cool. The car passed over the Cross River Bridge, and Han Qianma, who was looking out the window, faintly said, cool. For a certain moment, he seemed to see himself standing outside the guardrail back then, picking up the bracelet. There was a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago, but everything seemed to have happened yesterday. Noticing that the other party was thinking about something, Chen Shui did not continue to speak. Returning to the apartment. Coming out of the bedroom, she had already changed her attire. How is it, does it look good? Han Qianma, who was sitting on the sofa, looked up, his eyes trembling slightly. Good looking. At this moment, Chen Shui was still wearing a bunch of high tails, and her chiseled face was hung with a spring-like smile as well as a faint blush. The upper half of her body was wearing a white shirt with the corners tied into a super short pleated skirt. Beneath the hem of the skirt was a pair of white, slender, thin legs. The black knee-high silver ring thigh-high stockings set off the perfect curves, to the fullest extent. At the end of the long legs was a pair of clean white sneakers, the youthfulness of which could not be suppressed. Han Qianma was out of his mind for 0.005 seconds, and after returning to his senses, he blandly opened his mouth. And not going out, why? Dressed like this? He knew that Chen Shui's face value in the Nine Heavens continent could only be considered superior, not top. But the Nine Heavens continent definitely did not have white shirts, high socks, and sneakers. Together with this outfit. Even in the Nine Heavens continent, this face value was still durable. Seeing the other party's reaction, Chen Shui was overjoyed. This was the best compliment for her. It's because they don't go out. People only dare to wear like this. This set of clothes, I bought it a long time ago. But it's only been secretly worn a few times at home. It's because, this matching skirt, it's too short. The moment her slender legs swung, her high ponytail kept swaying behind her. Her clean face was not covered by bangs and long hair, overflowing with youthful vigor and confidence. A beautiful mess. The next day. In the bedroom. Chen Shui covered her flat belly with a puzzled face. Lord Devil. Is this another breakthrough for little Snow? Looking towards Han Xianma in front of her, she cocked her head and scratched it. Can't it be that it's little Snow who has absorbed your demonic energy again? And absorbed too much. That's why it became like this? Han Xianma looked at the other party's stomach and spoke faintly. It has nothing to do with the demonic qi. It's that I regained a new life. Chapter 56, A New Life. Regaining a new life? Chen Shui was at a loss. What does that mean? Aren't you immortal? Still need a new life? Han Xianma explained, break the void and travel through the ages. Invincible is only my Yuan Shun. The adamant and invulnerable body molded by the 9 turns golden lotus was unable to break through the laws of space and time, and was put into my Chen Kuan bag. What I'm using now is my original physical body. Chen Shui nodded. I know. I was there when you swindled. Witnessed. This ruined 3 Views miracle. The encounter of that day. She still remembers it vividly. The images at that time. It can be said that the little girl left a deep shadow. Returning from her memories, Chen Shui was filled with doubt. And then? What does this have to do with getting a new life? Han Xianma continued, my original physical body has already died. The Yuanshan repaired it after it returned to life. But the concept of life is very complicated. In the beginning, I also just restored this flesh to its original appearance. But what should be there, the function that represents a concept like living, was not restored. As an honor student of the medical school, Chen Shui could certainly understand the other party's meaning. You mean, this physical body of yours, which was just non-corrupt before, is, in fact, still a corpse? Because those vital signs that represent the living have not been restored? Han Xianlong nodded his head. Strictly speaking, it can indeed be understood this way. Chen Shui was a bit flustered and hurriedly explained. I can't say exactly what that feeling is. Maybe it's because, whether it's a living person or a corpse, it's you. So it doesn't feel scared. Hearing this, Han Xianma didn't feel surprised because when he was in the 9 Heavens continent as a demon dignitary, he played even wilder with the demon empress. Therefore, after seeing Chen Shui, who was already considered a demoness, knowing that he was actually falling in love with a corpse these days, he didn't have much of a reaction. Because he knew that this was the mentality of a devil. Even if the other party has just stepped into the devil's way, was still essentially immortal. Is that so? Han Xianma responded indifferently. Not a bad mindset. Having such a mindset is even more proof that you are indeed suitable to be a demoness. Chen Shui grabbed the other party's hand and asked curiously, that's not right. I can clearly feel your body temperature, heartbeat, and even. Speaking here, her pretty face was covered in scarlet, and her breathing became much more rapid. As well as that natural, rapid breathing. It wasn't just now, it was before too. Han Qianlong didn't retort. Breathing, heartbeat, pulse, body temperature are all being deliberately maintained by me. Kind of like the newest type of bike sharing nowadays. When there is electricity, it can move by itself, and when there is no electricity, it can only move by its feet. Chen Shui suddenly realized. That is to say, these physical signs of the living are an illusion that you deliberately created. Like those, out of sight, out of mind. There was no need for the physical signs, so you didn't bother to control them? Han Qianlong nodded. Right. Seeming to understand something, Chen Shui's face swished and reddened to the extreme. No wonder before. Although it was very satisfying, it always felt empty, as if something was missing. And this time is incomparably fulfilling. So it's because. Then why do you have those physical signs again? I mean, why the sudden rejuvenation? She knew that this recharging was certainly not deliberate on the other's part. If it was deliberate, there would be no need to mention the word rejuvenated. Han Xianma said, the Yuan Shen has been repairing this physical body. To put it simply, right now, my physical body has been completely repaired. Looking toward Chen Shui, he exhaled slightly. 3 years ago, the Han Xianrui who fell into the river and died, from this moment onwards, is considered to have been resurrected in the true sense of the word. Seemingly experiencing the other party's happiness from the inside out, Chen Shui's beautiful eyes trembled as she fell into moving tears. Congratulations, Demon Lord. Han Qianma remained indifferent. During this next period of time, the Yuan Shen will automatically quench this physical body, so that it will continue to become stronger and stronger, eventually reaching a Vajra unbreakable body, or even surpassing a Vajra unbreakable body. Of course, none of this matters, because even if the physical body continues to remain in this state, I am still an invincible existence. Chen Shui snuggled into the other party's embrace and carefully asked, Then you live. Can that one up? Will I? Pregnant, ah? Han Xianmo looked at the other party in his arms and opened his mouth bashfully. Under normal circumstances, it should be. But it also depends on your cycle. This was the truth. After all, a coquettish woman could not cook without rice. Chen Shui had a shy face. My cycle, it's a bit messed up. I'm not sure if today is a safe period. Han Qianmo was indifferent. Then it's impossible to say. Anyway, just give birth when you have one. Hearing this, Chen Shui's heart was filled with emotion, looking deeply at the other party, and after gazing at them for a moment, she kissed them without hesitation. 10 minutes later, separated from the other party, her eyes were mesmerized. Ask you a question. Say. You've lived in the Nine Heavens continent for 100,000 years, and you've spent so much time with the Devil Dao Empress. Do you have children of your own? Han Qianma shook his head. Although the Vajra unbreakable body is strong and is carrying my Yuan Shen from scratch, but it still can't allow for natural conception. I have thought of uniting my demonic essence and hers to mold a new life. But she felt that it wasn't a life in the true sense of the word, and did not do that. Chen Shui looked deeply at the other party, already pressing the love in her heart as she spoke. Then you want a magic baby? Han Qianma said blandly, let it be. But there's something I must remind you of. No matter when, once you're pregnant with my child, you must notify me first. Otherwise, your life may be in danger. Chen Shui was slightly stunned, and half of the blush on her pretty face dispersed. Ha? Why is that? Han Qianma had a straight face. Because the current you is still human in nature. I'm a devil, and you're a human. Once you have a child, you must be half human and half demon. Without going through gradual cultivation, he inherited an overly powerful demonic aura. Him being in your belly is equivalent to a nuclear bomb. Even more threatening than a nuclear bomb. Once the demonic chi gets out of control and I'm not by your side, you and those around you will die a horrible, horrible death. Chen Shui. With her mouth open and a face full of white, she mumbled for a long time before reacting and saying, That. Next time, you'd better put it on. Han Qianma had a bland face. Chen Shui wanted to continue to say something, her petite body was suddenly stunned, and her stern gaze looked towards the living room that was separated by the door separating the rooms. Ha? Outside. It seems like there's someone? Chapter 57, An Xin is dead. Han Qianmo had sensed it long ago. To be precise, it should have been a minute ago that he had sensed that there was a man, who had climbed over the window from next door and climbed onto the balcony of the living room. Now, was furtively rummaging through the cabinets in the living room. Chen Shui was astonished. Is it a thief? Previously, there was either no one around, or there were many people, completely unnoticed. At this moment, his own perception ability unexpectedly became so sharp. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel, this is the legendary Earth Realm. Han Qianma did not answer, and with a casual wave of his hand, he helped the other party put on her clothes. Taking his woman out of the bedroom, he went to the living room. At the moment when that sneaky person sensed the movement and turned back sharply, he uttered the sentence. Kneel down and don't move. Buzz. Accompanied by the fluctuation of the aura, the man wearing a black suit and a mask kneeled on the ground without hesitation. The expression was more sincere than visiting a grave on that Qingming festival. Master, please command. Han Qianma said to Chen Shui, who was staring blankly at the side, I want to eat the noodles you made. Suddenly returning to her senses, Chen Shui nodded. Good, then you ask. I'll go cook the noodles. Han Qianma sat on the sofa, picked up the TV remote control, and crossed his legs. Tell me, who are you and what are you doing here? The man kneeling on the floor spoke woodenly. Back to the master. My name is Li Yuanhao. Ming Li, you are an officer of the East Sea Patrol Division. In reality, he is an undercover agent planted by the Wu family in the East Sea Patrol Division. The purpose of coming here is to put the murder weapon in the master's cabinet and plant the master as the murderer. Originally, I planned to do it after the master and the master's girlfriend left. But the people from the Inspector General's department are already on their way, so I had no choice but to do it at this time. Han Qianma asked, what murder weapon? The murder weapon to kill who? Li Yuanhao responded, a SIG-226. The person killed was the vice captain of the East Sea Patrol Division's operations team. An XIN. Hearing this, Chen Shui, who just happened to walk out from the kitchen to get something, directly froze in place. That patrolman. Dead? She clearly remembered that the patrolman Han Qianma let go yesterday was called an XIN. Even the demon father didn't have the will to kill the inspector. And yet, he was done in by this person in front of him? She had a kind of intuition. The other party's fate will not be too good. Han Qianma still had a bland face, but a faint killing intent surfaced in those deep eyes. Why did you kill that patrolman? Li Yuanhao responded, he was investigating a case. The mastermind behind this case is the wife of the Wu family, my boss, Wang Yuanrong. I learned that because there was no substantial evidence, an XIN didn't tell his boss in detail about the results of his investigation. Instead, he chose to investigate on his own, in secret. Thus, I advised my boss to kill him to silence him. Chen Shui's willow brows furrowed. This patrolman, an XIN, is quite famous in our school. Because there were several bullying incidents that were handled by him. You know, there are quite a few rich second generation in our school. Even if there was a bullying incident, the general inspector wouldn't dare to look deeper into it, and would at most help to reconcile it. But an XIN is different. He directly arrested the person into the patrol division. When they were released, the bullies looked like they were different people. Without even needing the victim to speak, they took the initiative to apologize and offer compensation. Once, someone even saw that the bullies came out limping. At that time, everyone remembers how arrogant and domineering he looked before he walked into the patrol division. Han Qianma's face did not change color. The murderer, already a dead man. Chen Shui looked at the other party adoringly. You also think that an XIN is a good inspector? The person who killed him should get the sanctions he deserves? Han Qianma said blandly, no. I just think that the person who killed him deserves to die. Because that person destroyed the lie I made up. He told the aunt of the young girl that the $100,000 was compensation from the police department. If you don't believe me, you can ask an XIN, the deputy chief of the patrol division's operation team. But the murderer is good. The most important element of the lie was removed directly. Later, if the little girl's aunt really called the police department. I'm not sure if there's any such person, but I'm not sure if there's any such person. As a result, the police department said, an XIN is dead. There is no proof of death. If the aunt suspects that she has been cheated, thinks he is a liar, then where is the magic reason? Where was the majesty of the devil father? A drop of cold sweat hung on Chen Shui's forehead. She knew exactly what the other party's words meant. She just didn't expect that the reason given by the other party would be so convincing. Not caring about Chen Shui's complicated expression, Han Qianmo looked at Li Yuanhao in front of him and spoke faintly. Did you fire the gun? Li Yuanhao shook his head. It wasn't me. It was Mrs. Wu, my boss. Wang Yuanrong. Framing this matter on the master is because during this period of time, an XIN's real task is to be responsible for monitoring the master. He had previously discovered that the man in front of him most likely had supernormal capabilities. Able to come and go as he pleases. Doing all sorts of unimaginable things. Now, he finally verified his guess. The heart cannot stop shouting, an XIN, you see Laozi did not lie to you. This guy really is not an ordinary person. However, now he, and an XIN life and death, it is impossible to hit each other's face. If you want to hit an XIN's face, there is only one way. Not waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Han Qianmo casually said. Got it. Whoosh. A breeze blew by, and Li Yuanhao, who was kneeling on the ground, turned into a puff of dust that floated away with the wind. Since half a minute ago, Chen Shui had been looking at the gate with an anxious look. It was also at this time, bang a loud bang, a large group of uniformed, gun-toting police officers suddenly rushed in from outside, aiming their guns at the duo in the living room. Don't move. Put your hands on your head. Hold your head, crouch down. The patrolman who had rushed in first just happened to see a pair of shoes that had been placed on the floor turn into dust and blinked continuously. After realizing that it wasn't an illusion, shock covered his face. Plus one more, thanks to the support of the schoolgirls, Hikari, and Yiffy. Ask for some free power. Love you guys. Chapter 58, The Flower of the Police. Seemingly realizing what was going on, coupled with seeing that the other party had no intention of holding his head and crouching down, the face of the patrolman who was the first to rush in changed drastically, aiming his gun at the other party's brow. Crouch down. Hurry up. At this instant, Chen Shui, who recognized the identity of this group of people, had her beautiful eyes round and her mouth wide open. For a short moment, in her mind, two images surfaced. The first image, all the patrolmen in front of her turned into ashes. The second image, the end came. No. No. Just as Chen Shui saw that Han Xianmo was still clouded over, but was actually ready to make a move. Put the gun down. A cold, stern cry suddenly came from outside the door. Subconsciously, she turned around. She saw a uniformed, tall, stunningly beautiful-looking female inspector walking in from outside with a bland pace. Noticing that Han Xianma hadn't made a move yet, she rushed up and grabbed the other party's arm. Brother! Let's not rush to make a move. Let's see what happens, okay? She knew that this group of people were inspectors, not evil people like before. There was no need, nor was there a need to directly obliterate them. Han Xianma spoke faintly. Your water, it seems to be boiling. Chen Shui was in a cold sweat. At this time, what do you care about boiling water? Noticing that the other party's face remained unchanged, she then sighed and turned around cautiously after glancing at the group of inspectors. Then you promise me. Don't ever mess around. I'll go cook you noodles. Han Xianma didn't say anything else. Seeing someone turn around, the inspector who was just about to greet the leader's face changed drastically. Who told you to move? Stand. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Lung Lingxiang heatedly raised his hand. Shut up. All of you, get out. The men were at a loss. Captain? Completely unable to understand what exactly the other party meant. Chen Shui stood still and hesitated for a moment, seeing that the group of patrolmen had no intention of moving their guns, before continuing her steps and walking into the kitchen. The patrolman standing at the front looked at Lung Lingxiang with a surprised face. Captain? Lang Lingfeng said in a commanding tone. I said, get out. Only after hearing this did he look at the object he was just about to arrest with a resigned face, waved his hand, and took everyone out. Bang! Lung Lingfeng casually closed the door. Calmly pulling out the handcuffs, pistol, and other implements in front of the other party, she placed them on the nearby shoe cabinet. Looking at the man in the living room with a bemused face, she signaled the chair next to her. Why don't we sit down and talk? Chen Shui, who had just put the noodles in the pot, came out from the kitchen. Good idea. Hurriedly pulling Han Xianma to the sofa and sitting down, her tone was very gentle. The noodles will be ready soon. You talked to her first? I mean, normal chat kind of chat. Han Xianma responded, no scallions. Chen Shui was slightly stunned, smiled indistinctly, and nodded. Good. Having spent so many days with the other party, she was already able to hear if the other party was speaking the truth or the opposite. Lang Lingfeng didn't care about this ambiguous scene, and after sitting on the chair, she directly placed a large pile of photos on the table. These people, you should all recognize them. Han Xianma ignored this, picked up the remote control, and blandly turned on the TV. Such ignorance made Lang Lingfeng unable to help her willow brows knit slightly. She expected that this person might not be too good to get along with, but she didn't expect to be so bad to get along with. Chen Shui, who brought the noodles out of the kitchen, saw this scene and hurriedly glanced at the photo on the table, responding, no. Don't recognize it. Putting the noodles in front of Han Xianma and wiping the soup stains that had splashed down on the edges, Chen Shui forced a smile as she looked at the beautiful female inspector in front of her. What's wrong? Is there a problem, officer? Of course she recognized. The rest of them will not say anything. Su Dao, Wang Fengxia, Wang Er, these people were still fresh in her mind. But the other party was a patrolman, and these people died because of Han Qianma. She definitely couldn't admit it. Long Lingfang responded to the other party's gaze. These are the most recent missing persons. I'd like to ask you if you've seen any of them in the past few days. Assist in the investigation. Obviously, the college girl next to him was better to talk to. Since this was the case, there was no need to make a fool out of herself and continue to stick her hot face to that man's cold ass. Chen Shui picked up the photo, pretended to speculate, and finally shook her head. Never seen it. Sorry, we really can't help you. Lang Lingfeng's complexion did not change at all, but her aura changed dramatically. Yeah. The others, you can say you've never seen them, but Su Dao and his little brother, they came to you before. And more than once. These things, it was your original landlord who told me. You wouldn't have forgotten. Chen Shui was slightly stunned. At this moment, it was as if she felt a chill that filled the entire hall. And the source of the chill was none other than the unruffled woman in front of her. The current her was already a solid Earth realm martial artist. It was possible to sense that this female inspector in front of her was only at the peak of the Xian realm. However, she didn't know why. The other party's realm was clearly inferior to her own. Yet, it could still make herself feel an inexplicable palpitation. She glanced at Han Qianrua, who was blandly eating noodles, but seemed to be saying, "Kill it, there's no need to talk nonsense to her." She hurriedly waved her hand at him, signaling the other party not to be impulsive before turning back to the female inspector in front of her. You? What exactly do you mean? Lang Lingfang picked up the photos and showed them to the other party one by one. Su Dao came to see you. Wang Fengxia is Lu Jiajiao's best friend and went to him under Lu Jiajiao's arrangement. Wang Er as well as these people are even more direct, and have all gone to that demolition household in the suburbs. These people, on the surface, seem to have no direct contact. But the people they have recently contacted are all related to one person. Looking to the man eating noodles on the side, Lang Lingxian was photographed at the moment, with a face of certainty. That's you, Han Qianma. Hearing this, Chen Shui's heart thumped. Only then did she realize that the previous aftermath had no meaning at all. The matter of killing had been completely exposed. At this moment, Chen Shui's forehead has been covered with cold sweat. She cannot answer the other side of the question. Also no, now say anything, all to no avail. Can only stare blankly at the sight of the demon lord. Tired. Destroy it. Hurry up. Under the watchful eyes of the two women, Han Qianmo calmly finished the noodles in the bowl and turned back to one of the women and said, "I forgot to tell you, I don't eat beef either. Remember next time, don't put it in." When he was in the Nine Heavens continent, he had a demon emperor henchman who had a pair of bull horns. He died honorably in the final battle. From then on, he swore not to eat beef in the future. It was also thanks to the fact that the person who cooked the noodles was Chen Shui. If it was someone else. Thinking back to the past, the egg sang in his heart, he probably would have turned the other party into ashes with a single thought. Chapter 59 not available. The air in the hall suddenly became incomparably quiet. Chen Shui was in a cold sweat. Speechless. Lang Lingfang, who was sitting on the chair, was similarly mute. He himself was the captain of the patrol division's action team, a genuine peak Xian realm martial artist. On top of that, outside the door, there were more than a dozen inspectors with guns blocking the door. They might rush in at any time. And him? He's still here, still obsessing about whether to eat the beef or not? Hiss. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Lang Lingfang realized that her own guess was indeed correct. This man in front of her was no mortal. Picking up the photo again, this time, she decided to open the door. It's impossible for people to disappear for no reason. It's also impossible to not leave a trace. Plus I found out that Han Qianmo, this person, is not an ordinary person, but a large body in the medical school of Donghai University. In the end, I came to a conclusion. Chen Shui looked up indistinctly. What? What conclusion? Lang Lingfang spoke word for word. He is, indeed, the Han Qianmo who fell into the river and died 3 years ago. He was resurrected. And turned into an inhuman. In this world, there are only two phenomena: appearances and inner appearances. The superficial appearance is the person or thing that ordinary people see, ordinary and reasonable. The inner image, on the other hand, is the real situation that is hidden under the surface and cannot be known by ordinary people, which is also known as the truth. The inner image cannot be known by ordinary people, because in this world, most people are mortals. If they know that there are still beyond reason existences in this world, there will be a cognitive collapse. They will give up the life they are living. If there were more such people, order would cease to exist. People who are qualified to understand the inner image are often those who have real power and are close to the center of power. Lang Lingfang was not such a person, but her father was. From her father's mouth, she had a certain understanding of the real face of this world. Coupled with her status as the captain of the police department, she had seen a lot of things. What might seem unimaginable to a normal person would most likely be a common occurrence in her eyes. This includes, but is not limited to, fraudulent corpses, otherworldly people, ghosts, and resurrection. Cognition combined with practical investigation. In Lang Lingfang's opinion, this Han Qianmo in front of her is a person who has been dead for 3 years, but was accidentally resurrected due to some kind of chance, and has obtained a special means of foreigner. Otherwise, it would not be able to explain these days. In his side, happen all kinds of strange phenomena. At this moment, the entire hall was plunged into a cold dead silence. The atmosphere also became unusually weird. Looking towards the sluggish Chen Shui, Lang Lingfang knew that her guess was right. His name is Han Qianmo. And it just so happened that the large body exhibition room in your school caught fire, and Han Qianmo's body was burned to ashes. And it just so happens that these days, the people who have gone missing are all inextricably linked to that already dead Han Qianmo. With all the coincidences combined, there's only one explanation. That is that Han Qianmo has been resurrected as the novel's protagonist, and has come back for revenge. Of course, the resurrection I'm talking about is just a generalized concept. What exactly is the actual situation? Only he himself knows. Chen Shui was completely dumbfounded. She knew that this female inspector in front of her would definitely not be able to guess that Han Qianmo was not resurrected, but reborn, and still returned from the other world. The strength had reached a level that was enough to destroy the world. However, the summarized results could still be said to be very accurate. One could even say that it was frighteningly accurate. She could not imagine. How could an ordinary person have such an over-the-top thinking, as well as the courage to dare to make such reasoning? Anyway, she felt. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she could never have thought that it would be like this. Stunned, Chen Shui looked at the female inspector in front of her, and only then did she realize. The other party was far smarter than she had imagined. Noticing that Han Qianmo, who was watching the TV on the side, was still in a calm manner. It was as if nothing had happened. Chen Shui wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and turned back to the female inspector in front of her. So you came to us, what exactly is your purpose? In her opinion, once Han Qianmo's identity was discovered, he would definitely be targeted by all forces and even the state forces. This was also something she had been worried about before. Because once this world makes an enemy of Han Qianmo, would not be destined to have any good results. But now it seems. The female inspector in front of her didn't seem to have the intention of exposing or tearing her face off. If not, she felt that the other party would not have let their men wait outside. She sat alone in front of the demon lord. The way to solve the problem is by chatting. Lang Lingfang said with a straight face, and Xin is my cousin. He's not a stupid person, he's just a bit stubborn. Chen Shui glanced at Han Qianmo and reminded, get to the point, okay. Thanks. She didn't have much. She was afraid that Lord Demon would get impatient and directly shut the other party up. Lang Lingfang paused for a moment, nodded, and sighed. He had previously been investigating a Squid Game case. The so-called Squid Game is a group of bigwigs placing bets behind the scenes on the probability of an event occurring. For example, whether a certain passerby, after picking up a large sum of money, will report it to the police. Another example is whether a certain company will go bankrupt in the near future. Rich people are more empty, the more exciting things, the more interested they are. Betting on their lives then becomes their favorite form of entertainment. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but look at Han Qianmo on the side. Just like whoever, will they jump into a river after falling out of love, whoever, will they jump off a building when their family is almost dead. Hearing this, Chen Shui seemed to understand something, her beautiful eyes gradually widening. You mean, including that little girl who jumped yesterday, as well as 3 years ago, the time he fell into the river? Behind that, there are all people who are induced? Long Lingfang nodded. As long as it is gambling, the essence is cheating. The key to practicing cheating is the control of the situation. The rise and fall of stocks, it's easy to control. This is also the reason why they are more keen on betting their lives. Because human nature is the biggest variable, even if someone is induced, the final result, it is difficult to predict. But just because the role of inducement is small, doesn't mean it doesn't work. As long as they can increase their probability of winning, they will do whatever it takes to manipulate, so that the course of events develops in a direction that is favorable to them. Chen Shui froze for a long time. And then? What does this have to do with an Xin's death? Long Lingfang sighed. This case, originally, I was in charge of it with him. Later, I found out that the mastermind behind this matter, his power, might be stronger than we had predicted. Coupled with an Xin's stubborn temper. In order to ensure his safety, as well as in order to increase the success rate of solving the case, I then made up a reason for him to quit the investigation team. As a result, I didn't expect that he himself secretly ran away to investigate and ended up died in the hands of the other party. Who? Exhaling deeply, Chen Shui looked at Han Qianma on the side and said to the female inspector in front of her, this matter, and whether or not he was reborn, whether or not he would be able to have special abilities, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with it. Long Lingfang did not retort. The reason I said so much is just to tell you guys. I know your backgrounds, and I also know that an Xin was not killed by you. Coming here to talk to you guys is just to ask you guys for a favor. After reading the files of many inhumans, borrowing a body to return to the soul, strong return, hot-blooded vengeance and whatnot. For her, it was already considered commonplace. In her opinion, in front of her, this Han Qianma, even if it is a borrowed body and soul, and has a certain special ability, it is not enough to threaten the safety of most of the citizens of the East China Sea. This could be seen from the fact that the people the other party had killed were all evil people. Compared to this ordinary person who had gained a strange encounter and had little background, the group of ordinary people who liked to play with the ordinary people had no special abilities. That group of bigwigs who liked to play the squid game were the real tumors. They should be eliminated completely. As for Han Qianrua, when the case is over, introduce the other party to a suitable place to go, and put some restraints on him, that's all. Not really a big deal. Chen Shui hurriedly pursued, help. Help with what favor? Long Lingfang looked at Han Qianma on the side. It's very simple. That's to accompany me in a play. Pretend to be taken back by me. Wait for the outside world to know that we've already caught the murderer of the Patrol Dead Action Team's vice captain, and for the previous case, after closing the case. That group of so-called bigwigs will definitely let their guard down. When they continue their game, we will be able to take advantage of their defenses, find evidence of their crimes and bring them to justice. She had already found out the key points and was waiting for a chance to collect the evidence. Chen Shui exhaled slightly. Sounds like such a reasoning. However, she knew that whether or not she would agree, and whether or not she would believe the other party's words, still depended on what Lord Demon wanted. Noticing that the other party had shifted her gaze, Long Lingfeng followed suit and looked at Han Qianma. Don't worry, until this case is over, I will definitely not expose your true situation. As long as you're willing to help. When the case is over, I can even help you obtain a reasonable identity depending on the situation. You probably don't know yet. In fact, in this world, you are not the only inhuman. Chen Shui did not say anything, she was also curious about the attitude of Lord Demon. Throughout the process, not a word was said, from the beginning to the end of the hulk of Han Qianma, after a while. Only then did he say one sentence as if nothing had happened. No time. Chapter 60, Evidence? What is evidence? Why do we need evidence? The air became quiet once again. Chen Shui looked at the beautiful inspector lady in front of her with an embarrassed face. Without waiting for her to open her mouth. Long Lingfang then frowned slightly and said to the man with an indifferent face, you probably didn't understand what I meant. Firstly, in the grand scheme of things, arresting that group of bigwigs involved in the squid game as well as the masterminds behind the maneuvering of the squid game is also essentially protecting you ordinary people. Because who knows what they're going to bet against next? And who are the people who want to tease? The person who purges them and is protected could be you, it could be her, it could be any of your close friends or family. There was a moment's pause before she continued speaking. Secondly, I don't know the specifics of your situation, but I'm basically certain that you, right now, are considered a true inhuman nut. Ordinary people may not know this, but there is indeed a set of rules for inhumans, including Disya. As far as I know, inhumans like you, who don't have an official number, generally end up with only 2. Either you run away endlessly and live only in the darkness for the rest of your life. Either they are captured and then studied by the so-called researchers. If you help me solve the case this time, I'll have the backbone to apply to the top and give you a reasonable identity. Although there will still be certain restrictions, you will at least be able to live like a normal person. Glancing at the female university student on the side, Lang Lingfeng's tone became a bit more serious. Third, Li Yuanhao has already been gotten rid of by you guys, right? I'm not afraid to tell you guys, I know that he was an undercover agent planted by that group of people in the patrol division. But the others in the patrol division don't know. Previously, that group of missing persons, it was because there was no direct evidence that they were with you guys before they disappeared. That's why it was impossible to use their disappearance to make arrests against you guys. But Li Yuanhao is different. He is explicitly an inspector of the Inspector General's department, and before we came here, he was still monitoring you guys. His disappearance is reason enough for me to arrest you guys. She kept emphasizing Yi to remind the indifferent man. You are not alone now, and have a soft spot. Chen Shui didn't know how to retort, and could only stare blankly at Han Xianma on the side. There was no change in his complexion, and Han Xianma's eyes were always on the screen of the television. It seemed to have no intention of hitching a ride at all. On the screen at this moment, subtitles had already appeared, and the end credits were playing on the stereo. Noticing this scene, Chen Shui realized that the other party was giving an ultimatum and hurriedly walked over to Lang Lingfeng. I'm sorry, Miss Patrolman. We really can't help you. Also, I hope you take back those last 2 sentences. This was for your own good. Lang Lingfeng looked at Han Xianma and seemed to understand something. You want to go to them alone? Do you know who they are? Also, do you know their strength, how terrifying they are? From the disappearance of Wang Fengxia, Su Dao and the others, she could tell that the man in front of her was not the type of person who could easily let go. In her opinion, after the other party knew that 3 years ago, when they fell into the river, it was actually because of a group of people who were manipulating them, they would definitely not let it go. Unwilling to cooperate, he definitely had his own ideas. Sighing, Lang Lingxiang spoke at length. The background of that group of people is very complicated, far beyond even your imagination. Do you think that you can fight against them because you have obtained a bit of a miraculous encounter and possess certain special abilities? Overthinking. Let me tell you honestly. Under their hands, there are also martial artists, and even inhumans as well. You alone, it's impossible to fight them, the only way is with us. Shut up! Chen Shui interrupted the other party with a stern shout. She wasn't listening to Lang Lingfeng's speech, but had been observing the change in the demon lord's expression. Although in the eyes of others, Han Xianma's complexion had not changed at all from the beginning to the end, but through this period of time together, she had long since learned about micro-expressions. She knew that the other party had already moved to kill, and already had the intention to do it. Lang Lingfeng looked at the seemingly gentle and quiet girl in front of her with surprise, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Without waiting for her to speak, Chen Shui had already moved and pushed her to the door. You go. Don't say anything. We really can't help you. And... Taking a deep breath, Chen Shui was indifferent. If you really want to capture us, then do it. If you don't want to, then hurry up and leave. Those who wanted to die couldn't be stopped. She felt that she had done enough. After a moment of silence, Lang Lingxiang, who was looking at Han Xianma, sighed slightly. Then you, take care of yourself. After saying that, she opened the door and turned around, walking out the front door. Bang! Chen Shui closed the door as soon as she could and leaned against it for a moment, heaved a sigh of relief. Phew! Scared me to death. Han Xianma, who was sitting on the sofa and was already watching the second episode of Hulu, spoke faintly. What's the point of being so nervous? You said, let me not kill them easily. Your face, still have to give. After all, how the other party said it, she was also her own woman. Chen Shui was slightly stunned, her face covered in favor. After slowing down the euphoria, a shy blush appeared on her face as she walked to the other party. Then you. How do you plan to do it? Han Xianma said blandly, wait for you to eat, then go to class. After school, then go kill someone. What is evidence? Why do you need evidence? Knowing the other person's name is enough, no need for the so-called evidence. Why go at night? But because the matter of a few mole crickets wasn't that important. At least not enough for him to miss class to deal with it. Chen Shui heard the meaning in the other party's words and nodded. Good. Tonight, I'll wait for you back at home. The doorway of the building. Looking at the captain who came out resentfully, a group of people were filled with confusion. The leader's men couldn't help but ask, Captain, how come you're the only one who came out? Why didn't you cuff the people inside? Li Yuanhao's phone still can't be reached. Based on this alone, we can totally arrest someone directly. Lan Lingfang did not answer the crowd's questions. Close the team. She also wanted to arrest someone, but there was nothing she could do if the other party was not willing to help. Li Yuanhao was just an undercover agent, and to put it bluntly, he was the villain. Even if the other party got rid of him, the other party was essentially getting rid of evil. Others might follow the rules, but she wouldn't. She only distinguished between right and wrong and good and evil. Upon hearing the words closing the team, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief and directly froze in place. The leader's henchman frowned. Close the team? The people haven't even been captured. What team is being collected? There were so many people who came, and they thought they were going to have a big fight, but in the end, they caved in before they even started. What the hell is this? Playing around? Glancing at the cowering crowd, Lang Lingxiang reiterated in a commanding tone. I said, close the line. Only after hearing this did the crowd give a deflating beat, put their guns away, and turned around to go downstairs. Soon, night fell. Chapter 61 Number 444. The office of the East Sea Patrol Division's operations team leader. After calling all afternoon, Lan Lingfang finally got through and contacted her father who was far away in the imperial capital. Dad. Lang's father on the other end of the phone responded, this is your unit's phone number, right? Calling me from your unit's landline is preparing to chat about work. How many times have I said, at work, refer to your position? Lan Lingfang sighed somewhat breathlessly. Hello, Bureau Lang. Lang's father on the other end of the phone was positive, speak, what is it? Lang Lingfang said word for word, my subordinate would like to apply for a cross-province operation. In the name of eliminating evil, make arrests directly against that group. Sweeping blackness requires evidence. Eliminating evil only required a list. In this matter, her direct leader can't make the decision. Could only seek the help of her father, who was much higher up. Father Lang on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Do you know the background of that group of people? Do you know how many people will be involved if you do this? Allowing you to collect evidence is already a big concession. Directly arresting people? It's hard to believe that you want Donghai to fall directly off the list of first-tier cities. From a miracle to a laughingstock? Lang Lingfang looked resentful. They killed a lot of people? Not to mention, they also killed an XIN. Lan's father sighed. I know about an XIN. Don't worry, someone will definitely be sanctioned for this matter. As for you, if you really can't find out the evidence, let's call it a day. I've already seen what you're capable of, there's no need to prove it anymore. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Lang Lingfang, who was holding the phone, froze in place, because she could hear that the other party had actually already known that she couldn't find out any evidence at all. What's more, all the things that he had checked before were all things that the other party had intentionally allowed himself to check. In order to pamper herself and cultivate her self-confidence. This moment. The amount of information that flooded into her mind could be described as incomparably huge. It even made her not dare to think about it further. After putting down the phone, Lang Lingfang sat paralyzed on the sofa. It was unknown how long had passed. The entire patrol division, except for the people on duty, everyone else, had long since left. Only then did she slowly raise her head and look towards the closet with a feeble face. A few moments later, she opened the closet and moved out a locked wooden cabinet from inside. Unlocked the combination lock on the wooden cabinet, opened the wooden cabinet, saw the black object a moment, her beautiful eyes deep, surfaced a touch of cold austere. Wu family name, the highest building. The top floor in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Wan Yuanrong, who had a rounded physique, wore a designer suit, and wore demonic lipstick, sat on the sofa with her back to the floor-to-ceiling window, crossed her legs, and looked at the mirror with one hand. Lang Lingfang didn't arrest those 2 students? Then what did she bring so many people over for? Going through the motions. One of the henchmen responded, I guess she didn't find Li Yuanhao. No one identified those 2 as an Xian's killers, and there is no way to prove that those 2 had something to do with an Xian's death. That's why they didn't arrest them directly. Wang Yuanrong frowned. What about Li Yuanhao? He's up to something. Didn't I tell him to put the murder weapon in the apartment where those 2 people live? How come the job didn't get done and the people are still gone? The men were in a cold sweat and didn't know how to answer. Because after that, they were also unable to contact Li Wenho and didn't know the other party's condition at the moment. After a moment of silence, the henchman standing at the front spoke stiffly. It might be because. However, a breeze blew by, and all the henchmen, including the one who opened his mouth, all turned into pieces and floated away with the wind. Wang Yuanrong, who was still looking in the mirror and applying lipstick, seemed to sense something and slowly looked up. Only then did he realize that the men who were originally standing in front of him had all disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared, disappearing without a trace. Swish! Wang Yuanrong's face changed so much that the mirror in his hand directly fell to the ground and shattered. Where is the person? How? How did it suddenly disappear? Hey! What are you guys up to? Dare to scare me? You guys want to die, don't you? The next moment. A tall, slender, and incomparably handsome figure walked out from the darkness. When the other party walked into the light, revealing that handsome face that could be described as perfect, Wang Yuanrong's tiger body shook and, in a trance, his eyes widened. You? Aren't you number 444? How? How did you appear here? No. This isn't real. It's hard to believe that I'm dreaming now. Right. I'm definitely dreaming. All this is not reality at all. Hearing the name number 444, Han Qianmo was slightly moved. Number 444? From Li Yuanhao, he learned that Wang Yuanrong was the mastermind behind the Squid Game. Chen Shui looked up on the internet. Wang Yuanrong was the principal of an aristocratic school. And on the school's official website, he found the other party's photo. After seeing the other party's face, he accurately came to the other party's side. As a result, when he was about to kill someone, he heard an unexpected message. Wang Yuanrong constantly pinched his arm. In the end, even began to slap herself. She really thought it was a dream. Hate to immediately wake up from this nightmare. What's going on? Why don't you wake up? Her face was swollen, but Wang Yuanrong realized that everything around her still hadn't changed. But at this moment, she was quite calmer. Because she felt that this must be a dream. Since it was a dream, there was nothing to be afraid of. Looking at the other party who continuously slapped herself several times, and every one of them was a dead hand, for a while, Han Qianmo actually did not know whether to interrupt the other party. This kind of admit-fault attitude, indeed led him some unexpected. Determined that this is a dream, and realized that, in the dream to beat themselves, will also feel pain, Wang Yuanrong thus gave up the idea of active awakening. He chose to let nature take its course. Looking at the man in front of her who was a handsome mess, even countless times more handsome than those male models in captivity, Wang Yuanrong rubbed her face, her eyes full of complexity. How could this madam not expect that after 3 years have passed, she would actually still dream of you? Sure enough. You're the one who was this madam's intention flat. Probably thinking that this woman in front of her is very funny, Han Qianmo did not directly use the words out of the law, but followed the other party's words and asked back. Number 444, what exactly does it stand for? Wang Yuanrong, who was still rubbing his face, looked the other party up and down, a flame burning in his eyes. You want to know? Come here, sit on this madam's lap. This madam will tell you slowly. She also wanted to sit on the other party's lap, but she was afraid that the other party would not be able to withstand it. Since it was a dream. Then why bother making it a nightmare? Wouldn't it be more pleasurable to become a spring dream? Looking at the other party who weighed more than 200 pounds and whose face was coated in fat, Han Qianmo realized that not using words to follow in the first place was the most wrong decision of the trip. Good. But he still didn't refute the other party's words, and even agreed to the other party's request. Wang Yuanrong smiled evilly, but in the next moment, the sharp pain made her wake up and let out a heart-rending scream. Ah! My leg? My leg? Glancing at the fat woman who rolled to the ground, constantly struggling and without legs, Han Xianma slowly sat down. The moment he sat down, the boss chair that was originally placed behind the desk appeared out of thin air and pressed onto the pair of blood-drenched broken legs. The demon lord, who always had a cloudy face, looked out the window at the night scenery of the East Sea, enjoying the evening breeze blowing in from the window. This honored one is seated, go ahead. Chapter 62, like to play games? Then I'll play a game too. Buzz. Along with the words follow the law taking effect, Wang Yuanrong immediately stopped struggling, his pale round face instantly becoming mute. Yes, master. Tick. Tick. The bloody wound was still dripping blood, but she spoke quietly as if she couldn't feel the pain. As the head of a private school, every year at the beginning of the school year, I use the opening ceremony to face the new students. 3 years ago, I didn't see a suitable candidate for our school's opening ceremony. Then, utilizing the power and resources in my hands, I expanded the scope of the face-to-face to the entire Eastern Sea. And then, fell in love with you. As a result, without waiting for me to coerce you, Cloud Mountain Club, also known as the Cloud Mountain Society, decided to set you up as the protagonist of the game. Number 444. I can't terminate the game. I can only watch you being positioned as the protagonist by them until you play dead. After that, you became my ideogram. Han Xianma said blandly, in other words, the reason why I was teased by Lu Jiaojiu and ended up falling into the river and dying was indeed your work? Wang Yuanrong nodded. It was a certain member. As the president of the Cloud Mountain Association, I won't do anything that affects fairness. As a matter of fact, at that time, I also hoped that you wouldn't jump into the river. Han Xianma asked, so, this Cloud Mountain Association, what exactly is its composition? Wang Yuanrong's face had gone pale to the extreme. The Cloud Mountain Society is a private club composed of top tycoons. The conditions for joining are very harsh, one of which is that one must be, or have been, the richest man in Daxia. The club's purpose is twofold. First, to help each other. Second, to fulfill the desires as well as the needs of the members as much as possible when conditions allow. The betting game is one of the programs to satisfy desires. Han Xianlong interrupted the other party. The little girl who jumped off the building yesterday was also your handiwork? Wang Yuanrong responded, yes, her number is 3246. After a moment of silence, Han Xianmu looked out the window. Give the Cloud Mountain Society's list to this honorable man. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Yuanrong immediately landed on the ground with both hands, dragging her blood-drenched lower half of her body as she climbed in the direction of the safe. Throughout the entire process, she remained conscious. At this moment, she already understood. Everything in front of her was not a dream. The teenager who had made her flat had come back. In an extremely unbelievable way, he came to find her, to find the big brothers behind her, to take revenge. Is it an inhuman? Just then, a weak exclamation of surprise suddenly came from the front door. Immediately afterward, a woman's voice followed from the dark corner. It seems to be. And the level, it doesn't seem to be low. A silhouette seemed to loom outside the window, and a cold smile drifted in along with it. Ha ha ha. This woman won't survive. This asshole, causing us to lose our jobs. It seemed as if he didn't really find it funny, but couldn't control his excitement due to some kind of disease. Bang! Clang! Just as Wang Yuanrong, regardless, climbed to the safe and prepared to unlock it. 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, appeared from different corners and blocked in front of her. Glancing at Wang Yuanrong on the ground, the pretty woman standing in the center frowned. When did you come in? To make someone like this? We actually didn't feel a thing? On the side, the man with his arms wrapped around him had a resentful look on his face. Yes. If we hadn't heard that faint scream, we wouldn't have known that inside, something had happened. The man who had been sneering coldly looked at Han Xianma, who was sitting in the boss chair, his face covered with a stupid grimace. The people can't be saved anymore. Just kill him directly. It's been a long time since I've encountered a strong person of this level. I want to bite him to death and eat his flesh. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The other man didn't retort. Together. Don't be gullible. I have a hunch. This guy is not a good fighter. Despite saying this, he still possessed enough confidence to cut down this murderer in front of him, or even capture him alive. The reason was simple. That person who liked to laugh out loud was a Darknet S-class assassin with a strength of at least the peak of the Xian realm. As for himself, he was even a mid-earth realm martial artist. Not to mention, there was also an inhuman with special abilities next to him. Such a lineup. Even if a peak earth realm powerhouse came, they would only be taken down. Obviously. The young man in front of him was too young, and his strength was at most at the early stage of the earth realm. Even an inhuman with special means could not be a match for 3 people. The woman nodded, very much in agreement. You guys go first, I'll cover for you. Without waiting for the man in the lead to speak, the man who liked to laugh couldn't hold back his excitement and directly rushed towards the boss's chair. What kind of cover do you need? Just go straight for it. Just and be done with it. Ha ha ha. Before the words fell, the man who leapt forward had already pulled out the dagger on his waist, and towards the other party's head, he ruthlessly plunged it. Half an hour later. Wearing black-framed glasses and a black mask, Lang Lingshang used her athletic body and hands to bypass the security's line of sight and walked into the elevator. A minute later, the elevator door opened. In the surveillance watch, she calmly out of the elevator, into the dead corner of the surveillance. To the rooftop of the building. She neatly took off her suit and pants, revealing the black tights inside. The perfect curves were exposed. Leaping onto the parapet, using the rope in her bag, she carefully landed by the window on the floor below. The passageways leading to this place were all equipped with surveillance. Anyone who came here was subject to an inventory check. It was also out of desperation that she used this method to enter the core level of the building. The moment she jumped into the rest area, Lung Lingfeng held her breath. Like a leopard cat hunting in the dark of night, she carefully stepped in the direction of the chairman's office. She knew that this building looked formal, but in reality, there were quite a few martial artists living in it. Even more, there were also foreigners with special abilities, always protecting the big shots here as well as the secrets that absolutely could not be known by outsiders. For this reason, she had to be extremely cautious, otherwise, all her previous efforts would be lost. After observing the environment and making sure that she would not be detected by the surveillance, she let out a heavy breath, rushed to the office door, and placed her hand on the door handle. Click! The next moment, the doorknob turned, and immediately afterward, a strong smell of blood, like a tsunami, slammed into her face. It almost made her, the captain of the patrol division's operations team, vomit on the spot. However, not waiting for her to be surprised why there was such a strong smell of blood in the luxurious office, the image after opening the door directly shook her in place. How could? Like this? Chapter 63 Your Mom is Dead. The gorgeous office seemed to be closed off by a miasma. There was no wind. Time seemed to stand still here. There was no flow of breath. And in this office, there were 3 people. 2 men and 1 woman. They were all doing the same thing. Stabbing each other with knives. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. One of the men kept laughing as if he was excited. How strange. Why are we hurting each other? And what's even more interesting is why both of my legs were cut off by you guys. My internal organs, they were all dug out by you guys. And yet I'm still alive? Is this that man's ability? It's also too amazing. The other man's face was filled with despair, and his movements to harm his companion never stopped. Is this the inhuman? Just what level of inhuman can be terrifying to this extent? Hey! Malika? You! Say something. At this moment, it was clear that he only had half of his head left, but he was still hissing in terror. It was as if it wouldn't die at all. Horrified to the extreme, Lang Lingfeng seemed to have discovered something and subconsciously turned her head. Only then did she see that the Malika in that person's mouth was on the ground. The mouth that wanted to answer them was placed in another corner. Constantly open and close. But could not make a sound. What the hell is going on here, ah? Lang Lingfeng, whose legs were weak, sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at the scene in front of her, stunned to the extreme. It was also at this time. The 3 people inside seemed to have discovered her existence. They all looked at her with their eyes or something indescribable. As if they understood something. Their eyes instantly lost the luster of life. Wah wah wah! After restoring the corpse to the state it should be in, it fell to the ground. On the rooftop. Underneath the lightning rod at the highest point. Han Xianmo looked at the place where Lang Lingfang jumped off and was hesitating, whether to go down and help the other party ease his mood. To him, everything that happened down there was just a small scene. But for ordinary people on Earth, it wasn't necessarily so. Zira. Suddenly, the list floating beside him was wrapped in a purple flame and turned into ashes. In the end, he still didn't pay attention to the female inspector and took a step forward. The moment he fell towards the ground, a spatial rift then opened. In the apartment, sensing the movement behind him, Chen Shui, who was sitting on the sofa, subconsciously stood up, rushed over, and hugged the other party. Back. Did you encounter any trouble? This time, it seems like it was delayed for a bit too long. Han Xianma blandly said, I saw that it was still early, so I played around for a while. Chen Shui looked at the other party who was walking towards the sofa with a surprised face. Playing around? Without hiding it, Han Xianma briefly talked about what happened tonight. After hearing it, Chen Shui couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Those three idiots, they really deserved it. But is it really okay for that female inspector to see your play? Han Xianma had a needless look on his face. For us, whether it's her or someone else who saw that image, it should all be assumed that it was the group of bodyguards who had in fighting and unintentionally killed their employer during the big fight. As for her, it doesn't matter much if it's psychologically bearable. Chen Shui didn't see that image with her own eyes, and felt that as a patrolman, her mental ability to withstand it shouldn't be that bad. Then there shouldn't be any problem. Pouring a cup of water for the other party, she curiously said, so when are you going to do it when you get the list? Getting the list was definitely not for the collection. She knew that the lives of that group of people had already entered a countdown. Han Xianma said blandly, I've already memorized their appearance. Tomorrow. The time after class is enough. Tonight would be fine. But he saw a little something in Chen Shui's eyes and decided not to go out again. Chen Shui guffawed and lifted the hem of her skirt a little higher. Look at the black silk. The Nine Heavens continent, there shouldn't be this kind of thing, right? Han Xianmo looked at it faintly. This. Indeed there isn't. The line of sight returned to the chairman's office on the top floor of the building. Lang Lingfang, who had already adapted, tried to maintain her composure and utilized the wire in her hand to open the safe in front of her. In order to manipulate those tycoons, in Wang Yuanrong's hands, he will definitely keep their handles. Taking the information inside into her hands and flipping through it, she was relieved. Sure enough, I guessed correctly. After a quick review, she still frowned. Is the list hidden somewhere else? It's fine, having this evidence is enough. As for the list of participants, after all these years of investigation, she had long had it in her mind. It didn't matter if there was one or not. Looking at the things in her hand, Long Lingxian was slightly in a trance. Never in a million years did she think that this trip would actually go so smoothly. As she was leaving, she took another look at the corpse on the ground, before she turned around and walked out of the gate with a long-lasting palpitation. Who? Leaving the mansion and returning to the car, Lang Lingfang let out a long sigh of relief. Looking up at the building, she once again recalled. After determining that she definitely did not leave any traces behind, she drove the off-road vehicle parked on the side of the road and sailed away. The following day, in the private room of a club, the hungover Wu Zihao was forcibly woken up. He was about to lash out. When he saw the person who came was the very person he wanted to see, he hurriedly collected his anger. You're here, sit down. Zhong Junxian was a friend of Wu Zihao's, whose father was Zhong Jianbin, the chairman of the Shanshui group, who had once also topped the richest man in Daxia. He and his father are both members of the Cloud Mountain Association, but also Squid Game enthusiasts. As the banker of Yunshan Club, Wang Yuanrong would not allow his son to participate in this kind of game which seems to be gambling but is actually a cheat. Therefore, Wu Zihao's previous participation are looking for Zhong Junxian as an intermediary, through the help of the other party, to participate in the gambling game. In other words, Zhong Junxian is his participation in the game, and become a prospective member of the guide. Looking at Wu Zihao, who was sitting paralyzed on the sofa, Zhong Junxian pushed up his golden glasses, and a warm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Are you in a bad mood? Why are you drinking like this? Wu Zihao just wanted to speak. The phone on the side suddenly vibrated. Picking it up and seeing that it was his old man calling, and more than once, he hurriedly made a stop motion to Zhong Junxian and picked up the phone. What's the matter? Dad? The reason for asking Jung Joon-hyun to meet here was to borrow money. Anyway, he was already on the phone with his old man, and he decided that he would first ask for it from his family. The other party did not give it, and then asked Jung Joon-hyun for it. Because he still felt that the interest rate charged by Jung Joon-hyun was too high. When the phone was connected, but he didn't hear the other party's voice, Woo Ji-hyo paused, so he planned to say his business first. Dad, can you lend me some more money? As a result, the next moment, on the other side of the phone, there was a response from his old man gritting his teeth. Your mom is dead. These 2 chapters are on the dark side. If you don't like it, say so, and I'll write less of this kind of plot in the future. Chapter 64 Bloodline Spell Kill. Dad, how do you? Why are you cursing? Woo Ji-hyo, who was holding the cell phone, froze in place. He knew that he might not be as good as the other party expected him to be. He also knew that he had asked his family for many small goals before. All of them failed in their business ventures. If you ask for money again, the other party will definitely be angry. But how could he not expect? The other party came up to curse. He also cursed so hard to hear. Dad, don't be angry. Woo Ji-hyo let out a breath. The matter of money, we can. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Woo Shanjui on the other end of the phone spoke again. I'm not joking with you. Your mom died. This dead is the one you understand. Swish. Hearing this, Woo Ji-hyo was violently stunned and covered his forehead with his hand. This can't be. My mom was fine yesterday. Yesterday, I even talked to her on the phone. How could it be gone today? With a heavy heart, Woo Shanjui briefly elaborated on the situation. As far as we can see, it should be that the enemy has paid off some bodyguard. When trying to assassinate your mom, he was discovered by the other bodyguards. As a result, they fought and still accidentally killed your mom. The bodyguard died. Your mom died too. Plop. Woo Ji-hyo's body went limp and directly sat on the ground. I don't have a mom anymore? It wasn't until this moment that he was sure that the other party wasn't joking, much less cursing. He himself really had no mom. The Woo Shanjui on the other end of the phone took a deep breath and eased his sinking mood. Now is not the time to dwell on this. The fact that the enemy dared to strike like this proves that the situation has reached an irreparable point. I'll take care of the revenge, you don't have to worry. What you need to do now is to keep yourself as safe as possible. Woo Ji-hyo snapped back to his senses. You mean, I can only stay at home these days? Can't go anywhere? In his subconscious mind, his own life was more important compared to mom's revenge. Woo Shanjui responded, did you not understand what I just said? Suddenly returning to his senses, Woo Ji-hyo nodded his head repeatedly. Right. Mom can be betrayed by those around her. If I go home, I'm afraid that the end will only be worse. Then where can I go? Easting? Silla? Or the American chestnut fry? Woo Shanjui thought for a moment. Now, let alone going abroad, even if you leave the East Sea, there is a high chance that you will die on the road due to an accident. Let's do it this way, during this period of time, you'll live at the school. I will send my close friends to secretly protect you. Obviously, as the top tycoon of the Eastern Sea, in a situation like today's, he still felt that the safety of the school was far greater than his home. After all, schools were crowded with people, and even a professional assassin would have to consider the repercussions after killing someone. School? Woo Ji-hyo could not understand the other party's intention. Dad, you're not kidding me. Living in a school? Wasn't that inserting a label and selling his head, waiting for the assassin to come and kill him? Woo Shanjui's tone was a bit more serious. If you don't want to die, do as I say. Don't worry, I won't give you too much money, but I won't let you starve to death either. During this period of time, you'll condescend to everything. Wait until after this matter is over. The other party didn't understand the situation, it was impossible for him to not understand it as well. Learning that the other party had hung up the phone. The powerless Woo Ji-hyo still sat paralyzed on the ground, as if he had aged 10 years, his face full of trance. It's so itchy. How can it be so itchy? Right at this moment, Jung Junxian, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly spoke up and ripped off his clothes, scratching his chest. Woo Ji-hyo did not turn around and said feebly, "My mom died. Aren't you even going to comfort me?" However, the words fell for a long time, but there was still no reply from the other party. Only then did Wu Zihao turn back, frowning tightly. "Hey! I'm talking to you." As a result, before the words were finished, he froze in place, his pupils, in a split second, dilated to the extreme. Under his stunned gaze. Sitting on the sofa, Zhong Junxian was wearing a smile, constantly saying itchy and scratching his chest. Wu Zihao realized. At this moment, the other party's originally white chest had already been scratched by the other party himself to the point where it was bloody and fleshless. Even so, the other party also still had no intention of stopping. Like he couldn't feel the pain, he kept snapping the flesh and blood and breaking the ribs. It was even putting his entire hand into his own chest. Wu Zihao was stunned. "What are you doing? Don't!" Not caring about the other party's dissuasion, Zhong Junxian's face was full of smiles and seemed to be getting more and more excited. "I'm curious. My heart, what color is it? I want to see." "You don't want to see?" Wu Zihao's entire body was dumbfounded. "You? Are you crazy? Is that thing something you can look at just because you want to?" Poof. The next moment, along with the splash of blood, Zhong Junxian really did pull out his heart. Looking at the heart in his hand that trembled a few times and slowly stopped, an excited smile covered his miserable white face. "Ha ha! I guessed right. It really is black." As the words fell, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and turned into an agonizing distortion, and immediately afterward, such a look was forever frozen on his face. This scene was watched in its entirety by Wu Zihao. At a loss for words, he sank into silence for a long time, and finally couldn't help himself, letting out a terrified hiss. "Ah!" In the rich district, in a certain heavily guarded villa. After Wu Shanjui finished his last phone call, he turned to face the shadow behind the screen and groveled. "You guessed correctly, Zhong Jianben is dead. And he, the last member of the Cloud Mountain Society." The silhouette reflected above the screen didn't move a muscle, as if there wasn't a single fluctuation in her emotions. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "I know. At noon, Donghai University cafeteria. Letting Emily get her food so that the other party could pick her favorite food." Lin Ruoyu signaled Han Qianma, and together with the other party, they went outside to the garden. "You reminded me earlier that Emily has a problem. I've been observing it specifically for the past 2 days. Didn't find any clues." Without waiting for Han Qianma to open his mouth, Lin Ruoyu voiced his judgment. "However, this doesn't rule out the possibility that she has ulterior motives." Han Qianma asked, "What did you find out?" He knew that the other party's words, although they sounded contradictory, were in fact not contradictory. Lin Ruoyu was thoughtful. "Through these 2 days, my observation of her, as well as my previous understanding of her, she, as a person, is indeed a very good friend, and doesn't have any major problems. But if you open up the pattern and consider it from a higher dimension, the probability that she has a problem is indeed not small." Chapter 65, East Sea Changes Sky. Lin Ruoyu explained, Emily's family, in the local area of Meili Frying, is considered upper middle class. Enthusiastic about world cultures, she has traveled to many countries including Dacia, France, Germany, Eastern Japan, and Goryeo. She has said that the country she is most interested in is Dacia. The culture of Dacia has even reached the point of obsession. This is also the reason why her Dacia language is so fluent, why I was able to become friends with her, and why she was willing to help me and return to Dacia with me. Han Qianma didn't interrupt the other party, letting them continue. Lin Ruoyu continued, "I was able to become friends with her purely because of fate. But now it seems that this so-called fate is not as reasonable as it seems on the surface." Han Qianlong understood the other party's meaning. "You want to say that there's a possibility that she's a spy?" Lin Ruoyu nodded. "Her family conditions are so good, she's so pretty, and her academic performance isn't even worse than mine. If she really lied to me, then the matter of her being a spy is the only and reasonable explanation. The reason why she made such a judgment was because she absolutely trusted the man in front of her. She didn't know the Missouri Frying Dane that she had known for a year or two, but this fellow table-mate in front of her, how could she not know her? In other words, she didn't trust the other party's intuition because she had discovered the end. Rather, it was because she believed in the other party's intuition that she deliberately went to find the end. A bit of speculation. It was only then that she came to the conclusion at this moment. Han Xianlong saw a hint of indecision in the other party's eyes. Then let's observe for a while and see. He knew that, in fact, the other party was still not too willing to investigate his friend. After all, Emily did help her. And so far, hadn't done anything to wrong her. The reason why he was willing to investigate. Purely because of more trust in themselves only. Believing in herself more didn't mean that the other party didn't believe in Emily. Han Qianlian could see that essentially, Lin Ruoyu still hoped that her guess was wrong. After all, no one would be able to accept something like a good friend suddenly turning into a spy. Lin Ruoyu was silent for a moment. Good. At the back, I'll continue to observe a bit more. Don't worry, whether she's a spy or not, I won't give her a chance to hurt me. Han Qianma didn't retort. Let's eat. Whether she was a spy or not, he didn't care. He only knew that if Emily really had such a special identity, she would bring trouble to Lin Ruoyu sooner or later. This was something he would never allow to happen. After eating, the four of them parted ways at the entrance of the cafeteria. Han Qianma and Chen Shui didn't have classes in the afternoon, so they prepared to go shopping. Chen Shui knew that just now, Lin Ruoyu had looked for Han Qianma, mostly for Emily's matter, and couldn't help but be curious. What did Lin Ruoyu say? That Emily, is there a problem or not? Han Qianma nodded his head. There is. After listening to the other party's detailed elaboration, Chen Shui frowned slightly. A spy? I'll go. This possibility, I really hadn't thought about it before. Then what are you going to do? Looking at Lin Ruoyu's appearance, it seems like she doesn't wish to turn her back on Emily. Listening to her words before, without Emily, she wouldn't even be able to leave Mei Li frying and return to Xia. Whether or not Emily has ulterior motives. Essentially, it did help her. She doesn't seem like the kind of person who would be ungrateful. Making her turn against her benefactor is more or less a bit cruel from a personal emotional standpoint. Han Qianlong didn't retort. I know. That's why I'll settle this matter without her knowing. Chen Shui drifted off. You mean? Han Qianma said blandly, if she's not a spy, everything is fine. If she is, she will definitely die. As for whether she'll be killed by me, or by the organization behind her, or captured by the relevant authorities. None of them are essentially different. Chen Shui understood the other party's meaning and nodded. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she suddenly realized that two men dressed in Zhongshan suits came from the road and blocked the front. Are you guys? Those two men didn't look at Chen Shui more than once, their sights always on Han Qianma. Coming before and after the other side, they looked at each other and nodded. Among them, the slightly shorter one, while looking at Han Qianlian, opened his mouth in a commanding tone. Mr. Han Qianlong, right. We are officers of the East Sea Patrol Division, and there is a case that requires your cooperation to assist in the investigation. Car wash. Leng Lingfang, who was standing at the curb waiting to get her car, was still on the phone with her coworker. Say that again, who died? The colleague on the other end of the phone had a tone full of disbelief. Including Wang Yuanrong and Zhong Jianbin, what we speculated earlier, the members of the Cloud Mountain Association. Are all dead. Not only that. Their immediate family members also died at the same time, in different ways, one after another. Truly the entire family is dead. Long Lingfang was stunned. Did you just say in different ways? The colleague on the other end of the phone responded, yes. They all died in peculiar ways. Either with a hard object, smashing their heads hard. Either with their hands, scratching through the flesh and blood and pulling out their hearts. Each person died in a different way. But no matter if it's the eyewitnesses' confessions, or the surveillance footage, it's enough to prove that they committed suicide. If it weren't for the fact that all of these people died within the same time frame, I guess we really have to assume that they killed themselves with their own hands. Long Lingfang was filled with dismay. Is it an inhuman? A top martial artist could have managed to drive those bigwigs to extinction. But the methods were definitely not this bizarre. It must be an inhuman. And it's a top-notch inhuman. What did they say? She knew that her colleagues didn't even know about the existence of inhumans. Risking to speak her judgment would only cause unnecessary trouble. The colleague responded, the above characterized this matter as a vendetta of top martial artists. The reason why it was so tragic and the way the deceased died was unusually bizarre is because the martial artist who did it was very strong. Has already reached the peak of the earth realm, or even stepped into the heaven realm. Therefore, with our abilities alone, we are simply unable to handle it. They will directly send someone from the headquarters to take over this case. That is to say, we don't need to care behind. Just need to cooperate with them when they need it. Lang Lingfang had already guessed such an outcome, and just wanted to open her mouth and tell the other party not to worry, and just do as instructed from above. Out of the corner of her eye, however, she suddenly scanned to the entrance of Donghai University, the two students who were stopped by two men in Zhongshan suits. With a glance, she recognized that those two were no one else but Chen Shui and Han Xianma, whom she had met before. Especially that Han Xianma. She knew that the other party was also an inhuman. Chapter 66. My dad's surname is Lung. Chen Shui knew that regardless of whether the other party was from the Inspector General's office or not, Lord Demon could not go with them. There was no way that Lord Demon would go with them. After some questioning, she realized that these two men also had no intention of compromising. Sighing slightly, she could only cover her face and retreat. It was at this time that Lung Lingshang, who had arrived in time, blocked in front of Han Xianma and, with questioning eyes, looked at the two men. You guys are? She was wearing civilian clothes today, and those two men didn't recognize her identity at first. After briefly sizing her up, they reported their identities as officers of the patrol division. After hearing the other party's words, Lang Lingshuan gave a cold snort and directly took out her own documents. East Sea Patrol Division, Operation Team Leader Lang Lingfang. Since you two are also from the East Sea Patrol Division, why hasn't this captain seen it before? The two of them glanced at each other, frowning slightly. The man in the lead pulled out his coat pocket. This is my identification. You probably haven't seen it before. But it doesn't matter, you call your leader directly. He'll tell you what to do to cooperate with us. Lang Lingfang glanced at it, and even though it was the first time she had seen it, she still thought of a department. You guys are from the Secret Coordination Division? The other man was slightly stunned and glanced at his companion, his face full of surprise. You actually know about the Secret Adjustment Division. By the looks of it, you are not an ordinary patrolman. Long Lingfeng did not hide it. I am an ordinary patrolman. But my father. Surname Line. She knew that in this situation now, if she didn't move the person behind her, these two people in front of her would simply not be able to stop. Hearing the word Lang, the two were astonished, constantly scrutinizing the young female inspector in front of them. After a moment, they looked at each other and nodded. The slightly taller man took his cell phone and stepped aside. The slightly shorter man glanced at the target who had already left, frowned and asked, "Are these two your friends?" Lang Lingfang turned around, only then noticing that Han Qianmuo had already taken Chen Shui and left, not putting her, or the two men, in his eyes at all. A drop of cold sweat seeped out from her forehead. Turning back to the man who had asked the question, Lang Lingfang nodded. Sort of. You guys are looking for him because... The man didn't retort, and only after his companion finished the call and whispered a few words in his ear did he continue to speak. That's right. The above suspects that he is an inhuman. The leader of your East Sea Patrol Division submitted the files of those previous disappearance cases to the General Directorate. The General Directorate forwarded it to us. After several professionals there analyzed it, we finally concluded that the probability of Han Qianrua being an inhuman is as high as 76.32%. It must be taken seriously. Lang Lingfang muttered in her heart, this decimal point, how did you guys figure it out? After a moment of silence, she looked at the duo with a straight face. He is not. In addition, besides being my friend, he is also the subject of my current investigation. So back there, you guys should stop looking for him. So as not to affect my case. Hearing these words, the duo looked at each other with incomparably complicated expressions. If it was a normal day, and the other party was an ordinary inspector who said such words to the two of them would have been unable to hold back their laughter. But this time, they did not laugh. Because they knew that the other party was not an ordinary inspector. The other party's father, surnamed Lang. Bureau Lang's face, we definitely have to give. The man at the head of the group spoke blandly. But if something goes wrong, the responsibility must be Miss Lang's own. Lang Lingfang nodded without hesitation. Good. Receiving an affirmative reply from the other party, the two of them did not say anything else, exchanged glances, and turned around to walk into the crowd not far away. Slightly relieved, Lang Lingfang turned around, only to realize that Han Qianma and Chen Shui had long since disappeared. Sighing, she immediately pulled out her phone and called her colleague. Help me check East Sea University, Han Qianma's phone number. No? Then check Chen Shui's. A minute later, she hung up and dialed the number her colleague had told her. Miss Chen Shui, is it? I'm Lung Lingfang from the East Sea Patrol Division. Are you and your boyfriend are free right now? I would like to invite you two for a cup of tea. Don't get me wrong. It's really a cup of tea. Han Yuan Group Headquarters Building. In the chairman's office. Su Jianhao, Su Wanjuan's son, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out the window, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. He should cry because his old man Su Wanjun has committed suicide. He should laugh because it is not only his old man who committed suicide. His grandfather, his father-in-law, his uncle, his second uncle, his third uncle, his fifth uncle, his sixth aunt, his seventh aunt. Cousins. All of them committed suicide. In one night, all of the family's direct line as well as the chairman of the competition, all hiccups. He did nothing, and became the sole and largest successor of the family and the company. If it weren't for the fact that similar things happened to several other families next door, the board of directors would have suspected that he was the one who moved the company. The board of directors really suspected that he was the one who moved to exterminate his entire clan. Things have come to this point. They also have no choice. Can only let this dude take over the company's power. Zhao Tai on the side didn't know, at this moment, Su Jianhao, whether he wanted to laugh or not. Anyway, he could hardly hold it together. Boss. Seeing the other party's face suddenly tighten a few points, he hurriedly changed his words. Chairman? Only after discovering that the other party's face had regained its coziness did he continue. Chairman, it looks like this murder is targeting the entire Cloud Mountain Association. And it's targeting only those who are directly involved in the game. Others will not be implicated. Others didn't know, but he was very clear. The person who joined the Cloud Mountain Association and participated in the game was actually Su Jianhao in front of him. Su Jianhao was not qualified, so he used his old son's name. In other words, Su Wanjun didn't even know that he had joined the Yunshan Association. Over the years, his account has been his son to help him on behalf of the practice. In Zhao Tai's opinion, this was also the reason why Su Jianhao hadn't died, but Su Wanjun and all the people in the Su family had almost died. It was because in the eyes of others, Su Jianhao was just an errand boy. However, Su Jianhao didn't think so. You go and get ready, Daxiao's real estate is no longer working. Transformation and all that, it won't work for a while. Instead of being a sitting duck, why don't you cultivate a group of forces that are only loyal to this chairman? By doing so, although I won't necessarily be able to make more money, I can at least ensure that in the future, only I will bully others, and others won't be able to bully me. In his opinion, if the Avengers only target the participants of the game, then his grandfather, grandpa, uncle, second uncle and other non-immediate family members should not die. He still can't understand why he is still alive when everyone in his family is dead. He only knows that the danger has not disappeared, and if he wants to live as well as avenge his family, he can only recruit and enlist more martial artists. Even the foreigners. Chapter 67 Lu Jiaojiao's own sister. In the building next to Han Yuan Group's headquarters building, next to the office building, in one of the floors. Inside the fairly spacious office, Lu Jiaojiao, who had a lousy, even haggard face, sat on the sofa and looked at the sinister figure who was standing by the window and making a phone call. From time to time, she looked left and right, articulating the fear in her heart. Sister. This was the unknown number of times she called out to the other party, yet the other party was always answering the phone, completely ignoring her thoughts. The Lu family had 3 children. Lu Jiaojiao was the second oldest in the family, 5 years younger than the woman in front of her, her big sister. The elder sister's name was Lu Xiuxiu. She dropped out of school at 18 and went out to start her own business. The first income brought home was as much as $30,000. But parents are not satisfied. Because there is still a younger brother at home. Their goal is that the 2 sisters try to study as little as possible, spend less money at home, and save a large sum of money for the family before the younger brother turns 18. In this way, even if the younger brother fails to get into university, the money can be used to pave the way for the younger brother. Plus the expenses of studying in college, working after graduation, and more after that, buying a car and a house, marrying and having children. Their parents calculated that it would cost them about $3 million. This is still a young girl at that time, they can be described as immense pressure. Eventually, Lu Xiuxiu collapsed, completely disappointed in the family of origin, she gave her family the last up to $1 million in cash, chose to leave home. That sum of money, she borrowed. Until these last 2 years, only just finished paying back the principal and interest. The company that she founded has also taken off to a certain extent. Life and career look to be on track. As a result, the sister of the family, and find up. Poof. Lu Xiuxiu, who hung up the phone, threw the cell phone on the table, wrapped her arms around her and looked at her own sister who was sitting on the sofa. Say it, what is it? Although she was only 5 years older than Lu Jiaojiao, and was still the other party's own sister, no matter whether it was her looks, figure or temperament, she was far superior to Lu Jiaojiao. Placed in school, she was at least at the school flower level. It's a pity that she, who has good grades and good looks, left the campus early because she has a younger brother at home. Lu Jiaojiao's eyes dodged and she swallowed. I don't want to go to school. I want to work for you. Do a job. Originally, all because of the existence of the brother, only to become unfortunate sisters. But after Lu Xiuxiu left home, the regretful parents came to their senses. To Lu Jiaojiao love, day by day more and more, and even in the end, more than the brother. Together in the rain, according to normal thinking, at that time Lu Jiaojiao should go to find Lu Xiuxiu, even if there is no need to persuade the other party to go home, but also should be their own happiness, part of the other party. Let the other party feel the warmth of home. As a result, Lu Jiaojiao did not do this, but coldly watched, and even mocked the other party's situation. A few $1,000s of pocket money a month, although it can't help the other party to pay off their debts, but at least it can help the other party to solve the problem of survival. However, even when the other party was in the most difficult times, she had not once extended a helping hand. Now that she was desperate, she remembered that her own sister, who had already started her own business, had become the owner of a small company. Thick skin, but also to find each other to help. There is no way. Because she knows that the current self, there is no other choice. Lu Xiuxiu was not impressed. Then you go to the personnel, go through the formal process of interviewing. Remember, don't tell them that you are my sister. If you say it, they will just brush you off. Seeing the other party about to leave, Lu Jiaojiao hurriedly got up. Sister! How could you? I'm your own sister. Lu Xiuxiu didn't bother, and after giving an explanation to the security at the door, she brought her own assistant and walked into the conference room. Didn't take Lu Jiaojiao's matter to heart at all. After entering the conference room, she directly opened her computer and displayed the blueprint she had planned. To this day, it can be said that the company has solved all the basic level problems and has entered the development stage. I would like to say, Su Wanjun and Zhong Jianben, the former richest men of Daxia, are dead. East Sea, and even the entire Daxia business community, will undergo a huge shock. For others, this could be a disaster. But for us, this is definitely a once-in-a-century opportunity. Because, we would have stood at the bottom of the valley. Not afraid of losing. The crowd looked uplifted, articulating their determination and vigor with silent stares. Just when the crowd was still thinking about the future and discussing passionately, the assistant took a piece of information and walked over to Lu Xiuxiu. General Manager Lu, this is what you asked me to check. Taking a look at the information handed over by the other party, Lu Xiuxiu was violently stunned. How could? Like this? The assistant sighed. Said it was an accident. It's not just Han Qianmo. All the big bodies inside, all burned to ashes. None were spared. The originally impassioned Lu Xiuxiu, as if poured a pot of cold water, his face gradually turned pale. The people below, all noticed the change in her face. Unable to stop whispering. What's wrong with General Manager Lu? Is it hard to believe that the company has encountered some more trouble? No. It's because of a man called Han Qianmo. This man, who was originally the suitor of Mr. Lu's sister, was later killed by Mr. Lu's sister. It was out of guilt that Mr. Lu kept an eye on the deceased all these years. Even wanted to spend money to store in Donghai University, was made into a large body to buy back. Properly buried. Because Mr. Lu thinks that Han Qianma's parents, because they didn't have the money, sold their own son to East Sea University as a specimen. Someone retorted, is that so? Why did I hear that it's because Mr. Lu and Han Qianma had been classmates at the same school? When I was studying, Han Qianma borrowed money from Mr. Lu and didn't pay it back. Mr. Lu is unforgiving. And her sister, there is no relationship at all, right? The crowd froze. Is Mr. Lu so careful? How do I feel? This version of yours is even more bull. Yes. Saying that General Lu had a crush on Han Xianma, that's why he couldn't let go of that obsession. I even think it's possible. Oh, money? I borrowed $200 from Mr. Lu last month, and I haven't paid it back yet. Mr. Lu did not say anything. A grudge from when you were a student, and you're remembering it now? She's not that petty at all. Someone joked, oh, exempt. You're screwed. Hurry up and pay back the money. Otherwise, you'll end up like that Han Xianma. You won't even be spared in death. The one who owed the money's face changed drastically. No way. You guys don't scare me. Looking up, she realized that General Manager Lu, who, as she remembered, had always been very good at getting along with others, had long ago taken his assistant and walked out of the conference room. Outside the conference room, Lu Xiuxiu wiped her tears and said to the assistant beside her, take $1 million to his parents. She believed that with the other party's ability, she must know what to do, so that the other party would accept it. The assistant's face changed. 1 million? Mr. Lu, you said before that the company has now reached a critical time for development. There wasn't much money on the books in the first place. 1 million, would it be too much? Lu Xiuxiu didn't give the other party a chance to say more. Just go and do it, other things, no need for you to worry. After saying that, she pretended that nothing had happened and stepped away. In the coffee shop on the food street of Donghai University, Lang Lingfang looked at Han Xianma in front of her, a faint killing intent in her eyes. Not for anything else. Simply because this man in front of her had fed her dog food all afternoon. Inviting the other party to drink tea, the other party directly came to say no time. She had no choice but to follow behind the two, waiting for the other party free. As a result, this afternoon, are watching these two people shopping, eating snacks, in no one's place to kiss. The most furious time. In fact, in front of her face, playing half an hour of booing. The most important thing is that you can use the tool kind of. Look at her face red, want to find a hole to drill in, but realize that they are on the Ferris wheel, there is no hole. At this moment. As soon as she remembered the previous picture, Lang Lingfang couldn't control her heartbeat, her face flushed red, and her breathing was also unconsciously rapid. Noticing this scene, Chen Shui, who had finished exchanging straws with Lord Demon, was surprised. What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Noticing Han Xianma's seemingly unintentional gaze, Lang Lingxiang's delicate body trembled and hurriedly took a sip of the drink in front of her. Nothing, the sun is too big today, a little bit hot. Chen Shui was not a little cutie. How could she not see that the red on the other party's face was a blush of shame? Was it because she saw her intimacy with Lord Demon? Although it is true that showing love is easy to pull hatred, but pulling shyness is still the first time I've seen it. Suddenly thought of something, Chen Shui lowered her voice, tentatively asked, Officer Miss. You haven't had a relationship yet? Otherwise, how can you be shy like this? It was even shyer than a little girl in love. Swish. Hearing this, Lang Lingfang was stunned and subconsciously looked away. He. How can that be? I'm much older than you guys, alright. As she spoke, her face had already turned scarlet, as if water could drip out at any time. P.S. Demon Lord is ready to take in a little brother, guess who it is? Chapter 68, The Memorial Service. Let's get down to business. The red-faced Lang Lingfang hurriedly changed the topic, forcing herself to look at Han Xianma with composure. The Cloud Mountain Association, you're the one who exterminated it, right? This afternoon, she wasn't just watching the duo show their love. It was also reasoning. In the end, she came to a conclusion. The one who destroyed the Cloud Mountain Association was definitely a foreigner. Whether it was one, or a group, it was hard to say. If it is one, the probability of this person being Han Xianma was as high as 76.256%. Under such circumstances, it was almost certain that Han Xianruo was the murderer. Sensing that the atmosphere had suddenly become tense, Chen Shui, who was biting her straw, subconsciously looked at Han Xianma. After realizing that the other party had no intention of paying attention, she swallowed the drink in her mouth and looked back at Lang Lingfang in front of her. Are you asking casually, or are you asking in your capacity as the captain of the patrol division's operations team? If it's a casual question, you have no need to know. If it's in the capacity of the captain of the patrol division's action team, I would advise you to give up investigating this matter. Because if you continue to investigate, you will get a lot of people killed. Lan Lingfang wrapped her arms around herself and looked at Han Qianrua with a bemused expression. I'm on vacation today. Do you know why I'm taking a vacation at this time? It's because I've been investigating the case for a long time, and I've got the evidence. Just when it was on the brink, the suspects all died without a single one left. So at this time, even if I want to do something, I have nothing to do. It looks like we're about to get through. As a result, someone hangs on and rushes straight to the finish line. The previous efforts, all in vain. She was also a little bit upset. As the captain of the action team, she certainly knows that the death of the suspect, the case cannot be pursued. This is also the reason why many corrupt officials will choose to swallow the gun and kill themselves after the matter is exposed. Because they also know that when the subject of the investigation dies, the case is over and will not be pursued any further. If they swallowed the gun and killed themselves, they would be the ones to die, but they would be the ones to save their own families. Looking at the cloudy man in front of her, Lang Lingfang didn't know if she should be happy or feel bad. Happy, because she knows, that group of villains now the end, is the law cannot give. One person commits evil, the whole family will die. Even as the head of the operations team of the detective division, she felt very happy. It was hard because she understood that although this way of dealing with the situation was great, it was not reasonable, at least on the legal level as well as in terms of social impact. This way of dealing with the situation was very inappropriate. More importantly, she understood that if this matter was really done by Han Qianma, obviously, the other party's ability or inhuman level has far exceeded their own estimates. If not restrained, it is likely to bring unexpected disasters to this society. Seeing that Han Qianmo still had no intention of taking any action, Chen Shui answered for the other party, "You're on vacation, which means that you're talking to us as an ordinary person." Then I still have the same sentence. As an ordinary person, there's no need for you to know that much. Because knowing too much really won't do you any good. Lan Lingfang always looked at Han Qianlong. If you're not a murderer, I have no reason to restrain you. If you're a murderer, because all the people you've killed are evil, it's all the more reason I shouldn't restrain you. Because to do that would not only be cursed. Even I, myself, would be disgusted. After a pause, she took a deep breath. What I want to tell you is that I am not, as you imagine, the kind of pedantic, rigid, one-dimensional person who looks at everything only by the rules, without distinguishing between right and wrong, good and evil. The reason why I ask you is just to determine your identity and then protect you only. She didn't lie. Restraint was also a kind of protection. The secret adjustment division's people had already noticed the other party. In her opinion, it didn't matter if the other party was a hero who got rid of that group of villains. As an inhuman, he should accept the restraints that should be placed on him. Freedom is relative. Only with constraints can there be freedom. Chen Shui sensed that Lord Demon had the intention to open his mouth, so he didn't answer. The next moment, Han Qianma really opened his mouth. No need. Hearing such an answer, Lang Lingfang sighed in disappointment. Then one last question. Are you really resurrected? If so, is there any way you can help my cousin? He's a person, although he's stubborn at times, but he doesn't have much heart. He's very upright, he's a good person. Bad people do wrong things, most of the time, there is a chance to reform. He a good man, good inspector, did nothing wrong, but to long sleep, I think, unfair. Han Qianma did not answer, continued to drink his drink and looked at his cell phone. Chen Shui understood and got up to see off the guests. Thinking too much. In this world, there is no such thing as resurrection. He is really Han Qianmuo's big brother. He was sold to northern Burma before, without a name. Now that he got himself back, without an official name, he followed his brother's name, that's all. With a smile on her face, Chen Shui made a pleased gesture. This afternoon's following, it's been hard on you, this drink, count it as our treat. Goodbye, Captain Lang. Seeing the ultimate indifference in Han Qianma's eyes, the disheartened Lang Lingfang stood up, only disappointment remaining on her pretty face. All right. Then I'm sorry to bother you. She definitely wouldn't believe Chen Shui's words, but she also wouldn't choose to target, or even go so far as to report Han Qianma because of the other party's various rejections. After this conversation, she just recognized a fact. The man in front of her wasn't considered a bad person, but he wasn't considered a good person either. It wasn't worth deep friendship. Who? Watching Lang Lingfang's back, disappearing from sight today, Chen Shui let out a long sigh of relief. Turned back but found that the other party dropped an invitation on the chair. Picked up a look, only to find that it was the obituary of the Memorial Service of Peace of Mind. Knowing that it is too late to catch up now, holding the obituary, she can only stare blankly at Han Qianmo. Without a second glance, Han Qianmo continued to calmly sip his drink and look at his cell phone. Eastern Sea Patrol Division. It was said to be a memorial service, but in fact, it was just for the co-workers to bow to the deceased and send them off. After all, an XIN was murdered in the course of investigating a case. It wasn't sacrificed during a major operation to capture a criminal. In principle, there was no memorial service. However, it might be because an XIN's popularity was relatively good. Although the above just let everyone mean a little, but the entire patrol division, including the highest person in charge, can be said to be absent. In principle, not a thing, but privately, everyone gave a full row. The reason is very simple. Because we all know that in the eyes of ordinary people, an XIN previously solved only some small cases, and there is no great credit. But in the hearts of his colleagues, he is the most valiant and reliable partner, and at the same time a well-deserved hero. Worthy of this honor. At this moment. In the crowd, Lang Lingfang did not shed tears, only her face looked pale and powerless. Yu Hua said, "The departure of loved ones is never a rainstorm." As a colleague, leader, and the deceased's only relative in the patrol division. For a long time to come, her heart is destined to be covered with a thick layer of haze that will not dissipate for a long time. Because it is an unnatural death, not yet to the coffin and cremation time, the body will be as evidence was placed under surveillance. People who have nothing to do with the case, without special reasons, cannot be contacted. At this moment, the monitoring room, responsible for monitoring the morgue screen, suddenly appeared shaking, followed by a layer of snow covered. I don't know how long it took. In the empty and gloomy morgue. An XIN's body lying calmly on the morgue bed, covered by a white cloth. The next moment, already cold, he sat up violently. Chapter 69 Zombie, White Sin. Rigid with a strong look of surprise, at this moment, an XIN sitting on the morgue bed could be described as incomparably stunned. This is... where? Subconsciously touching his forehead, the huge hole was very choking. At first, he thought that he wasn't dead and had just fallen asleep before. Only after touching the wound did he realize. Everything that happened before was not a dream. His current state cannot be said to be dead, but certainly not alive. At that moment, a tall, slender figure walked out of the darkness. An XIN subconsciously turned around, his eyes widening. "It's you? It was you who saved me?" Han Qianmo, who had walked up to the other party, blandly said, "You don't like it? This honored one will just let you lie back down." An XIN hurriedly spoke. "No. No." Although there was no shortness of breath or trembling of his body, the shock on his face still articulated the inner tremor. He knew that the man in front of him was an inhuman and was very bullish. But he didn't expect the other party to be so bullish. He even managed to bring people back from the dead. This is not an inhuman. This is simply a god. After easing his excitement, an XIN looked at his hands with a puzzled expression. "I just don't understand. How did I become like this? Also, am I considered alive now, or am I dead?" Han Qianmo said bluntly, "Non-human, non-ghost." To explain it in scientific terms, the consciousness is confined to the incorruptible flesh because of some kind of power. In layman's terms, the soul was still there, the flesh had been restored to the appearance of a normal person, but the functions were not there. An XIN was astonished. Non-human, non-ghost? What is this? Han Qianmo's face did not change color. Zombies have heard of it. You are, right now, the equivalent of a zombie. He wasn't good at creating or repairing. The only thing he could do was to use magic chi to restrict the other party's soul in his body, and at the same time, using magic chi, make this body uncorrupt. Of course, the other party can also cultivate such a thing as Yuanshen. Relying on the nourishment of the Yuanshen, like him, the body slowly recovered vitality, is also possible. Unfortunately, this world is very thin in terms of spiritual energy. The aura of this world was very thin, and it was simply not enough to allow people to cultivate a high-level soul like a Yuanshen. However, although it wasn't a true resurrection, in Han Qianmo's opinion, an XIN's current state was much better than the average person. It even reached a level that would make ordinary people envious. In this current state, although there was no breathing, no heartbeat, and even no body temperature, other than looking like an ordinary person, the other features were no different from a corpse. But it can live forever. As long as the demonic chi didn't dissipate, the other party would be able to keep living. It won't grow old. Although it would be hungry, it wouldn't die without eating. And never get sick. As long as one isn't ashes and ashes, even if one suffers heavy injuries, the body can automatically recover. Aside from not being able to have children, compared to ordinary people, it can be said that there are only advantages and not a single disadvantage. This kind of resurrection, in a sense, can be said to be a kind of luck. Zombie? And Xian's arms tensed up and his body shook twice. Glutinous rice? Lin Zhangying? Han Qianma said blandly, "It's not Lin Zhangying, it's the stalemate covenant." Not afraid of glutinous rice, not afraid of charms. Have to say what to be afraid of. Then it's only Benzun. This father can let you live, naturally can also let you die. If he could breathe, at this moment, an Xian would definitely be gasping for air. Then why did you save me? We don't, it seems, have anything to do with each other. Han Qianma blandly said, "If you save, where are the many reasons why?" This honored one never needs a reason to do anything. As a matter of fact, it was Qin Shuai who kept chanting in his ear, saying that an Xian, the inspector, did not deserve to die, that good people should live long lives, and that bad people should have their entire families die. He was a little tired of hearing this, and then casually gave this person in front of him a second life. Just to remind you. Han Qianmo turned around and walked towards the dark corner. Your death, because of the press conference, has already spread. Now you, in everyone's eyes, are a dead man. Looking up again, an Xian realized that the other party's figure had already disappeared without a trace, leaving only echoes that reverberated in this empty and gloomy morgue. There was a moment of silence. An Xian jumped away from the morgue bed. At this time he realized that he could not feel the coldness of the ground at all. Because his own body was colder than the ground. My cousin was able to help me obtain the inhuman number. But after that, I definitely won't be able to be a patrolman. Eyes covered with indifference, an Xian had a firm face. What's the point of living if you can't be a patrolman and can't arrest those evil people? Instead of being careful and coy to live, it's better to let go of death. Looking at the name on the hang tag, he ripped it off with one hand. The white man who sins is ambushed to death. Since God has given me another chance, then I'll live well. Rules and whatnot don't matter, the important thing is not to leave any more regrets. He then knelt down on one knee towards the place where God had disappeared. From this moment on, there was no more an Xian in the world. There was only white sins. He wasn't a human, so he didn't need to follow the rules of the police. He is not a ghost, but he has vowed to bring the demons left in the world back to hell. In the apartment, Qin Shuai, who had finished her shower and was only wearing a white loose body shirt, suddenly felt something, put down the water bottle in her hand, and subconsciously turned around. The next moment, a spatial crack appeared in the center of the living room, and immediately after, the demon lord that she had been longing for came out from inside. Back. Passing the water she had already poured in front of the other party, she asked with a concerned face, "Are you hungry? Do you want me to give you something to eat below?" Han Qianmo waved his hand, sitting on the sofa and crossing his legs. "Not hungry, it's so late, so don't get busy." Chen Shui nodded and sat sideways on the other's lap. "How was it, Emily, did it kill?" When the other party left, they didn't specify where they were going, so she assumed that the other party had gone to find Emily and solve the hidden danger for Lin Ruoyu. Han Qiannuo responded, "I resurrected an Xian." After hearing the other party's elaboration, Chen Shui froze in place on the spot. Remembering her previous lament, she worried that the other party would think that she had deliberately said those words to induce the other party to resurrect an Xian. A face of panic. Han Qianmo waved her hand. "I know you're not that kind of person, so you don't need to explain anything." Chen Shui was suddenly stunned, and only then did she realize that the other party actually wanted to resurrect an Xian as well, but just didn't have a suitable reason, which was why she used her own regret as an excuse. He was a demon lord, so of course he couldn't poke holes in these things. With a smile in her heart, the relieved Chen Shui changed her position and hugged the other party's neck. Since you can resurrect an Xian? Then why don't you resurrect that redhead of yours in the Nine Heavens continent? Between them, is there something different? Explain, walking into a spatial rift, disappearing in place, taking 1,000 miles in one step, and so on are all manifestations of shrinking into the earth. It's not like opening a rift between space and time and traveling between space and time or realms like in the beginning. This is written purely to emphasize the dashing and handsome Lord Demon. Chapter 70 Extermination Level. Han Qianhua, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, spoke faintly. It's definitely different. An Xin is a human, resurrecting him only requires repairing the body as well as stabilizing the soul. Beaver is a high-level cultivator, her physical body is all secondary. To resurrect her, besides finding the Yuan Shen, which is a stronger soul, it is also necessary to find her origin heir. Speaking here, he had spread out his palm. A dense wisp of lavender color, like a fire, pulsed slightly in his palm. When she died, she transferred all of her own origin heir to me. Therefore, I have the origin heir. The most important thing now is to find her origin, even if it's just a wisp of a remnant soul, there's still a possibility of resurrection. Chen Shui was curious, she passed away in the Nine Heavens continent. You were over there, didn't you find any clues? Han Qianhua shook his head. I'm already the master of the Nine Heavens continent, and with a single thought, I can explore the entire Nine Heavens continent. After she left, I fused the power of chaos while exploring the entire spatial realm. For thousands of years, nothing was found. Sighing slightly, Chen Shui could not help but murmur. Could it have drifted to another dimension? You were able to cross over to the Nine Heavens continent after your death, perhaps she could have such an opportunity as well? In fact, what she wanted to say was, not a single trace could be found, the person was mostly gone. But she knew that even if that was true, she couldn't just say it outright. People always still need to have some thoughts. Otherwise, she really can't imagine the long road to life in front of this Lord Demon how to move forward. Han Qianhua did not refute. Possibly. If it really drifted to other realms, if you want to look for it, you'll have to do your best and listen to heaven's fate. In the Great Thousand Worlds, there were many realms. Underneath the Great Thousand World, there were another 3,000 Middle Thousand Worlds, and underneath the Middle Thousand World, there were countless Small Thousand Worlds. Further below that, there are countless caves and blessed lands. Earth such couldn't even be considered a realm, but rather just a blessed land in some small thousand world. Trying to find a strand of residual soul in the entire thousand worlds was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Chen Shui took a deep breath and looked at the other party with a face of certainty. You have such a long lifespan, take your time to look for it, you can definitely find it. The physical body can be molded. You also have the essence heir, so as long as you find the remnant soul, you'll be able to have a great reunion. Her idea was simple, first give the other party a picture of the beauty of the grand finale. That way, the other party would have the motivation to persevere. Han Qianhua's face didn't change. Overthinking. It's not enough to have these basic elements. My strength, I still have to go further before I can do so. Chen Shui cocked her head. You're already this strong. It has to go even further? This step was a bit unimaginable to her. Han Qianhua nodded his head. Beaver is the Devil Dao Empress of the Nine Heavens continent, and after the Great War, she even took control of the Nether Plane laws of the entire Nine Heavens plane. It became a main god second only to me. A dimensional Lord God possesses a godly character, and even if one collects all the three elements, one cannot directly resurrect them. Legend has it that above the main god is the world destruction god, and then the creation god. That is to say, in order to bring it back to life, my strength, I must reach the creation level. Chen Shui sighed in relief. Listening to you, in between, it seems like there is only a difference of one rank. One rank. Slowly simmer down, sooner or later, you'll be able to make it. Han Qianhua laughed bitterly. Who knows? Before I went to the continent of the Nine Heavens, the strongest people there had cultivated up to the divine sovereign realm. And looking at the entire history, only a handful of people have succeeded. I'm the only one on the Nine Heavens continent that has reached the immortality realm and is called an exterminating god existence. As for the realm after that, who knows what it is? Who knows how many there are? Legend has it that one must step into the extinction level to have the chance to touch the creation level. But the legend doesn't say how big that chance is, and how many paths there are in between. Exterminating the world only requires strength. What does creation require? Do you know? Anyway, I don't know right now. Chen Shui scratched her head. You haven't figured out what you've been thinking about for 100,000 years. I've only been alive for about 20 years, so how could I possibly figure it out? After freezing for a moment, she shook her head. If you can't think about it, don't think about it, just let it go. Wearing only a loose body shirt, her eyes flooded with water and she pecked at the corner of the other's mouth. At this point, it's time to do the right thing. Han Shen-mo did not stop the other party's jade hand, but still said. In the afternoon, you told me that Emily wouldn't be returning to school tonight? Shen Shui snapped back to her senses and nodded. Aha! During dinner, I poked around for you. From what she said, she's going to meet some online friend tonight. It won't be with Lin Ruoyu. What? Could it be that you want to go over there now? Han Qianma didn't retort. Going to take a look won't take long. Shen Shui looked at the other party in a daze, struggling to adjust her already rapid breathing. All right. She was puzzled. It was clearly already loaded. Why was this man, still so calm, even able to put on the brakes in time to keep his sanity and think about the real business at hand? Without saying anything more, Han Qianma stroked the other's head, picked the other up, and placed her on the sofa to the side. 10 minutes. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, his figure disappeared into thin air. Phew. Slightly inhaling a breath, paralyzed on the sofa, Chen Shui's pretty face flushed red as she looked at her fingers. Lightly biting her lips. Then people will wait for you for 10 minutes. Inside the luxurious suite of a 5-star hotel. The bathroom was filled with water vapor. Emily, who was wearing a waterproof Bluetooth headset, was talking to the person on the other end of the phone while taking a shower. Long blonde curly hair was plastered on her smooth white skin, outlining a proud curve. Okay. Having already finished her shower, she turned off the hot water and responded to the person on the other end of the line, "That's it, I'm hanging up." The vapor could have a jamming effect on certain listening devices, and she was very cautious, hanging up before stepping out of the shower. Briefly wiping her body, Emily wrapped herself in a white bath towel and, barefoot, stepped out of the bathroom. Just as she walked to the wine cabinet, took out the red wine inside, poured herself a glass, and was about to drink it, she seemed to have sensed something and turned around violently. Seeing the figure on the sofa, her eyes suddenly widened. When did you? However, without waiting for her to finish her sentence, a voice like a divine decree pressed on her petite body like a mountain. In the instant that her legs bent and she knelt to the ground, the bathrobe on her body also fell to the ground in response. Chapter 71 Genesis Level. You're Lin's friend. Han? Emily, who recognized the other party's identity, was stunned. When did you come? Is this an ability of the mind control class? You're a mutant from Daxia. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Han Qianma, who was sitting on the sofa and had a glass of wine in his hand at an unknown time, spoke faintly. Say it, what exactly is your identity? He was able to directly search his soul, but then, the other party would be ruined. The best thing to do was still to let the other party reveal their identity on their own. Buzz. With a sudden tremor, Emily, who heard these words, looked like she was possessed, her eyes instantly empty. My name is Emily. A native of Ohio. Real identity is American chestnut frying CIA agent, no. S-5237? The purpose of coming to Daxia is to spy on Lin Ruoyu. At the same time, through the identity of Lin Ruoyu's good friend, to contact Daxia's academic system. While bribing informants, provide the organization with as much effective intelligence as possible. On top of that, I have another task, which is to complete the bribing of Lin Ruoyu before she becomes a cutting-edge talent in Daxia. If I fail, I have to obliterate her before she becomes a cutting-edge talent of Daxia. While answering the other party, she was actually very conscious. At this moment, she was incomparably shaken inside. It was because she realized that she had only seen that Han was a mutant. But she had underestimated the other party's level. Bang! At that moment, the chip implanted in her scalp to monitor her brainwaves seemed to have sensed the agent's abnormality and suddenly exploded. The severe pain allowed Emily to briefly recover. You're not an ordinary student at all. Who the hell are you? How did you find out that there's something wrong with me? She thought to herself that her disguise was so seamless that it was impossible to be detected. It was even more impossible to leave behind evidence that would give the other party a reason to make a move against her. So at this moment, she was puzzled. What exactly did the other party do to determine that she was not an ordinary person? After some thought, Emily had a new guess. Could it be that the other party could thought invasion? She came here silently and relied on her special ability? In addition to the previous mind control. In other words, the other party possesses 3 mutant abilities at the same time. How many levels of mutant is this? Han Shenmo thought about it and realized that he had nothing to ask, so he was ready to kill the other party. Emily, who had undergone professional training, instantly sensed the other party's killing intent and hurriedly spoke. Don't kill me. What do you want? I can give you everything. She was puzzled. When you catch a spy, shouldn't you be tortured and then deported? How is it that this man, who doesn't follow the rules at all, starts killing after asking? Taking a deep breath, Emily tried to calm her apprehension. I know that Lin and Chen both like you. In Daxia terms, there's no shortage of women for a man like you. But I believe that before, you shouldn't have come into contact with a woman like me. Unable to move her body, she signaled her body with her eyes. Look. My body, not only is it perfect, but it has been trained, including the muscles. Are tight. As long as you let me go, and swear that you won't tell anyone about today, I'll promise to be your woman. When she said the last 2 words, Emily realized that her body was already slowly withering away, starting from her feet, turning into ashes. Her pupils instantly narrowed to the extreme, and with a stunned face, she looked at the man in front of her in horror, her heart trembling violently. It was at this moment that she realized she herself had underestimated the other party's strength. Whoosh! A breeze blew by, and the white petite body and that long golden hair completely turned into ashes. Han Xianmo did not change his color, and after spitting out the red wine in the cup, he got up and walked into the spatial rift. A rotten grape smell. Returning to the apartment, he pulled Chen Shui, who was sitting on the sofa and waiting for him, into the bathroom and took a bath together. The next day, Han Xianma thought for a while, but still told Lin Ruoyu about what happened last night. If it's a misunderstanding, there's no need to hide it. If it wasn't a misunderstanding, he didn't feel the need to hide it. Of course, the most crucial point is that he feels that the senior sister he knows shouldn't be that fragile. After hearing the other party's words, Lin Ruoyu sighed deeply. I'm sorry, I've still caused you trouble. A good friend turned into a spy, and also harmful to one's own thoughts, it would be a lie to say that it wasn't difficult. However, after learning that Emily had long had the intention to kill herself, the hard feelings in her heart could be said to be a large portion less. The other party is ready to kill themselves, but also pity each other to do what? It's good to die. Damned. So at this moment, in her heart, more than anything else, it was the guilt that came after adding to Han Shenma's chaos. Han Shenmo said blandly, there's nothing measly or troublesome about it. I said I'll protect you. Forever. Lin Ruoyu subconsciously raised her head and looked at the other party in a daze, her beautiful eyes flashing. The two stared at each other for a long time, just as Lin Ruoyu gathered enough courage to slowly approach the other party, hinting at the other party. Han Xianma, who hadn't noticed the clues, suddenly opened his mouth with a straight face. What I want to say is, with your accomplishments, if you continue on the path in front of you, the matter of entering the core layer in the future will almost become a certainty. As your excellence and value is known by more people. In the future, there will definitely be more and more people that will target you and even plot against you. To be on the safe side, I hope that you, like Chen Shui, will improve your strength after school. Han Xianma spread out his palm, and an elixir appeared in his palm. Don't worry, I have plenty of body refining and foundation building pills here. This world doesn't have aura, I do. Lin Ruoyu looked at the glittering pill in the other party's hand, revealing the look of a little girl who loves pretty things. Good. Which girl could refuse such a beautiful pill? Right. Suddenly thinking of something, she pulled out a book. Earlier, you said that your realm, there is still room for improvement. But the prerequisite is that one must improve their state of mind, as well as comprehend the mysteries of creation. This is a science fiction novel, I like it very much. I think that you might be able to find a bit of inspiration from this novel. Han Xianma took the novel handed by the other party. What's it probably about? Lin Ruoyu briefly elaborated. It's roughly about this: humans invented an AI that stores all the knowledge in the world. Humans can ask it anything they don't understand. It knew everything and could answer anything. Until one day, a man asked it how to reduce entropy. Then, it fell into silence, and only answered after a long time, "There is not enough data to answer." Han Qianlong came to be interested. And then? Lin Ruoyu responded, "Then as humans explored, science advanced, and the amount of knowledge the AI had in reserve increased. 100 years, 200 years, 500 years. 1,000 years. At each stage, someone asked this AI how to reduce entropy. But in the end, the answer is still the same, not enough data to answer." Lin Ruoyu slowed down. Then after a long time, human technology kept advancing, and the AI evolved to the point where it could improve itself, learn from itself, and evolve itself without the need for human improvement. But entropy increase is irreversible, and as the universe runs out of resources, human civilization, it eventually came to an end. At the moment when all the stars were dimmed and the universe was dead, about to fall into eternal night, the last batch of humans once again asked that question. How about that for an increase in entropy? But at this moment, the AI's answer is still the same, not enough data to answer. Han Qianma had already guessed the ending. Then, humanity perished. To be precise, it should be the universe, all living things, that came to an end. Because entropy increase is irreversible, the end of everything can only be chaos, nothingness. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Humans became extinct. After many more years, the AI is still thinking, because it has evolved to the point where it can become one with the most basic matter of the universe. As long as the universe is still around, it can keep running. Humans have been extinct for tens of billions of years. And yet it's still pondering that question, how can entropy increase? After another long time, the universe had fallen completely dead, as if it would never be the least bit alive again. What followed was a long period of dead silence. Dead silence. Until at a certain moment, the universe, which had long since turned into nothingness, suddenly resounded with its echo. And it said, first, there must be light. And so, dark, chaotic, void, unnameable space. Then there was light. Chapter 72, Unrecognizable. After listening to the other party's exposition, Han Qianma couldn't help but mutter. There has to be light first. Could it be that the necessary condition to become a creation god is that one has to learn to control light? In front of Lin Ruoyu, he raised his left hand and condensed a strand of demonic qi in his palm. Along with the increased concentration of demonic qi, a deep purple light, naturally, burst forth. Han Qianma's face was filled with doubt. Then how exactly is it considered to have achieved control over the light? If it's just controlling the luminescence, it would have been easy as pie for me a long time ago. Lin Ruoyu stared at this marvelous scene in awe. Perhaps, the focus is not on the control of light. Rather, it's on cognition. Han Qianma was filled with doubt. Cognition? The purple light reflected on the other party's stunning face, with a great sense of beauty that only a top magical girl could have. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but at this moment, he actually saw the remnants of a female emperor on the other party's face. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Well, knowledge of the world, of everything in the universe. Although I don't understand religions, I know that in any religion, in the hearts of the believers, the so-called God must be an all-knowing, all-powerful being. Omniscient, omnipotent. What exactly is the concept of these two conditions, I don't know. But I think that omniscience and omnipotence. Omniscience is in front, and odds are, this condition, is more important than omnipotence. Speaking here, a thoughtful look emerged on her face. Come to think of it, in order to create the world, one definitely needs to understand the world first. Not even knowing what the thing you want to create is, what it really is, and what the principle of operation is. Then how is it going to be created? That's why I think that in order to become a true creation-level powerhouse, omniscience is probably the necessary and most important condition. Looking back at Han Qianma in front of him, Lin Ruoyu shifted the conversation to the novel. The AI described in this book, isn't that it? Until the destruction of the universe, it was collecting data, also known as learning. As a result, in the end, with a single word, it reboots. No, to be precise, it should have recreated the universe. In this novel, if there really is a God in existence, then without a doubt, it is the God that. At this moment, it was as if Han Qianma had been enlightened, and his eyes, which had remained unchanged for 10,000 years and had no waves in their ancient well, rippled. After listening to your explanation, I seem to have understood something. Through the other party's hints, he became even more convinced that exploring Zay Zay is definitely the right way to elevate his realm. Lin Ruoyu snapped back to his senses and slapped his forehead with a bitter smile. Originally, I was planning to send you books. As a result, you haven't even read it yet, and I'm done giving spoilers. Han Qianmo returned to his senses and casually let go of the book, putting it into an invisible pocket like a magic trick. It's okay, you only said the general plot, some details, still need to read the book to understand. Don't worry, I'll definitely read the novel. Looking at the sky, he directly changed the topic. It's almost time, let's go eat. Lin Ruoyu didn't say much, nodded and followed the other party's footsteps. The two of them walked companionably, sometimes far away and sometimes close, like a young couple who had just started dating and wanted to hold hands, but didn't dare to do so. Those who passed by from the side saw it and were both envious and jealous. Not far away. Wu Zihao, who was holding his new girlfriend in his arms and followed by two plainclothes bodyguards behind him, also saw this scene, and the smile on his face instantly froze. That guy is Han Qianma's big brother? The one next to him is our school's new school beauty, Lin Ruoyu? The two bodyguards looked over at the same time. One of the bodyguards nodded and responded, yes. That day, it was the two of them who confronted Miss Lu Jiaojiao in full view of everyone. That woman, even more so, degraded Miss Lu Jiaojiao to the core, causing Miss Jiaojiao Lu to have to flee in the end. Wu Zihao had a gloomy face. That beggar. What virtue and what ability ah! In his opinion, with his past strength, he was definitely able to take down this schoolgirl who had just transferred over. The reason why he let brother Han Shenmore took advantage of the situation to pick up a bargain, purely because, during this period of time, he was restricted for the sake. When the Wu family threw the crisis, he restored the previous strength. What about the school flower? How about the school bully? Still can only do their own crotch plaything. Wu Young. Tonight, which venue are we going to get high? At this time, the girlfriend who was held in Wu Zihao's arms opened her mouth. Also, where's your car? Why didn't you drive in? She knew that the other party's uncle was a high-ranking cadre in the school and had this privilege. The purpose of being a rich second generation is to pretend and show off. If you don't get these benefits, all the flattery will become pale. Wu Zihao spoke righteously. Tired. I'm going to just stay at school and rest for a while. The same goes for you. Don't go out at night. Stay at the apartment with me. The girlfriend's smile froze when she heard this. You're not joking with me, right? Wu Zihao had an icy face. Do you look at me like I'm joking? He also wanted to go out and get high. But now there was no money, not to mention the possibility of being assassinated. A clever woman can't cook without rice, and even if he's good at playing, there's no way to take the other party to fly at this particular period of time. He. The girlfriend smiled coldly. Today is my grandmother's due date, I have to go to the hospital at night. In that case, then we'll be in touch again. Bye. She was not stupid. How could she not know that it was impossible for a rich second generation like Wu Zihao to get down and dirty with herself? The other party wanted meat. Oneself wanted money. Together, it was just a matter of each getting what they wanted. If the short relationship cannot get what they want, in her opinion, she is the other party in the white whoring. If she was being whored out, why not find a better-looking guy? That way, she could at least enjoy herself. The money isn't there and neither are the looks. That's not called giving. It's called a good deed. She doesn't want to be such a female bodhisattva. Seeing the other party left without turning back, Wu Zihao's face instantly collapsed, subconsciously wanted to reach out and grab the other party's hair. As a result, he was stopped by the bodyguard next to him. This is a school. Fourth Uncle Grandpa is not in. This time. If you make trouble, no one will cover for you. The other bodyguard nodded. The madam just left and you're causing trouble at the school, or because you got horny but begged for it. If you let your father know, what do you think will be the end? Hearing this, Wu Zihao only clenched his teeth and lowered his arm, letting his new girlfriend fly away. Taking a deep breath, with a gloomy face, he slowly turned around and looked in the direction Han Qianma and Lin Ruoyu had disappeared. You can't make trouble at school, but outside the school is always fine. One of the bodyguards understood the other's meaning and frowned as he spoke. Our mission is to be responsible for protecting you, not helping you do wrong. This is something you need to understand. He and the colleague next to him were also mentors and friends, and were both personal bodyguards of Wu Shanjui before. Their strength had all reached the peak of the Earth realm, and even touched the threshold of the Heaven realm. In this part of the East Sea, one couldn't say that they were invincible, but at least there weren't many people that could take Wu Ziheo's hair under the noses of the two of them. But there was a prerequisite. That was that Wu Ziheo himself didn't go to his death. Chapter 73. Three people living together. After hearing the other party's words, Wu Ziheo was angry. However, he felt that it made sense and there was no way to refute it. Clenching his fists, he looked into the distance, silent for a long time. Only then did he unclench his fists and swallowed something with a gulp. Forget it. Let's go. School cafeteria. Chen Shui, who had finished eating, had an idea and raised a finger. Ruoyu, you're alone now, right? Lin Ruoyu looked up and glanced at Han Qianma across the room. She knew what the other party was referring to. Before, there was a spy accompanying her, but now that the spy was dead, she wasn't alone. Chen Shui laughed. Then from now on, you can eat with us every day. Don't live in school either, the three of us will go outside and rent a house. Rent a bigger set of 3 rooms, much more comfortable than living in a dormitory. Lin Ruoyu looked at Han Qianma in front of her. This isn't appropriate, is it? She was still happy to be closer to the man in front of her. Fear is afraid of disturbing other people's two-person world. Han Qianma responded, I don't think it's a problem. Chen Shui, who was watching him, turned back with an expectant and bright smile on her face. I don't think there's any problem either. The main reason is that it's convenient. More importantly, to be able to take care of each other. After all, we're considered the best of friends now, aren't we? Lin Ruoyu looked at the two of them in a daze. She always felt that Chen Shui's smile carried a hint of conspiracy flavor. In the afternoon, Wu Ziheo, who was absent from school and stayed in the dormitory, called many of his ex-girlfriends. The result is either not answered, or answered, said no time, and then hung up directly. Angry Wu Ziheo almost broke the cell phone in a fit of anger. Who in the world spread the news of my wilting old man? The truth was that there was no need for anyone to deliberately spread the word. The news that Wang Yuanrong had been assassinated, that the noble school under his name had been closed due to various violations, and that the Wu family's industrial chain had been investigated, had long since spread throughout the entire Eastern Sea. Now, not only did circle of people, even outside the circle of ordinary people also know, once the East China Sea for young one of the Wu family's eldest young man Wu Ziheo, has completely branched out. If any of the ex-girlfriends now still go to flatter him. Not to mention, it must be true love. Sitting on the ground, a disheveled Wu Ziheo gritted another tooth. After spitting onto the ground with a pff sound, he organized his emotions, found the last number, and called it. Hello? Jia Jia ah? This time, he finally got through to Lu Jiaojiao's phone. Previously, he had called countless times, all of which were unavailable. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no money in his hand and something had happened at home. Angry and furious, he probably would have already sent people and carpeted this woman who had left him. Jia Jia ah. The moment the phone was connected, Wu Ziheo hurriedly opened his mouth. Where have you been these past few days? Do you know that I really miss you? I'm sorry. I apologize for my previous impulsiveness. You know. That wasn't the real me. I promise you. Lu Jiaojiao on the other end of the phone said, I'm going to change my number. The reason why I answered your call is to tell you. Let's break up. In the future, don't come back to pester me. Swish. Hearing these words, Wu Ziheo immediately felt his heart sink, as if he had fallen into a deep well, and his body was chilled. Jia Jia ah. Are you mistaken? I am not Fei Xiaoyang. I'm not your licking dog. I'm your boyfriend, Wu Ziheo. In his opinion, these words could only be said to a licking dog. And before, he had indeed seen countless times that Lu Jiaojiao had used such a tone to humiliate those licking dogs. Yet today, such a thing had fallen on himself? He couldn't accept it, to be precise, he couldn't believe it at all. Because he never thought that he was a licking dog. Lu Jiaojiao on the other end of the phone side, not wanting to explain at all. Yeah? So you're Wu Ziheo? Yes. Jiaojiao, it's me. You're mistaken, I'm not Fei Xiaoyang, not those licking dogs of yours. I'm your rich second-generation boyfriend, Wu Ziheo. Wu Ziheo, right. Well, let me see. Speaking of which, she also said in a tone that was specifically notification. Yes, Woo Ziheo, you split too. That tone, it wasn't like a breakup, it was more like a layoff. Snap. Without waiting for Woo Ziheo to slow down, the other party hung up the phone. When he called again, it was already, the number you have dialed cannot be communicated, please dial again later. Paralyzed on the ground, Woo Ziheo's face was pale, as if he had aged 10 years, and his body was weak. Why? What the hell is this for? In his opinion, any girlfriend could have left him when he was down and out. Only Lu Jiajiao was impossible. The reason is simple. Lu Jiajiao's vision is more long-term. In Lu Jiajiao's heart, he is the main palace, and will definitely be able to marry into the Wu family in the future. And he, too, has been giving each other such, seemingly real, actually false hope. Woo Ziheo knows. With Lu Jiajiao's intelligence, it is absolutely impossible to see that he is lying to her. The reason why he betrayed himself, there is only one possibility. That was that this realistic woman had found a new love that was better than herself. Who could it be? Who on earth could it be? Woo Ziheo covered his head and racked his brain. In the end, he came to a conclusion. Could it be, again, that Han Xianma's big brother? In his opinion, everyone in the circle knew that Lu Jiajiao was his girlfriend. The rich second generation weaker than himself didn't dare to get their hands on her. The rich second generation that was stronger than himself couldn't look at it. The only possibility is that Lu Jiajiao's new love is outside the circle. Thinking about it, he felt that Han Xianma's big brother was the most likely. The reason was simple. The other party and Han Xianmo looked very similar, objectively speaking. He was a little bit handsome. If you can't find a rich man, then look for a handsome one. This is exactly the nature of Lu Jiajiao. Thinking about this, Woo Ziheo already can't help but brainstorm. These days, that doesn't pick up my phone, it shouldn't be that it's with that asshole. What a? He even suspected. Shouldn't it be, 5 years ago, when going to seduce Han Xianmo? She was having a private affair with Han Xianmo. Otherwise, how could Han Xianmo die for her? It must have been because of the sweetness she ate on her that she was motivated and stuck around. Suddenly realized. His own hair was slowly growing, like a spring shoot. At this moment, he had a feeling of sudden realization. So all these years, I was the one licking the dog? The clown is not someone else, but myself? The more people are afraid of something when they are falling apart, the more they feel that it is the truth. Looking at the photos on the cell phone, Woo Ziheo clenched his teeth, and his mouth made a cackling sound. First with the younger brother. And now with the older brother? Lu Jiajiao, you're pretty fancy. Put. In the next moment, no longer able to contain his suffocation, he violently trembled and spat a mouthful of bruised blood onto the ground. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Han Xianmo brought Chen Shui and found Lin Ruoyu. Chen Shui said to Lin Ruoyu, then you go back and pack your things first. We'll go drive. If the doorman allows us to bring the car in, we'll just drive it in. If it's not allowed, we'll just whoosh dot. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Well. Good. Looking back at Han Xianmo, her evasive eyes were covered in urgency, nervousness, apprehension, and anticipation. Without saying anything more, Chen Shui pulled Han Qianmuo towards the outside of the school with anticipation. On the way, she even hummed a little song. Han Xianmo said blandly, you seem to be very happy. Chen Shui said rightfully, Ruoyu is moving over to live with us, so what's the reason to not be happy? The next moment, she snapped back to her senses. Righto. You'll have more chances to spend time together once she's here. Time to love me. It'll be less. I should feel sad about that. Why instead do you feel anticipation? And even excitement? Stunned, Chen Shui looked at the demon lord in front of her with a flustered expression. What is the situation? I shouldn't really become a pervert, right? The reason for asking this was simple, because she knew what she was expecting. Chapter 74, A Botched Imitation. Let's go. Han Xianmo didn't continue to dwell on the topic and took a leisurely step forward. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he felt, and the more wrong he felt, the more excited he became, and after a moment of hesitation, Chen Shui patted her own chest and consoled herself, it's just a YY dot. If you want to turn it into reality, you still have to see whether or not the person agrees. Right. There's no need to think so much, just in case Lin Ruoyu already had that kind of idea, wouldn't I be asking for trouble if I'm imagining things here? It's not just in case, she must have thought that way too. Otherwise, why would she agree to share a room with 3 people? That's right. I'm not bad, and even if I am, I'm not the only one, so there's nothing to be depressed about. Besides, I'm an uninhibited witch now. Even if it's really a pervert. It doesn't matter. After she was relieved, the innocent smile had returned to her face, and she took a step to catch up with the pace of Lord Demon. Slow down, wait for me. Arriving at the security room, the duo got the result that they could drive the car in to move things, but they had to fill out an application form. Otherwise, if something happened, it would be the school's responsibility. Chen Shui didn't dwell on it and followed the other party's request and finished filling out the application form. Alright. Let's go drive. Only school staff and some students with special circumstances could park in the school's parking lot. She hadn't applied for special circumstances and usually parked in the mall parking lot across the street. It was only 1 block away, not very far. Plus, she wanted to buy a cup of milk tea on the way, so she didn't let Lord Demon directly use Whoosh to go there. As a result, when they were about to cross the road, their steps were stopped by a police car. Chen Shui was first stunned. Without waiting for her to look at the demon lord beside her, Lun Ling Shuang stepped out of the car. From the moment she stepped out of the car, Lang Lingfeng's line of sight was always on Han Xianma, and in her eyes, there was a hint of questioning. Where's my cousin? Han Xianma's face was expressionless, and he didn't have the intention of taking care of it at all. Chen Shui hurriedly opened her mouth. Your cousin? You mean Officer in XIN? Didn't he sacrifice himself? What do you mean by asking that? Long Lingfang always looked at Han Qianlong. The mortuary of the patrol division caught fire. The fire got out of control and burned everything inside to the ground, including an XIN's corpse. Same technique. Can it be that you're trying to tell me that this is just a coincidence? Chen Shui. Embarrassed, she looked at Han Xianma next to her, and at this moment, she didn't know how to explain it. After all, who would have thought that these 2 men's means of aftercare were not only equally exquisite, and equally. Looking at the female police officer in front of her, Han Qianma faintly opened his mouth. You're looking for him, why are you asking this honored one? Not caring about the other party's self-reference, Lang Lingfang frowned, he didn't come home. The phone can't be reached either. This matter, it's obvious that you can't get out of it. If I can't find him, I'll definitely come to ask you. Han Xianma's face was expressionless. The fact that you can't find him means that he doesn't want you to. After saying that, he walked right past the other party. I thought the other party had the next sentence, but in the end, after finishing a sentence, he directly walked away? Lang Lingfang subconsciously turned around, her willow brows frowning. You. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Chen Shui interrupted her. He's right. First, the fact that you can't find an XIN proves that an XIN doesn't want to be found by you guys at all. Secondly, an XIN is not a criminal, and he is even less of a criminal, so there's no need or reason for you to chase after them like a criminal. After saying that, she didn't continue to stay any longer and turned around to take her footsteps. Looking at Han Xianma's departing back, after hesitating for a moment, Long Lingxiang took a deep breath and quickly chased after him. Wait a moment. The moment she chased after the other party, she pulled out a card from her pocket. This is for you. And thank you. Han Qianma didn't take it. Seeing that the other party was so persistent, and this was on the main road, Chen Shui, who had an astonished face, took the card handed to her by the other party. Fixed her eyes on it. Only then did she realize that it was actually an ID card of Han Qianma. This. Long Lingfang looked complicated. This is the first time I've done something like this. Don't ever tell anyone. If I tell anyone, I'll be finished. The moment she learned that the morgue was on fire, she was devastated. But after she learned that an XIN's body had been burned to ashes by the fire, leaving no trace, she instantly understood. The miracle that happened to Han Qianmo may have happened to her cousin. The one who started it all was the miracle of the miracle, that man who was so impervious to all kinds of talk and smiles. Before coming here, she tried to find a way to get a reasonable and legal identity for Miracle Benzu. Just now, the inquiry was just to determine whether an XIN had received help from the other party, also became the beneficiary of the miracle. Now, she is sure. Giving the identity card to the other party is also considered a courtesy. Lan Lingfang looked at Han Qianma with a straight face. From now on, whether it's from a physical or social perspective, you are Han Qianrua, reasonable and legitimate. There's no essential connection with the previous Han Qianrua, it just happens to be the same name. It's much more useful than if you changed the school's information system. After all, the system we have there is connected to the whole country, and this ID card is valid not just in East Sea University, but in the whole of Daxia and even the whole world. Han Qianma still didn't say anything. For him, something like an ID card was useful, but not very useful. But no matter what, the other party had good intentions. He couldn't possibly be shady and didn't have this habit. Chen Shui, who had an astonished face, looked at the ID card in her hand and took a deep breath. Thank you. You have a heart. She knew. Lord Demon might think that this thing didn't matter, but in her opinion, it was too useful. Other than that, with it, you can only get a room. Otherwise, in the future, if you go out to travel, you can only rely on the Wush home to live. That would be too inconvenient. Yes, it's very inconvenient. Very inconvenient. Hurriedly storing the ID card for Lord Demon, Chen Shui looked at Long Ling Shuang with a grateful face. Thanks, Captain Lang. She knew that doing this kind of thing could be quite risky for a police flower with a bright future. A more crucial point, by giving an ID card, one was giving a handle. If there was a falling out one day, she and Lord Demon would be able to use the matter of the ID card to report each other. Of course, she will not do this, also believe that Demon Lord is not interested in this kind of thing. But she knows. Lang Lingfang also understand this point, in such a situation, still willing to take the risk, do such a thing. Enough to show that in terms of attitude, Lang Lingfang can be said to be very sincere. The matter of the ID card was not big, but this sincerity was indeed precious. Chen Shui gazed at Han Qianma, her clear eyes illustrating her recognition and respect for the female inspector in front of her. Han Qianma still didn't say anything. Lang Lingshang spoke, if you need help in the future, just ask. I'll help you as much as I can within the bounds of principles and laws. And Xian's new ID card, I will get it done as soon as possible. Until then, can you tell me what he is going to be called in the future? This question, Chen Shui really didn't know and could only continue to look at Han Qianma. Without dragging his feet, Han Qianma directly said, White Sin. That's right. He knew an Xian's intentions behind. Because after leaving the morgue that day, he could still hear it coming out of an Xian's mouth, a firm oath. Chapter 75, Death by Playing Dead. The reason is very simple. At this moment, an Xian has become Han Qianmo's believer. As long as it was a prayer of reverence, he could hear it. As a result, he even regretted saving an Xian's life. Because now he just wants to enjoy life without worry, play the world. Occasionally on a whim, there was no problem with passing the time on the road. Being the faith of the celestial beings? Protecting the weak and maintaining world peace or whatever, he was not interested at all. Eradicate evil? In his opinion, he himself is the greatest evil. To get rid of? Directly find a rope and hang your neck on it. Well, hanging for a few million years should not be a problem. White sin. Hearing the other party's reply, Lun Lingxiang muttered. A moment later, she slightly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a grateful face. I see. Thank you. I'll mail you his new ID card later. Excuse me. Bye. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the police car parked on the side of the road with mixed feelings. Chen Shui, who exhaled slightly, as if relieved, turned back to look at the demon lord beside her. Han Qianma did not say anything more, turned around blandly. This scene, by Wu Zihao, who came out to eat, watched it in its entirety. That cop just now seems to be the policewoman of the patrol division. It seems to be called. The bodyguard next to him casually said. The captain of the action team, Lang Lingshang. Right, Lun Lingfang. Wu Zihao narrowed his eyes as he looked at the police car that was traveling away. Didn't they say that this woman's background is so deep and high and cold that even their bosses don't dare to get their hands on her? Why do I get the feeling that she's a bit humble in front of that asshole? Lang Lingfang had been investigating the Cloud Mountain Association before. His mother was again the apparent head of the Cloud Mountain Society. He himself was also an indirect member of the Cloud Mountain Association. Even he had been investigated several times when things were more serious. For this police flower of the East China Sea Police Department, looking at the entire East China Sea, her face value was one of the best women. Naturally, she was deeply impressed. What's more, he had secretly investigated, wanting to find an opportunity to take down the other party. Only after finding out that the other party had a background that he couldn't afford to mess with, did he give up this intention. Now, see, even their own can't be able to ask for a woman, but in that beggar in front of so humble. Plus Lu Jiaojiao matter. His imaginative brainstorming started again. Wu Zihao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. This woman, wouldn't it be because of superficiality too? Like that beggar, right? Even, the has already given? Reading countless women, he summarized an experience. Want to control a woman, must pass her. After succeeding. A woman who was even more high and cold would be docile like a kitten and obey you. Right now, in his opinion, the reason why Long Lingshang changed from the previous can only be viewed from afar, not to be played with, to the current charming eyes with shyness, Dan lips by smile. It must be because Han Shen Mo used the key to open the channel to the other side's heart. That's why there was that picture just now. What picture? The image of a licking dog sending a gift, the other party not picking it up, letting another girlfriend pick it up, and then the licking dog thanking the other party and saying he will continue to work hard. Who's the lickspittle? Obviously, it's not Han Shen Mo, who hasn't said a word since the beginning. Rather, it's that policewoman who has changed her former state, contrasting greatly and humbling herself to the extreme. Hiss. Wu Zihao's scalp went numb. Why? Can someone tell me? Why is that? Just because he's handsome? If you're handsome, can you really do whatever you want? The consecutive nationalisms were enough to show his anger. The bodyguard at the side did not change his color and did not retort. Wu Zihao exploded with anger and grabbed one of the bodyguards by the collar. East Sea does not allow someone this powerful, even more powerful than lousy, to exist. No matter what methods you use. Get him dead. Now, right now. It's not even enough that he chased after the medical school's house flower, but he also chased after the schoolgirl who had just transferred back to the school. Not only that. Also snatched his girlfriend, by the way? Row. Bite the bullet, can also endure. Now, even the off-campus, the police flower of the patrol division, also took down? What do you want? Want to take away my East China Sea Peking title? It's tolerable. What cannot be tolerated? Regardless of whether now is a special time. This threat must be eliminated. Otherwise, if we let him continue to play, all the top beauties in the East China Sea will be snatched away by him. Then what's the use of recovering strength? What's the point of being a dude? The bodyguard who was grabbed by the collar had an indifferent face. I'll say it again, the two of us are tasked with being in charge of. Shut up. Wu Zihao angrily interrupted the other party. Either he dies. Either Lousy dies. You guys choose yourselves. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he could no longer suppress the sweetness gushing out of his chest and sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the ground. He really wasn't pretending. Today, he had already been puked out several times by Han Shen Mo, his imaginary enemy. The two bodyguards were sweating coldly, their faces unsightly. As martial artists, how could they not see that this young master in front of them was a rabbit? Glancing at the direction Han Shenma and Chen Shui had left, the bodyguard in the lead spoke faintly. There's a remote alley over there. In a moment, they should pass through there. The other bodyguard nodded. The two of us will help you get rid of him. But the women around him, don't keep them either. Otherwise it will leave a hidden danger. They had no choice. After spending so many years in the Wu family, how could the two of them not understand the family's nature? The two of them understood. If they really let this young master in front of them gas himself to death, there was simply no way to deliver to the boss. Of course, more importantly, in their opinion, killing two ordinary people with no background is no different from killing a pig. The key still lay in the fact that regardless of whether or not to kill, or who to kill, it had to be done under the premise of ensuring Wu Zihao's safety. Otherwise, it was putting the cart before the horse and making a mistake. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Zihao slowly loosened the other party's collar. Okay. However, before you guys kill her, you can break her arms and legs first. Didn't you guys say that it was a remote alley? Since it's remote, there shouldn't be many people passing by in normal times. Old me wants to vent. Couldn't contact his ex-girlfriend, and his current girlfriend ran away with someone else. Touching his head, he decided that he would vent out all the pent-up frustration. Let the beggar who had snatched his girlfriend and was also dating the hospital flower, the school flower as well as the police flower at the same time, also taste the flavor of his girlfriend being ravaged by someone else. Chapter 76, Starting the Heaven Realm. How could there be, all of a sudden, so many people here? It was only after entering the alley that Chen Shui realized that she had blundered. Having walked through it a few times before, she thought that, today, this alley would be just like the usual, and there wouldn't be many people passing through. Who had thought? Just after coming in, she saw several young couples using the walls for support and engaging in mouth-to-mouth exchanges. What's more, there were couples that had already made a move to prepare for deeper communication. A face of disappointment, and mixed with a trace of shyness, she could only say resentfully, "Let's go. Let's walk faster." That's right. Her original intention was to take advantage of the seclusion, to briefly communicate with Lord Demon here, to relieve the pressure of studying. When she went to the parking lot later, she would talk about business in the car. Whoever thought, and she thought together with a lot of people. Today is the weekend, the alley can be said to be lively. Han Qianma glanced at the corner, has been peeling off his girlfriend's clothes of youth. The moment the dress was lifted up, revealing the snowy whites, he turned back bashfully and looked ahead. He knew that college students nowadays are more relaxed, but had not thought so open. However, he did not speed up the pace of his feet at Chen Shui's request. Instead, he stopped after opening his mouth to respond. "They're here." Chen Shui was slightly stunned. "What? Who's coming?" The next moment, two stout men, both wearing black masks, blocked their path one after the other. Seems to feel the coldness, the couple who were still kissing hurriedly shut up, and the couple who were stripping their clothes. The clothes could not even be put on properly, and then followed the army to flee. Less than 10 seconds. There were only 4 people left in the alley. Just then, Wu Zihao, who was also wearing a mask, walked in from outside the alley. Looking at Han Qianma in front of him, his eyes were filled with rage. Robbery. Robbing money, and also robbing sex. Behave yourselves and surrender, otherwise, you'll die an ugly death. He thought that the duo would panic, but as soon as the words fell, Wu Zihao saw that Chen Shui's face was covered in contempt. The Wu family is at least a powerful family in the East Sea. Wu Zihao, if you do this, aren't you afraid of losing your old man's face? As the top dude of East China Sea University, and even the entire East China Sea, he was notorious. Wu Zihao's photos were all over the internet and posting bars. Previously, he had even been on the hot search because of a few things. What's more, the other party had chased after her before. Only she did not agree. How could she not recognize such a celebrity? Swish. Wu Zihao was violently stunned, his brows furrowed as he ripped off the mask on his face. I told you that this thing is useless. You guys still don't believe me? He knew that the other party still remembered him, definitely because he had chased the other party before. Now that he thought about it, he still felt stifled. At that time, if it wasn't for the fact that he had learned that the other party was also Feng Tingxiu, the young master of the Feng family's blind date, he probably would have used his own methods to force the other party to become his girlfriend. Replacing Lu Jiajiao. In other words, Lu Jiajiao can still be his girlfriend now. Chen Shui also has a certain amount of credit. Gritting his teeth, Wu Zihao didn't want to waste time and directly said to the 2 bodyguards, "What are you waiting for? There is no surveillance here. It doesn't matter if the mask is there or not. Go directly." Looking toward Han Qianma, the veins on his face were already rippling. Break his arms and legs. Before I've had enough of playing with his girlfriend. Don't let him swallow his breath. The 2 bodyguards looked at each other and nodded. Immediately afterward, the 2 of them took separate steps towards the man and woman in front of them. AI. Chen Shui sighed and turned back to look at the demon lord who had a bland face. Just when she thought that those 3 men were about to go up in smoke, a loud bang suddenly came from behind her, followed by the sound of a violent fight. Peak Earth Realm? No. Could it be the Heaven Realm? Bang. 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 What the hell? My hand blade, it's actually useless against you? Boom! The moment Chen Shui turned back, the two bodyguards just managed to stick to the ground and rubbed against her feet. The tattered body twitched twice, and the moment they reached out to her, they shuddered violently and completely gagged. Looking along the shocking bloodstains on the ground. At the end, a man wearing black short sleeves as well as black 7/4 pants stood there in a straight line like a gun. The moment she looked up, Chen Shui happened to see that the skin and flesh on the other side's face was rapidly recovering, restoring it to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. You are an Xin? An Xin did not retort, and bowed to the man beside Chen Shui. The villain I failed to eradicate when I was hunting as a patrolman. Wu Zihao is my current target. Before, he stayed in school and didn't have much of a chance. Now is exactly the opportunity. Chen Shui subconsciously looked at Han Xianma. As if asking, his realm, it seems like he's even stronger than me? And obviously, it wasn't that he possessed such a realm before. After all, if he had possessed it before, in the battle just now, it would have been impossible for him to be seriously injured by someone weaker than himself. Obviously, the reason why he was injured was entirely because he had not yet adapted to this powerful result. It wasn't that she was complaining that Lord Demon was biased. Rather, she wondered if her own talent was really quite average. Otherwise, why, obviously then an Xin first cultivation, and is still close to the water tower, every day in the absorption of the devil's energy of their own, the result in the end, or not as good as others? Han Xianma read the other party's eyes, but he didn't rush to answer. Instead, he took a step out and directly blocked in front of Wu Zihao. Swish! Without a word, Wu Zihao, who had pulled out his legs to run, was about to rush out of the alley, but was blocked by this tall figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. With a stumble, he fell heavily to the ground. Opening his eyes in a daze, he didn't know how long had passed. Wu Zihao rubbed his blood-covered head, and the sharp pain made him instantly awake. With extreme panic, he kept retreating. Ah! 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 This! What the hell is going on here? Isn't an Xin dead? Where did he come from? And you? Just now clearly over there. How did you suddenly here? You? Who the hell are you? At this moment, his mind recalled Lu Jiajiao's previous reminder to him. Han Xianma has been resurrected. Fei Xiaoyang was also killed by him. His current strength and methods are terrifying. Really? I'm not lying. Naiha. At that time, he only felt that the other party was talking nonsense and didn't believe it at all. Chapter 77, Honorable in Death. At that time, Wu Zihao thought. Either Lu Jiaojiao had psychological problems because of the matter of killing Han Qiannuo, so that's why she was babbling in front of herself. Either she lost control for a moment and gave that Fei Xiaoyang and was worried about being found out by herself, so she was there to cover her tracks. Resurrection? He didn't believe it at all. Even less believed that that beggar with no background would turn into a terrifying existence that even he had to feel afraid of. However, at this moment, he believed it. The reason was simple. Because the facts were right in front of him. Chen Shui and an Xin walked over, both of their faces covered in cold abhorrence. Without answering any of the other party's questions, Han Xianma slowly raised his arm and turned to Wu Zihao on the ground, releasing his palm. At this instant, Chen Shui's beautiful eyes widened. Having seen the other party strike countless times, she knew that there wasn't a single time that the other party had actually struck out. And this time. Instead, the other party rarely stretched out his arm and spread out his palm. She instantly realized Wu Zihao was dead, and would die a horrible death. More miserable than any of the dead before. Suddenly feeling a coldness that seemed to come from hell, Wu Zihao's face turned pale and he completely panicked. You? What do you want to do to me? Don't! Don't! I apologize for what happened before. I shouldn't have fooled you. Shouldn't have made fun of your life. Please, give me another chance. Give me a chance, I'll give you whatever you want. Money. Women. Whatever I have, you can have. Perhaps because of the return of light, at this moment, his mind became exceptionally clear. He already understood. This man in front of him was Han Xianma. The other party had really resurrected. As Lu Jiaojiao said, he had become an existence that he could not afford to mess with. When he thought about it, the Han Qianma of 3 years ago was also one of the objects that the Cloud Mountain Association had toyed with. He even suspected that the deaths of the Su family, the Zhong family, and several other great families were all the work of the other side. He should have believed Lu Jiajiao's words and made preparations earlier. Even more, 3 years ago should not be for the sake of a momentary interest, the other party is Lu Jiajiao licking dog, to its humiliation and fool. Wu Zihao understood that there was no point in dwelling on things that could no longer be changed now. At that moment, the only thing that could be done was to beg for mercy. Please. Please. However, in the next moment, he realized that the lower half of his body actually turned into dust. And along with the dissipation of the dust, a purple to high, let a person's bone marrow raw cold flame, is along that invisible body, crazy spread. Cold. Painful. Life is worse than death. Extreme sense of despair wrapped around the remaining body, only ahead of Wu Zihao, still constantly open his mouth, tears flowing. But he could no longer speak a complete sentence. No. 2. Looking blandly at that last speck of dispersed dust, Han Qianma spoke quietly. Bloodline spell kill. Fiery burning eternal. Reincarnation obliterated. Karma has no existence. Bloodline spell kill. No relative within 10 generations is spared. Reincarnation is extinguished. Those who are cursed to be killed cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation, and can only become the weakest and weakest, so weak that they can't even move a speck of dust as a lone ghost. Fiery burning for eternity. The souls of the Wu family members who were killed by the spell will be imprisoned in the 9 hells of purgatory, and will suffer the pain of burning for eternity until they are completely annihilated. There is no karma. Even a great power who can control the law of time cannot rescue him, because the direct cause and effect that made Wu Zihao appear in this world has completely disappeared. There is no means to resurrect a person who never existed in the first place. 4 punishments. This kind of treatment was comparable to that of the world god king who had offended him back then. If Wu Zihao still existed. If Wu Zihao was still conscious, he would have been honored by this. Who? Shen Shui heaved a sigh of relief. I knew that even if you didn't kill him, this thing would have gotten himself killed on his own. She knew that Wu Zihao would die sooner or later. It was also guessed that the other party would take the initiative to make a death. But how could she not expect? The other party would be so much in a hurry. Han Qianma didn't say anything more, as if she had unintentionally stepped on an ant, and didn't put it on her mind at all. Looked at an Xin. In front of him now should be called White Sin. He faintly spoke. How is it, are you still used to it? White Sin spread out his hands, a face of embarrassment. This body. It's strong. I'm now not quite used to it. Only then did Han Qianma respond to Chen Shui's puzzled look and answer the other party's doubts just now. Although when I resurrected him, I didn't think about boosting his strength. But because my demonic chi was so strong, he still received additional benefits and possessed the strength of the Bailing Heaven realm. Chen Shui was puzzled. I have also sucked your demonic chi, and it's definitely more than him. Why does it feel like, at my current realm, I'm still inferior to him? Is it a matter of talent? Han Qianma responded, your kind of sucking is cultivation. Because of the limitations of talent, there will definitely be a certain amount of loss. He is, essentially, just a corpse. Demonic chi is pure energy for him, and he is just a mere vessel for it. Effectively, it's definitely different. Chen Shui seemed to understand something and looked at White Sin with some envy. It feels as if he has more of an advantage in this state. Han Qianma shook his head. You can cultivate immortality and magic. He can only cultivate magic. There's no aura in this world, only hostility. He can only use grudges as power and blood as food. Chen Shui was dumbfounded. Using grudges as strength and feeding on blood. What does this mean? Han Qianma looked at Bai Xin. It means that a person's grudges and hostility can enhance his strength. The blood of people or animals can fill his stomach. It's as simple as that. Chen Shui looked at White Sins in a daze. That means you'll have to. In the future. White Sin took a deep breath. Such a physique is perfect for me. By killing evil people, he could both draw on the other party's grudges and hostility to enhance his own strength, and drink the other party's blood to satisfy his appetite. For him, this was simply a rebirth that was perfect to the extreme. Of course, with such a physique, Chen Shui definitely couldn't accept it. At this moment, she was no longer envious. After relaying Lan Lingfeng's words to Bai Xin, she gave her own advice. Anyway, you should be more careful in the future. If you're found in this condition, will definitely be treated as a ghost. White Xin didn't retort and looked to the side at Han Qianma. Han. Chen Shui hurriedly taught, Lord Demon. Taking a slight breath, White Xin had a sincere face. Lord Devil. If there are any orders in the future, Bai Xin will die by all means. Seeing Lord Demon with his hand in the air, Chen Shui hurriedly took the other party's arm. Han Qianma didn't say anything more and took Chen Shui and disappeared in the same place. Standing at the original spot, White Xin lamented in his heart and turned back to look at the corpses of the two bodyguards. An icy haze gradually appeared on his face, and after a moment, he walked over towards one of the corpses. P.S. Stuck all morning, today's task is finally completed, eat. Chapter 78. 3 people sleeping in one house. Rich district, inside a certain villa under the name of the Wu family. Standing outside the beaded curtain, the suited henchman held a tablet computer in both hands. Obsequiously, they stood in place. At this moment, a jittery video was playing on the computer. On the screen, a cooking blogger was frying hot pot base. The steps had just reached the part of burning oil. In the 1 meter and 2 caliber cauldron, the hot oil was smoking. Just as the blogger brought in a pot of onions, cilantro, and scallions and was about to pour them down, the accident heckled. The video played on and the henchman hit the pause button with a complicated look. It happened in the suburbs. Listening to the people from Wu's group, Wu Shanju went there in order to choose a grave for his wife. As a result, I don't know why, in the middle of the journey, Wu Shanju suddenly opened his mouth and said that he wanted to get off. Then he walked straight towards that cauldron, and finally, the silhouette behind the beaded curtain was silent for a long time. Wu's family finished dying? The henchman nodded. Wu Zihao is missing. None of the remaining Wu family members were spared, they all committed suicide. It's just that the way of suicide is different. Feeling no change in emotion, the woman behind the beaded curtain spoke indifferently. Someone will be sent from above. But whoever it is that goes against us will only die. After pausing for a moment, she added another sentence. Before that person comes over, you all should not come to see me for the time being. If something comes up, just contact me by phone. The henchman first froze, then seemed to understand something and nodded awkwardly. Yes. Apartment. Lin Ruoyu pushed open the door to her bedroom and looked in shock at Han Qianma, who was standing in front of the window, flipping through books. A moment later, she rubbed her eyes, before she was sure that she had indeed been blinded. Han Qianma looked at the books in his hands with unblinking eyes, and asked Lin Ruoyu behind him, what's wrong? Lin Ruoyu smiled bitterly, it should be a case of blurred eyes. I just actually saw that you, who was reading a book, actually had a faint glow on your body. Han Qianma turned around and looked at the other party with slight surprise. He didn't refute the other party's words. But he remembered, in that instant just now, he had indeed comprehended a new perception. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Lin Ruoyu looked at the books in the other party's hands. This should be the textbook used by the medical profession. You're also interested in medicine? Han Qianma put the book back in its place. Take a look at it casually. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Okay. Then let's talk business. Right at this time, Chen Shui also walked in from outside, wrapping her arms around herself and leaning against the door bar. Lin Ruoyu noticed the movement behind her, so she spoke directly to the duo. So, this is what you guys said about living together? 3, sleeping in one room? Han Qianma looked towards Chen Shui in the doorway. On Chen Shui's face, there was a trace of rightfulness. You're the newbie. It takes a bit of getting used to. So for these 2 days, you can sleep on the bed. It's fine for me and him to sleep on the sofa, and it's fine to hit the floor next to you. Lin Ruoyu? Did I just hear her wrong? What she wanted to say should be guests, right? Sighing, Lin Ruoyu could be said to be in tears. It's 2024, there's no need to be so cramped. Since we're sharing a room, why don't we rent a bigger house? She wasn't short of money. She knew that the 2 people in front of her were even less short of money. 3 people, sharing a room? Why be so frugal? It wasn't like they didn't have that financial power. Chen Shui explained, for this house, I've paid a rent of 200,000 or so for 3 years. You can't sublet, you can't return the rent. What a pity not to live in it. In fact, what she cares about is not that little bit of money at all, but she wants to see, in front of her eyes, this pure and cold schoolmaster schoolgirl, after being taken by the demon lord, what will be like. One thought of the contrast between before and after. She can't help but be excited. That's right. She has realized her perversion. She also realized that she was being demonized and becoming more and more of a witch. She didn't care. Because she realized that this feeling is really very exciting. And it was unprecedented. Lin Ruoyu looked at the other party in a daze, looking as if she didn't understand what the other party was saying. Han Qianma sensed Chen Shui's impatience and glanced at the other party, imploring the other party to restrain herself before turning her head to look at Lin Ruoyu in front of her. Just buy it directly. Next weekend, we'll go look at houses together. Why rent? It's not like you don't have the strength to buy a big house directly with full payment. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Then during this time, I'd better go back to school to live. That's a bit more convenient. It won't bother you either. As a matter of fact, the apartment that the school had assigned to her was no worse than this upscale apartment. The reason why she was willing to share an apartment was entirely because of this man in front of her. Sharing an apartment with someone she liked, although it was a very happy thing, it also used up her courage. At this moment, she simply can't convince herself to make progress so quickly. Han Qianma blandly said, no need. You two will sleep in this house for now. I'll sleep at home. Lin Ruoyu knew that the home the other party was talking about was her old home. Chen Shui said. The small, aesthetically pleasing retro building that stood above the flower fields. She had long wanted to go and take a look at it, but she hadn't had the time recently. Is there something inconvenient over there right now? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Ruoyu opened her mouth and asked if it's possible to live there. We all live there, wouldn't that be fine? Live in Han Qianma's house. Meeting the other party's parents. Such a thing, back in the day, she had secretly fantasized about it. Chen Shui suppressed the evil thoughts in her heart and walked over to Lin Ruoyu. That side is being renovated right now. There's nothing, just a bed. Her hint was obvious, it was fine to go over there to live, but it still had to be 3 people, sleeping in one bed. Han Qianma spoke, there's nothing to dwell on, just arrange it like this. If they continue to agonize over it, someone will not be happy about it. Chen Shui nodded and said to Lin Ruoyu, you take a rest first. Since we still have to change houses, let's leave those things outside for now. Looking to the demon lord next to her, she pretended to be serious. I also don't know how the renovation progress is going. Demon lord. I'll go over with you to take a look. After seeing it, you can send me back. Anyway, for you, it's just a matter of waving your hand. Han Qianma didn't say anything, looked at Lin Ruoyu, nodded, and casually led Chen Shui into the spatial rift. In the small building on the flower field, the moment she stepped out of the spatial rift, Chen Shui hurriedly turned around and hugged Han Qianma in front of her. Lord Devil. Little Snow. Miss you. Chapter 79, let's play a new trick. Han Qianma looked faintly at the other party who had winks and a flushed face. It seems that your realm has still risen too quickly. The heart can't keep up with the growth rate of strength. It's easy to go off the deep end. Refining both the body and the mind was considered complete cultivation. Refining the body strengthens the physique, and in the process, cellular activity and bodily functions are also significantly enhanced. A better body meant abundant energy. An abundance of energy would often bring about a stronger sense of 7 emotions and 6 desires. After all, the essence of living things was to continue genes. In order to make their own successful continuation, the gene even designed a reward mechanism. That is, through the secretion of dopamine and other hormones, to encourage creatures to do those things that are conducive to the continuation of the gene. This set of mechanisms run down. It means that when the body is strengthened, certain desires will also be significantly enhanced. This is also the reason that, when a martial artist cultivates, if their heart is not strong enough, they can easily go off the rails. Refining the body, and refining the heart, theoretically, had to be done at the same time. If there was a lag in the progress of either side, there could be consequences that were unfavorable to the cultivator. In Han Qianma's opinion, it was obvious that the current Chen Shui was because the cultivation of her heart could not keep up with the growth of her strength. That was why she had turned from a jade maiden into a lustful maiden. However, the current Chen Shui did not care about those things at all. Becoming a demon? Isn't it quite good? As she spoke, her jade hand had already wrapped around the other party's neck. Don't say that much. You arranged. I'll sleep with Ruayu in these days. For the week behind, it's impossible for me to take a look at the progress of the renovation every day, right? So just don't waste time. What's behind? Let's talk about it later. Chen Shui started chatting with the other party about normal topics. You shouldn't know yet. That decorator you gave help to is on fire. Han Xianma said blandly, you mean Zhou Xiaolong? The renovation worker who had his voice taken away but gained a handsome face. Chen Shui nodded. I only realized it when I was brushing Jitterbug, and it wasn't long after that day that he quit his job. The reason is because he opened a live broadcast on Jittery Voice and performed a turn off the filter, turn off the beauty face, turn off the thin face. Then the popularity skyrocketed. Because fans realized that he was the same with and without beauty face. And then later on, someone from a theater group approached him and asked him to be the male lead in a TV series. I took a look at the announcement of that drama, and it's still a big production. Han Xianmo was slightly surprised. With that voice of his, he can be the lead? Chen Shui sat up. There's a problem with the voice, it can be dubbed later. More importantly, those fans, they don't mind his current duck voice at all. Saying that it's a smoky voice with magnetism and personality. Anyway, he's on fire now. And it's the kind of fire that's far beyond imagination. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but shake her head. Sure enough, this is an era of looking at faces. Only good-looking people have youth. People who aren't good-looking only have acne. Han Xianma smiled bashfully. Then what do you think? What is called good-looking? Chen Shui thought about it. I think that people who are confident and kind look the best. The delicacy of the skin can't be called beauty, the purity of nature is. Before her words were finished, her beautiful eyes that were looking at Lord Demon were already flashing with a haze. This kind of beauty, from the inside out. It makes people like spring breeze, thriving. She knew that if these words were said to the people outside, they would most likely be labeled as hypocritical and full of people who don't know how hungry they are. But she did not care. Because this is what she really thinks. Take Zhou Xiaolong to speak. In her opinion, before the face of Zhou Xiaolong and after the face of Zhou Xiaolong, there is no essential difference. As long as the nature didn't change, in her eyes, the other party would always be that indomitable, resilient youth who didn't compromise with fate. Han Xianma didn't say anything more and habitually looked at the moonlight outside the window. After watching for a moment, Chen Shui, who was looking at him, shook her delicate red lips and shyly opened her mouth. Lord Demon. Han Xianma turned back. Thinking again? Chen Shui nodded, imploring. Nah. Han Xianlong responded, demons should indeed follow their hearts. But you're not following your heart right now, rather you're being manipulated by overgrown desires. For this next period of time, you should first cultivate your heart. The matter of raising the realm will be discussed later. Chen Shui did not retort, and as the other party reached out her large hand and grabbed her handle, she suddenly thought of something and casually asked, Lord Demon. In the Nine Heavens continent, do you only have one woman, the Empress? Han Xianma responded, pretty much. In the previous tens of thousands of years, the female emperor had been using the face of a strict teacher to suppress him. Even if he had a crush on a certain fairy or demoness, he didn't dare to mess around. After the reverse thrust, the Empress has become much more docile. As if she had changed, she was obedient to him and even took the initiative to propose that he take a few more concubines. In this way, it would reflect the majesty of the Supreme Demon Road. But at that time, his heart had already been cultivated to the extreme. Close to the height of desirelessness. In his opinion, having the female emperor's company was already enough. After all, in this world, it wasn't like poker was the only interesting thing to do. Then won't you get tired of it? Chen Shui said honestly. She had seen her roommate dumped over and over again. The reasons were varied. But the essence was still because of getting tired of it. A demonic father was also a human being and a man. In her opinion, even if the other party really felt tired of it, it was normal, and she herself could accept it. After all, the person is a devil dignitary, himself a mortal, what virtue and how can he monopolize permanently? Han Qianma shook his head. It won't. Beaver knows the way of change. In short, won't. Chen Shui's beautiful eyes widened as if she had discovered a new world. 72 changes? Turning into someone else's appearance? A drop of cold sweat hung on Han Qianma's forehead. It doesn't have to be another person. And 72 changes doesn't refer to a pure change in appearance. Rather, it's 72 arts. Without caring about these details, Chen Shui, who already had an idea, came up to the other party's ear and exhaled warm breath. Then let's play a new trick, shall we? It's like this. Chapter 80, the beginning. Han Qianlong looked at the other party indifferently. Are you sure you want to play like this? He didn't care. When he was in the Nine Heavens continent, he had played with the Empress in a much more flowery manner. To him, Chen Shui's proposed playstyle was at most at the kind or garden level. Compared to the Empress's tricks, it couldn't be said to be childish, but could only be said to be average. Chen Shui had an excited look on her face and nodded her head repeatedly. Aha, aha. I brought a few sets of clothes earlier and put them over here. In a moment, I'll change into a new set of dress up. Then hide somewhere in the flower field. You blindfold your eyes and without using perspective. Come out and find me. Just find me. I'll let you. Ha ha ha. Han Qianmo was just about to open his mouth when Chen Shui already pouted. Play once. Just play once. I just want to try it. If it's fun, I'll buy more different types of clothes in the future. Satisfy you. Han Qianmo blandly said, your aura is unchanged, so blindfolding you won't be of much use. Even if he didn't use perspective and suppressed his realm to the yellow realm, he could still sense that it was the other party through his breath. Moreover, Chen Shui might not realize that besides being visual animals, men are also olfactory animals. Especially when it comes to that kind of thing. The importance of odor even accounted for more than 90%. If the odor was not right, no matter how beautiful the other party was, it would be difficult to proceed. As a demon sovereign, he could minimize his realm and reduce his perception of scent. But as a man, it was impossible for him to completely shield his sense of smell. This was because it was one of the important means for a man to gain a sense of security. Chen Shui looked at the other party with a confident expression. You close your eyes and try it. Han Qianma hesitated for a moment and slowly closed his eyes. Phew! The next moment, he felt a fragrant, warm breath coming towards him. Seemingly sensing something, his eyebrows raised slightly. You've already learned to change your breath? The moment he opened his eyes, Han Qianma subconsciously sized up the other party. That look made it clear that in that instant just now, he had really felt that, judging only from her breath, this woman in front of him was indeed completely different from Chen Shui. It was as if she was a different person. Chen Shui's beautiful eyes smiled into a crescent moon. How about it, surprised or not, unexpected or not? During this period of time, she had been practicing. Practicing the way of change. Because in her opinion, with Lord Demon, strength, realm and whatnot are not important at all, the most important thing is to be able to play tricks. So she studied hard and secretly worked hard. At this moment, she has finally reached a level of proficiency. Chen Shui looked interested. I found out that by leaning on the magic chi absorbed from you and then transforming it into my own, I can utilize my own magic chi and change my own aura. Although it can't be transformed yet, it's still not too much of a problem to make you, who have your eyes closed, feel different. He, how about it, am I a genius? Quick, compliment me. Han Qianmo looked at the other party, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. He suddenly realized that the other party was indeed very talented in this matter of seduction. Even better than the Empress's talent. Of course, what he couldn't possibly have imagined was that this innocent female college student in front of him was even more talented than the Empress. This innocent female college student in front of him would, in the near future, become the most powerful charmed demon on earth besides him. By the world after the revival of Aura Demonic Chi, she was called the Heavenly Phantom Empress, and countless strong people desired and admired her, but only dared to look up to her. After a moment of silence, Han Qianmo looked at the time and spoke faintly. Then let's hurry up. To say interest, it wasn't great. To say there was no interest, it was impossible. At a certain moment, he did also want to see what kind of surprises the other party's playing style would, in the end, bring to himself. He. Chen Shui was already impatient, and took out the ribbon that had been prepared long ago, and blindfolded the other party's eyes. I'll go change first. You can't use perspective, not to mention cheating with the demon aura. Come back to me after 10 minutes, I'll be within this flower field, waiting for you. Han Qianma nodded. In his heart, he silently counted. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the time he spent with the Empress. At that time, they also played like this. It was just different from now. At that time, hide and seek could not be limited to people as the target. Time passed by. When he counted to 10 minutes, Han Qianma took a step. Chen Shui originally meant, after 10 minutes, he could take off the ribbon. Tonight, the moon is dark and the stars are sparse. In her opinion, if you don't use perspective, it's not much different from a blind man groping in the dark, so there's no need to keep the ribbon on all the time. However, Han Qianmo did not realize that the other party wanted to express this meaning. Continuing to blindfold the ribbon, he slowly groped forward. Of course, he did not completely shut down the demon aura. He is not stupid, in the case of completely invisible, but also completely closed the magic aura. In case you run into a rock and kick it off, it's not a good idea to smash it into flowers or grass if it doesn't kill you. The aura is closed, but not completely closed. Just close the perception of the breath, within 5 meters of the obstacle can still be clearly felt. In this way, it wasn't considered cheating. After all, if completely shielded perception, they look for the other side to run. This shall not play all night? After searching for an unknown amount of time, Han Qianmo suddenly sensed that there was a person directly in front of him, standing on a flower field. The fuzzy thermal imaging looks like he's on the phone. In his heart, a tiny bit of excitement arose. In order to prevent the other party from escaping, he directly rushed up, from behind, and tightly embraced the other party. Gotcha. Game over. No, I should say game on. Chapter 81 Mr. Han, it's me. A few minutes later. Han Qianlong snapped, subconsciously ripping off the ribbon. You're not Chen Shui? The moment he looked at the other party, Chen Shui, who hadn't been waiting for him, ran over from somewhere else. I'm going? What's going on here? Looking at the woman lying on the flower field in tears but unable to move, Chen Shui was dumbfounded. Who is she? How did you give her? Han Qianmo looked up with a speechless face. This has to ask you. Isn't she not someone you found? In that instant just now, a guess was born in his heart. This was originally Chen Shui's arrangement. The reason was simple. At this moment, Chen Shui, because of the weakness of her heart, had been reeling from the excessive growth of her realm. Instincts had increased dramatically. Always wanting to play something different. He wasn't sure if this woman in front of him was Chen Shui's roommate or classmate, but he guessed that the other party was more than likely the person Chen Shui had found. The purpose was to satisfy his own playfulness. Chen Shui was filled with confusion. Of course not. I was thinking there will be a teacher for me, but the one who planned it was Lin Ruoyu, not someone else. And this woman, I don't even know her. Okay. Han Qianmo. Let me block perception. Now, something has happened. On the surface, his face didn't change much, but in his heart, it still set off a tiny ripple. In the past, in the 9 heavenly continent, the Empress would also turn into someone else and play a similar game with him. And the Empress often did one thing. That was, to act pitiful and bawl afterward, and even act broken and dying. It made him think for a while that he had really mistaken someone else for the Empress. But after experiencing it hundreds or thousands of times, he got used to it. Because he knew, no matter how much the other party cried, scolded how hard to hear, complained of suffering how realistic. In essence, it is the female emperor's acting. In the end, what she is like, will change back to what she is like. However now, he knew that this time, the other side cannot change back. Because the Empress is not here. Chen Shui had not yet learned the way of change either. Sensing that this demon lord in front of her, not only did she not have the idea of comforting people, but instead, she was planning to use the words follow the law to force the other party to ask for their identity? Chen Shui glanced at the woman with a face full of tears and hurriedly opened her mouth. Don't. You'd better let her say it herself. After all, people are essentially victims. Han Qianma didn't retort and looked at the woman in front of him. Say it, who are you and what are you doing in my house? If you're not a friend of Chen Shui's, then coming here at this time is obviously an ulterior motive. Since there was an ulterior motive, there was no need for compassion. Lying on the ground, still unable to move, Lu Xiaoxiao had a look of despair on her face, and she couldn't stop her tears from slipping down. Who are you? Why? Why are you doing this to me? She asked her secretary to send some money to Han Qianma's parents, only to have the secretary tell her Han Qianmu's parents had moved out a long time ago. The place where they used to live had changed drastically. The newly renovated small building was still being decorated, and there was a patch of manzanita growing around the small building. The beauty is very bizarre. Hearing such an answer, Lu Xiaoxiao was not convinced. Thinking that if there is a building, there must be someone living, she took the time and came over to see for herself. These days, the company is busy with a big project, during the day simply cannot find the time. She could only drive over at night with her secretary. The secretary said, "This place is eerie, come once, do not want to come a second time." She intended to come over to take a look and then leave, but never thought that she would encounter such a thing. Chen Shui sighed. "What is your name?" She knew that it was useless to cry, and that answering Lord Demon's question was the key. If she answered anything else, she would not lose her body, but her life. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was in a trance, looked viciously at the man who was pressing down on her, her heart filled with resentment. "My name is Lu Xiaoxiao. You? Who are you guys?" First say their own name, as a way to set out the other party's name, the police later, the possibility of catching someone is greater. Even if the other party reported a fake name, it doesn't matter. Stalling for time, when the secretary notices that something is wrong, he will definitely call the police immediately. This way one can get out of the trap. Of course, this was the ideal situation. The worst situation was for this man and woman to directly kill and exterminate each other. It wouldn't matter if that was the case. Anyway, no matter what was done, the result would be the same. Chen Shui froze and looked at Han Qianma in dismay. Lu Xiaoxiao? This name sounds, why does it sound so familiar? Lu Xiaoxiao, Lu Xiaoxiao. Suddenly returning to her senses, Chen Shui subconsciously opened her mouth. What's your relationship with Lu Jiaojiao from our East Sea University? Lu Xiaoxiao, who was still thinking of a way to get out of the situation, was violently stunned. You guys know Lu Jiaojiao? She is my sister. Could it be that you guys were sent by her? Deliberately guarding here. To fix me? Chen Shui was a bit confused. Fix you? You're Lu Jiaojiao's sister, and you're saying that Lu Jiaojiao sent us to fix you? Those words, why don't I quite understand? Lu Xiaoxiao had already confirmed her guess, these two people are the ones Lu Jiaojiao sent to fix herself. The reason why Lu Jiaojiao did this was because she didn't help her. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoxiao decided that she would first stabilize these two people, stall for time, and find a way to survive so that she could have her revenge. I am Lu Jiaojiao's sister, this is something that you should be clear about. So I'm curious to know, who are you guys? Why do you want to help someone like Lu Jiaojiao? She should have no money and no power. Such a person, there are still friends who are willing to stick their necks out for her. Chen Shui exhaled slightly. My name is Chen Shui, technically speaking, and Lu Jiaojiao should be considered enemies. So, your words, I don't quite understand. Since she is your sister, why is she trying to fix you? Without answering the other party's question, Lu Xiaoxiao looked towards the man in front of her who was pressing herself down and snorted coldly. What about him? He shouldn't be Lu Jiaojiao's licking dog, right? Defiled by his sister's licking dog? If that's the case, then don't blame me for moving the knife and driving out all the people. At this moment, almost broken, she was approaching the edge of blackening. Chen Shui's willow brows knit tightly. You're Lu Jiaojiao's sister, would you not recognize him? I'll reiterate once more. Han Qianma is not a licking dog, not in the past, not now. Lu Jiaojiao? Humph. She wants to be someone's licking dog, but she's not qualified for that yet. Looking at the other party, it seemed like they hated Lu Jiaojiao. She felt that in between, there must be something fishy. And she believed that if the other party was really Lu Jiaojiao's sister, there was no way she wouldn't recognize this man in front of her. Lu Xiaoxiao was violently stunned. Han Qianma? Boom! Han Qianma casually waved his hand, and a blazing purple flame instantly burned on the flower field not far away. You recognize this father? He clearly remembered, even during the time when he thought Lu Jiaojiao was the one who saved him and then treated the other party well, he had never met the other party's family. But through the subtle observation of his purple pupil, he could see that the woman in front of him did have a slight resemblance to Lu Jiaojiao. At first glance, it does look like, take a closer look, but then Lu Jiaojiao's body is much better, temperament is also better, face is also more beautiful. Chen Shui was at a loss. Lu Xiuxiu, who was lying on the ground, however, was already dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes trembling under the illumination of the firelight. You're really Teacher Han. I shouldn't be dreaming, right? School flowers, school herbs, big handsome guys, and big beautiful girls. Give the kid a handout of free power generation. Give a knee. Chapter 82 Strong Woman. Chen Shui looked at the duo in surprise and bewilderment. Han. Teacher? Although the woman in front of her was young and beautiful, she looked, obviously, older than Han Xianma, right? It was more or less the same for Han Xianma to call her a teacher. How could she call Han Xianma a teacher? More importantly, looking at the appearance of Lord Demon, it seems like he doesn't know the other party either? Could it be that it's been 100,000 years too long and she's forgotten? Chen Shui's judgment was correct. Han Xianmo really did not remember who this woman in front of him was, why he called himself teacher. At this moment, he looked at Lu Xiuxiu's shocked and sincere eyes and felt equally surprised. Lu Xiuxiu looks at the man in front of her in disbelief and presses the excitement in her heart. You forgot? 3 years ago, you gave me tuition. Back then, her parents favored boys over girls. She dropped out of school at the age of 18, and without even getting her high school diploma, she started a career of working in entrepreneurship. After entering society, she knew the importance of education and cognition. Whenever she had time, she studied on her own and prepared for the adult higher education examination. Nowadays, she is not only the boss of a company, but also got the social recruiting channel of Tunghai University and the undergraduate master's degree in finance. Looking at the entire East China Sea business community, the first half of her life is also quite legendary. 3 years ago, when sprinting for the college entrance exam, in order to make sure that nothing is wrong, she then thought to find a professional teacher to do a consolidation teaching. Originally wanted to find a freshman student. Because freshman students have just gone through the college entrance examination, they are still familiar with the content of the examination and have extra time. The most suitable for tutoring. As a result, later, for various reasons, she still found a senior school bully who was about to take the college entrance examination. This school bully was the Han Xianma of that year. After listening to the other party's elaboration, Han Xianma then had a little impression. Oh. The most suitable person to give tutorials on college entrance exams was definitely not a college student, but a senior school bully who was about to take the college entrance exam. This was because after entering college, one would learn problem-solving methods that could only be learned in college. The problem-solving thinking will also change dramatically. Teaching high school students with a college mindset will have the hidden danger that there is an oversimplification of the problem-solving style and the possibility of being judged invalid. The specifics, of course, generally depend on the teacher who is correcting the paper at the time. If there is a disputed situation, there is an opportunity to appeal. But then, if you mess up, you're likely to miss the time to fill out your volunteer application. At the same time, appealing doesn't mean it will necessarily pass. So, many parents understand that having the top senior school bully as a tutor for their child is the most foolproof and efficient way. However, the reality is, senior high school is too busy, not to mention the school bully. Even the school scum may not have time to rest, not to mention to give other people tuition. Han Xianma had no choice at that time. His family was poor. The benefactor also likes to buy. In order to subsidize his family and repay his kindness, he could only squeeze out all his rest time and work as a tutor. At that time, the most a Sunday, a day to give a dozen younger siblings, make up more than 10 hours of class. And this dozen schoolchildren are not in a place. With such a huge amount of customers, it's only normal that they don't remember this big sister of society in front of them. Chen Shui understood the relationship between the two, but she still couldn't help but be curious. Listening to you, he gave you almost half a month's worth of lessons at that time? And as a result, you didn't know that he was your sister's classmate at the same school? Lu Xiuxiu shook her head. I didn't know at that time. After the remedial lessons were over. Only then did I know. She definitely didn't dare to tell others. At that time, she was so young that she had been in society and had seen through the deceitful hearts of people. Only in and this brother-teacher tuition will feel a trace of inner peace. In just half a month, she fell in love with this clean-looking boy with wise and clear eyes. When she was about to confess her love and say to the other party, "After college, we will be together, and then my sister will pay for you to go to college," she suddenly saw that the other party was working so hard. But she suddenly saw that the other's so hard to make money. The original is to please his girlfriend. Moreover, that girlfriend is not someone else, but her own sister, who has long since turned against her. Since then, she terminated the remedial lessons and buried the feelings in her heart. All the energy dedicated to the cause. Until Han Xianmo was exposed, jumped into the river, she realized that at that time, she should not be so cowardly. Because she understands, if that time of their own a little more brave. Even directly snatched the other side from the hands of his sister. The tragedy might not have happened. Lu Xiuxiu looked at the man in front of her in a daze, her wide-eyed beautiful eyes still covered in disbelief. "Are you really Mr. Han? But didn't the news say that you have already passed away? At that time, I went to your house to look for you. At that time, your parents cried very hard, saying that you had gone to college. Won't be coming back. Later I realized. It turns out that the going to university they were talking about was selling your remains to the Tunghai University for a big body. I went to East China Sea University to see it. The one in the glass cylinder is you. How? How come you're alive now?" Not knowing exactly what was going on, she didn't feel scared. It only felt unbelievable, and at the same time, she was constantly praying that what was in front of her must not be a dream. Without changing his face, Han Xianmo didn't open his mouth and just climbed up from the other party's body. Chen Shui on the side seemed to have noticed something and looked awkwardly while responding to Lu Xiuxiu beside her. Anyway, that's probably how the situation is. She could tell that Lu Xiuxiu was a good person, compared to Lu Jiaojiao. In terms of temperament, it could be described as one underground and one heavenly. More importantly, the same was a woman who liked Han Xianmo. How could she not see that the love in the other party's eyes for Han Xianmo was not less than her own at all? Staring blankly at the man in front of her, Lu Xiuxiu's eyes continued to tremble as tears quietly slipped down. After a long period of silence, she breathed a deep sigh of relief and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Is this the so-called miracle? No matter what. It's really great that you've come back. In her opinion, it was a very good thing for many people, and even for this world, that Han Xianmo could come back. Knowing the cruelty of reality, she suddenly felt, the heavens seemed to open their eyes sometimes. The three sat on the flower field and chatted for a long time. Noticing that the cell phone in Lu Xiuxiu's pocket rang, Chen Shui looked at the time and smiled bitterly. "That female secretary of yours, she's urging you again. It's not too early now, why don't we just stop here for today? Anyway, there's plenty of time later, let's make an appointment later about a place, and then slowly chat about it." Looking at the bloodstains on Lu Xiuxiu's skirt and thighs, her heart burst with heartache. Perhaps only she who had experienced a similar situation could understand how strong the current Lu Xiuxiu was. Chapter 83 Wu Zihao, Resurrected? Lu Xiuxiu subconsciously stood up, a touch of shyness on her pretty face. "Sorry for disturbing your rest. Then we'll talk some other time. I'll go back first." The current her was not saddened by the fact that Han Xianmo already had Chen Shui as his girlfriend. There was only joy, excitement, and even euphoria in her heart. The joy brought about by the resurrection had washed away all her negative emotions. At this moment, she also understood one thing. There are some things that can't be remembered when they are lost. When people are around, they must go for it, even if this relationship, most likely, will not be recognized by the world. She knew, such an idea sounded ruinous. But she understood, she was not trying to prove anything. One is just clear that if one misses it again, one would definitely regret it for the rest of one's life, worse than death. Han Xianmo did not say anything, nodded, representing goodbye. With a trace of reluctance, or rather, afraid to leave, this dream will wake up, Lu Xiuxiu stepped back 3 times. After a long time, only in Chen Shui's farewell, left this place. Returning to the small building, looking at the demon lord on the bed, Chen Shui took out a handkerchief and wiped off the bloodstains on the other party's legs. "Why don't you go to my place to take a bath first?" Han Xianmo looked at the moonlight outside the window. "No. It's so late, Ruoyu should already be asleep, don't want to go wake her up again." Looking back at the beautiful person in front of him, he said faintly, "There's no need to scrub. My yuanshen can quench and purify the body. After a good night's sleep, these stains will disappear on their own before dawn. You don't need to take a bath, and you can always stay fresh and clean without tightness." Taking a bath was just purely wanting to take a bath. Chen Shui did not retort. I also didn't expect that your destiny is actually this fierce? The phone doesn't even have to be called, the appointment doesn't even have to be made, in this middle of nowhere can also be used in the way of an encounter. Bull. Speaking of this, she felt a bit funny. The other party is also Lu Jiaojiao's own sister. Tisk. One can only say that the sins Lu Jiaojiao has created are really big. It's not enough for herself. And she has to pay for it with her own sister. This sin is not just big, it's simply. The sin is not just big, it's simply huge. Han Qianma blandly said, if you don't mention it, I almost forgot. Why don't we go kill her now? Wu Zihao was already dead. There was only Lu Jiaojiao left. If there was time, one could indeed do her casually. Chen Shui was in a cold sweat. Let's talk about it later. Just took down someone's own sister, and now you want to kill them. It always felt not very suitable. It wasn't that she felt that Lu Jiaojiao didn't deserve to die, she could just see that Lu Xiaoxiao's heart wasn't that hard. Lu Jiaojiao is always her own sister. Her own sister was killed by her favorite man. When something like this really happens, the heart will definitely give birth to lumps. Affect the feelings. Her idea is very simple, there must be my teachers this game, certainly to play. As of now, Lin Ruoyu's character, in a short period of time, I'm afraid it's basically impossible for her to actively or passively join in. Compared to before, the possibility of Lu Xiaoxiao joining in, on the contrary, is greater. As an important preparatory member of the Must Have My Teacher, she of course has to carefully take care of each other, whether it is physically or psychologically. Han Qianma does not matter, did not think too much. The main thing is that the other party is still wiping the bloodstains on his body, and wiped very carefully. He couldn't think too much. Chen Shui used her 2 jade hands to wipe the bloodstains for the other party, and while doing so, she asked, Lu Xiaoxiao, what are you going to do with this person? She very much hoped that the other party would join in, but whether or not it would work would ultimately depend on what Lord Demon wanted. Han Qianma had a bashful face. She's very nice. Lu Jiaojiao is Lu Jiaojiao, she is her. Since I hurt her, I'm definitely responsible. Hearing these words, Chen Shui instantly smiled with an open brow, because she knew that she really hadn't looked at the wrong person. Mu-ah. Unable to help herself, she pecked at the other party's face, and she was filled with anticipation. So are you going to be active or passive? I'll go and help you understand the specifics? Han Qianma looked at the other party indifferently. Understand what situation? When I say take charge, I'm just helping her get rich and famous, live a long life, and no one will dare to mess with her. What are you talking about? It was just an accident, but what's done is done, and he wouldn't run away from it. In his opinion, it didn't matter whether the other party admitted it or not, whether they were willing or not. Anyway, the compensation must be given enough. This is the devil's way of doing things. Chen Shui froze. That's it? Han Qianma nodded. Or else. Chen Shui. A heavy sigh. She then realized that Lu Xiaoxiao would definitely join in. But in the middle of this, there was still no lack of her own efforts. On the way back, in the car, the female secretary who drove the car constantly looked through the rearview mirror, sizing up the president sitting in the back seat. President Lu. Is it really not necessary to send you to the hospital? Looking at the bloodstains on the other party's wrap skirt and on her thighs, she had already brainstormed the images she often saw in dramas. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party kept emphasizing that she was fine, she would have called the police long ago. Lu Xiaoxiao looked out the window, pondering. It's fine. It's just a fall, just go back and rub some medicine on it, no big deal. The female secretary took a long breath. A fall and lose your stockings? You say that, who would believe it? But she had no choice. The other party said it was fine, so she couldn't insist that it wasn't fine. After all, the other party was the boss, and she was just a secretary. The next day. After the meeting, Lu Xiaoxiao returned to her office and sat on the swivel chair, recalling the dreamlike experience last night. Today, she was wearing the same thing as yesterday, slim fit suit, white blouse, wrap skirt, black silk. Perhaps because she still remembered the other side of the sentence, a little bit of fun, always feel that at any time may see each other again, she always want to always maintain the best state. She was distracted, the more she thought about it, the hotter she got, and her breathing slowly became rapid. Just then, the female secretary walked in. "Mr. Lu, your sister, is here again." Suddenly returning to her senses, Lu Xiaoxiao subconsciously straightened up the documents on the table, her willow brows slightly knitted. "Tell her to get lost." "Wait a minute." "Forget it, let her come in." Seemingly thinking of something, she temporarily changed her mind. The female secretary nodded her head. "Yes, General Manager Lu." A few moments later, Lu Jiaojiao, who had a wretched face and was so thin that she looked like she was overdosed on drugs, walked into the office. "Sister." Lu Xiaoxiao didn't turn around, and after a moment of silence, she directly asked, "Did you, in the past, date, with your school, a boy named Han Qianmuo?" Shocked, hearing the three words Han Shenmo, Lu Jiaojiao looked like she had seen a ghost, shaking her head frantically. "No. No. I don't know him. I don't know who is Han Qianmuo. No, no. Wu Zihao is dead. The Wu family is dead. No one else knows what happened." She knew. What she was most afraid of now was that something like this happened to her. Lu Xiaoxiao indifferently glanced at the other party and directly pulled out $50,000 from the drawer. "This money is enough for your tuition and living expenses for the next 2 years. Take it and get lost. Don't appear in front of me in the future. I will tell the company's security that if I see you again, I will directly call the police." Originally, he also wanted to ask the other party what exactly had happened with Han Qianma before or not. It wasn't that she didn't believe Han Qianmuo's and Chen Shui's accounts, but she simply wanted to ask clearly. Because she felt that if her own sister, indeed, hadn't dated Han Qianmo, much less had anything happened, then oneself and Han Qianmo, it is not considered to be messing around. Whether or not there is the courage to confess, whether or not people are willing, or, in the end, whether or not they will be with each other, let's not talk about it first. At least the qualification to be together should be there. In the eyes of the other side to see the determination, coupled with hearing the Han Qianmo 3 words, "The heart has been no more pampering, play the courage," Lu Jiaojia clenched her teeth, picked up the table of $50,000, turned to leave. Go to school. Go to a hammer school. The moment she left the building and walked towards the curb, she began to break out in curses. This young lady now, where is the chance to go back to school? Wu Zihao's death meant that there was no one to help her with her connections, allowing her to remain at East Sea University. With her past college entrance examination results and her current subject grades, she might not be able to wait until the end of the semester before she was expelled. Not to mention, there was also a demon king who had come back from the dead in the school. If she encounters him again, the probability is that she will be driven to extinction just like Wu Zihao. Even if she could go back, she didn't dare to go back now. But if we don't go back to school, where can we go now? Lu Jiaojiao standing on the side of the road had a look of despair on her face, and soon, this despair turned into resentment. "It's all your fault, Lu Xiaoxiao. If you had taken this young lady in, would this young lady need to be so entangled right now? We're blood sisters, how dare you not show any mercy? You wait for me. Today, you're ignoring this young lady, but one day, this young lady will make you climb high. At that time, don't regret it." Buzzing. Just when Lu Jiaojiao was still at a loss, the phone in her pocket rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, she hesitated for a moment before picking it up. Which one? If the other party was a bill collector, she would have hung up without hesitation and blacked out the number. However, after a moment of silence, the person on the other end of the phone responded with this sentence. "It's me, Wu Zihao." Chapter 84, Unique. University Cafeteria, Remote Corner. Han Qianma followed the other party's suggestion, closed his eyes, and kissed. The next moment, he was slightly stunned, looking at the woman in front of him with slight dismay. "Ruoyu?" Chen Shui had a smug look on her face, her warm thin lips slightly open, the corners of her mouth following up. "How about it? Like it or not?" Han Qianma sized up the other party with slight surprise. "Like." In that instant just now, he had truly smelled the scent of Lin Ruoyu's body. The scent was also Lin Ruoyu's scent. Coupled with the other party's pretense of rusty kissing skills, he even really thought that the person he had just hugged was Lin Ruoyu. With a ripple in his calm lake-like heart, Han Qianma couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Is this the talent of the innate charming body? If you let it grow, I'm afraid that sooner or later, it will become a scourge of the nation and the people. In fact, when he was in the Nine Heavens continent, he had seen many innate charming bodies. male, female, fairy, demon girl, witch, human or beast. There were all of them. But like Chen Shui, this was the first time he had seen an innate charming body with a pure physique and extremely high talent. For this reason, he couldn't stop thinking about it. In the future, if the other party accompanied him, the long road to immortality, perhaps really will not be lonely. From the other party's eyes to see the word satisfied, Chen Shui smiled like a flower, covered with flushed face, with a trace of hard to hide the excitement. Do you like it? Do you want to taste the flavor of the school flower again? Han Xianma's face didn't change, the essence of a straight man of steel exposed. I admit, your charm talent is very high, even exceeding my initial prediction. This mimicry, whether it's the breath or the scent, the mimicry is perfect. But you still overlooked one point. That is, your flavor, it has not changed. Chen Shui knew what the other party was expressing, and didn't sulk because of the other party's steel straightness, but only sighed somewhat helplessly. That can't be helped. It's not like I've ever kissed Ruoyu. How do you mimic her flavor? Suddenly thinking of something, a touch of evil surfaced on her pretty face. Why don't you go kiss Ruoyu? And then come back too. That way, won't I know how to imitate? As a witch, the practice she was most looking forward to was to directly raid Lin Ruoyu. But she knew that Lin Ruoyu was Lord Demon's woman, and that she absolutely couldn't move without Lord Demon moving. Even if Lord Demon Hunter had moved, then she would have to get Lord Demon Hunter's consent before she could move. Otherwise, one is disobeying Lord Demon, and must endure the pain of the burning fire of the 9 hells of purgatory. Han Xianma looked at the other party indifferently, without any ripples on his expression. Just then, Lin Ruoyu, who had only just gotten out of class, walked over. What are you guys chatting about? Just now, I think I heard my name? Looking towards Lin Ruoyu, who was sitting beside her, Chen Shui opened her mouth with a pressed look. Ruoyu, do you want a kiss? She knew that Lin Ruoyu liked Han Xianma, but she just didn't dare to directly express her true inner thoughts due to the constraints of traditional ideas. It takes a little bit of guidance inducing to be able to face up to her heart and show the truest, unadulterated conceptual constraints of herself. This process does not need to be rushed. It can be the same as in a relationship, starting with holding hands, hugging and kissing. Holding hands, hugging and whatnot. She remembered that Lord Demon and the other party had already tried that. Well, should have tried it. Since that's the case, let's start with the third step directly, so that you can also indirectly gather information. I'll be able to increase my proficiency in imitation to a higher level. The relationship between the other party and the Demon Lord can also be further enhanced, laying a solid foundation for the future great harmony. Lin Ruoyu was at a loss. Celery? You're talking about that high school classmate of ours? What, you know her too? She wasn't pretending to be confused, she was truly confused. After all, no one could have possibly thought that in the middle of the day, while eating in the cafeteria, someone else would suddenly ask, "Hey, do you want to play kissing?" And the person who asked this was still a seemingly innocent female college student. A normal person would not be able to react to the fact that the kiss the other person said was not a person's name. Chen Shui was slightly stunned. What chin? In the next moment, she instantly reacted to the fact that the other party did not understand her meaning at all. Just as she was about to explain, Han Xianma was the first to speak. Celery isn't here, it's useless to think about her. Let's eat, otherwise it should get cold in a while. Lin Ruoyu nodded numbly. Oh. Looking at Chen Shui's lustful look, she always felt that something wasn't quite right. Han Xianma directly changed the topic. I don't have classes in the afternoon. What about you guys? Seemingly thinking of something, Lin Ruoyu put back the half-bitten broccoli. I saw you in the morning when I passed by the physics classroom. At that time, I saw that you were looking intently at the female teacher on the stage. On your body, there was a faint haze again. Could this be, again, my illusion? Chen Shui froze. Which female teacher? Is it that beautiful? Even Demon Lord couldn't help but look straight. Han Xianma didn't care about Chen Shui's joke and looked at Lin Ruoyu thoughtfully. Are you sure you didn't look wrong? At that time, he was concentrating on his knowledge in physics. There were no distractions in his mind. It didn't notice whether or not there was the so-called haze on his own body. But he could be sure of two things. First, at that time, his own self, because of the new knowledge he had learned, his cognition was improved, which in turn allowed his mind to improve as well. Although the progress was very weak and even almost negligible, the realm, indeed, had been upgraded. Secondly, unless it was a great realm breakthrough, thus triggering a heavenly tribulation or other heaven and earth anomalies, other people would not be able to see that one's realm had been upgraded at all. Except for one person. That person was the Empress. He clearly remembered that from the time he became the female emperor's disciple, his counterpart had been able to notice the changes in his realm at all times. Even the slightest bit of progress, the other party would be able to notice it. At first, he thought that other people's masters, too, could do the same. Only later did he realize that not to mention other people's masters, even other people, the cultivators and top powerhouses of the Nine Heavens continent, couldn't do it. In the entire Nine Heavens continent, there was only one person who had the ability to perceive changes in her realm and could reach the level of detection, and that was the Empress. However, now, on this earth with its thin aura, there was an ordinary woman who wasn't even a cultivator, able to do what only an Empress could do. In Han Shenmo's heart, he couldn't help but make a guess. Chapter 85, Wu Bufan, trust me, I'm a son of Qi. In Han Shenmo's opinion, there were only two situations. First, the Empress's insight talent was rare in the Nine Heavens continent, but relatively common on Earth. In other words, there are not many people like Lin Ruoyu who can see a slight increase in their realm. Of course, in terms of proportion alone, it might still be 1 in 10,000, or 1 in a million, but compared to the uniqueness of the Nine Heavens continent. Compared to the uniqueness of the Nine Heavens continent, the amount of people who possessed it could definitely be considered huge. Secondly, Lin Ruoyu was the reincarnation of the Empress. This was the situation that he had hoped for the most, yet in reality, it was the most unlikely to happen. The reason was simple: Lin Ruoyu was born before the Empress, and she hadn't lost her life and crossed over, so it was impossible for her to cross paths with the Empress of the other world. Of course, this first didn't mean that Lin Ruoyu was older than the Empress. Rather, it refers to the timeline. The Nine Heavens continent was 100,000 years old, and Earth was only 3 years old. Obviously, the flow of time in the two worlds was different. 100,000 years equaled 3 years. The current Lin Ruoyu should only be 23 years old, 24 at most. Converted to the time of the Nine Heavens continent, that would be about 800,000 years. Subtracting the 10 years of acquaintance with the Empress, there were still about 70 years left. In other words, 700,000 years ago in the Nine Heavens continent, Lin Ruoyu had already been born on Earth. At that time, not to mention the female emperor, even the female emperor's father, grandfather emperor, great-grandfather emperor. And even grandfather emperor Nose hadn't even been born yet. Not to mention the female emperor herself. He very much hoped that Lin Ruoyu would have a connection with the female emperor, but in the timeline, it simply didn't match up, and as it was, there was nothing he could do about it. What's wrong? Seeing Han Qianmuo in a daze, Lin Ruoyu shook her jade hand. Is there something wrong? Han Shenmo looked at Lin Ruoyu and shook his head. Nothing. So, are you alright this afternoon? Chen Shui thought that Lord Demon Lord was trying to ask each other out. Ha. He immediately came to be interested. Yes, what's glowing or not, it's not important. Are you busy this afternoon or not? If not, come with us. Go anywhere. Lin Ruoyu took a bite of cauliflower and shook her head. What I should be busy with, I've already finished in the morning. There's no class in the afternoon. It can be freely arranged. Chen Shui's breath caught, but she still tried hard to suppress the excitement in her heart. Then you guys eat first, I'll go buy a set. Oh yeah. What was expected had finally come. No matter what, safety measures have to be done. People are still students. What's more, Lord Demon said that getting pregnant is a very dangerous thing. If it was not necessary, it was best not to take any chances. Buy a set? Lin Ruoyu was at a loss. There was no way to understand what the other party was saying. The expression was still bland, but it was obvious that compared to the past, Han Shenruo was indeed a bit flustered. If it's all fine in the afternoon, let's go look at the house. My old home is still being renovated, 1 or 2 months, surely I can't get it down. There's really no need to rent it. Just buy a set near the school, it'll be more convenient if we live together. Chen Shui, who had cold sweat hanging on her forehead, had a subdued face. Right. That's the idea. In his heart, he was incredibly disappointed. So it's this meaning Hey, it's no fun. Lin Ruoyu didn't notice the wrong atmosphere and nodded. So, when Xiao Shui said set, she meant shoe covers? Looking at a house, it seems like you need to wear shoe covers. But the person selling the house would have prepared them in advance, I think. Having never bought a house, these things, do you still need to prepare them yourself? Han Qianmo looked at Chen Shui. It's better to be prepared. You don't need to specifically go and buy, when you're driving in a while, just buy a little by the way. Chen Shui pretended to be calm. Well. Good. The heart is screaming, hey. Looking at houses and stuff is the most boring. Not exciting at all. Unless. Suddenly, she thought of something, and an evil smile surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Hee. Row. If you don't give the opportunity, I will create the opportunity myself. You don't like to take the initiative. I will help you take the initiative. Inside the villa in the name of the Wu family. Lu Jiajiu walked into the study under the leadership of a man in a suit. Seeing the man with his back to the door, standing in front of the window, gazing out, she directly froze in place. Zeheo. The next moment, when she saw, the youth turned back in response to the voice, revealing that unfamiliar face. Only then did she realize that the young man in front of her was not Wu Zeheo at all. You're not Zeheo. Who the hell are you? Why were you able to enter Wu Ziheo's home? The short-haired young man with a straight suit, good looks, and extraordinary appearance subconsciously glanced at the woman in front of him, his eyes flickering. You are Ms. Lu Jiaojiao, right? Hello, I am Wu Ziheo. Lu Jiaojiao was surprised and did not shake hands with her. You're joking with this young lady. This young lady has been dating Wu Ziheo for almost 10 years. Do you think that after only a few days of not seeing each other, this young lady won't recognize him? Seeing that the other party was unwilling to shake hands with him, the youth then gave up and turned around to sit on the sofa. 18 years ago, the Wu family, the number one family in the Eastern Sea, was driven to extinction by their enemies. At that time, I was only 5 years old. Living on the streets, I was almost bitten to death by a wild dog. It was a little girl and her grandfather who saved me and gave me a steamed bun. Lu Jiaojiao didn't have the patience to listen to the other party's story. What exactly are you trying to say? Who are you? Also, what exactly is the reason for calling this young lady over? The youth took a deep breath and eased his emotions. My original name was just Wu Ziheo, but I changed my name in order to hide my eyes. Now it's called Wu Bufan. Back then, Wu Shanjui was the butler of my Wu family. Because he brought his own family and took leave to go back to his hometown to pay homage to the graves, which is why he escaped that robbery just like me. 18 years ago that night, after being saved by that little girl, I still couldn't get rid of the fate that I was going to die of illness. Just when I was most desperate, a mysterious old man saved me. Since then, he also became my master. Returning from his memories and looking at Lu Jiaojiao in front of him, Wu Bufan had a deep look on his face. Master, he is very powerful. Not only is his martial arts unrivaled, but he also has a mysterious background, and even, to this day, I still haven't been able to figure out what exactly his identity is. Under his tutelage, my strength soared. Not only was my illness completely gone, but I also became an expert of the world. But he said that my strength was not yet invincible, and that I could not leave Kunlun. So, I secretly contacted Wu Shanjui and gave him help in secret to revitalize the Wu family. The purpose of this is twofold. First, it can ensure that by the time I leave the mountain, the Wu family will have regained a certain status and strength, and will be able to help me and take direct revenge. Secondly, I can use Wu Shanjui and his son as bait to draw out the murderers behind the destruction of the Wu family back then. That way, it would be easier for me to find them and avenge my family. As a result, I didn't expect that the wait would be more than 10 years. He wasn't lying. What the Wu family did all these years was all manipulated by him behind the scenes. The reason why they were able to revitalize and become one of the top 10 families in the Eastern Sea was also his ability. Wu Shanjui and Wu Ziheo were merely his pawns. Lu Jiaojiao's eyes widened in astonishment. So you now have cultivated to the realm of invincibility? Wu Bufan nodded. Sort of. The main thing is that the enemy has appeared once again. I can't continue to sit back and wait for death. Looking towards Lu Jiaojiao, he had a deep look on his face. The deaths of Wu Shanjui and his son are only secondary. The main thing is still you. Lu Jiaojiao was stunned. What about me? Wu Bufan got up, his face full of despondency. Because I found out that all these years, you've been with that fake Wu Ziheo. that group of people who wiped out the Wu family will probably go after you. I can't let anything happen to you. Because I just recently found out that 18 years ago, the little girl who gave me the steamed bun was actually you. Hearing this, Lu Jojo's scalp went numb. This person couldn't be a crazy person, right? Or, just lying. If what the other party says is true, then this is also too damn bloody. Buns? When did this young lady give anyone steamed buns? Lu Jiaozhou cried and laughed. Oh. Such a coincidence? 18 years ago? At that time, this young lady was only 4 years old, right? Who the hell remembers what happened when she was 4 years old? She's sure. There was absolutely no way she would do something stupid like that. At that time, he did not have a few mouths to eat. How could pity a beggar? Even if you really give each other steamed bread, but also most likely is the old man to give. But the old man has long been driving a crane to the west, ask no place to ask. What exactly happened back then, simply cannot be verified. Silent for a moment, Lu Jiaozhou fell into a tangle. So, should we tell this guy the truth? After thinking for a moment, she suddenly realized that the other party's eyes could be described as covered with sincerity. After some consideration, she decided to scrutinize it first. If it's really a reliable kaiju, it's not impossible to continue fishing. So how strong are you now? I don't mean martial arts, but I mean economy and status. Wu Bufan didn't change his face. I just came down from the mountain, and the Wu family has now been destroyed. As of now, there really isn't much power. But Lu Jiaozhou had just sighed and revealed a look of contempt when the other parties but came. But what? Wu Bufan sneered. However, my 7 superbly strong, nationally beautiful senior sisters came down the mountain before me. Now, they have become elites, even overlords, in various industries and fields. Plus, my own strength is already close to invincible in this world. In this world, absolutely no one will be able to stop me from taking my revenge. Looking towards the other party, his eyes were filled with deep emotion again. Even more so, no one can stop me, in my determination to repay you for your kindness. P.S. Don't worry, it's not the same old villain trope. This book's genre is not book villain, so there will be no trope style, the so-called son of luck. Spoiler alert, Wu Bufan is lying to Lu Jiaozhou. Chapter 86, Chen Shui, it can still operate like this? Really? Oh. This way. Lu Jiaozhou had an awkward smile on her face, trying to remain calm. Inwardly, however, she was already resisting hissing. Really treating this young lady as a little cutie. Right? You can lie to this young lady. But you can't use the setting in the novel to lie. Do you really think that this young lady doesn't read novels? However, she didn't have the so-called, in her opinion, no matter whether the other party was telling the truth or not, as long as they were willing to take care of and protect themselves, that was a good person. Then what are you going to do next? What are you going to do? Wu Bufan signaled the other party to sit down first, before speaking with a sincere face. Honestly, whether it's that time 18 years ago, or this time. Who exactly is the person who exterminated the Wu family? I can be said to have no clue at all. Speaking here, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh, and with a feigned look of indignation, he punched the sofa. If I were to find out, who the hell killed my entire family, killed old Wu and his family? Even if they hide to the ends of the earth, I will definitely find them out. Disassembled in 8 pieces and thrashed to ashes. Lu Jiaozhou didn't understand the other party's hint, and after thinking for a long time, she suddenly came up with this sentence. All these years, you have been staying in the mountains. Then you must not have a girlfriend. After being single for so long, you should have saved a lot of money, right? Her meaning is clear. Didn't you say you want to repay me? First via a few tens of thousands of dollars to see the strength. Seemingly not realizing that the other party would suddenly come with such a sentence, Wu Bufan looked at the other party in a daze. Only after a long time did he open his mouth woodenly. All these years, I was only manipulating Wu Shanju's father and son behind the scenes. There is no evidence that proves that I am the true power holder of the Wu family. Now that Wu Shanju is dead, the Wu family's money has been frozen. For a while, I can't get it out. In this case, you wait for me for a few days. When I'm done taking revenge, I'll go to my powerful senior sister and ask her to use the power in her hand to unfreeze the Wu family's assets and transfer all of them to my name. At that time, how much money you want is just a matter of words. The hatred of the Wu family, learning the art with a mysterious master, having a number of powerful senior brothers and sisters, as well as manipulating Wu Shanju's family of 3 to establish the Cloud Mountain Association. All of these things were true, he hadn't deceived the other party. But the steamed buns, repaying favors, and whatnot, was pure bull. Purpose, just to win the trust of Lu Jiaojiao, so that the other party has the courage to tell himself about the Black Hand clues only. This time, not only was Shanjui's family, even all the members of the Yunshan Association and their families, all died in the hands of the Black Hand behind the scenes. Moreover, after such a big incident, not only their own people, even the police could not find any clues. Enough to prove the power of the Black Hand behind the scenes. Originally, this matter to investigate, not only dangerous, but also clueless. After some investigation, he finally put his attention on Lu Jiaojiao. Because through the phone recording, he found one thing: in the 2 days before Wu Zihao accident, this Lu Jiaojiao took the initiative to break up. It is also because of this, did not and Wu Zihao together missing. Wu Bufan judgment, this Lu Jiaojiao must know something. Just in the way of behind the scenes of the terrible, do not dare to speak. Want to pry open Lu Jiaojiao's mouth, have to use some means to do. After listening to the words of the other party, Lu Jiaojiao realized that the other party to find themselves, in fact, is to explore the Black Hand behind the scenes clues. Eyes gradually covered with panic, looked at the other party's eyes, she trembled and lowered her head. Then you go to report it. We'll be in touch after you've taken revenge. She knew that Wu Zihao's family, for sure, was killed by Han Shenma. She felt that the reason why the other party hadn't killed herself was simply because she had told the other party's business to Wu Zihao, but not to anyone else. If she told this matter to others, then others definitely also want to die. She may also break the limit of Han Shenruo's patience, by the other party mercilessly destroyed. For this reason, she decided not to mention anything about Han Shenma to anyone. Although by doing so, she would definitely live in fear all the time in the future, physically and mentally exhausted, it was still better than losing her life. That Mr. Wu Bufan, right? Lu Jiaojiao, who had returned from her trance, directly stood up. If you don't have the strength. This young lady means that if you only want to take revenge, then this young lady really can't help you. Can't help, staying here will only drag you down. In that case, then we might as well get in touch later. Well, that's it, bye. No money, you say, an egg. Stay and do what? Continue to die? Or do you want to whore yourself out? If you want to be the second Wu Zihao, go yourself, this lady is not in the mood to play with you. Seeing Lu Jiaojiao leaving, the bodyguard at the door subconsciously wanted to raise his hand, but was stopped by Wu Bufan with a look. The henchman walked up to Wu Bufan with a cold look on his face. Master, she seems not to cooperate. Wu Bufan did not retort. Don't make a move here. Also, Wu Zihao is my righteous brother anyways. His woman can be killed, but not humiliated. But there's no need to keep your hands. Just leave a breath. Don't eat the toast? It's okay, what I have here is just a penalty drink. Understood. Putting on his sunglasses, with gloom under his hand, he turned to leave. Seemingly sensing something, Wu Bufan subconsciously raised his head and looked at the silhouette standing on the second floor. Sister, long time no see. The sales department under the name of Han Yuan Group. Han Xianmo was still visiting the building type with Lin Ruoyu. Shen Shui walked over from the other side and looked at the duo with an astonished expression. Guess what I found? Han Xianmo's face didn't change. Lin Ruoyu, who was on the side, glanced at him and turned back to Chen Shui. What did you find? Chen Shui took out a publicity poster and pointed to the building in the painting. Look at this very domineering-looking gate built on the wasteland. Doesn't it look a bit familiar? The line of sight shifted to Han Shenma, and Chen Shui cried and laughed. That's right. This is the gate near your house. You might not believe it when I say it. The reason why Heng Yuan Group didn't use the most ruthless means to rush your parents to move. It's just because the houses here have long been sold out. Lin Ruoyu seemed to have understood the other party's meaning and was astonished. The house hasn't even been repaired, it doesn't even have a foundation, and only a neighborhood gate has been repaired, and it's sold out? This. Chen Shui wanted to laugh and laughed out. Couldn't have imagined it, right? Before I came here, I couldn't have imagined that there was actually this kind of operation. Lin Ruoyu sighed breathlessly and was just about to open her mouth when the manager of the sales department, with two subordinates, walked over with a smile on her face. Honorable, future residents of Hangyuan, hello, welcome to the 5-star sales department under the name of the world's top 500, Hangyuan Group. I'm the sales manager here, Xiao Zhang, representing the great Hangyuan Group, dedicated to serving you. Chapter 87 Cousin, Han Xiaowan. Not only Manager Zhang, even the 2 female salesmen beside him were always smiling and dignified. They weren't being pretentious. Rather, they really wanted to show their sincerity. There was no way. The property market collapsed in these 2 years. Property prices plummeted. As the saying goes, the more they fall, the less people buy them, and the cheaper they are, the harder it is to do business. This month has passed most of the time, not to mention the number of transactions, even the number of people who looked at the house, has not been able to break through the double digits. You have to know that in the past, it only took 30 to 40 people to pretend to look at houses here to trick a customer into buying a house. Now, 300 to 400 people can't even get a single customer to look at a house. If you don't buy a house, you still have to pay the agent for his hard work. A month or 2 is fine. A year or 2, who can carry it? This is not. They really have no choice but to give up the traditional sales method, using the latest type, even unprecedented sincere sales, trying to use the real sincerity, impress customers. The other side, believe it or not, they do not know. They only knew that they were really sincere. What would the 3 of you like to drink? Manager Zhang had a gentlemanly demeanor as he guided the 3 of them as they continued to step forward. I'll have the 2 of them pour it. Or, the 3 of you can go straight to the bar to help yourself. There are comfortable sofas there, we can sit down and chat slowly. Looking at the other party's sincere, warm and kind smile, Lin Ruoyu and Shen Shui didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and after a moment of silence, they looked at the demon lord beside them. From the beginning to the end, Han Xianma didn't even glance at Manager Zhang, and didn't even listen to what the other party was saying. His line of sight has always been in a direction. He seemed to have seen something interesting. Noticing this scene, Shen Shui hurriedly turned her head and said to Manager Zhang and the others in front of her, "No, thanks. You guys go and get busy, no need to follow us. We'll take a look around casually." Manager Zhang always wore a smile, the kind that couldn't be seen through his eyes. Believe me, whether you guys buy a house or not, you need a professional team by your side. Because they can help you understand the current market, the latest house structure, so that you can make the most accurate judgment in time. It's hard to meet 3 interested customers, this month's commission, the end of the year bonus, all have a place. Give up? It's better to let me die. Chen Shui frowned. There's really no need, we'll just take a look ourselves, you guys don't have to follow us, no need to be so troublesome. At this moment, she suddenly felt that smile was the ugliest and most fake expression in this world. Manager Zhang still maintained his smile. Let's talk about your requirements for the room type. Shen Shui got a little angry and was just about to open her mouth when Lin Ruoyu, who was on the side, spoke up. 5 years ago, we bought 2 sets of period houses in your place. Before that, we had been out of town, and just came back in the past few days, wanting to see the progress of the construction of the house. Hearing this, Manager Zhang was violently stunned, and his smile suddenly froze. Ahem. That, you guys are mistaken, right? Before, the sales that signed the contract with you guys, it definitely wasn't me. The after-sales department is over there, if you have any problems, just look for them. Bye. After saying that, he took his subordinates and left the place without looking back. Shen Shui turned her head to look at Lin Ruoyu with a face of adoration. Worthy of being a schoolmaster. Cow. Lin Ruoyu smiled bashfully and looked up at Han Xianma, only to realize that the other party was long gone from where he was and had gone to the other end of the hall. Shen Shui also noticed this scene, and after exchanging glances with the other party, she joined the other party and walked behind Han Xianma. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? After learning that this was the sales department of the Hangyuan Group, she realized that Lord Demon might take action against the people here. She wouldn't say anything. She only hoped that it wouldn't be so bloody. After all, Lin Ruoyu was there, and she hadn't seen such an exciting scene before. Don't scare them. Lin Ruoyu noticed that Han Qianmuo's eyes had been on a young saleswoman and curiously said, "Do you know her?" Chen Shui had long since noticed the scene, but she didn't think about whether or not Lord Demon knows that girl. Rather, she simply felt that that little girl, who should have just come here as an intern, did look small and delicate, watery, like a cherry that had just hung red. Han Qianma nodded. He is my cousin, Han Xiaowan. Earlier, the other party had used her parents' phone to send a message to her WeChat. Then there was a few chats. Later, he educated the other party in his own father's tone, and helped the other party, adding him to his WeChat. Then later, he did not talk to each other how. After all, in the other party's view, using Han Xianmo WeChat is his parents, not him. There is no point in chatting. Han Xianmo also thought that the other party's life has returned to the right track, then forget about this matter. The result was not expected. The other party not only left school, but also did sales here. There shouldn't be a college entrance exam at this moment. Han Xianmo turned back and looked at Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu on the side. Both of them shook their heads. Chen Shui said, "It's still early." What, was she, before, still studying? If that's the case, then isn't she, now, dropping out of school? Han Xianmo also didn't know what the situation was, and said to Chen Shui at the side, "You guys help me ask. Let's see what the situation is." Han Xiaojuan's parents, his uncle and aunt, were pretty average to him. But Han Shiraowan was pretty good to him. After Han Xiaojuan's family moved out of town, he still received gifts from Han Xiaojuan from time to time. Although they weren't worth much, they were still a token of appreciation. Most of all, when he chatted with the other party on WeChat before, he promised in his heart. If the other party wasn't good at studying or couldn't continue for some reason, he would take the other party to cultivate immortality or magic. Now, seeing that Han Xiaowan was working as a salesperson here, looking not only at the faces of customers, but also at the faces of her superiors, he, as an older brother, would definitely not agree. What's more, he noticed that Han Xiaowan's face was injured. This is not a matter of care. Rather, someone must pay the price for this. Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu looked at each other and nodded. The former said, "Okay, then you wait here for us for a while." She knew that if Han Xianmo went over directly and had to explain the resurrection to the other party, whether the other party believed it or not, there would be a long delay. She, who was already an Earth Realm martial artist, also noticed the injury on Han Xiaojuan's face. In her opinion, what Han Xianmo did was very wise. First, he went to ask what had happened. After resolving those things, then slowly explained to the other party why your cousin was resurrected and became so handsome and bullish. Chapter 88 Heaven Realm Martial Artist. In the hallway of the apartment, Wu Bufan was still talking to his senior sister. "The signal was bad just now, I didn't hear you clearly, sis, please say it again?" Trying to trick Lu Jiajiao's mouth to get information, the other party ended up refusing to eat the wine. After a severe beating, the person was much more honest. After learning the name Han Xianmo from Lu Jiajiao's mouth, he investigated a bit, only to realize that this Han Xianmo was a bit complicated. Yes, there are two Han Xianmo. One is already dead, and this person has also had contact with Lu Jiajiao. More importantly, he is also one of the objects that the Cloud Mountain Association used to game. Number 444. The other one, the background is much simpler, just Donghai University, an ordinary transfer student. Obviously, the Han Xianmo that Lu Jiajiao is talking about is that Han Xianmo who is dead and was once gamed by the Cloud Mountain Society. That makes sense in terms of motive. If the black hand behind the scenes is really him, then it's obvious that he's taking revenge by killing the Wu family and the members of the Cloud Mountain Society. The elder sister on the other end of the phone was named Jiang Yunrui, and just like Wu Bufan, she was also a member of a certain mysterious organization, and earlier, she was the one who was directly manipulating the Wu family. Jiang Yunrui responded, "Do you think that Han Xianrui is really resurrected?" Wu Bufan shook his head. "It's unlikely. Even the Inhumans, as far as I know, don't have the means to resurrect people. Techniques that turn people into walking corpses do exist. But it's obvious that this Han Xianmo is a living human being." Jiang Yunrui on the other end of the phone spoke in a serious tone. No matter what the situation is, if the black hand behind the curtain is really him, then his risk factor is at least at the SSS level. Can you manage it alone? Wu Bufan smiled confidently. Don't worry, your senior brother now is a genuine Heaven Realm martial artist. Even if he's an inhuman, when he meets me, he'll only kneel. Jiang Yunrui didn't retort. Anyway, you be careful. I don't know why, I always feel in my heart a little apprehensive. Wu Bufan comforted. Boss said that when I get rid of the black hand behind the curtain, I will join you and rebuild the Cloud Mountain Association. This means that in the future, I won't have to run east and west, and I won't be able to see you once in a few years. Senior sister, I want to marry you. Seemingly not expecting that the other party would suddenly confess at this time, Jiang Yunrui froze for a long time before speaking gently. When you finish your mission, we'll discuss this matter slowly. But for now, senior sister still wants to tell you. Whether it's before or after knowing you. Senior sister. Have never had a boyfriend. Hearing this explicit statement, Wu Bufan instantly became excited. Taking a deep breath, he was able to hold down the excitement in his heart. Don't go anywhere, wait for me at home. After saying this, he hung up the phone decisively. Because he knew that there was no point in chatting on the phone. If he wanted to feel the warmth of his senior sister, the best thing to do was to complete the task in front of him as soon as possible. Then rush back, and senior sister together. Holding the cell phone in his hand, Wu Bufan slowed down his agitation, held his breath, and walked to the apartment door. Just as he was about to pry the door open, an icy cold chortle suddenly came from behind him. It's not appropriate to do this kind of thing in broad daylight, right? Wu Bufan did not panic and turned back bashfully. Noticing that the other party's realm was only the middle stage of the Earth realm, he couldn't help but smile. You are. White Sin didn't reply and directly made his move. I'm your grandpa. When he was an inspector, he had arrested many prisoners and knew a pattern. That is, before being subdued, these criminals are unlikely to cooperate, much less answer any of your questions. The best thing to do is to take the other party down first, so that the other party realizes that he is not very good to talk to, and then come back to ask yourself questions. Seeing that the other party was directly striking out at the drop of a hat, the corner of Wu Bufan's mouth, who was maintaining a stance of looking down, rose, revealing a contemptuous sneer. Unconscionable. Swish. In the next moment, White Sin, who had swept past the other party, was violently stunned. Only then did he realize that the left arm on his shoulder was gone. His own left arm, without knowing when, had been removed by the other party and held in his hand, playing with it contemptuously. With his face covered in gloom, White Sin didn't panic, but instead turned around blandly and looked coldly at the other party. Heaven Realm? I didn't expect that a martial artist of your level existed in this seemingly peaceful East Sea. Wu Bufan took the other party's broken arm in his hand and pawed it up and down, a scornful smile covering his face. You are not too stupid to recognize that Lao Zi's realm is abrupt. Before the words fell, the broken arm that he pawed in midair looked like it was alive, suddenly grabbing towards his neck. Fortunately, Wu Bufan's reaction was fast enough to not be cut by the sharp nails, directly cutting through the arteries. Otherwise, his life would have to be lost here. At this moment, taking several steps back, he touched the bloodstain on his neck and looked at the broken arm that fell on the ground and was shaking continuously with a stunned face. Only then did he realize that there was no blood coming out of the severed arm's fracture at all. Looking up at the man's wound, there was also no blood splattering. He instantly realized what was going on and his face changed drastically. You're not an ordinary martial artist? What the hell are you, What the hell? White Sin picked up the broken arm on the ground and casually connected it back together. I said, I'm your grandpa. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down for your grandpa? Looking at the man who was striding towards him, the wound at his broken arm, which was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, Wu Bufan's face sank like water, his forehead covered in cold sweat. You are an inhuman? Well well well. So playful, huh? Alright, I'll remember you. Making a you wait for me gesture at the other party, Wu Bufan slowly backed up, leaped, and jumped out of the window opening between the buildings. Coming to the window, White Sin raised his eyes and looked out. He did not find the other party's figure, his face was covered with coldness. The customer reception center of the sales department under the name of Han Yuan Group. Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu named Han Xiaowan to receive them. Han Xinwan had no choice but to follow their request and invite them to the reception room. Both of you, please have some water. The slightly youthful Han Xinwan placed the water on the table in front of the other party. Nervous, it was obvious that she hadn't received a few clients looking at properties before. Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu looked at each other and nodded. The former looked back at Han Xiaojuan in front of her and asked right to the point, how long have you been working here? Also, the injury on your face, what's going on? Han Xinjuan's delicate body trembled, subconsciously covering her face with her hands. 2 months. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Just careless, fell a bit. Chen Shui wrapped her arms around herself and said in a customer tone, we're here to buy a house, and the customer is God. Now, I want to know what's going on with the injury on your face. If you think it's a waste of time to make small talk with me, it's fine, I can find other sales, perhaps, they will be more talkative. Han Xinhuan had a needless look on her face. Alright, I'll call the other sales managers for you and have them serve you. Chen Shui froze, not understanding why the other party's face suddenly became indifferent. Subconsciously, she looked at Lin Ruoyu beside her. Seeing Han Xiaowan turn around and about to leave, the indifferent Lin Ruoyu opened her mouth. Go bring the contract, let's sign the contract of intent first. You heard right, it's signing, not looking. Chapter 89 Three Men. 10 minutes later. Han Xiaowan looked at the signed contract in disbelief and realized that she had opened a bill. And it was the first order since she started selling. Stunned, she looked at the two great beauties in front of her, confused. Why? It seems like I didn't do anything, I just poured you 2 glasses of water. Chen Shui didn't say anything and silently looked at Lin Ruoyu. After finishing the water poured by the other party, Lin Ruoyu looked at the other party bashfully. Rich and capricious. This answer, is it satisfactory? Han Xiaowan looked at the other party in a daze. Although the other party's mouth spoke simply and roughly, she understood that the other party must have seen that she was a novice and hadn't opened a single order before. That's why she was kind enough to take the initiative to sign the order and take care of herself. Knowing the insides of real estate, her heart at this moment has borne a trace of guilt. Because she knows that the houses sold here are all pits. She felt that good people shouldn't be cheated. Without changing her face, Lin Ruoyu directly pulled out her card. Where do I pay the deposit? As far as I know, to buy a house, you need to pay a deposit, right? With hesitation, she took the bank card handed to her by the other party, and after hesitating for a moment, Han Xiaowan returned it to the other party. I'm sorry, this villa worth $10 million cannot be sold to you. Her coming here to work as a salesperson was originally her parents' intention, because her parents knew that without a diploma or culture, and wanting to make a lot of money, she could only work as a salesperson. But after she came here she realized that to put it nicely, it was sales. To put it bluntly, it is cheating. Of course, not cheating is fine. Just stay on the job, waiting for customers to come to the door, and then sell them what they need, at a price they can accept, is her ideal, the way sales should be. But in that case, her supervisor would not agree, the general sales manager would not agree, and the whole company would not agree. Because everyone knows that you can't sell more than a few houses that way. If you want to make the performance standard, you have to go to cheat. After realizing the status quo of the industry, Han Xiaowan, who has never been able to convince herself, gave birth to the idea of giving up. At the moment, she was ready to resign, saw 2 beautiful ladies, actually in order to take care of themselves, took the initiative to sign a contract of intent. Her conscience couldn't help but ache. Because she knew that with the current market, the house here was not worth the price tag on the bright side. What's more, the house that the other party is looking at is just being roofed, and it's not certain that it will be completed. I've seen too many people who come here to make trouble because their houses are in bad shape, and in the end, they can't solve the problem and can only jump off the building. She knows that other companies' sales departments and intermediaries may still be just petty frauds. Han Yuan Group's house is a real scam. Whether people lacked money or not was their business. But one could not even abandon one's conscience in order to earn a commission. After some thought, she finally decided that she would give up signing the order and leave the place when the resignation procedures were done. Lin Ruoyu pretended to be puzzled. Why? Is it the money we gave, not enough? Han Xiaowan thought about it. Since she was leaving, it didn't matter what. More importantly, she felt that the 2 young ladies in front of her didn't seem like bad people. I'll talk to you guys, but you don't go outside and say it. Including the house you guys are looking at, the ones that are being sold, more than 90% of the houses, are all stopped because of the financial chain. What it says is that when the house is sold, tear down the east wall and repair the west wall, and then repair the house that was sold before. Can the current market environment? Who knows how long it will take to sell before we can come up with enough money to make up for the shortage. So, my suggestion is that you can wait and see for now. If you're in a hurry, you can even look elsewhere. Anyway, no matter where you go to buy, I only have one piece of advice, and that is to buy a current home, not a period home. Chen Shui was just about to open her mouth to say something, but Lin Ruoyu snorted coldly. You're kidding. Han Yuan Group, one of the top 500 in the world, the leading real estate company in China. How could there be a break in funds and a rotten situation? Han Xiaowan was a bit anxious. Really? Han Yuan's brand name is indeed very loud, but during this time, there's no money and there's really no money. Not to mention us bottom sales, even Even manager Zhang hasn't been paid for months. You see, when he receives you guys, he is very kind and gentlemanly. In private, his mind has long been blown up, otherwise he wouldn't still have meetings every day after work, and every time he has a meeting, he has to give us a bad scolding. Chen Shui realized that the opportunity had come. So, the injury on your face, it's also from him? Han Xiaowan looked evasive, but didn't react as violently as before. Yes. But it wasn't because of work. Lin Ruoyu asked, not a work matter? Then aren't your words contradicting themselves? Han Xinwan watched the two with an anxious expression. Alright, I'll be blunt. The injury on my face is indeed because of manager Zhang. But it wasn't him who hit me, it was his 3 nephews. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui looked at each other. The former was truly a bit puzzled. Nephews? What do you mean? I didn't understand. After hesitating for a long time, Han Xiaowan gathered her courage and spoke the truth. I've been here for more than 2 months, the internship period is 3 months, and this month, it's the last month. Just last week, manager Zhang found me and said he wanted to talk to me about transferring. His meaning is very direct, I have not billed, according to the rules, it is impossible to transfer. But he was willing. Willing to open the back door for me, provided that I have to be his junior. The color of anger had surfaced on Chen Shui's pretty face. And then? Han Xiaowan looked powerless. I definitely couldn't possibly agree. He then threatened me, saying that if I didn't agree, not only would I not be able to get my internship salary, I would also go to jail. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui looked at each other. The former was puzzled. Why would you go to jail? What do you have on him? Han Xinwan shook her head. No. I haven't done anything illegal. What he means is that he has 3 nephews, all very young. If I don't agree to be his mistress, he told to let those 3 nephews beat me. As long as I dare to fight back, he will have evidence and say that I infringe on. Then, take me to court. And then, through the relationship in hand, send me in. Chen Shui's eyes widened. So, the injuries on your body, are all from them? According to you, those 3 nephews, they shouldn't be too old. Although your figure is relatively petite. But you've also turned 18. You can't beat 3 kids, and you don't even have a chance to escape or fight back? Han Xinwan laughed powerlessly and bitterly. Nowadays, how fast kids develop, you guys probably can't imagine. Chen Shui looked towards Lin Ruoyu, who was pondering with a blank expression. She really didn't have much of a concept about this matter. At this moment, in the hall, 3 so-called kids were playing basketball without objects. The shortest one is over 1 meter 7, and the tallest one is even close to 1 meter 8. All kinds of no physical dribbling, passing, shooting. Think they are very handsome. When you run into customers who are looking at houses, you don't even apologize, you just ignore them. Because they know who they are. They are not taking anyone seriously. At this point, one of the people said, after the game, where are we going to play? Continue to play with the stray cats in the neighborhood? The companion next to him said while dribbling the ball, the one we killed yesterday should be the last one. I don't think we'll be able to find any cats in the neighborhood for the next few days. The man who made the suggestion looked disappointed. How are we going to play in the afternoon then? It's impossible to play all day. It's too boring. At this moment, the person who was close to 1 meter 8 in height opened his mouth slyly. How meaningless it is to kill cats. How about? Let's try killing people. Hearing these words, the 2 people who were passing the ball were stunned, and slowly, a hideous smile appeared on their faces. Right. Why didn't I think of that? If you can't play with cats, you can play with people. Anyway, the general manager here is our uncle. No one can control us. Another companion thought about it. But who do we play with? It's full of adults here, and they all like to hang out in groups whether they're on or off duty, or eating. We don't have a chance to play even if we wanted to. The one with whom he was passing nodded, equally distressed. Only the man who was close to 1 meter 8 in height, as if he had already had a plan, smiled calmly. Who says there are no fallen ones? Doesn't that one called Han Xiaojuan, the childish big sister, always like to be alone? Hearing these words, the other 2 people gazed as if they were torches, and surprise and excitement gradually appeared on their faces. On the sofa in the lounge area, Han Qianmo was playing with his cell phone as if nothing had happened. Including Lin Ruoyu's and Chen Shui's inquiries to Han Xiaowan in the reception room, the entire building, almost everyone's conversations were all heard by him. The discussion of those three people. The three people's discussion was no exception. P.S. I hope it won't be censored. Chapter 90, Fun. In the office. Manager Zhang, who took off his suit and undid his tie, had an annoyed look on his face. Bunch of losers. The people under his command hadn't opened a single order for 2 months, and he had personally stepped in and still couldn't open a single order. He knew that if this continued, at most by the end of next month, he would be demoted from general manager to an ordinary sales. By that time, he would most likely not be able to do it anymore. Because he knows he offended too many subordinates to really fall to the level of those subordinates, absolutely will be retaliated against very badly. At that time, he would rather not do it than stay on. This can't go on like this. Scratching his hair, Manager Zhang opened the drawer, preparing to smoke a cigarette, but found the winks that had been placed in the drawer before. His eyes narrowed into a line. Looking at this situation now, a miracle should be unlikely. It's okay to quit, but before leaving, I have to go crazy one more time. The female sales of the team were almost all subjected to his scourge. Only the newcomer who preferred to fold Han Xiaowan remained. Thinking that she was going to be demoted or fired anyway. Since that's the case, it would be better to have a bully while there was still power in his hands. The corners of his mouth sketched up a smile of anticipation as Manager Zhang, who had made his decision, held the winks in his hand and was just about to get up when his assistant rushed in hot and bothered. It's not good, Manager Zhang. Your nephew killed someone. Manager Zhang was first stunned, and then he asked as if nothing had happened, killed who? He seemed to be clear about what was going on and was only surprised, not worried. The assistant snapped. The one to kill is your nephew. Hearing this, Manager Zhang first froze, seemingly not understanding. In the next moment, he was suddenly stunned and his face changed drastically. Using the fastest speed possible, he rushed out of the office and came to the hall outside. Only then did Manager Zhang see that the hall was already full of theater watchers. Get out of the way. Get out of my way. Pushing aside the onlookers, he rushed to the front, and in an instant, his face suddenly turned pale. Xiao Go. Xiao Cha. Ah, show. What are you doing? Stop it, hurry up and stop it. The three people didn't pay attention to his hissing, still waving the fruit knives in their hands, which they had found somewhere, and poking at each other's bodies. Fun. Too much fun. Killing people, so it's really so much fun. The eyes of the three people were not empty, their gazes were like torches, as if they were really enjoying the process. However, the bodies that were unable to control themselves, as well as the intense pain that came after their bodies were poked and prodded, caused them to wake up and wail continuously. Pain. 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 It hurts so much. Why? My body won't listen to itself. I was trying to kill people for fun. But I don't want to kill them both. Stop it. Who's controlling me? Hurry up and stop. Watching his three nephews stabbing each other with knives, Manager Zhang, who hissed to no avail, grabbed the security guard next to him. What are you guys still waiting for? Hurry up and stop them. The security guard, sweating coldly, waved his hand, indicating that there was nothing he could do. They are your nephews. There are still knives in their hands. If you go up and try to stop them, what if you get stabbed? They're not responsible. What about you? Will they be responsible? I'm not a cutie. If you want to go, you go. I do not go. Seemingly seeing indifference in the other party's eyes, Manager Zhang knew that there was no point in continuing to tangle with them, and after pushing the other party away, he pulled out his phone. Hey, third sister, you hurry over here. Something's wrong. Your son killed someone. On the other end of the phone, the parents of the three people were gathered around playing mahjong. Some were watching, some were playing. Hearing Manager Zhang's words, the one who answered the phone looked surprised. Really? Red Center. My son actually dared to even kill someone? Worthy of being my son, he's made a fortune. 2 cakes? Touch. Instead of being angry, the woman asked curiously after recoding the deck, however, I still want to ask. Who did he kill? The other party shouldn't have much of a background. It doesn't matter if it doesn't have much of a background. After all, he's still young and doesn't know any better. The sisters and sister husbands with whom she was playing mahjong seemed to understand what she was chatting about and who she was talking to. All of them were wearing smiles and curiously put their heads over, wanting to join in the fun. As a result, the next moment, the woman who answered the phone, but her eyes widened, the smile on her face gradually solidified. Noticing the change in her complexion, the sister with whom she was playing mahjong asked with a smile, "What's wrong? The person who was killed, is his family background dangling?" "It's okay, your son is still." Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, the woman who answered the phone hurriedly opened her mouth. "He said that the person my son killed. It's actually your son." The air was suddenly quiet. The next moment, swish, including the sister who asked the question, everyone present, their faces changed drastically, their heads buzzing. In the lobby of the sales department, Manager Zhang didn't hear a response and continued to shout. "Hello? Hello? Where is everyone? Are you listening to me or not?" Never getting a response, he became even more agitated, just as he thought it was a bad signal, hung up the phone and was about to call again. Suddenly, he realized that his colleagues and security guards, who were originally standing around him, had all ducked to a far corner. Stunned, they looked at themselves. Seemingly realizing what was going on, Manager Zhang, who was holding the phone, was sweating profusely and turned around stiffly. Only then did he see that his three good-natured nephews had already stood behind him. They were carrying blood-soaked fruit knives and staring straight at themselves. On their faces, all of them are hanging innocent, rosy smile. The next moment, "No!" Miserable screams resounded throughout the hall. All the sales and security had a look of horror on their faces, leaning close to each other, unable to bear to look at each other. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui, who were in the reception room, had long heard the commotion outside. They knew what was happening. That's why they didn't come out to watch, and even kept preventing Han Xiaowan from leaving the reception room. But the commotion outside was just too great. Han Xinwan still couldn't help herself and rushed out of the reception room. Seeing those three people who often beat themselves up with clubs, but they couldn't do anything about it, at this moment, they were actually chasing and slashing their uncle with knives. The scene was bloody to the extreme. Her body trembled and she covered her mouth, almost screaming out. Noticing that Lin Ruoyu's complexion hadn't changed much, and realizing that the other party's mental quality was far stronger than she had imagined, Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Rushing behind Han Xiaowan, she covered the other party's eyes with her hands. "Don't look. Don't worry, it will soon pass. It's none of your business, you don't need to care or remember anything." However, Han Xiaowan directly broke free of the other party's restraints and stared dead at the image of the three people chasing and slashing one person. "No. It has something to do with me. I'm going to watch them die." Although she didn't know why these four people were going crazy. But she really felt that it was very cool. If it wasn't for her reasoning, she would even be willing to help those four people find four longer and bigger machetes. She would even help those four men find four longer and bigger machetes and hand them to them, so that they could chop even harder. Seeing this scene, Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu both widened their eyes and turned their heads to the side, sitting on the sofa in the lounge area, always looking at the cell phone of Han Qianma. Is it because of the demon-cousin relationship? The original innocent, kind cousin, at the moment, is heading towards the road of blackization, step by step deeper. Chapter 91: 19 Levels of Purgatory. Han Qianlong knew what they were thinking. But he didn't think that way. In his opinion, Han Shizhuan's current state had nothing to do with blackening, nor did it have anything to do with his own demonic aura. The so-called resentment and anger and relief were all reactions that a normal person should have. Seeing that the other party never looked up, Chen Shui was just about to say something when she heard a gush of alarm coming from the direction of the gate. "Son? Xiao Cha. What are you doing? No. Stop it. He's your uncle." The parents of the three people were playing cards in a nearby tea house and rushed over at the first opportunity after receiving Manager Zhang's call. On the way, they were still arguing about whose son killed whose son, and who started the fight. Even if quarrel to social rules are social rules? If the son of the other party really killed his own son, or should be compensated and jailed. However, to this side they realized. There is no such thing as who made the first move and who suffered more. One person with a knife. Whoever suffered injuries was no less than anyone else. Not only that. Now, they are also working together to hunt down their uncle. Cutting each other's bodies one by one. And they're enjoying it. It's a sight to behold, and the souls of the people are trembling. They realize that now is not the time to dwell on who is responsible. The most important thing is to stop them first. Son, stop it, son. He's your uncle. You guys hurry up and stop stabbing. Manager Zhang, who had already crawled in front of them, as if he had seen the straw that saved his life, desperately reached out his hand, wanting to grab the legs of his sister. But at this time, was a powerful force pulled. I can't take another step forward. Manager Zhang, who had already experienced the strength of his 3 nephews and knew that he couldn't resist, could only look at his sisters in despair, shedding tears of remorse and fear. Save me. They are your sons. Hurry up and make them stop. Save. Put. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, some hard object directly entered his brain. Forced shutdown. He. Fun. That's fun. Seeing this scene, Manager Zhang's sisters and brothers-in-law were completely dumbfounded. One of the women, looking at her son in disbelief, slowly walked over. Little Years, what's wrong with you? Don't scare mommy, okay? Her heart couldn't stop screaming, you can do whatever you want, but you can't use whatever you want on yourself and your uncle. Fun. The person called Little Years heard the others shout, and the moment he looked up, a smile appeared on his face. That was fun. You come play with me. The woman gulped deeply and cautiously walked over. Son, stop stabbing. Go home with mom. It doesn't matter if you kill your uncle, as long as you're obedient, you'll still be mom's good. Just when she thought that the other party had calmed down and was ready to reach for the knife, Suddenly felt that something cut through her neck. The moment the warm current erupted, she subconsciously covered her neck. Staring at her eyes, she continued to convulse on the ground, spitting blood from her mouth. Little Xiaoyu? The person called Xiaoyu didn't change his face, abandoning his uncle and walking towards the other party. Fun. That's funny. Seeing this scene, the woman's husband trembled, anger and shock filling the whole brain. What have you done? He's your... Ah. With a hiss of collapse, the man frantically rushed forward. But he was tripped by 2 other people, grabbed his arms, and held down to the ground. Suddenly realized that he actually cannot resist? The man panicked, looking at his son who got up and walked towards him, shaking his head. What are you going to do? No. I'm your... Wow. Before the words left his mouth, it was as if something stabbed into something. The hissing sound came to an abrupt end. The person called Little Years had a smile on his face that bloomed to the extreme. He. What fun! However, at this moment, his lucid consciousness had collapsed. Not fun. Not fun at all. Ah. But whether it was it, or its companion, although it had already split its skin and flesh, and its internal organs and bones were clearly visible. But there was still no intention to stop. After resolving the 2 playmates in front of them, they got up and walked towards the remaining playmates. Don't run. Let's play. Really, it's fun. Hey. The remaining 2 men and 2 women kept retreating, their faces covered in shock and disbelief. At this moment, they no longer had half a bit of courage to stop, to comfort. Their thoughts were only one. Run. Hurry up and run. However, the 3 people who had been given power by the Demon Lord and allowed to play, how could they possibly let each other go? No. Son, I'm your... Ah. I was wrong, I shouldn't have told you that doing whatever you want is right. Listen to me and stop now. It's not right to do whatever you want. You're all human, you should. Poof. The moment the blood splattered, the surrounding sales and security had long since been dumbstruck and had even forgotten to breathe. Even Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui frowned at that moment. Instead, it was the naive, kind-hearted Han Xiaowan who couldn't take her eyes off. Although her face was pale and she was breathing heavily, there was indeed a fleshly exhilaration hanging on that pretty face. Perhaps it was because Manager Zhang and his family were so poorly liked. The game went on for half an hour. The police have never been called. The 3 people are still waving their arms mechanically. The playmate is gone, play with each other. At this moment, sitting on the sofa, Han Xianma seemed to hear a soul plea. Let us go. They taught us what we did before. They deserve to die. We still don't deserve to die. Han Xianmo did not raise his head, let alone respond to the pleas of the soul. With a wave of his hand, the 9 ghosts of true fire, which no one could see, brought the souls of those 3 people to the 19th floor of the purgatory. Originally, there were only 18 floors in purgatory. The 19th floor was opened up by Han Xian Mo specifically for them, a place where every 10 minutes, there would be a different way of death, a kind of pain, the ultimate paradise. There, every method of death was gruesome to the extreme. Every kind of pain is 100 million times more painful than giving birth to a child or having a kidney stone. Of course, not only them. With the advent of the bloodline curse, their parents, grandparents, family members, and all blood relatives within 20 generations will be imprisoned in the 9 hells of purgatory. They will live forever and ever, in perfect order. Milk tea, the ratings are out and the mind is blown. If you like this book, feel that this book is still broad, please give a 5-star praise, really cannot, for stars is also okay. Now the recommendation is also gone, a day just $20 or $30, if even the rating is so pulled down, it really cannot hold out. I'd like to ask for free power generation. I'll try to hold out until after 500,000 words before I consider finishing. My little sister really likes Lord Demon, if you like it too, please give your child some support. Kneel down and thank you. Chapter 92, Boomerang. After receiving the call, Zhao Tai immediately brought his men and rushed here. As a result, he saw a field of blood and mud, the scene was so bloody and shocking. He, who hadn't been able to say a single word, vomited on the spot. Vomit. Not only him, even the men behind him were all green and purple, almost vomiting out their bile. One must know that their hands had been stained with many human lives. Before today, a dead person to them was a pile of meat that couldn't speak, and it was impossible to develop the so-called fear or disgust towards them. However, right now, their heads were buzzing, and they were almost frightened to the point of fainting by the scene in front of them. Because in their view, what was on the ground was not a dead person at all, but a slimy, fishy, indescribable object. Visual impact are only secondary, the most critical are body instincts. Do not even need to figure out, the pile of things on the ground, in the end is what, the body has already produced a rejection as well as fear reaction. It made them dizzy, and the extreme sense of ulceration and disgust was difficult to contain. What the hell is going on? It took a long time for Zhao Tai to slow down from his dizziness, grabbing the security next to him and snapping. Can someone tell me? Here, what the hell is happening? He was in charge of the property sales and leasing in the University City area. With such a big thing happening in the sales department, he knew to himself that if he didn't handle it well, his own downfall would definitely be ugly. The head of security trembled as he explained what had happened earlier. It was only then that Zhao Tai was informed of what had happened, and the fact that the people from the patrol team were already looking at the surveillance. Yes, the surveillance room, hurry to the surveillance room. With a bruised face, he loosened the security tie and couldn't help but take another look at the indescribable. On the ground. Vomit. He vomited again. The repentant man hurriedly turned around and left the place by running away. Inside the surveillance room, Zhao Tai, who was wiping his mouth with a silk scarf, saw that it was actually Lang Lingfang, the captain of the East Sea Patrol Division's action team, who was in charge of this matter case, and quickly tidied up his grooming. Tough job, Captain Lang. How is it, see any clues? Who's the suspect? In his opinion, it was impossible for people to go crazy for no reason, much less for 3 people to go crazy at the same time. Someone must have given those 3 people something to eat, or done something to them, and they suddenly lost control of themselves, and the latter happened. Lang Lingfang didn't turn around, still staring at the surveillance screen. At this moment, she remembered the scene she saw in Wu's building that night. In her heart, she already had a number. Slightly relieved, feeling a little refreshed in her heart, and being even more curious about that man, she turned her head, coldly looking out of the corner of her eye. What suspect? Oh, you said those 3. Aren't they already dead, but the surveillance was taken clearly. Her meaning is very clear, the murderer is those 3 people, the murderer is already dead, there is no suspect, and there is no need to continue the investigation. Case closed. Call it a day. Zhao Tai frowned. As far as I know, they are all normal people. Suddenly mentally deranged, even their own. Even kill their own family members. Don't you think that there is something fishy? Lang Lingfang ignored it. You're doubting this captain's judgment? Fine, you think there's something fishy and won't let this captain close the case. Then you show the appropriate evidence, no evidence? A clue will do. If there is, this captain will follow the rules and continue the investigation. If there isn't, you only need to do one thing. That is to shut up. Zhao Tai was disliked and dumbfounded for a long time before he frowned and opened his mouth. Even if those 3 people are really murderers and there's no so-called mastermind behind it, then this matter, someone has to be responsible for it. He actually didn't care who the murderer was, what he cared about was that someone was responsible. This kind of thing happened in the sales department. When the news is exposed tomorrow, Han Yuan Group's stock price will definitely plummet. This matter was beyond his control. The only thing he could do was one thing. That was to find someone to take responsibility for this matter and make compensation. After today, this sales department would definitely not be able to operate. It could only be torn down and rebuilt in a different place. That requires a large sum of money. The company's stock price has its ups and downs, and if it goes down now, it can go back up later. The money for relocating and rebuilding the sales department is a real expense. He knows very well, if no one loses money, this huge sum of money will have to come out of their own. Repair the building, find people, redo the publicity. This money to spend, that is not a night back to the pre-liberation, but a night back to the Qing dynasty. After cutting the land and compensating for the money, you still have to owe a butt of foreign debt. And also a lifetime may not be able to pay off. If that's the case, he knew that his life, it's over. Zhao Tai took a deep breath and eased his agitation. Captain Lang. Those 3 guys, even though they killed their own parents and relatives, they don't have to pay for their lives, but the impact on our sales department, the loss caused to us, is real. This loss, someone must make up for it. They died. Let their other relatives, their family members repay. Anyway, it's impossible to just let it go. Long Lingfong turned back blandly, her face unchanged. I'm sorry, they are still small. No need to be responsible. Boom. The moment he heard this, Zhao Tai's scalp went numb. The entire person was like being struck by lightning and stood dumbfounded, not even having the time to care about the other parties turning away. Because the other party does not know, but he remembers clearly. This sentence, as early as a year ago, he and the 3 people said. At that time, he knew that these 3 people is the nephew of Manager Zhang. Because the relationship with Manager Zhang was not bad, plus, he had a very good feeling about those 3 people, thinking that they were very promising, and in the future, if there was a chance, they could even join his command. He then gave the experience he had accumulated when he was a student. He told the 3 people, you are still young, do not need to be responsible. As a result, who would have thought? Who would have thought that the ultimate victim of this statement would be himself? Looking at Lung Lingfong's departing back, Zhao Tai was in a trance. He suddenly realized, this matter, there was no way to find someone to take responsibility. By himself, he was really going to be finished. Leaving only 2 people to deal with the aftermath, Lung Lingfong led the large troop to directly close the group. When she came to the side of the road, her sight suddenly saw the $1 million domestic tram not far away, and she couldn't help but stand in place. In the end, she still didn't walk over, but after watching for a while, she turned to her people and said, let's go, close up the team. In the car. Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu explained for a long time, finally allowing Han Xiaowan to accept reality. Looking at the front, at the man sitting in the passenger seat, Han Xiaojuan's clear, beautiful eyes constantly trembled. You really resurrected. Brother Qian Mo? This can't be a dream. If it's a dream, I really hope that I'll never wake up. Han Qianma didn't answer. Being a vegetable is not a good ideal. Don't worry, it's not a dream. He then told the other party in passing. The one who was chatting with you on WeChat before was not your second uncle, but me, your cousin himself. Hearing this, as if she thought of something, Han Xiaojuan's face was instantly covered in red. Because she clearly remembered. At that time, she thought that the other party was not her cousin himself, so she was in the chat, feeling all kinds of emotions. Cousin so handsome, people so good, academic performance and so good, really too bad. In the eyes of adults, these words, there is nothing wrong, can only prove, this pair of cousins' relationship, really very good. But in Han Xiaojuan's opinion, people of the same age can certainly see. This was a way to euphemistically express regret, or even thoughts. Chapter 93, Xin Shui, I think, we should still play by the book. Obviously, Han Xiaowan only knew that her cousin was handsome, nice and smart, and that she could only even look up to him when it came to his academic performance. But she doesn't know. Cousin, or Lord Demon, is a straight man of steel. Reveal the heart? Doesn't exist. Explicit indications are not always heard. Not to mention hints. Sure enough. When Han Shijuan's pretty face was red, not knowing what to do, even Chen Shui also saw the clues. As if Han Xianmo was blind, he didn't notice the other party's blush at all and directly inquired about something he was curious about. By the way, how's Uncle Nine's health these days, his illness, is he better? Of course, it was also possible that he had noticed it and didn't feel that there was anything wrong. After all, in his eyes, the other party's physical condition could be seen at a glance. It was like looking at a CT report. There was only healthy or unhealthy, there was no right or wrong. To him, there was nothing wrong if the person was healthy. Reddened cheeks? Probably too many people in the car. Stifled it. Only when she heard the other party ask about her father did the blush on Han Shijuan's face gradually dissipate. My dad has already left. It was on the 7th night of your accident. After a moment of silence, Han Xianrua spoke faintly. That's so. Han Shijuan's biological father, his ninth uncle, used to treat him very well. With $1 in his pocket, he could take 50 cents each with Han Xiaowan. The ones who were cold to him, who disliked his family for being poor and feared his family for being rich, were Han Shiaowan's own mother and stepfather. He didn't want to talk to them. He only wanted to repay the real ninth uncle. As a result, he did not expect that it was still a step too late. Han Xianma's face didn't change. It's been 3 years. The soul is estimated to have been dispersed long ago. I don't know if I will encounter the other party's reincarnation later. If he could encounter it, it would definitely be a good thing. But he understood that this kind of thing could only follow fate. Because he had tried. In this place on Earth, you can't just use divine sense envelope. In that case, it would directly people to death. At first, he also thought that there was something wrong with his control. After all, such a situation had never occurred in the Nine Heavens continent. According to reason, the soul strength of Earthlings was much stronger than ordinary people in the Nine Heavens continent. The ordinary people of the Nine Heavens continent were able to withstand the probing of the divine sense, so theoretically, the Earthlings should be able to do so with even greater ease. However, the result was just the opposite. From this, he came up with a speculation, that is, although the Earth's aura was thin, there was indeed a main god in terms of rules. All the people of the Earth are under the cover of the divine sense of this main god to survive and reproduce. His own divine sense probing, in essence, is to break the original divine sense protection, and then, to probe it. The two forces collided, although the Lord God's divine sense was very weak, and only lasted less than 0.0001 seconds before it was crushed. But such a collision was still too strong for ordinary people. Stronger strength, maybe exploded head and die, ordinary people. The probability was that they would be blown into a blood mist on the spot, with not even a dreg left. For this reason, Han Xianma understood that divine sense probing cannot be used easily. After all, this sweep, people directly die. Then what's the point of probing? Of course, he knew that he couldn't blame himself for this. If you want to blame, you can only blame the Earth's main god is too weak. After regaining his senses, Han Xianmo looked at Han Xiaowan in the backseat through the rearview mirror with a bemused expression. So what's next for you? What are your plans? It was obvious that dropping out of school to become a salesman was not the other party's wish. It was fine if he didn't know, but since he knew the other party's current situation, he definitely wouldn't sit idly by. Han Xiaowan thought about it and looked at the other party with a determined face. I want to follow you to cultivate immortality. Is it possible? She knew herself. Studying was average. Working part-time. Average job, couldn't earn much money, doing sales, and always looking out for the customers. Before, she had no choice. Now, she wants to cultivate immortality. Han Xianma nodded his head. Okay, cousin, help you. He did not know that the other party said cultivate immortality is actually a broad sense of cultivation. As for whether it is to cultivate magic or immortality, it does not matter at all. He only listened to the literal meaning. If the other party wants to cultivate immortality, then they can cultivate immortality. Anyway, in the Nine Heavens continent, he had killed many immortal emperors before. If you haven't been a pig, you haven't seen it before, and you've killed a pig? This way. With his sight looking ahead, Han Xianma had a bland face. In the future, you will live with me. I'll be at home, helping you get a spirit gathering array, and try to ensure that your cultivation speed won't lag behind others. It was different from Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu. The two women cultivated the devil. As long as they were next to him, and often together with him, they would be able to absorb the demonic energy and enhance their realm. After all, he was a natural, huge, unrivaled, and even shocking devil wheel formation. Of course, building this spirit-gathering formation wasn't purely for Han Xiaowan. In his opinion, the aura gathered by the spirit-gathering formation can also be used by Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui. Magic immortal dual cultivation. In this way, they could also lay the foundation for the future condensation of chaotic power. Han Xiaowan stared blankly at the other party's back, her beautiful eyes flashing with longing and hope. Aha! Thank you, brother Qian Mo. Lin Ruoyu had an unnecessary face. Chen Shui, however, couldn't sit still. Wait a minute. This development speed, will it be a bit too fast? I think that we should still play our cards according to the formula. We can't take such a big step. So wild. Lin Ruoyu and Han Xiaowan were at a loss, not knowing why. Han Xianma, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also didn't understand what the other party was expressing. Speak human. Chen Shui came up, looking at the back of the other party's head with a complicated expression, and spoke in a low voice. According to the novel's formula, you should first use Han Xiaojuan as a starting point to reach out to her family. Start a conflict with her family, resolve the conflict, and then continue to develop. Start a conflict with the entire Han clan. Resolve the conflict. In the end, after you've resolved all the conflicts, you realize that you, in fact, are not the bloodline of the Han family at all. Rather, he is an adopted child. In this way, you can set aside your kinship with Han Xiaowan. Reasonably, compliantly together. Chen Shui lowered her voice again. Let her live with you now. The step is too big. Something is going to happen. Her heart couldn't help but sigh long. I'm not blind, how can I not see that this innocent-looking, naive cousin has actually been secretly in love with you? You, Lord Demon, are sure to be able to hold on. But who can guarantee that the cousin who stays by your side and is infected by the devil's energy can hold her own? Even if she doesn't have the courage. Who can guarantee that I will be able to control myself? I'm a witch now. I am now a witch, and there are many opportunities near the water. And obviously, this naive cousin is 100 times better than Lin Ruoyu. If one day, I really can't help it and let her join in. And you haven't investigated clearly, in the end in each other, is not a cousin relationship. That's a big joke. Who? Taking a deep breath, Chen Shui came to the other party's ear and said in a serious tone, so, let's just follow the routine and take our time. Other than that, at least the matter of cohabiting with my cousin, I think, can be slowed down first. Feeling the warm aroma exhaled from the other's mouth, Han Qianma's face did not change color. He was a bit curious. How does the other party know that he is not mom and dad's own son? Indeed, not Han Xiaojuan's own cousin? Continue to ask for favorable comments. Begging for free power generation. Because I have to work at the milk tea store in the afternoon, I have to wait until the mall closes to get off work every day, so I don't have the extra energy to add more. If the income can be stabilized at 70 or more, I'll quit after this period of time. If I really work full-time, I will guarantee 4 shifts a day to hit the bottom. Well, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'll be able to. Chapter 94, Insufficient Nutrition vs Adequate Nutrition. The Han family is actually not poor, to be precise, it should be the East China Sea Han family is not poor. Although not as good as the top 10 families, but there are also several factories and supermarkets under their name, and they live off the fat. The old man of the Han family has been dead for many years, and now it is his original wife, that is, Han Qianmuo and Han Xiaojuan's grandmother, who is in charge of power, known as Han Lao Taijun. The old lady's biggest characteristic is that she favors sons over daughters. Why is Han Xiaojuan's family poor? That's because her father, Han Qianma's ninth uncle, likes to study metaphysics, giving people geomancy, and often does not receive money. Plus having a daughter. It can be said that basically has been abandoned by the Han clan. As for Han Qianmo's family, Han Qianmo remembers, when he was small, his family was still quite wealthy. Parents help to manage the factory, the salary is fruitful, not to mention, there is a year-end bonus. At that time, he was also considered a rich second generation. Until one day, when he was only 5 or 6 years old, he overheard the old Taijun and his parents talking outside the door. The general idea was for the two of them to have another one, and if it was a son, they would continue to manage the factory and be given more privileges. On the other hand, if it was a daughter, the family would also give basic livelihood security, but only after giving birth to a son would they be able to continue to do management. Han Xianlian remembered, his mother had resolutely refused the old Taijuan's request. The reason was, regardless of whether or not a son is born, after it is born, a portion of the parent's love will be shared away. That's very unfair to Pathfinder. Plus, Pathfinder's situation is already special, and with a younger sibling, it's easy to cause psychological problems if a bowl of water isn't leveled out. Either there is no Qian Mo, since we have this son, we should give him unique love. Another one? There's no need and it's impossible. Old Taijun definitely didn't agree, and the result of the negotiations could only be an unhappy breakup. At the time, Han Xianma didn't understand what his parents' words really meant. All he knew was that since then, his parents had been kicked out of the Han family, lost their jobs, and had never been able to go back. It's worth mentioning that there was a problem in the middle of this that Han Xianma still hasn't figured out. That is, even after losing the support of the Han family, his parents, with their own abilities, started a new company. And made a lot of money. But for some reason, although the new company operated well and gave people the impression that it seemed to be very profitable, the family just didn't have a few dollars. By the day of the company's bankruptcy, not even a penny had been saved. Although there was food and drink and a place to live, during that time, it really wasn't considered wealthy. Later, that is, now, Han Xianma thought that the reason for this situation might be because his parents were suppressed by the Han family after they left the Han family. But after careful thought, he thought it was unlikely. The old woman favored sons over daughters, and because she learned that she wasn't a member of the Han family's bloodline, she forced her parents to have another one, and if they didn't, then they would be kicked out of the Han family. Such behavior is already extreme, and after kicking them out, they have to secretly target them? Where is the meaning? And in the end, her own father is also her own son and son. No longer for the sake of the Han family's fragrance, dissatisfied with his son's behavior, but also not so much as to turn against him, tit for tat. So in his opinion, there must be something else fishy in between. Parents in the middle of the rise once, but did not fully rise experience, also became his heart unsolved mystery. Of course, curiosity was curiosity, but he couldn't really satisfy his curiosity by questioning his parents with his words. If his parents are not willing to talk about it, they must have their own reasons, and he believes that they won't harm themselves, so that's enough. Sitting in the passenger seat, Han Xianma directly used voice transmission to Chen Shui. Back to the topic. When I was 5 or 6 years old, I couldn't understand that conversation, but as I grew older, I gradually understood what was going on. This time when I came back, I also did a bloodline probe and established the fact that I was not born to them. That is to say, you did guess correctly. Although it was the truth, he felt indifferent. Being born but not raised can be avenged by breaking his fingers, being born but raised can be avenged by breaking his head, and being not born but raised can be avenged for eternity. Even if he wasn't born, he would treat the two old men as relatives closer than his own parents and support them well. After listening to the other party's explanation, Chen Shui, that pair of peach blossom eyes, has long been wide to the extreme. Forcing the second word to be swallowed back, at this moment, she was simply unable to hide her shock. I didn't expect that I actually did guess correctly. Holy! Is it so dog-blooded? Or is it that reality is inherently more dog-blooded than fiction? Han Xianma's face didn't change color. Dog-blooded or not dog-blooded, the facts are right there, not adding or subtracting. Who? Chen Shui exhaled heavily. Then, since you know these things, have you ever thought about going to your own biological parents? Han Xianma did not hesitate. No. People don't even want you anymore, so go find them. What for? Commit a crime. Chen Shui nodded. Understand you. In that case, let cousin live with us. Anyway, there is no blood relationship. Han Xianma blandly said, it's better not to. I've thought about it for a while, and if she wants to cultivate immortality, she'll have to set up a spirit-gathering formation. Spiritual qi and demonic qi are two forces of opposite natures, and a natural convergence will directly produce annihilation. Yuan Ruoyu's foundation is not yet stabilized. Direct demonic spirit dual cultivation is tantamount to doing it for nothing. The best thing to do is to wait until you have completely and utterly become magical girls and possess a devil's physique before dispersing the devil's aura on your bodies and starting from scratch in a mortal's way, absorbing spiritual aura. The devil's physique coupled with the absorbed aura, and then through a certain amount of enlightenment, as well as my help, will be able to condense the power of chaos. Chen Shui hurriedly interrupted the other party. Fine, if you keep talking, my head is going to explode. Talking to me about medicine is fine, discussing cultivation theories. It's better to spare me. Nodding her head, she directly made a summary. All in all, it's that the two of us and our cousin are on different paths. Not suitable to be together, at least not in the early stages of cultivation, right? Got it. Gotta buy another house for my cousin and live separately so we don't affect each other. Han Qianma responded, no need to be so troublesome. When we move to a new home, the apartment we lived in before, won't it be empty? Let her go there. Chen Shui's eyes lit up. Right. Why didn't I think of that? At exactly this time, a friend's phone call came through, and Chen Shui, who had answered the call, turned straight back to Lin Ruoyu and Han Xiaowan and said, my friend agreed to resell me the large flat she bought the year before. But there are only 3 bedrooms, so Xinwan can move to the bachelor pad we lived in before for now. We'll move in together when we get a bigger house in the back. She knew that in terms of class and quality alone, a single apartment was not inferior to a large flat at all. It was also quite comfortable to live alone. Han Xinwan was flattered. No need to be so troublesome, I have a place to live. Chen Shui directly interrupted the other party. It's definitely not convenient for you to rent a house outside by yourself when you want to cultivate immortality. Alright, it's settled. Looking towards the crowd, Chen Shui directly stated her arrangement. The 3 of us, we usually have to attend classes. Immortal cultivation or demonic cultivation, it's just an amateur interest. So it's the same for you, Xinwan, there's no need to focus on immortal cultivation. It's still necessary to find a proper thing to do. The so-called nothing to do, it is easy to cause trouble. Especially for girls, if they are a little bit idle, they are prone to thinking about things and obsessing about what's there and what's not. She doesn't know about others, she only knows that she is that kind of person. When you are in class, it's okay. After class, a vacation, always want to be in love with the demon lord, let each other, pay something. The demonic aura itself will strengthen the desire in this regard. She was afraid that her adolescent cousin would not be able to hold on and become addicted to it. The best thing to do is to let the other party to find some business, distraction. Lin Ruoyu can indulge. Because she knew that Lin Ruoyu and Han Xianmu were not related, and she did want to see what the schoolmarm schoolgirl looked like after the contrast. Han Xiaowan. At least in the eyes of relatives and friends, the other party and Han Qianmuo, or a close cousin. Before the thorough explanation, it is best not to take the risk. Otherwise, the consequences may be a bit serious. Han Xiaowan thought for a moment. Then, why don't I go find another job? School. I really don't want to go back. Scratching her head, there was a clear refusal in her eyes. I feel that I am really bad at studying. Chen Shui and Lin Ruoyu subconsciously glanced at their cousin's breasts. The moment they looked at each other, they both couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They seemed to know why the other was not good at studying. All the nutrition went there. Elsewhere, it would definitely be slightly undernourished. Chapter 95, second on the school flower list, Chen Shui's BFF. After glancing at her, Chen Shui, who had always been sunny and confident, also looked a little less confident. My family's company, on the contrary, has a few positions with more money and less work. But the place where the work is done, it's not in Donghai, it's far away from the university town. Seemingly thinking of something, Chen Shui looked at Han Xianma in front of her. Lu Xiuxiu's company, isn't it on the rise? Let Xinwan go to her place. If you have the ability, it's just right to help her out. If you don't have the ability, think of it as seeing the world and learning about social experience. After all have already worshipped you as their teacher, money and whatnot is nothing but dust. Han Qianma doesn't care. Anyway, it's also necessary to compensate Lu Xiuxiu. If the other party was willing to help take care of Han Xiaowan for a bit, they would give more compensation. It was only mortal after all. He only needed to make a small contribution, and the other party or Han Xiaowan would be able to use it endlessly. Receiving the other party's reply, Chen Shui nodded happily. Then it's decided. Looking to Lin Ruoyu, she directly divided the labor. Ruoyu, you have a driver's license, right? Lin Ruoyu nodded. Well, I got it when I was in high school. Chen Shui responded, that's good, I'll give Mr. Lu a call in a while, you drive this car and send Xinwan there directly. I'll go sign the contract with my friend and then go wait for you guys at the new house. In the evening, we'll have dinner outside, and after dinner, we'll send Shinwon over to the apartment together. Then, we'll move our stuff directly to the new house with Lord Demon's whoosh. Tonight, stay in the new house. Lin Ruoyu and Han Xiaowan glanced at each other and nodded. Good. Looking toward Han Xianma in front of her, she opened her mouth and asked, then why don't you go look at the house with Xiao Shui? On Mr. Lu's side, I'll just take care of it. Never mind. Han Xianma didn't retort. It's fine. A consensus was reached. The four split into two teams and headed in different directions. Chen Shui showed Han Xianrua a picture of her friend, and after the two of them bought 3 cups of milk tea on the side of the road, they walked into a deserted alley. After buying 3 cups of milk tea on the side of the road, the two of them walked into a deserted alley, and with a whoosh, they came directly behind their friend in the new house. Seeing that her friend, who was wearing short-sleeved hot pants, was sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone, completely not noticing the appearance of herself and Demon Lord, Chen Shui made a stop motion to the Demon Lord beside her. Then she walked to the door and knocked on the door of the room. Bang bang bang. My friend eyed the phone. The door is unlocked, come in. This was a townhouse area in an upscale neighborhood, and the property management fee alone was $2,000 a month. The security measures, so to speak, were quite in place. This was also the reason why she dared to leave the door unlocked. Chen Shui gently walked behind her friend. Ha! Her friend's delicate body trembled, her face bloodless with fear. What are you doing? Walking with no sound at all. Want to scare me to death? Ha! It's not right. It's not just walking. I don't think there's even the sound of the door opening, could it be that I didn't hear it? I know you're bold, this bit of fright can't scare me to death. Chen Shui had a bright smile on her face, and after handing the milk tea to the other party, she directly changed the topic. This is my boyfriend, Han Qianmuo. Told you about before. Even if you die of fright, with Lord Demon, you can't die. Turning you into an ageless and undead zombie, you still have to thank me, thank people. My friend blankly glanced at Chen Shui, turned back to Han Xianma, and while wearing a smile, she extended her jade hand. Hello, Mr. Han. Chen Shui explained to Han Xianmo, this is my hairdresser and best friend, Luo Yusen. Also from our school. But studying in the Department of Economics and Management. Speaking here, she covered her face with her jade hands and lowered her voice. School flower yo. On the school flower list, she's ranked second, tied with me. Someone had made a school flower list on the school's forum. Lin Ruoyu was in first place. Popularity 8,954. Previously, Chen Shui and Luo Yusen were tied for second place, with the former's popularity at 7,263 and the latter's at 7,263. But what Chen Shui didn't know was, her current popularity, only 7,015, is about to fall below the 6,000 mark, and has fallen to third place. The reason is very simple. Because the school people all know she fell in love. The boyfriend is called Han Qianmo. And did not reach out, did not even open the mouth to respond. Han Qianmo just considered the decoration of the house, face showed a trace of satisfaction. Luo Yusen looked at Chen Shui with an embarrassed face. This. Chen Shui hurriedly opened her mouth. He doesn't like shaking hands with people. Normally, even if I have to apply before holding hands. Just get used to it. Luo Yusen didn't know how to express her mood at the moment. Yeah. That way. Quite personalized. Her heart couldn't stop feeling. This man is quite handsome. But Yuki wasn't so humble as to be like this. He's handsome? Xiao Shui is still the flower of the courtyard. What's the big deal? Chen Shui, who was already considered a magical girl, seemed to sense the malice of the other party and her gaze was like a torch. Don't think blindly. He's just more introverted. Is actually very good to me, too good for words. That's something you should be able to tell from my face and even my aura, isn't it? She knew that the reason why the Demon Lord didn't make a move was simply because he knew that the other party was his friend. If not for that, just now, the malice that even she could feel, would have been enough to leave the other party in ashes. Luo Yusen didn't retort and wrapped her arms around herself. Alright, let's get down to business. How is it, this house, is it still satisfactory? She could certainly see that Chen Shui's complexion, which could be described as getting better day by day, and the happiness and pleasure on her face, could not be acted out. But anyone who perceives a little wrong This marriage she will not agree. Chen Shui nodded. I'm definitely satisfied. After all, I've come to see it before. Turning back to Han Qianmuo, her meaning was clear, it mainly depends on whether you are satisfied or not. Luo Yusen indifferently looked at her best friend's boyfriend. How? For the price, for the sake of Xiao Shui, it's still negotiable. She originally thought, directly to the other side to live, money does not matter, anyway, this set of houses, but also to buy to invest. Now it has fallen into this ghost. The company's business is not a few bucks. If housing prices continue to fall. If the house price continues to fall, you can just give it away, the love is worth more than the house price. If the back went up, and then sold, the money earned, part of it to the other side. How to calculate is not a loss. Just the other party must spend money to buy, she had to compromise. Originally also intended, after the other party came, and then persuade the other party, first live, by the matter, later. As a result, when she saw the other party's boyfriend, she suddenly felt that she should let this boyfriend out for some blood. Han Qianma didn't care about Luo Yusen's increasing malice, and nodded after sizing up the place. I think it's good. Luo Yusen laughed, isn't it? This is a decoration that this young lady personally supervised and personally designed. Not only is it good, it's simply quite good. Okay, satisfied on the line. The contract is immediately drafted. This young lady would like to ask first, money, how do you plan to pay? Chen Shui rushed to set the card, but she was stopped back. Looking at her best friend's boyfriend in front of her, Luo Yusen said in a questioning tone, I'm asking you, not her. As a man, buying a house, it's impossible to let a girl pay for it all. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to pay. A loan. Both of you are students now, using your family's money. The money earned by anyone's parents doesn't come from the wind. Buy a house together? It's okay, one person half, no one suffers. Do you think what this lady said has any sense? The body of the cheap you take advantage of, not enough, but also want to eat soft rice? She is in love with her brain on top, this young lady can't control it, but this point of your mind, this young lady can't possibly turn a blind eye to it. Chen Shui frowned. Luo Yusen? You've taken the wrong medication. Before? Didn't we already say it before? How are we going to pay? Do you need to worry about it? Luo Yusen ignored it, still coldly looking at Han Qianma. How? People who are in love have zero IQ, she doesn't want to reason with her best friend who has already picked out her brain right now. Just want to see this man's attitude. Because of the difference in family background, when studying, between people, there is indeed a large gap between rich and poor. In her opinion, you can be poorer than my BFF, even after graduation, you will be poor for a while. But you can't be poor forever, at least in terms of attitude, you have to have that, let her live a better heart. Otherwise, my bestie is so good, why should she be with you? Luo Yusen. Chen Shui was furious. She knew that the other party was doing it for her own good, but she just couldn't help but be angry because she felt that her feelings with Lord Demon Lord didn't need the so-called test, and no one else was qualified to test it. Luo Yusen's expression was solemn and cold, her face resolute. What, can't you take it out? Smiling coldly, she was just about to continue putting words into her mouth, but was interrupted by the object of her questioning, in response. I don't have cash. Han Qianma had a cloudy look from the beginning to the end, and without knowing when, had already put something in her hand. Just use it to pay. Her pretty face was instantly illuminated, and Chen Shui, who originally wanted to say something to her best friend, froze in place. Luo Yusen, whose cheeks were similarly illuminated and whose eyes were even reflecting, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Looking at the other party's spread-out palm, emitting an eye-catching light palm, she even thought that all of this was her own hallucination. I'm not dreaming, right? You can actually afford such an expensive thing? Milk tea, up 0.6 rating in one go, everyone is so helpful. Love you guys. Muahahaha. Chapter 96, You can't hold it, but Auntie can hold it. The moment her face was illuminated, Chen Shui froze. She knew that Lord Demon's things were at worst heavenly material level. It couldn't be cheaper. However, she still wanted to ask, is it really good to directly pull out this kind of treasure with special effects? Are you sure you won't scare people? Chen Shui turned back, looking at Luo Yusen, a bit at a loss for words. Ha ha ha. Listening to you, you seem to know what this is? Looking towards Lord Demon, she was spitting in her heart, she knows. before she realizes that it's not a diamond. It's only true to hurry up and put the thing away before it's not reflective but glowing. Otherwise, when she realized that that thing really glows and doesn't belong to this world, it would be too late to explain. Of course, if you have thoughts of taking her down, you can just ignore my eyes. Not waiting for Han Qianma to make a new move. Luo Yusen, whose beautiful eyes were rounded, was already unable to contain the tremor in her heart and opened her mouth in astonishment. Jet, also known as Legacy Jade. It's also known as Amber. And this one of his, it's still the very best of amber. Bug amber. Currently, there are about 4 known types of worm perch in the world. They are Burmese worm perch, Fuchsian worm perch, Dominican worm perch and Baltic worm perch. This one of his, just by looking at the texture alone, is worth more than $1 million, plus it's worm perch again, it's worth at least $5 million or more. What's even more amazing is, it actually still glows. It should be that in the process of formation, it was incorporated with fluorescent ores. This, although essentially meaningless, greatly increases its rarity. If this amber is purely natural, according to my estimation, its value is definitely not less than $100 million. She could certainly see that this amber was, indeed, a natural formation, otherwise she wouldn't have said so much. Shen Shui's brows got stretched, and it was at this moment that she realized that the situation didn't seem to be as complicated as she had imagined. Looking to Han Qianma on the side, Shen Shui opened her mouth to explain, reintroducing you to Luo Yusen, the youngest daughter of a traditional Chinese medicine family, a genius in traditional Chinese medicine. The reason why she chose business administration is because, on the one hand, the professors of Chinese medicine in the university probably don't know as much as she does. On the other hand, it's because money management is her personal hobby. She knew very well, the elders in Luo Yusen's family were all masters of Chinese medicine. The traditional industry, the masters, usually didn't hand over their inherited education to outsiders, or even to schools. Allowing the heirs of the family to go to school was just responding to the national policy. Let them first play for a few years. After that, should go back to take over the family heritage, or have to go back to take over. 20 or 30 years ago, they wouldn't even let their heirs go to school. Because in their opinion, what the school teaches are useless things, far worse than the family, one-on-one, or even multi-on-one teaching. Shen Shui understood. The older generation's approach was not stubborn. Schools give, essentially just a diploma, there is no culture, or have to look at the family education. She has seen Luo Yusen's parents will know. Luo Yusen's parents have never been to school. But people that talk, that temperament, that opening will be wonderful words, the word pearl cultural level, rely only on school education, cannot teach out. We can only say that times are changing. Nowadays, elders are really willing to give their children a little more opportunity to understand the outside world. But it is just understanding. The real preaching and teaching, this kind of thing that affects the child's life, or even affects the fate of the family, they will never give it to outsiders. Therefore, for the elders of the family, it didn't make much of a difference what Luo Yusen studied outside. Anyway, what should be learned, can be learned at home. At school, it was just to experience life. Han Qianmo didn't care about these details, and his expression remained as light as well water. Want it? If you don't want it, there's something else. Luo Yusen looked dumbfounded and mute for a long time before pulling Chen Shui aside and whispering in shock. Tell me honestly, what exactly does his family do? One shot, it's something at the level of hundreds of millions of dollars. Also too exaggerated. Still think people are a beggar? As a result, one is the beggar. Shen Shui was embarrassed. Just think of him as a super powerful rich man. Come to our place and experience life. Luo Yusen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Uncle, he seems like, he's only worth a few $1 billion. Hundreds of millions of dollars of treasure, directly in his pocket? If he's not a thief, he's afraid that his worth would have to be over $10 billion. TSK. A student worth $10 billion, or a handsome guy? Never heard of that. More to the point, wouldn't you really be under pressure if you were with this kind of character? Shen Shui did not retort. There is definitely pressure. Looking towards the demon lord sitting on the sofa, she did not hide her adoration. But I think, well, this pressure thing, if it's only a little bit, it's still quite romantic and exciting. The inequality of status is what gives the motivation to chase, and the moment you get it, you will have more satisfaction. Two people who were completely equal, living together, could only be as plain as water. There was much less excitement. In her opinion, this should also be the reason why grumpy is always paired with gentle, and strong is always paired with weak. The prerequisite for seeking common ground is the existence of differences. The so-called together is the process of seeking the same. Whenever you can't go on seeking, you will be separated. When they are really the same, they will fade away. Only when the differences persist, when the motivation to seek the same remains, and when the process is uninterrupted, can we truly go all the way to the end? It's obvious. Luo Yusin, who had never been in love, couldn't possibly understand these truths. She just understood one thing from Chen Shui's eyes: this BFF of hers had really fallen. Hey! Sighing slightly, Luo Yusin knew that it was useless to say more. If his value is really higher than your father, I estimate, you will most likely not be able to hold. Auntie just can't hold it. Chen Shui's face collapsed. What do you mean? It's not enough that you're hindering us, but you want to set him up with my mom? Have you considered my feelings? Have you considered my dad's feelings? Luo Yusin let out a pfft laugh. Thinking about what? I was just complimenting Auntie's temperament and her ability to handle men. Look at your father, isn't he being ruled by her? A woman's ability is still mainly reflected in her cultivation and temperament. If you have 70% of Auntie's strength, I believe that you should be able to hold on to him, regardless of whether he's a 10 billionaire or a 100 billionaire. Chen Shui didn't want to dwell on this topic. Finished? When you're done, hurry up and leave. My house is not entertaining guests today, so the matter of inviting you for dinner will be discussed later. Want to eat? Wait for it. Who let you bully my boyfriend? It's a mercy that I didn't turn my face against you. Luo Yusin could see the other party's impatience. Okay, I'll go. I won't bother you two in your two-person world. Walking up to Han Qianma, she wrapped her arms around her, and in her tone, she still carried a hint of seriousness. Be nice to her in the future. This house, you guys take it and live in it. If one day you guys break up, you'll pay me rent again. If you get married, consider it a gift from me. And, glancing at the other's hand, she still couldn't help it, and sucked in another breath of cool air. Such a valuable thing, don't just flash it again in the future. I'm a lifelong friend of Snow, it's nothing if I see it. If it is replaced by those of her former girlfriends? Your relationship with her, I'm afraid it won't last until the end of the month. Although she has not been in love, but she has also seen the people around her, time and time again because of misunderstanding and breakup. So far, she knows the truth, love this thing, the most cannot stand the test. Look at the other party did not respond to their own meaning, and even from the beginning to the end of their own is air. Luo Yuxian feel very angry, but cannot say which gas. Looking back at Chen Shui. From the other side of the face to see you ask for fun, blame me? After a few big words, nodded his head and swallowed his anger into his stomach. Okay. I'm leaving. Grabbing her bag, she took her steps as if fleeing, and the moment she closed the door, she said one last thing. Leave the key in the usual place, take it yourself. Bye. Who? Seeing this scene, Chen Shui only took a long breath of relief, walked to Han Qianma, slowly sat on the other party's lap, and wrapped her jade arms around the other party's neck. Put the things away. Her people are like this, don't take it to heart. Han Qianma blandly said, already gave it to her. Chen Shui, who was just about to kiss up, was slightly stunned. When was it? Why didn't I see it? Chen Shui smiled. How about? Shall we play a game? Chapter 97, Lin Ruoyu's first experience. Playing games again? Great. Come. Han Qianmo looked blandly at the other party's flushed face and didn't stop. What game? Biting her thin lips, Chen Shui, who was on her back, nodded her head. The same as before, I wrapped your eyes with ribbons. You shield your 5 senses. Don't worry, this time it's inside the house, and Lu Xiu won't come here. Han Qianma asked, this time, who are you going to imitate? To be honest. He was a bit interested. Chen Shui's smile carried a hint of cunning. You'll know in a moment. Trust me. This time, it will definitely be a surprise. Han Qianlong nodded. Then this time, how long do I need to wait? Chen Shui looked at her cell phone. 10 minutes. You first sit here for 10 minutes, after 10 minutes, the game officially starts. As she spoke, breaking free from her bonds, she had already used a ribbon and blindfolded the other party. Since it was a game, the rules should definitely be followed. Han Xianma nodded and shielded her 5 senses. The demon dignity aura, too, narrowed down to a range of 1 meter. 10 minutes later, he began to act. First, he went to the kitchen and found no one, then he slowly groped his way to the bathroom. Still no one. Only then groped into the bedroom, 1 room at a time to find. Still no luck, he returned to the living room, along the wall, little by little to find. When he came to the front door, he saw, within 1 meter, appeared thermal imaging type of silhouette, a slight sigh of relief. Sure enough, there is a payoff, the harvest, more people look forward to. After searching in a big circle, almost all the places have been searched, only to find the prey. That feeling is more exciting than the prey sitting up by itself. Perhaps it is worried that the other party will escape. After shielding the 5 senses, it is not easy to find. Found the other side of the moment, Han Chen Mo will reach out his arm, grab the other party's hand, pull the other party into his arms. That's right. This is the feeling. It was simply exactly the same as Lin Ruoyu. Even if it wasn't known in advance. Would have thought that this was Lin Ruoyu herself. For this reason, he also had to admit. The mimicry power of the innate enchanting body was truly amazing. This woman really is a material to be a witch. Slowly lifting the shielding of the 5 senses. Whimpering. Hearing the whimpering coming from beside his ears, Han Xianma's strength in holding the other party tightly became a little bit greater. Just as he was about to completely lift the shielding and feel the other party's progress, an unexpectedly stunning face hazily appeared in his line of sight. The pair of originally bright Danfang eyes had now narrowed into a line, and were colored by a reddish haze, making them particularly charming. On her pretty face, because of the green silk adhered to by the fragrant sweat, coupled with the bewilderment and supplication in her eyes, it gave people a feeling that they couldn't let go of her, but were afraid that if they held her too tightly, she would melt away. I feel sorry for her. The moment his vision was restored, Han Xianma's heart still couldn't help but ripple. Like. Too much like. This is simply. Not right. Slightly stunned, he subconsciously stopped moving, and in his eyes, a hint of surprise surfaced. Is it really you? Ruoyu? The heartbeat was still strong. Lin Ruoyu, whose back was against the wall, her legs were already too weak to support her body, and her eyes were mesmerized to the extreme, charming as the spring breeze in autumn water. I'm sorry. I know you should. Was mistaken. But I don't know why. At that moment, the body suddenly lost its strength. Even the words. Can't even say it. Lu Xiu's company was nearby, and sending Han Xiaowan there wouldn't be a long delay. After seeing the location sent by Chen Shui, she rushed over at the first opportunity. As a result, she never expected that as soon as she entered the door, her schoolmate would directly rush up. Hold yourself down on the wall, not to mention. Also took away his first kiss. Not only that, the other party even wanted. 2. Han Xianma subconsciously turned back and looked at Chen Shui on the sofa. Is this the surprise you were talking about? Chen Shui waved her hand. I'm all lying down. It's you who didn't come to the sofa, had to follow the wall, and kept touching. Eventually touched the door. Her breathing was also a bit rapid, and it was obvious that the excitement had not yet been calmed. And, of course, she was indeed in my plans. I admit, I took a gamble. But in the end, will she show up in time, and who will be caught by you, me, or her? It still depends on fate. Her heart could not stop shouting. Now, Ruoyu has been caught by you. So, go on. The buttons are undone. Why don't you continue? I've been so excited for nothing. Han Chen Mo didn't get angry. He knows that the other party is trying to help himself. Also thought to himself that he was not a decent person, there was no need to be pretentious. More crucially, when one has feelings, one can't say that it's the other person's fault. Sighing slightly, he turned back to look at Lin Ruoyu in front of him, who was in a trance, but breathing heavily, with a blush always hanging on her face, and, up until now, had not lifted her clothes back up, and gently opened his mouth. Are you okay? He could feel that the other party wasn't angry, and was even aroused, even wishing for himself to continue. Plus he was a normal man. The atmosphere at this moment could be described as incomparably subtle. All it needed was a little spark and the fire would be completely ignited. Lin Ruoyu, who had returned to her senses, shook her head. I'm fine. Of course, if I compare it to you, my current state, it's definitely worse. Perhaps the excitement from her first experience was too great, causing her nerves to become too tense, which in turn stimulated her adrenaline, making her mind unusually clear at the moment. Her next words could be described as shocking the entire room. Because studies have shown that after the human body receives some kind of stimulation signal full of temptation, such as kissing, the release of ergot, or 5-hydroxytryptophan, in the brain will make a person become abnormally excited. This substance, which enhances one's sense of pleasure, also inhibits the brain's perception and judgment of the objective world. Perhaps it is trying to focus all perception, energy, all on this stimulus to get more sense of pleasure. The inhibition will increase as some kind of limit is reached, and when it reaches a certain peak, the stimulated person will even be completely unable to think, entering a state completely dominated by hormones, where only instinct remains. Of course, the depth of this state will vary depending on the person's physique, experience, and other conditions. That is to say, Chen Shui, who was in a cold sweat, hurriedly interrupted the other party. Stop, stop, stop. Aren't you studying physics? Why are you still shelving here to popularize biology? And now, is this the time to dwell on logical principles? Her heart couldn't help but be depressed. Could it be that it was opened the wrong way? As I recall, the first time I was with Demon Lord, it wasn't like this. How come when it came to you, you suddenly became serious? The curve of Han Shenmo's mouth was harder to suppress than AK. Sitting back on the sofa, he exhaled slightly before his complexion returned to its natural state. Alright, you two go ahead and choose a room. After choosing a room, rest for a while, it's almost time for Shinju and Sai to get off work. Call Lu Xiuxiu together for dinner. After dinner, we'll go back and move things. Looking at Lin Ruoyu, a speechless Chen Shui, her chest still heaving violently. Oh. Although her heart was unwilling, but Lord Demon has said so, she had no other way. Lin Ruoyu looked at Han Xianma, and in her eyes, it looked like she had something to say. In the end, she didn't say anything, nodded, and casually chose a bedroom and walked in. Although that topic just ended abruptly and didn't follow normal human thinking and continue the discussion, Han Xianma felt that it felt good. More importantly, he knew that the window had opened. It was only a matter of time before it came to that point. So, he made a decision. When he had the chance, he still had to find Lin Ruoyu alone and take the initiative to talk about the future. Including, but not limited to, cohabitation, as well as getting along and living together after cohabitation. Because he understood, if he didn't take the initiative, sooner or later, one day, he would also be set up by Chen Shui. Being passive after being set up, and taking the initiative, were definitely different. Lin Ruoyu was one of his most cherished women. Even if he wanted to take it down, it would be to take the initiative and use a man's way to take the other party down, instead of being set up by others. It's not that it's unpleasant to be set up, but he feels that the meaning of being passive and active is different. Of course, Han Shenmo did not think that he took for granted the idea, this time, actually right. Because at this moment, the bedroom, has closed the door, is lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling dumb, still recalling what Lin Ruoyu. It's almost the same idea. Exhaling deeply, just as Lin Ruoyu made up her mind and sat up, ready to go out and say something, the phone in her pocket rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, she hesitated for a moment, but still picked it up. Which one? On the other end of the line, it was a man. Hello, this is Emily's brother. Robert. Chapter 98, Evolution. What can I tell you? Noticing that the number displayed was unknown number, Lin Ruoyu immediately realized that this so-called brother was most likely outside of the country. And there was a high probability that, like Emily, he was also a member of the special department of the melee frying. There is no need to give a good face. Robert on the other end of the phone looked anxious. Hello Ms. Lin, Emily returned to Daxia with you, right? I haven't received a line from her for several days now, and the phone can't be reached. I'm really worried about her. Did something happen in Daxia? If that's the case, then you guys must be responsible. Moreover, didn't you guys always say that Daxia is very safe, no shootings, no robberies, even at 9 o'clock at night, you can still go out? How come in reality, it's not the same as what you guys said? Lin Ruoyu's face didn't change. Of course it's different. If you're legally coming over for a trip, let alone going out at 9 p.m., 2:30 a.m., there won't be anything wrong. But if you, like Emily, are also a spy and want to threaten the security of our country and people, not to mention 9 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock in the morning, you'll be finished. Robert on the other end of the phone was dumbfounded for a moment. Ms. Lin, are you speaking English? Why can't I quite understand? Lin Ruoyu grunted coldly, you don't understand, do you? Fine, come to Dasha, I'll explain it to you word by word. I'll definitely make it clear to you. Don't dare to come? Then keep your tail between your legs and be a human being, don't pretend with me here. After saying that, she simply hung up the phone. Understanding the relevant laws, she knew that there was no need to pull any punches when dealing with spies. If the other party is outside the country, directly ignore. If the other party was within the country, report them directly. Of course, this was her previous opinion, the current her, she would also report it, only to the Demon Lord. After this call was answered, the idea of showing her feelings was gone. Taking a deep breath and organizing her emotions, the moment she stepped out of the room, she instead only saw Chen Shui sitting on the sofa. He's looking at the room? Chen Shui got up and shook her head. He told us to go straight to the dinner place. He's got something to do, he'll come over to us after he's done. Lin Ruoyu didn't say anything else and nodded. Rental house. Han Qianhua, who appeared in the living room, glanced out the window and realized that this place was close to the apartment he originally lived in as well as the new home he just moved to. Especially the apartment where he originally lived, it was at most 5 minutes from here. Walking to the bedroom door, he saw that, at the moment, White Sin was sitting in front of his computer, holding his cell phone, hesitant, so he opened his mouth. Looking for me for what? The current White Sin was his only believer on Earth. As long as the other party had the idea of seeking an audience, he could sense it. Just now, he sensed that White Sin's mood to see him was very urgent. Thinking that there was still half an hour before the scheduled dinner time, he took the time to come over and take a look. Slightly stunned, Bai Gui subconsciously got up, respectfully. Still thinking about whether or not to call you. As a result, you came. Han Qianhua's figure flashed, coming to the other party's side, looking at the photo on the computer screen. Wu Bufan. Bai Gui was surprised, but he turned and nodded his head. He went to your house during the day, and when he was ready to pry the door open, he was stopped by me. Looking toward the computer, he explained, perhaps he knows I'm not dead. My cousin didn't cancel my patrol account and upgraded the account's privileges. But I didn't know his name before, I could only find it by age range. It took a day of searching to find his information. There were 24,874,000 permanent residents in the East Sea. The 18 to 30-year-old age group had the most people, close to 1/3. In one afternoon, after looking through the photos of nearly 8 million people, it took more than 200 photos a second. This speed, comparable to a machine. Han Qianhua blandly said, your rank, it's improved again. Bai Sin didn't retort. I don't know if it's evolution. Anyway, these past few days, I've been hunting for wanted criminals in the past 5 years who have been identified as having committed a crime but haven't been caught. Probably, over 100 of them. I have to say, the hostility and resentment in their bodies is indeed sufficient. Every time I gnaw on a criminal, I can feel that there is a significant increase in strength and speed. But what's a bit strange is my realm, it seems like it has never changed much, still staying at the mid-earth realm level. I wonder why that is. Devouring the wicked would make you stronger. The moment he possessed this physique, no one knew how happy he was. When he was alive, he was a workaholic. Now that he possessed an ageless, immortal, and indestructible body, even more so, no one could stop him from following his sundial and burning cream. Han Qianhua explained, that's because Earth's martial artists cultivate true qi. That is to say, an aura that is so low ranked that it can't be any lower. And your evolution is more of a physical enhancement. It's normal that the realm hasn't changed, after all, what you're practicing isn't originally a martial path. White Sin didn't retort. The speed of this evolution is indeed a bit fast. I can't even fully adapt to this body right now. Although he had extreme speed, he wasn't quite brave enough to use it right now. Looking at photos was fine, just need to download the photos in the database first, then get a better graphics card and use the software to play them quickly. Then just sit and watch. It doesn't matter if your eyeballs go up in smoke, you can keep up with your recovery anyway. But not when walking. With his current control, if he uses extreme speed, there is only one outcome, and that is to directly hit the wall. When he came here, Han Qianmo noticed the depression on the wall. But he didn't care. Cultivation mainly depends on talent. If the talent is not working, it is useless to talk about it, and you can only let the other party spend time to get used to it. Looking at the photos on the computer, Han Qianma faintly said. Evening get together, let's get together. White Sin was slightly stunned, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Still can't. I'm now a dead man. Walking on the street will scare others. Han Qianma didn't dwell on this topic and turned around to walk into the space rift. Suit yourself. Although he couldn't eat with the people he admired, White Sin was still very happy. Because he knew that he had, this time, really helped the other party. Although he didn't receive any compliments from the other party, within his heart, he was still greatly encouraged. The fugitives within 5 years are almost eaten up. Next, it's within 10 years. Licking his lips, his face was covered in excitement at the thought of having food to enjoy again. Inside the Wu family villa. Wu Bufan, who was holding a cell phone and still making a call, signaled the men beside him with his eyes. Boom! The next moment, the wooden box was pried open, and a black taijutsu that emitted a cold light appeared in front of everyone. It made everyone, their eyes light up. Wu Bufan aimed the camera at the taijutsu in the box and said to Jiang Yunrui on the other end of the phone, "Sister, look, handsome or not?" Jiang Yunrui on the other end of the phone frowned after just one look. A taijutsu of this level can't be bought with just money. Senior brother, tell senior sister honestly, are you secretly having dealings with the Easterning people? And by the looks of it, the other party's power is not small. Chapter 99, Heavenly Tao? A snap of the fingers can destroy it. Wu Bufan didn't answer positively. That's not important. What's important is that the people of the East have experience in this area. Knowing how to be able to create a carbonous steel blade that inhibits recovery power. According to my observation, that guy shouldn't be an ordinary inhuman, but a born inhuman, the mutant in the European and American population. That's why it possesses such an unbelievable recovery power. Wu Bufan was confident. His strength is far inferior to mine. It's that recovery power that's a bit unreasonable. It's the same as a ing open lock of blood. But it's different now, with this carbonous steel blade, I'll be able to easily chop him into pieces. Then investigate Han Qianma's details and complete the mission perfectly. Jiang Yunrui's brows didn't stretch, but instead wrinkled tighter. Why are they so experienced? That's because, back in the day, they experimented on our people. That's why they know what materials can inhibit the human body's resilience the most. Sighing, she lowered her voice. That's not even the point. The point is that the temple master said that no one will ever be allowed to collude with the Easterning in any way. Those who disobey the order will have their entire family buried with them. You can ignore the nature and intentions of the Easterning people, but you can't ignore the death order given by the Hall Master. Wu Bufan frowned. That's a big word. I merely bought a sword from them. How did it become collusion? Sister, don't say it so harshly, okay? Besides, when I bought the knife, it wasn't for the purpose of completing the mission as soon as possible. The purpose of completing the mission is still not to be with you. Before the words were finished, he seemed to have sensed something and subconsciously turned back. It was at this moment that a force like a mountain directly pressed on his shoulders, causing him to unconsciously bend his legs. Plop sound, kneeling on the ground. The concrete on the ground was smashed out of 2 depressions. You? Who is it? The men all disappeared, only a stream of dust, still floating. Wu Bufan, although incredulous, but still realized what, wide-eyed, looking at the eyes of this, I do not know when the man who stood there. This face. I remember. You are Han Qianma? Han Qianma didn't respond to the other party's question, sitting on the sofa and crossing his legs. Tell me, who the hell are you, going to my house, and what do you want to do? Buzz. Wu Bufan just wanted to open his mouth, but suddenly realized that his throat felt like it was being pinched by a hand, and his mouth moved uncontrollably. My name is Wu Bufan. Elaborating on his life, he also made a summary. Everyone in the Wu family, including Wu Shanjui and Wu Zihao, are all executors. I, on the other hand, am the chief planner behind them. Master said that I have a dragon shape and tiger appearance in my destiny, and that I am a son of Qi recognized by the Heavenly Tao. In the future, I'm bound to become an emperor's talent, so accumulating and learning management experience a little earlier will only have benefits, not bad things. He continued to speak, but Han Qianma had run out of patience. The son of Qi is it? You can do it now. Not to mention, the other party wasn't a son of Qi fortune at all, and even if he was still dust in his eyes. When he was in the 9 Heavens continent, before he became a demon sovereign, he had killed thousands of the so-called sons of fortune. Those people, which one is not blessed by heaven, luck, all kinds of strange encounters, have everything. In the end, either became a god or an immortal? As a result, in the end, it is not like he stepped on ants, crushed even dregs left. The heavenly Tao? In the nine heavens continent, he is the only god, the only standard. The so-called heaven's way is just a law set by him. Why do you get to be the son of luck, all the way to the wind? Why should others have to suffer for 10,000 years? There was no such thing, nor should there be such an unreasonable rule. Therefore, the moment he became a Lord God, he completely broke all the laws of Qi. As long as the rules remained. As long as the rules are still in place, such a thing as a son of fortune will never appear in the nine heavens continent. As for the earth. Although he is not the main god of the earth, the heavenly Tao of the earth can be destroyed with the lift of a hand. He didn't even care about the heavenly Tao, let alone the so-called son of luck. Not to mention this pseudo-child of fortune who thought he was a child of fortune. Wu Bufan, who remained conscious, trembled in his heart, wanting to resist, but unable to do so, he could only cry out in his heart. The situation is not right. This person is not the same as that inhuman he met before. Can't beat it at all. Master. Apprentice is scared. Senior sister. Save me. In the midst of a silent cry, Wu Bufan stuck his hands into his stomach, starting from the bottom and peeling himself off little by little. While peeling, he smiled. After lifting and rotting most of the internal organs. The moment he found his heart, an uncontrollable, yet brilliant excitement surfaced on his face. Ha ha ha. This heart, it really is black. Pa. After muttering to himself, he directly pinched his heart. Immediately after, the body that looked like a frosted eggplant collapsed into a pool of blood in response. The entire villa fell into a deathly silence. The video call was still continuing. Zhang Yunrui on the other end of the phone tightly covered his mouth, staring at the cell phone screen in horror, sweating profusely, and making whimpering noises. The next moment. On the cell phone screen, suddenly appeared a very handsome, but let a person shudder face. The moment she looked at it, she only felt that her body was incredibly cold, and she didn't even have the strength to move her eyes. The moment sweat slipped from her eyelids, Zhang Yunrui instinctively blinked her eyes. He looked at the cell phone screen again, but realized that there was no so-called handsome but terrifying face on it. His heart was beating furiously. Shortness of breath. Holding down the fear in his heart, Zhang Yunrui hurriedly pressed down the front camera of his cell phone with his hand and turned it off. This night, she didn't go anywhere and stayed in her room. Curled up in the corner, her eyes were lifeless and shivering. The next day. When the sunlight shone in through the window and sprinkled on her body, the silver hair looked particularly harsh. This night, she seemed to have aged 50 years. That face that was originally as tender as a wonderful young girl's, at this moment, was already covered with wrinkles and vicissitudes. The phone never got through, and the henchmen were worried that something had happened to her, so they directly broke down the door and rushed in from outside. Seeing the other party huddled in the corner, it was surprising that her head had turned white overnight. Even at first glance, almost did not recognize each other. The henchmen's eyes were wide open, and their faces were covered with extreme shock. They couldn't imagine what kind of blow would turn a person into this. Boss. What in the world happened? Why are you? Why did you become like this? The hollow-eyed Zhang Yunrui didn't answer the other party's question, and like a walking corpse, he picked up the cell phone on the ground and tremblingly pressed the on button. Finding the number, she dialed the phone. The moment it was connected, her pale lips, only then, moved. Temple Master, this is Yunrui. I want to quit the organization. Chapter 100 Mother and child join forces, the world is mine. Soon after, a voice so gentle that it made one's whole body relax came from the other end of the phone. Listening to the voice, it was obviously a woman. Have you thought about it? There was no questioning of the other party's reasons. For her, reasons and whatnot didn't seem to matter. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yunrui Yueji nodded. Aha! Suddenly feels so tired. Want to take a good rest. If, one day, I still want to spar. Will definitely go to you. Because there is no one but you who can get my loyalty. The woman on the other end of the line felt relieved. It's enough to have your words. Okay, then get some rest. Is there enough money? If not, I'll transfer a few $100 million to you, you spend it first. Jiang Yunrui hurriedly waved his hand. No need. Money, I have. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. In the future, if you encounter any trouble, you must remember to call me. No matter what time it is, the two of us are friends. Jiang Yunrui bit his lip and fell into moving tears. Yes, Hall Master. The moment she hung up the phone, she leaned her back against the wall, as if relieved. After taking a long time, she took a deep breath, and in her gray eyes, there was more than a trace of hopeful light. Passing by her men, she spoke faintly. Pack up and go. Click. In the next moment, her body stiffened in place, and the image in her eyes, too, rotated 180 degrees. Her body didn't turn around, but her head had completely turned around, and in the second before she was about to lose consciousness, her eyes widened as she looked at her subordinate who was taking her cell phone and calling out. Hello, boss. It's been taken care of. Good, I'll call the Wang family immediately. Bang! The moment the body fell to the ground in response. The dead eyes, looking straight at the pair of leather shoes that walked in front of him, were completely frozen. Taking a look at the dead Jiang Yunrui on the ground, the henchman with the cell phone found the phone number of the head of the Wang family and called it. Akita Group building, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the chairman's office. The middle-aged man who answered the phone was named Wang Yuanfu, the current head of the Wang family and the current chairman of the Akita Group. After hearing the other party's words, Wang Yuanfu, who was dressed in a suit but didn't have a few hairs, responded with an expressionless face. Got it, I'll make the arrangements. Give my regards to your chairman. Hanging up the phone, Wang Yuanfu, whose eyes narrowed into a line, turned around and walked over to an old woman with gray hair. You guessed correctly, there is still power behind the Wu family. And this power is quite big, it's actually the Pan Long Group. The old woman was no other than his mother, Ma Shangron. At this moment, Ma Shangron, who was sitting on the chairman's seat, closed her eyes and rested her mind. What did they say? They've already found out who's behind this great earthquake. The members of the Cloud Mountain Association were all top tycoons. Almost all of them died tragically at the same time, and it was the entire family that died. Not only for the entire East China Sea business community, for the entire Xia business community and even the Southeast Asian business community, it was a big earthquake. The official report said it was an accident and coincidence. But within the circle, almost no one believes it. Wang Yuanfu nodded. It said it was a foreigner named Han Qianma. This person doesn't have much of a background, odds are, it's just a knife dot. But if you want to find out the mastermind behind it, you still have to start with him. Brows furrowed, Wang Yuanfu did not hide his murderous aura. I remember Big Sister once said that fourth brother went crazy, as if it was also because of a student named Han Qianma. She was very busy and didn't have the time to check it out. Now, it seems that this person called Han Qianma really isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. More importantly, Mr. Miyamoto's younger brother, Mr. Miyamoto Wuji, has also disappeared. Mr. Miyamoto understood the big changes that happened in the East Sea during this period of time, and suspected that Mr. Miyamoto Wuji was also killed by that god of death. And asked us to give him an accurate answer within 3 days. So no matter what, if this Han Qianmo is really the god of death, he definitely can't be spared. Everyone in the circle knew that there was definitely a behind-the-scenes person behind the bigwigs being driven to extinction. However, there was no evidence that proved that this behind-the-scenes mastermind actually existed. Therefore, people in the circle called it the god of death. Because they feel that this man behind the scenes is just like the Grim Reaper, they all know that he exists, but no one has ever seen him, and no one has ever been able to find any evidence of him killing people. Ma Shangron responded, there's no problem with your thought process. But have you ever thought about why the Granite Dragon Group, which is stronger than us, has clearly found out the identity of the god of death but doesn't do it personally? Instead, they gave us this opportunity to earn a favor? Wang Yuanfu snapped back to his senses, his brows furrowed. You're saying that the Granite Dragon Group knows Han Qianma's true background? Knew that they weren't a match for others, and that's why they let us have this opportunity? And then hide behind it themselves and sit back and watch the tigers fight? Sweating, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Even the Granite Dragon Group doesn't dare to mess with it? Hiss. How big of a background does this have to be? Ma Shangron responded, it's not necessarily fear, it could also be that it's temporarily unable to eat and is just using us as a test. So why are we being used as a gun? And why do we have to be the ones to stand out? More importantly, if that Han Shin Mo can be taken down easily, do you think, this cheap, will it be our turn? Wang Yuanfu was still a bit unwilling. But what if it's true that he killed father, killed big sister, killed grandparents, as well as dozens of people in my Wang family? This revenge, is it hard to forget about it? After a long silence, Ma Xiangrong raised her head and looked meaningfully at the other party. Guess why you and your brother are the only ones who didn't die when everyone in the Wang family died? After thinking for a moment, Wang Yuanfu shook his head. I don't know. Ma Xiangrong had a deep look on her face. Is it possible that the god of death kills people based on their bloodline? And you are not your father's own son. Wang Yuanfu snapped. Mom! You? Ma Xiangrong had a frank face. Anyway, your dad is dead, so I have nothing to hide. That's right, your big sister and your second sister are your father's real ones? He wanted a son to inherit the family business, but I gave him 2 daughters. Seeing that I'm getting older, he was ready to let Junior give birth to. How could I possibly agree? So I went to the temple of the goddess of mercy. Wang Yuanfu was stunned. Is the goddess of mercy so spiritual? One worship and you can have a son? And twins at that? By twins, he was naturally referring to himself and his own brother, Wang Yuangue, who was a director at Donghai University. Ma Xiangrong was expressionless. It's not the sending goddess of mercy spirit, it's the presiding spirit inside. Of course, the law that the god of death kills by bloodline is just my guess. I just want to tell you that you are not of the Wang family's bloodline. So there's no need to avenge the Wang family at all. Now, although your surname is still Wang and the current Wang family is still the 3rd largest family in the East Sea. But there is no longer any relationship with the previous Wang family. Just live your own life, what do you care? In fact, she guessed right. The killing method of the god of death was indeed the bloodline spell. What's more, the mother and son were lucky. The starting point of the bloodline spell is Wu Zihao. Wu Zihao's mother, Wang Yuanrong, had died earlier and had not suffered a bloodline spell. Therefore, the destruction of the Wang family mainly depends on Wu Zihao's success. Wu Zihao has the bloodline of Ma Xiangrong's husband, Wang Jingzhao, the father of Wang Yuanfu. Wu Zihao implicated Wang Jingzhao implicated his own biological children, siblings, up and down 20 generations. Theoretically, when Wang Jingzhao implicated his own daughters, Wang Yuanrong and Wang Yuanhua, he could have taken his wife, Ma Xiangrong, along with him. Unfortunately, Wang Yuanrong and Wang Yuanhua died long ago. Wang Yuanrong was abused and killed by the god of death, and Wang Yuanhua died even earlier, in his teenage years, when he was high on drugs and played himself to death. As a result, the link between Wang Jingzhao and Ma Xiangrong was broken. In this string of killings, all the real Wang family members died, and only the 3 of them, mother and son, survived. After listening to the other party's exposition, Wang Yuanfu was in a cold sweat. He also never thought that he could survive, relying on his mother's first hand? At this moment, he suddenly realized. Su family that boy can survive to inherit the family business, I am afraid it is also the same situation. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Wang Yuanfu knelt directly in front of the old woman with a respectful face. Mother, then what exactly are your plans? Ma Xiangrong spoke blandly. With the skills of my mother and son, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold up the behemoth that is the Wang family. But I believe that as long as we don't do anything on our own, even if we eat our old food, we can still live a few lifetimes without worrying. Of course, doing nothing will definitely not work either. That's why I'm going to change the company's strategic direction. Starting today, we will only target those small and medium-sized businesses. At the same level as us, we can't compete, and if we continue to fight against them, with our skills, we'll probably have to lose all our family money soon. But small and medium-sized enterprises are different. Their people in charge, their ability may be better than ours. But the capital is definitely not as strong as ours, and to compete with them, we only need to use a bit of capital means, then we can directly press them to death. Although, this approach cannot earn much money. But it's better than steady. As long as we keep up this pace and don't get overly ambitious, your son's son, will always be rich. Wang Yuanfu's eyes widened and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Worthy of being my Wang Yuanfu's mother, high, really high. Afternoon. Han Xianma only had one class, Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui were full. After leaving the classroom, he was alone and went to the water show group founded by Lu Xiuxiu. There was no one in the president's office. He came out of the space crack and sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and waited quietly. He knew that Lu Xiaoxiu was having a meeting in the conference room across the wall. Although the two are in different spaces, but the straight line distance, only less than 20 centimeters, almost can be said to be back to back. Chapter 101 Malicious Acquisition. After dinner yesterday, Han Qianmo wanted to talk to Lu Xiaoxiu about compensation. At that time, Lu Xiaoxiu didn't know that the other party wanted to talk about compensation, but only knew that the other party was looking for something, and thought that she had something to give to the other party, but she forgot to bring it at that time. So he gave an invitation. Han Qianmo said that the afternoon too. The specific time did not say. Coupled with the fact that the matter at hand was urgent, she could only deal with the matter at hand first. Knowing that the other party was busy, Han Qianruo was not in a hurry and sat on the sofa and played with his cell phone. Although he did not deliberately listen, he still heard the sound next door. In the conference room, Yu Jingtao, the executive of Akita Group, pressed the contract on the table in front of Lu Xiaoxiu in front of everyone in Shui Shou Group. With a contemptuous tone, he opened his mouth. Mr. Lu, you've thought this through. By cooperating with our Akita Group, you'll get $10 million. Your employees will also be able to have promotions and raises. On the contrary, if you have to be stubborn and reject our Akita Group's offer, then what awaits you is not just the failure of the project. Rather, it's the failure of your entire entrepreneurial career, or even your entire life. Now, the opportunity is in front of you. How to choose, you decide. Lu Xiaoxiu looked at the contract on the table and was silent. She and the company's staff wasted sleep and food, working day and night. It was not easy to design a set of project program that meets the current market. Taking it to the venture capital market to look for investment, it was seen by the Akita Group. At first, she felt that Akita Group had a Japanese background and not a very good reputation, and wanted to reject the other party's cooperation. However, the people below her thought that with the current volume of the Water Show Group, it was always a blessing to be able to reach out to a behemoth like the Akita Group and receive recognition from others. One shouldn't think so much now. Should first consider their own actual situation, recognize their own positioning, seize all the opportunities that can be seized. Even if you don't cooperate, it's okay to talk. Besides, people just have the intention, cannot be, still have to look at the face of others. Lu Xiaoxiu thought about it and felt that it was the truth. But no one thought. Akita Group's real intention was not to invest. Rather, they wanted to maliciously acquire the Water Show Group and the project proposal that they had only devised after exhausting their efforts. Although the price wasn't low, she knew that once she agreed to the other party's request, then in the future, the Water Show Group would no longer be her own master. More crucially, with her years of experience in the mall, she understood very well. Once companies and projects were acquired, they were destined to be put on hold. Then, it would be renamed by the Akita Group and treated as a new project of their own originality and handed over to people they trusted to operate. They, as a group, can only get the very first bit of buyout money. Either leave their jobs or wait for death. There was no future to speak of. Moreover, she who had personally participated in the design of the project knew very well that once the project was implemented, the profit that would be brought in would be calculated in billions. $10 million to buy out? To put it nicely, it's called pressure. To put it bluntly, it's no different from sending a beggar. Sighing, the anxious Lu Xiaoxiu raised her head and looked at the employees below. Unsurprisingly, everyone was shaking their heads. Taking $10 million in dividends, it is true that it can be cool for a while. Dividing 1 or 2 million, for many people, they could even just swing for the fences. But they didn't choose to break the pot. Although they were young. But they didn't like to compromise. From the faces of the employees, they saw that unconquerable spirit. Lu Xiaoxiu knew that she hadn't looked at the wrong people. So many people believed in themselves. How could one fail? Turning back to Yu Jingtao, Lu Xiaoxiu's face was incomparably cold. I'm sorry, General Manager Yu. I'll reiterate once more. We are now looking for investment, not selling a project, much less a company. You guys want to buy companies and projects? You can go find someone else. We don't have that intention. Under the gaze of the crowd who almost raised their arms, Lu Xiaoxiu's tone became even colder. Also, it's hard for you guys to make a special trip over here. But I still want to tell you. Through this exchange, we have roughly understood your company's operational philosophy as well as its corporate culture. Between your company's philosophy and culture being too ahead of its time, we are self-conscious that we can't keep up with your company's footsteps. Therefore, from now on, we will not negotiate with your company on cooperation. Doing so is also saving your company's time." The people below almost clapped their hands. Yu Jingtao heard the other party's words, and the smile on his face gradually became icy cold. "Mr. Lu, you're still too young. Let me put it to you like this." Knowing that the patriarchs of this company were all concentrated here at the moment, he deliberately lowered his voice. "As long as you agree to our demands, you'll be able to get a guaranteed $10 million in buyout funds. Listen clearly, it's you, not your company. As for them, the group will definitely give them, arrange a job, which is easier and higher paid than the current one. Isn't this much more secure than you guys getting the investment, than going to sign the betting agreement, and then taking the risk yourselves?" Lu Xiao laughed. "The job is easy, just don't arrange things, chant. There's nothing to do, so you can justify lowering their salary. So what's the point of talking about high wages? It's just a trick to deceive people." Yu Jingtao gritted his teeth. "What's it to you whether they'll be set up or not? Aren't you starting a business for money? Wouldn't it be fine if you could make money yourself? You're afraid that if you join the Akita group in the future, you'll be set up. $10 million for a buyout is simply not enough? Fine, I can make you a promise." Surveying the other party's charming face, Yu Jingtao couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. "As long as you perform well enough, I guarantee that I will let you rise step by step. A position in the company, second only to me. I don't care about them, but having you in a high position and earning millions of dollars a year can be a breeze for me. You are a smart person, I believe, you should know how to choose." Said here, he has been unable to hold down the salivation in his heart, cannot help but to the other party, reached out a big hand. "What do you want to do? If you dare to touch our Mr. Lu, I'll kill you." Seeing this scene, the following employees immediately stood up, copying the bench under their buttocks to rush up. Rubbing. 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 Seeing this, 8 martial artists wearing suits and sunglasses, ostensibly business elites, but actually fighters, and all of their realms, stepping into the Shin realm and Earth realm, directly pulled out their butterfly knives, pointing at the group of employees who copied the bench, coldly threatening. "Don't move. Killing someone in self-defense, but you don't have to be responsible for it." Whether it was self-defense or not, the comparison between the Akita group and the Sueisho group, it was definitely the Akita group that had the final say. The employees were terrified and gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. "You guys, don't go too far." Yu Jingtao, who froze in place because of the sudden change of heart and thus did not continue to extend his hand over, snorted coldly. While turning back, he continued to extend his hand towards the group's female president. "Still dare to be horizontal with me? What the hell?" But just at this moment, he was violently stunned. Only then did he realize that Lu Xiao, who had an angry face, had already taken several steps back, standing behind a youth. Chapter 102, Just Roll. Thinking that the other party was also an employee under Lu Xiao's hand, Yu Jingtao smiled contemptuously. "Want to be the one to stand out? You're afraid." Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Han Shenma said faintly. "Scram. Buzz." These words, as if they had some sort of magical power, caused Yu Jingtao's voice to come to an abrupt halt, and his entire person froze in place. The 2 henchmen who surrounded him frowned and immediately wanted to make a move. However, they were stopped by Yu Jingtao raising his hand. Looking at the youth in front of him, Yu Jingtao gritted his teeth and said with a huff but unwillingly, "Just roll. Let's go." All the Water Show Group employees present froze. What the hell? So obedient? They had originally thought that the other party was unlikely to be willing to give up. It was already prepared for a dry fight. As a result, they didn't expect. There wasn't even a word of rebuttal, so he just left? That sentence, "just roll," almost burned their CPUs. I didn't think to understand, this person before and after the contrast, why would be so huge? Can't it be that this friend of Mr. Lu's is the son of someone in power in the Akita group? That's why this Yu Jingtao, when he sees the other party, it's like he's seeing his grandfather. Telling to get lost. You don't say. It's really possible. Hiss. The crowd looked at Lu Xiao in amazement. No wonder Mr. Lu was so calm from start to finish. It turns out that there is this relationship. Not only the employees of Shuei Show Group, even Yu Jingtao's men were at a loss. For a moment, they thought that they had heard it wrong. General Manager Yu. However, when they saw that their top boss really used the roll method to leave this place, the whole people completely messed up. They no longer stood mute in place, but followed the other party, reluctantly, and tumbled up on the ground. Of course they didn't know who the youth who was defending Lu Xiuxiu was. They only knew that even Yu Jingtao had to be afraid of the figure, and if they dared to ignore it, they would definitely end up in an ugly situation. Xiao Shi, send the guest. Lu Xiuxiu, who was breathing heavily, greeted her secretary and turned back to look at the man in front of her. I thought that you wouldn't arrive until a little later. The equally emotional secretary's son Shi nodded. Yes, Mr. Lu. As she passed by the duo, she subconsciously took a look. After feeling as so handsome in her heart, she rushed out of the conference room with envy for Mr. Lu. The group of people were rolling too fast. If they didn't run faster, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Han Xianma knew what the other party wanted to say and turned to take a step. Finish up. I'll wait for you in the office. Lu Xiuxiu subconsciously reached out, but the other party had already walked out of the conference room. Exhaling slightly, with a shy face, she could only nod her head. Okay. Turning back again, she saw the meaningful and mixed with excitement smiles of her co-workers. Inside the parking lot, the leader's henchman walked to the car window with a puzzled expression and looked at Yu Jingtao, who was already seated inside the car. Mr. Yu, who exactly is that person? Can you reveal a little bit? We can also have a bottom in our hearts. How can we go back without knowing anything? Yu Jingtao didn't know what he was thinking, his face pale. Drive. Mr. Yu? Drive. The leader's henchman had no choice but to nod his head, and after sitting in the driver's seat, he drove the car and left the place. Buzz. At this moment, Yu Jingtao's head was still buzzing. That word "get out," like a nightmare, always echoed in his mind for a long time, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, when the car drove to the riverside, his eyes completely lost their gleam, becoming hollow and dark. Stop the car. Tell everyone to get out of the car. The leader's henchman was astonished, but still nodded. A minute later, the 7 thugs who came down from the 2 cars behind them all stood in a line with their backs to the river under the command of the lead henchman. Yu Jingtao spoke to them without focusing his eyes. Turn your heads around. The 7 hitmen immediately complied, facing the river. The lead henchman thought that the other party had some hidden mission to explain, and habitually put his head over. General Manager Yu. However, Yu Jingtao simply said. The 7 of them, they are undercover agents. Kill. The henchman leading the group snapped, looking at the other party in disbelief. No way. They were all trained by me. 2 of them are still my nephews. Yu Jingtao was expressionless. Relatives won't harm you? Do you know how many brothers Li Shimin killed? But kill. If you don't kill, it will be the 2 of us who die. Clenching his fists tightly, his breathing was incomparably messy. After a long period of silence, the leading henchman turned his head abruptly. Pulling out the pistol at his waist, with the speed of the peak of the land realm, he pulled the trigger at the heads of those 7 henchmen. Bang! 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 Before the sound of the gunshot dissipated, the 7 henchmen had already planted themselves into the river. There was no possibility of getting up again. Turning back to Yu Jingtao, the lead henchman had a furious look on his face, but he dared not say anything. Yu Jingtao faintly said, It's all right, go back. Wanting to say something but not daring to say it, the lead henchman nodded and turned towards the parking place. Bang! The next moment, a bullet blew his head off. Yu Jingtao, who had finished killing all his men, drove like a nobody, and returned to the Akita group. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ma Shangrong, who was sitting on the swivel chair and was still video calling with some man using a tablet computer, subconsciously turned around. With a frown. Why didn't you knock before coming in? Covering the tablet on the table, the frowning woman suppressed her anger. The matter of the water show group has been taken care of? If the other party wasn't her beloved, she would definitely tell the other party to pack up and get out now. Yu Jingtao didn't say a word and directly walked towards the other party. Seemingly realizing something, Ma Shangrong's face changed drastically. What do you want to do? Get out. Now. No way. The instant she reacted, she reached out to grab the tablet, wanting to turn off the video call. As a result, her hands were clasped by the other party, and her person was dragged to the window. Ma Shangrong was angry and ashamed. I didn't meet the standard in my physical examination this month. You can't. Stop. You Jingtao. You're being a bit licentious. Before the words were even finished, she realized that her understanding, it seemed, was completely wrong. The moment she fell out of the window, she realized that the other party was not trying to hold herself down by the window at all. Rather, she wanted to throw herself out of the window. Only unfortunately, the moment she reacted, everything was already too late. Without even a chance to beg for mercy, Ma Shangrong rushed towards the earth with a miserable scream. Ah! Bang! Right at this moment, Wang Yuanfu, who had heard the commotion, led a group of security guards, pushed open the door, and rushed in from outside. Taking a look at the empty swivel chair, Wang Yuanfu seemed to understand what was going on. His face was white with anger to the extreme. You Jingtao? What have you done? Shuwei Xiu Group, President's Office. The moment she pushed open the door, Lu Xiuxiu's heart fastened to an indescribable point. She used her fastest speed to end the meeting that concerned the future of the company. Again, before entering the door, she did a series of mental construction and mental preparation. As a result, the moment she pushed open the door, her pretty face was still covered with shyness and apprehension, and her heartbeat further accelerated. Chapter 103. You smell like her perfume. After slowing down for a while, seeing that the tea on the table had gotten cold, Lu Xiuxiu asked with concern. What do you want to drink? I'll pour it for you. Han Qianhua casually waved his hand. No need. Whoosh. Bang. Lu Xiuxiu was pulled by a strong force and sat directly opposite him, while the office door closed itself without wind. Speak directly to the matter. Putting down his cell phone and looking towards the Lu Xiuxiu in front of him who has yet to come back to her senses and whose face is still covered in shock, Han Qianhua fatally opens his mouth. What compensation do you want? Breathing rapidly, heart beating wildly, Lu Xiuxiu does not know whether it is because of excitement or fear, the delicate body is still trembling slightly. Compensation. Compensation? Is this the hegemony of Lord Demon? There really is no room for resistance. Han Qianhua blandly said, although it was unintentional, I still took away your most important thing. Compensation, rightfully so. He never felt that he was a good person, he just didn't like owing others. Hearing these words, Lu Xiuxiu, who had slowed down, was silent for a long time, before she sighed slightly. That matter, it's not entirely your responsibility, right? Besides, everyone is so familiar. Compensation or something, it's unnecessary. Perhaps she was really struck by the word compensation. At this moment, she was more or less delirious. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to say the words acquaintances don't need to be responsible. Han Qianhua didn't realize that the other party's mood was low because of her own directness, and once again opened the door. Don't say anything about not needing. You started a company to make money as well. Whether you need money or other things, these are all desires. If there is desire, there is need. If money, I can give it to you, and even let you become the richest man directly without any problem. Provided that you have the need. Of course, in his opinion, the status and identity of a richest man is far less precious than the first time of a kind woman. The reason is very simple. His way of thinking still retained the habits of the Nine Heavens continent. In the continent of the Nine Heavens, there are many people who are rich and wealthy, and their wealth can rival that of the country. But virgins are really very few. Because the people there cultivate immortal cultivation, their lifespan is very long. Looking at a 15 or 16-year-old girl, in reality, might have lived for more than 200 years. The age of 200 years old, put on the earth. I am afraid that they have been divorced several times. Virgin? Doesn't exist. Like the empress of the kind, other people want to touch and do not dare to touch, coupled with the early aversion to men, from the mother's womb, has not touched a man strange, or account for a few. Therefore, he still maintains the inertia of the thinking of the continent of the Nine Heavens, still feel that the woman's first time, more precious. The money? If you want to have as much as you can, if he is willing, directly buy down the earth can be. But a woman's first. It's gone when it's gone, even if it's back in time, what happened will stay in the memory, it's impossible to change. After hearing the other party's words, Lu Xiuxiu's face became even paler, even with a little bit of anger. I opened the company, indeed, to make money. After all, I have to eat, and so do they. But I opened the company, not entirely for money. The moment she looked up at the other party, Lu Xiaoxiu's gaze was like a torch. Shyness and apprehension were no longer there, only coldness remained. If it was just for money, I wouldn't have to work so hard from morning to night and live so hard. Including the Akita Group's acquisition, the reason why I didn't sell the company and realize the so-called freedom of wealth when I had success in starting my own business. It wasn't that I wanted to prove how great I was. Rather, I wanted to show others. I will definitely stand up without anyone to back me up. So what if I'm a woman? As long as I'm willing to work hard, what I can achieve will definitely not be inferior to others. She wanted to prove her belief. But the reality was that there were constantly people questioning and provoking her beliefs. The people outside were just fine, they had nothing to do with herself anyway, so she didn't need to care about their opinions. But the people she cared about had that same attitude. She just couldn't stand it a bit. Not to mention, this time the one who questioned her was still someone she liked. Han Shanmo finally realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. Other things aside, at least that sentence "you open the company is to make money" should not be said so directly. Of course, this can't be blamed on him. After all, the Empress hadn't taught him anything about speaking skills. In the continent of the nine heavens, the weak are the strong, and if you don't obey, you do it. Those who survive are the ones who can pretend and talk. Which is like Earth. However, he didn't feel anything wrong. The world view was different. People's way of communicating is definitely different. There is no such thing as right or wrong. I've lived in the nine heavenly continent for 100,000 years, and I've lived on Earth for 18 years. In essence, they are Earthlings, and now they are back on Earth. Readapting to the living habits and communication styles here was, in his opinion, a matter of course. After a moment of silence, Han Shenlong nodded. I know. With a slight tremor in her beautiful eyes, the calm Lu Xiaoxiu realized that her tone just now was more or less a bit heavy. I'm sorry. I don't mean that. Glancing at the other party with long hair draped over his shoulders, wearing a slim-fitting suit, leaning back, Han Xianma opened his mouth, interrupting the other party's apology. I take back what I just said. Lu Xiaoxiu was slightly stunned and confused. Ha? Without waiting for the other party to continue speaking, Han Xianma stated his intentions. Back there, I won't ask you about compensation anymore. Just be my woman directly. I'll give you the best of everything on this planet. Her delicate body trembled. Lu Xiaoxiu instantly stared at the other party with wide eyes in disbelief. She had asked the other party to come over, but she actually wanted to show off the undergraduate diploma she had gotten from the East Sea University. This was because she remembered that 3 years ago, she had made an agreement with the other party. If she could get into East Sea University, she could be classmates with the other party. When the time comes, the other party will have to promise herself a request. She originally wanted to use this request in exchange for the opportunity to socialize with the other party. But halfway through, she thought about it, and then felt that, with the current status of the Demon Lord, he is simply not qualified to interact with others, and even less qualified to become their women. However, just when she thought that her beautiful dream would eventually be shattered, and was ready to hide this adoration permanently in the bottom of her heart. Willow Darkness. Lord Demon, however, took the initiative to open his mouth and asked her to be his woman. The dream suddenly shone into reality. Lu Xiaoxiu looked at the man in front of her, only counting the age of the earth, even 4 years younger than herself. The beautiful eyes trembled, unable to believe that this was really the truth. Han. Teacher Han? Han Qianma smiled faintly. Call me by my name. Of course, if you're willing, it's fine to address your husband the way a wife addresses her husband. Lu Xiaoxiu, who was so excited that her delicate body was trembling, could no longer hold back the joy in her heart, and the moment she stood up, she directly pounced on. 3 hours later. Accompanied by the convergence of a cloud of purple densities, Chen Shui, who stayed in the apartment dormitory, saw the figure of Lord Demon. Back. Ha? Where are Mr. Lu and his cousin? Why didn't you bring them along with you? Later on, you can also eat together. Sima Zhao's heart was known to everyone. But Han Qianma didn't mind, but said, Sister Xiao has something to do. Xinwan is now her intern assistant. Neither of them are available tonight. Chen Shui showed a wry face. Xiao. Sister? Her nose twitched, and she suddenly smelled something on the other party's body. This flavor is so familiar. It seems like I've smelled it somewhere before? That's right, on the flower field. This is the scent of shampoo on Lu Xiaoxiao's body. It's more than that. There are other scents mixed in there. Wait, let me smell it carefully. The basic skill of mimicry was the power of observation, and only meticulous observation could result in near-perfect mimicry. Now, Chen Shui had taken this talent and developed it to the extreme. Coupled with a woman's innate sensitivity, she quickly detected that this scent was not just a fusion of perfume and shampoo. There was also her body fragrance? Stunned, she looked at the demon lord in front of her, her eyes widened, unable to suppress the excitement in her heart. You put her to slept? And, still in someone's company? In front of someone's company, in front of all the employees? It was as if there was an invisible drop of water on Han Qianma's forehead. It's an office, not a company. The door and walls are one-way glass, the people outside should not be able to see. P.S. Carefully calculated, Lu Xiaoxiao should be 25 years old, counting the 3 years of Han Qianmuo missing, also 4 years older than Han Qianmuo, well, should be right. Chapter 104, Can't Get In. There's a picture. Chen Shui, whose eyes were out of focus, was flushed with crimson and her breathing became more and more messy. Office building. Office. It's full of people outside. We can see them. And they can't see us. Hiss. Han Qianlong sweated slightly. What are you trying to say? At that time, his attention was on the beautiful people. Only knowing that it was one-way glass. Whether or not there was anyone outside, how many people there were, he didn't even bother to care. Taking a deep breath and pressing her jade hand against her heaving chest, Chen Shui shyly looked at the other party. Next time you go to find Lu Xiaoxiao, no matter what for, can you bring me along? Han Qianlian didn't know the little cutie, much less a rash who didn't know anything. How could he not understand the other party's meaning? It's not appropriate. The reason for his low IQ was that when he was in the Nine Heavens continent, he had only had one girlfriend, plus the Empress character was relatively direct, didn't like to make, and wouldn't let him guess at nothing. That's why she was a bit slow in dealing with her feelings. He has not been trained in the operation of feelings, does not mean that in a single relationship, he is relatively simple. 100,000 years, in addition to the female emperor who knows all kinds of change techniques. Even the simplest of men would have long since turned into a witch demon king. Therefore, the moment Chen Shui made her request, he understood what the other party was really thinking. He just didn't say it out loud. Be a teacher. Chen Shui righteously said. Didn't you help her with her lessons before and she called you Teacher Han? I can help her with her lessons too. Han Qianma asked knowingly. Make up what? People have gotten their graduation certificates, do they still need you to make up lessons? Chen Shui was serious. I studied medicine. Definitely help her make up biology. There's no harm in learning more when you have more skills. And she's studying financial management. Who can guarantee that if she starts a company, she won't be involved in the pharmaceutical and food industries? I'll help her make up for biology, and with her general knowledge in this area, she'll be able to take fewer detours in the future. Han Qianma looked at the other party indifferently. Say it again. You're trying to give someone a biology supplement? You're clearly trying to give them a physiology supplement. I'm too embarrassed to break you down. In his opinion, as of now, Chen Shui, whether in practice or theory, is indeed better than the novice Lu Xiaoxiao. But compared to the Empress, both of them can only be regarded as novice kindergarten level. The essence is similar. No one is qualified to look down on anyone, let alone be the other's teacher. Chen Shui nodded with anticipation. Aha! She understood Lord Demon. Saying it again was tantamount to having a chance. The key lies in whether or not one can seize the opportunity to give the other party, to give Lu Xiaoxiao a good impression. If you can leave a good impression, then this door is even opened. In the future, it must be happy. On the contrary, it is estimated that in the future for a long time, there is not much hope. After all, the first impression is really important. With an idea in her heart, Chen Shui no longer dwelled on this topic. Glancing at the beds in the apartment dormitory, she softly and infinitely said, Master, do you need little Snow to do something more? In such a situation, Lord Demon Lord might not be able to enjoy himself to the fullest. At this time, you need to be experienced yourself, give each other to do spiritual counseling. Han Qianma looked at the time. Ruoyu should have already gotten out of class. Let's talk after dinner. Hearing this, Chen Shui was slightly disappointed. Oh. Based on her observation, tonight, the possibility of the two of them being honest with each other was almost zero. Unless she drugged herself. Unless she drugged the two of them and helped them out, otherwise, with their high cool, low-talking personalities, it would be almost impossible to let them ferment on their own. Plus, she remembered that Lin Ruoyu had said that she had an exam tomorrow morning and had to go to bed early tonight. In order not to disturb the other party's rest. Lord Demon will definitely not teach himself how to play music. Tonight was destined to be an ordinary night. Facts proved that Chen Shui's guess was indeed correct. After picking up Lin Ruoyu, the three of them went to dinner, and after that, they went back to their new home, took a bath and went to bed. It was so mundane that it made her feel as if she had returned to her old life. This world was still so ordinary. It wasn't until the following morning that this calmness was broken along with Lin Ruoyu's shout. Schoolmate? Schoolmate? It's almost time. Time to get up, yo. A few moments later, a response came from only Chen Shui's room. Demon Lord and I this morning. Both don't have classes. The car keys are on the table. You drive yourself to school. Lin Ruoyu smiled bitterly. A straight line distance of less than a kilometer, what kind of car to drive? Alright, then I'll call you guys at lunchtime. It was quiet for several breaths before Chen Shui could be heard letting out a long breath. Lin Ruoyu felt a little strange, sounding so breathless, early in the morning. Is it hard to be doing exercise? Without much thought, after glancing at the time and grabbing her things, she rushed out the door. Soon, the living room was quiet. It was silent for a few moments. Inside the house. Chen Shui wiped the sweat from her forehead and sat on her butt on the floor. Completely giving up. No, you're a meter 8 or so, why are your feet so big? Looking at the AJs she bought for the other party, the laces were already loose to the extreme and were on the verge of tearing, and still couldn't fit on the other party's feet. She complained for a while. These shoes are a full size 41. You can't even wear it? This foot, it's really not normally big. She was a girl, and although her height was over 6'8", the shoes she wore were only 36 yards. Plus, she hadn't had any other boyfriends. There was no concept of a man's shoe size. She was just taking it for granted to follow her own projections to guess the size of the other party. I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm a good person, and I'm a good person. The other side of the meter 8 or so, wearing 40, 41, should be about the same. The result is 41 shoes simply cannot wear in. Han Qianma looked faintly at the shoes on the ground, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Through the other party's complaint just now, he learned that this woman is giving himself small shoes. He remembered that when he was in high school, he used to wear size 43 shoes. Certain brands of 42 yards will be slightly larger, hard to squeeze, can also wear 41 yards. It was estimated that the only way to do so was to cut off a toe. After a moment of silence, he finally offered a compromise. Why don't we return it and get a bigger pair? You don't have to throw them away, and I don't have to cut off my toes, everyone is happy. Chen Shui sighed. How do we exchange it? This shoe is a limited edition. It was discontinued long ago, and I also bought it from the hands of a collector, brand new and unopened. Now the packaging has been removed and the shoes have gotten like this. How can people give us a refund? In the next moment, Chen Shui snapped her eyes to the other person in front of her. Aren't you Lord Demon? Han Qianma narrowed his eyes as if he was looking at a little cutie. Like looking at the other party. Yes, it's this honor. May I ask who you are? Chapter 105 Realm Enhancement. No. Chen Shui hurriedly explained, I don't mean that. In that case, won't it be wearable? The limited edition, the collector still bought it at an auction. At that time, the selling price was as high as $50. It was still US dollars. Now that so much time had passed, the price had long since doubled several times. That was her pocket money for a year. Money is secondary, the most important thing is that, on this pair of shoes, there is Jordan's signature. Now it's really that money can't necessarily be bought. Demon Lord's height is more than 1 meter 8, close to 1 meter 9. She felt that when the other party was in high school, he definitely liked to play basketball. There was no one who played basketball who didn't like Jordan. It's really a bit of a shame to give up this pair of shoes just like that. Han Qianma spoke blandly. Good idea. The other party had worked hard all morning, and he still couldn't get in. Look at the other party's sweaty, exhausted look. He almost forgot that he was a demon lord, not a mortal. However, just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly hesitated. There's one thing I haven't figured out. What exactly is the essence of this getting bigger? Huh? You mean shoes? Heh. It just gets a little bigger in size, what else could it be? As a medical student, her reaction, she thought, should be considered normal. Well, it should. Han Qianma didn't care about the other party's face change, and was still thinking. The size getting bigger is just the result. I'm asking about the essence. All of his arts and martial skills came from the Empress's teachings as well as his sense of cultivating magic. But even the so-called perception was just a matter of splitting and reorganizing aura and magic chi through their characteristics, and then creating new skills. What was the essence of magic chi? What was the essence of aura? He hadn't thought about it before and wouldn't think about it. Because the Empress at that time told him that knowing what it was enough, thinking about it so much would only affect the speed of drawing the sword. This is indeed how it should be in the Nine Heavens continent. The accumulation and control of magic chi was more important. As for what the essence of magic chi or basic energy was, there was no need to know. But now it was different. The accumulation of magic chi and the skill of using it, he had already achieved the ultimate. The realm had also risen to the highest point of the known realm, the only one in heaven and on earth, immortal and indestructible. But after reaching this realm, he realized that immortality was not the end. The real end, now himself, not even touched the wall. If he wanted to resurrect the Empress, he had to touch it, or even stand at the end of the line. Therefore, knowing what is true could no longer satisfy his cultivation. Knowing what is true, but also knowing what is true, in his opinion, was the only way to step into the creation level. Chen Shui looked at the other side in confusion. Essence? I don't know what you're trying to convey. Didn't you build a house with a lift of your hand before? With a wave of your hand, the wasteland was filled with manzanita blooms. Now, just making the size of this pair of AJs a little bit bigger should be easy for you. Han Qianlian had a straight face. I was just rebuilding a house as I remembered it, not restoring it. The structure of a house is far less complicated than a shoe. The practice of destroying the shoes and then reorganizing them afterward to make them a little bigger, let alone whether the materials are enough. Just the knowledge of its structure alone must be almost perfect. Otherwise, what comes out of the reorganization will definitely not be the same pair of shoes from earlier. Chen Shui scratched her head. So complicated? I see that in the TV series, those immortals only need to sprinkle water and wave their sleeves, and the broken mirror can be reunited. Han Qianma said blandly, you've said that it's a TV show. Even if it is a spell. It can't be completely unreasonable. Chen Shui, who was sitting on the ground, cupped her chin and thought. Then what to do, or forget it? Han Qianma looked at the shoes on the ground and also went into thought. Don't rush, let me think first. Before the words fell, a purple halo emerged from his pupils. The next moment. Under his gaze, the pair of AJs seemed to have been disassembled into several parts. The sole, the upper, the laces. And various parts that made up the shoe. Shaking his head, he knew that just seeing this layer was definitely not enough. The halo of the magic pupil increased even more, and soon, in his field of vision, the various parts that made up the shoe were disassembled into a thin line, a tiny rubber ball. Continue to disassemble. Continue to disassemble. In a short while, the structure of the molecular level appeared in his mind. Seems to have sensed something. A layer of light golden light, attached to his body surface, even he did not notice. It continued to go deeper. Below the molecules were atoms, and below the atoms were neutrons, protons, and electrons. Among them, neutrons and protons were not the so-called elementary particles. It had to continue to be broken down. When the shape of the electron appeared in his field of vision, the quarks, which are bigger than it, were also in his sight. It was an indescribable shape. It could even be said that it had nothing to do with the fundamentals and particles in his intuition. It was at this time that his state of mind seemed to fluctuate. He blinked again. The image in front of his eyes suddenly dissipated, and when he continued to use his magic pupil, the shoes in front of his eyes were still just a pair of shoes. There was no change. Seeming to understand something, Han Qianma sighed slightly. I thought that the magic pupil had evolved enough to see into the details of the atomic level. It turns out that in reality, it was just an illusion created by meditation? Chen Shui, who was sitting on the ground, stared blankly at the other party. What evolution? What illusion? You just now, what happened? She only saw the other party stop talking as she spoke, and her eyes gradually gave off a deep purple glow that was very pretty. Knowing that the other party was thinking, she didn't bother, but what exactly the other party was thinking about and why her eyes turned purple, she wasn't sure. Han Qianmo didn't say anything, and after trying a few more times, and still unable to enter that state just now, she casually waved her hand, turning the shoes in front of her into powder. The moment he swung his arm in the opposite direction, the shoes returned to their original appearance. However, Chen Shui could tell at a glance that the shoes were now a circle larger than just now. It's become? I told you. Isn't this kind of thing quite simple for you? Han Qianlong exhaled slightly. Almost, it feels like it's that close to touching the threshold of the creation level. He knew that although the pair of shoes in front of him had gotten bigger and could look exactly the same compared to the previous ones. But essentially, they weren't a pair of shoes, they just looked alike. However, this resemblance had already reached the point of near perfection. Just a little bit, as long as this point is done well, we can say that this pair of shoes is the same pair just now, only the scale has changed. If this one point was not resolved, it could never be said that they were the same pair of shoes. Not understanding the other party's words, Chen Shui examined them, slightly puzzled. Where is the difference? I don't think there's a problem. Come on, I'll put them on for you and see if they fit. Without waiting for the other party to reach out, Han Qianma casually waved his hand and the shoes were automatically put on his feet. The size could be considered perfect. Chen Shui was very satisfied. Isn't this just right? I told you, this little problem, how could it possibly make it difficult for our demon Zunde? Han Qianma didn't retort. Could it not be just right? It had been reorganized, so it must have been shaped according to the foot. What else would reorganizing it do? Simply clean up the decoding. There's no class in the morning, what are you going to do? Without continuing to dwell on this topic, Han Qianma directly stood up from the bed. Chen Shui hesitated for a moment, and a tantalizing blush surfaced on her fair face. Of course it's to do. Like to do. Han Qianma didn't retort and was just about to open his mouth when Lang Lingshan's phone call came over. Chen Shui signaled the other party to answer it first. Himself to make preparations. Han Qianlong then picked up the phone. Hello, Officer Lang. Lang Lingfang on the other end of the phone didn't seem to expect that the always cold other party would be so polite, even addressing herself with an honorable title, and froze for several seconds before reacting. You? Hello, Han student. That? There's a video that I sent over to you, and I'd like to ask for your help to take a look at it if you have time. Hearing the word video. Chen Shui, who was sitting on the bed and had one long leg already dressed in thigh-high white silk, had a loose foot and subconsciously came up. Video? What video? Is it decent? Chapter 106 White Sins Out of Control? Without paying attention to Chen Shui's jokes, Han Qianma casually clicked on the video sent by Lang Lingshan. Chen Shui also stopped talking too much, but followed and watched it with rapt attention. Soon, she discovered the end. Isn't this Wanda Plaza? People come and go. Who would do that kind of thing in such a place? It is said that a certain bug goes to the head. As a matter of fact, a woman will go to her head as well. At this moment, her mind is full of different time and different place with Lord Demon. Everything she looks at has a colorful feeling. Splat! Right at this moment, in the video screen, a passerby in the center of the square suddenly exploded and turned into a field of broken flesh. I go! Chen Shui shuddered violently, her mind completely lost. What's the situation? How did that person suddenly explode? The video ended here. Han Qianma asked Lang Lingfang on the other end of the phone, what do you want to say? Lang Lingfang was silent for a few seconds inside. I want to hear your opinion. After all, of those people you killed before, there were similar deaths. Chen Shui's willow brows furrowed. What do you mean? You suspect that he killed the people? You think he's sick? Or is it that you were already sick yourself? For no reason at all, why would he kill a passerby? At the loss of my previous thought, we are already considered friends, the result. Officer Lang, you really let me down too much. Han Xianmo reached out and touched Chen Shui's head, indicating that the other party should not be angry. That's not what she meant. Arguing on the phone was the most stupid and unnecessary thing to do, and Lang Lingshang on the other end of the phone didn't care about Chen Shui's anger, and only waited for her to finish cursing before continuing to speak to Han Qianmuo. This is the picture captured by the surveillance. The mall's surveillance equipment is of more ordinary quality. Can't see the details clearly. So, I would like to ask your opinion. After all, you are also considered an inhuman. In my opinion, the only people who can kill with this method are probably inhumans with special abilities. At first, she also guessed that the deceased had feuded with Han Xianma and was an evil person, which was why he ended up like this. But after investigating, she realized that although the deceased was not an ordinary person, but a researcher at a certain research institute. But there is no relationship with the East China Sea University, and Han Xianmo is even more not to mention. She knows that Han Xianrua is not a murderer, and came to the other side, indeed, simply seeking help. Han Xianma said bluntly. His ability, it seems, is blast. Lang Lingfang on the other end of the phone was clearly surprised. How do you know that the deceased was run over? The autopsy report showed that the deceased didn't suddenly blow himself up because of some internal force. Rather, the body exploded because it was subjected to an extremely strong external pressure in a very short period of time. To put it simply, he was run over. Only the speed of the object that hit him was so fast that it even exceeded the speed of a bullet. That's why he couldn't see the real face of the object through the image captured by the low-speed camera. Lang Lingfeng thought, at least until he said the cause of death of the deceased, the other side can realize that the deceased was hit dead. The result did not expect, do not wait for their own mouth, the other party has already seen the clues. Sure enough, looking for this man to ask for advice was the right choice. Han Xianma blandly said, at 1 minute 23 seconds, at the edge of the video screen, there was a black shadow. Although only 1 foot is revealed, it can be seen that he is a person and is taking steps towards the deceased with his face. Also at 1 minute 23 seconds, that foot has disappeared. On the side, Chen Shui, who had her arms wrapped around her, was also listening to Lord Demon Lord's analysis. Yet, she did not listen to it. What do you mean? After a few seconds of silence, Lang Lingfang on the other end of the phone came to a realization. I understand. Although that person didn't fully appear in the surveillance screen, his toes were pointed in the direction of the deceased. But the next instant, the deceased blew up, but he didn't walk into the surveillance screen. That is to say, he was indeed taking steps towards the deceased, but the moment he entered the surveillance area, he used sprint. Straight away, he crashed into the deceased and left the surveillance area. That's why there was a situation where he clearly should have appeared in the surveillance footage, but as a result, he didn't. Hearing this, Chen Shui seemed to have thought of something and looked at Han Xianrui with a desire to speak. Without saying anything more, Han Xianma blandly said to Lang Lingfang on the other end of the phone, "Is there anything else?" Lang Lingfeng said with a straight face, "I just checked, and such a speed is considered a high-level existence in the Inhuman stat. The domestic Inhuman class division is more complicated. I don't know if you've heard of the foreign mutants. If we follow the mutant rank division, the murderer's rank, at least, is epsilon level. The level of danger is equivalent to a heavenly realm martial artist inside a martial artist. One level higher than that is the delta level. The level of danger is even equivalent to a martial zone inside a martial artist. There aren't many strong martial zoners in the entire East Sea. The level of danger, one can imagine." Han Xianma knew that the other party was trying to remind him to pay attention to his safety. After all, there was a high possibility that the murderer was still in the East Sea. But he just returned a sentence. "Just take care of yourself." And didn't say anything more. Thinking that people had something else to say, after waiting for a few seconds, but waiting for nothing, Lang Lingfang sighed slightly. "You guys are the same. Before I arrest him, you and your girlfriend better go out less. Alright, that's it. Some other day. I'll treat you to dinner, and I'll call you in advance then. Then I'll hang up?" Han Xianma didn't respond and directly hung up the phone, turning back to look at the little witch who had been watching him. "Say," Chen Shui said awkwardly, sprinting, crashing into someone. "Is it possible that this murderer, we actually know?" Han Xianlong knew who the other party was referring to. You're trying to say that the person who ran over a person, there's a possibility that it's White Sin? Chen Shui nodded. Didn't you say before that even though he got a glorious evolution, he still couldn't control his body and abilities perfectly? Could that person's death be because he went out to buy groceries? Accidentally, and gave it a run over? After each in-depth exchange, she liked to chat with the other person. After chatting, then continue. There were some things that, although she hadn't witnessed them with her own eyes, she knew them by heart through chatting with the other party. Han Qianma shook her head. No way. Connect that foot and the dead person in a line. The deceased is not the only passerby in this straight line. There are even other passers-by between the foot and the deceased. So it's obvious that the murderer didn't kill by mistake, but found the right target and collided with precision. It's unlikely that someone who dares to walk freely in the square is a wanted criminal. White Sin wouldn't kill an ordinary person. Chen Shui scratched his head. And these details? Well, it's me who overlooked it. Han Qianmo was just about to open his mouth. Suddenly, he felt something and his face changed slightly. The witch who understood him the most immediately noticed this faint change in color. While her eyes widened, she subconsciously grabbed the other party's wrist. Whoosh! In the next moment, their figures disappeared into the room together. Chapter 107, Solving the Case. Yay! The moment she felt the cold air, Chen Shui realized that she was wearing a super short skirt, thigh-high white silk, and only one leg. Just like this, she was directly following Lord Demon's whoosh, and she didn't know where the end point was. If the passers-by saw, it would be embarrassing. However, when she completely came out of the spatial crack and walked into the alley, she realized that on her body, she was already wearing a very conservative, but very nice bohemian dress. He was instantly relieved. Luckily you were quick. Looking at the people coming and going outside the alley, the thought that if there is no other person to help himself put on the clothes, at this moment he, more than likely, has already died socially, cannot help but rose a goosebumps. Han Qianmo did not dwell on this matter, took the other party and walked towards the outside. Just in case, he had long ago put spare clothes in his Qiankuan bag. Not just his own, but his woman's as well. Chen Shui followed the other party's footsteps, and just after walking out of the alley, he saw Lin Ruoyu, who was standing in place with a surprised face. The surrounding area was already filled with people. Those people's eyes were all focused on the broken meat on the ground just like her. Suddenly thinking of something, Chen Shui's beautiful eyes rounded. I'm going. This solves the case? The murderer isn't some inhuman, but Sister Ruoyu? Still ignoring her jokes, Han Qianma walked behind Lin Ruoyu and spoke faintly. Is everything alright? Lin Ruoyu snapped back to her senses. Why are you guys here? I'm fine. I just think it's strange how this person suddenly blew up? Chen Shui joked, didn't you kill him? No All learn to kill people. I, on the other hand, still only know how to make people. School sister deserves to be school sister, the version is always a big step ahead. She knew that the current Lin Ruoyu, although her realm was still not as good as her own, after taking the life extension pill, she was considered a martial artist. Something like killing someone could be considered easy for the other party. Of course, she was only joking. In reality, she didn't think that Lin Ruoyu really dared to kill someone. Lin Ruoyu shook her head. What would I kill him for? I didn't even know who he was. When I heard the commotion and turned around, the person had blown up. Han Qianmo looked at the blood and flesh on the ground. If I'm not wrong, he should be the suspect that Long Lingfang is looking for. He guessed, just now, the other party should have been playing the same old trick to get at Lin Ruoyu. Instead, he ended up bumping into the protective barrier on Lin Ruoyu's body and knocked himself alive. That's what gave rise to the current picture. Chen Shui was astonished. I'm going. This person is really headstrong. Anyone would dare to bump into him. Looking at Lin Ruoyu, she hurriedly told what happened before, and finally concluded, I really wasn't wrong. Now, this really solves the case. After hearing the other party's words, Lin Ruoyu looked at Han Qianma. In other words, he did come to kill me? Who sent him? Emily's accomplice? Earlier, when she received the call from Emily's brother, she realized that the group would not be willing to stop. She wanted to tell her schoolmate about the call, but it turned out that her schoolmate had gone out at that time. Afterwards, she herself also forgot about this matter. This is what led to the current situation. Han Xianma didn't retort and turned to look at the man at the end of the main alley. By the looks of it, it should be. Responding to Lin Ruoyu, he moved his mind slightly. Buzz. Instantly, the surrounding passers-by, like they were possessed, raised their heads in mute. No longer focusing on the broken meat on the ground, they instead faced in one direction, like walking corpses, and left the place with steady steps. Less than 10 seconds. In less than 10 seconds, the entire main alley was left with only 4 people and 1 corpse. Seeing that everyone else had left, there was only a black man wearing a tight-fitting tracksuit and earth-colored goggles not far away, still standing in the same spot. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui immediately realized that the other party was not good. They guessed that the other party was probably the companion of the old iron on the ground. Now, seeing that their companion had failed in his mission and died in the hands of the target, they were ready to avenge the other party. Are you Emily's colleague? Looking at the black man who was walking towards him at a leisurely pace, Lin Ruoyu had a sulky face. There's no end to this, is there? The black man spoke as he walked. The one lying on the ground is called Samus, my own brother. My name is Jesse, and like Samus, I'm a mutant with the ability to sprint. The difference is that Samus is an Epsilon class, while I, on the other hand, am a Delta class. Before the words left his mouth, he suddenly took a special step. Immediately afterward, everything around him seemed to enter a state of stasis. The fall of dust became incredibly slow, and even the wings of flies were visible to the naked eye. Jesse continued to step forward, seemingly at the same speed as before, but in fact, he had already entered the blistering speed state. Samus, this idiot, always think that has super speed and super body, then believe in what speed is power. Always thinks that as long as he is fast enough, he can smash everything to pieces. With such an approach, it would be strange if nothing happens. Walking over to the trio and glancing at the meaty mud on the ground, he smiled disdainfully. Brother, brother. In my opinion, you didn't die from being run over, but from being stupid. I can't figure out how someone as stupid as you could be my brother. The death of his brother did not make him feel sad. Because he knew that if the other party didn't die, the organization would have 2 blasters. With the other party dead, there would only be 1 blaster left in the organization. In the future, his position would definitely rise. Pulling out a special short knife from his boot, Jesse no longer dwelled on his brother's stupidity, but carefully stabbed the short knife in his hand at the motionless target Lin Ruoyu. It was at this time that he suddenly felt that someone was watching him. After entering the speed state, because the speed is too fast, everything around, including people, will become incredibly slow. It feels like being fixed. He knows, in this state, a person at normal speed can't see himself. The so-called gaze just happened to hit the line of sight of others. In the past, he would not care about this kind of gaze, but at this moment, he always felt that this gaze, a little bit not the same. The other party, as if he can really see himself. So, he subconsciously turned back. Only then did he realize that he really wasn't just bumping into someone's line of sight, but was really being looked at by the other party. What's the situation? You're also a mutant? From the other party's eyes, indifference and contempt were seen. That kind of feeling, as if the other party was looking at ants, caused a gust of harboring fire to her eyes. Jesse knew that in this state, the other party could not hear the speech. His face sank, and he directly placed the short knife in his hand, aiming it at the other party's throat. Dasha's blaster? I'm sorry, there can only be 1 blaster in melee decoction, and in the whole world, there can only be 1 blaster. That would be me. You, on the other hand, can only disappear completely, just like my stupid brother. It was also at this time that he realized that his body, at no point, turned around as he had thought. Instead, it was still following the same route as before, slowly approaching towards the woman. Suddenly realizing something, he subconsciously looked at his proud legs. Only then did he realize that his legs had long since disappeared, and that his lower half of his body was bit by bit turning into dust, slowly dissipating. Only the upper half of his body was still moving towards the original route due to inertia. How could this happen? The obviously dark face was vaguely pale at this moment. Jesse looked in disbelief at the man who was already looking away, his face full of indifference. The heart that hadn't dissipated yet was completely wrapped up by a wave of icy fear. Half of the body still continued to move forward. However, until the eyes disappeared, the canopy disappeared, and the last curl disappeared. He hadn't been able to truly rush to his target's face either. Without even reaching the distance to activate the barrier, he completely turned into dust. Until the moment of his death, he probably wouldn't have thought that of all the people who enjoyed being turned to dust, he would be the one who experienced it in the most detail and to the fullest extent. After an instant, Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui's pupils were all in a state of shock and dismay. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui's pupils rose slightly, suddenly realizing that the voice was still there, but the person had disappeared. Unable to help but look to the side of Lord Demon. The person. Just gone? In the past ashes and smoke, they can see the struggle of the deceased in life, although brief, but also really see clearly. But this time, in the blink of an eye, the person was gone. This speed, not only is fast, simply fast. Of course, the speedster, the action is faster than others, the death must also be a billion points faster than others. Without responding to the two women's astonishment, at this moment, Han Xianma is slightly tilting his head, blandly looking elsewhere. There was still a third killer. He could feel that the other party was trying, invading his consciousness into his brain. Chapter 108 1-3. PFF. In the dimly lit room, after a bald woman with skin as white as confetti and a slim physique sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the wall, her legs went limp and she fell heavily to her knees. Seeing this, the surrounding companions' faces changed drastically. One of the companions seemed to have realized something and hurriedly spoke. Belina, don't resist. Let his consciousness enter your brain. Hearing this, the surrounding companions were stunned. Only then did they react, so it turned out that Belina had suffered a backlash because she was invading someone else's consciousness. Right now, it was resisting the other party's reverse invasion. The moment they realized the truth, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Because they knew that Barina was a Gamma-class mutant. One level higher than Jesse's Delta class. What's more, before this, Barina had never lost a fight. Even when she encountered a mutant of a higher level than herself, a mercenary, a martial artist, a ninja, whose strength far exceeded her own, she had never failed. She had never failed. However, this time, not only did she not succeed in invading the other party's consciousness, but she was also invaded by the other party in reverse? Unimaginable. The level of the opponent had to be as high as what? Belina. Just as the crowd was in a trance, along with a cry, with a bang, the woman named Belina suddenly exploded her head. The headless body fell into a pool of blood. The room, a dead silence, this moment, everyone, are looking at the corpse on the ground, a word cannot say. What's wrong? Seeing Lord Demon Lord's eyes unfocused, as if he was thinking about something, Chen Shui stepped forward and spoke curiously. Is something wrong? Han Qianma turned back. Nothing. The other party managed to protect their companion. Resist, die yourself. If you don't resist, you die. Between die by yourself and all die, the other party wisely chose die by yourself. Without dwelling on this matter, Han Qianma looked at Lin Ruoyu. Time may be running out, I'll send you directly to school. Through this encounter, he probably figured out the strength of that group. It was pretty much a dish. They didn't even need to make a move themselves. They could die by themselves under Lin Ruoyu's protective barrier. Like touching porcelain. Such opponents weren't enough to draw his attention at all, and couldn't even be considered opponents or even threats in his opinion. There was no need to care too much. Lin Ruoyu looked at the time. It won't be seen by others, right? Han Qianma responded, no. Before his words fell, he casually waved his hand and sent Lin Ruoyu to school. Exhaling slightly, Chen Shui pulled out her phone and called Lang Lingshang. Hello Officer Lang, yes, it's me. What I want to tell you is. There's no need to investigate the collision case any further. The case has already been solved. Who else could it be? Of course it's our wise, invincible, and handsome demon lord. On the other end of the phone, Lang Lingfeng, who was still in the office, checking the surveillance recording, walked to the corner. After listening to the other party's detailed elaboration, she heaved a sigh of relief. So it's like this. This time, I'm troubling you guys again. Count me as owing you guys a favor. When do you guys have time? I'll treat you guys to a meal. In her opinion, merit and whatnot was not important at all, solving problems and hidden dangers was the key. Chen Shui on the other end of the phone responded, let's talk about dinner later. I mean, that group of people are more than likely the same as that Emily from before, they are also spies. Although it's not under your control, you can also react to the top. It's true that their strength is not good. But it's quite annoying to always be like flies, running over and pouncing on them twice when they have nothing to do. Long Lingfang nodded. I see. The situation you mentioned, I will reflect it to the top through special channels. On behalf of the East Sea Patrol Division, I would like to express my gratitude to you and your friend Han, once again. Hanging up the phone, Long Lingfang let out a long sigh of relief. After hesitating for a moment, she still walked to her desk and picked up the landline phone on her desk. Hello, Bureau Lang. The Gao family, the second largest family in East Sea. The Gao family, with its imperial background, although it did not engage in business or politics, it relied on its unique family background, but in the academic world, it had a kind of pivotal position. In terms of economic strength, it might not be comparable to the merchant families outside the list. But in terms of prestige and status, ranking second was all still the result of an overly low profile in the past few years. 10 years ago, it would have properly secured second place and competed for first place. The next day, the current head of the Gao family, Gao Shuabin, personally led the people at the airport, received from the United States chestnut frying guests. On the way back, in the stretch Lincoln. After fawning, Gao Shuabin said to the two Malay friars sitting across from him, a task force has just been set up above, specializing in investigating, during this period of time, the foreign friends that entered the country. Especially those of you, friends from Mayuri Fry. It is said that this time, it was one of the big three, Bureau Lang, who personally made the suggestion. So this trip to Daxia, no matter what the two of you call it, try to treat it as an ordinary trip. Never, ever keep a low profile. There was no hitching a ride on Gao Shuabin's advice. One of them, the blonde man wearing a suit and looking very civilized, looked at the woman on the side and took the lead. Jesse, Samus, and Belina, all sacrificed. The higher-ups are furious and made it imperative that I bring the killers back to Washington. He was Robert. But he wasn't, as the phone call had said, Emily's brother, but rather, he and Emily were attached to the same department. Both co-workers and fiancés. Looking at Emily's picture, the woman with an indifferent face spoke slowly. Bringing the murderer back to Washington, is it their intention, or yours? She is Emily's own sister. Carter is also a mutant. But unlike Emily, she belonged to a third-party force. That power is almost all mutants. Even the White House doesn't dare to take it lightly. Emily at first also want to be as good as her sister, to join that represents the freedom of the force. But because the strength is not good, so in order to prove themselves, joined the United States Caribbean Intelligence Agency, and Robert became a colleague. Robert had a gloomy look on his face. You know, I deeply love Emily. Regardless of whether it's the meaning of the above, or simply personal hatred, there's no way I'm going to let those Daxia monkeys go. Chapter 109. Beautiful teacher, one-on-one tutoring. But your strength is too weak. Putting down the photo, Carter looked at the other party indifferently. I know that you have just participated in Walt Corporation's Super Soldier program. Currently, one has obtained super strength, super physique, super resilience as well as the low-ranked version of the blast. But at best, it's only a Delta class variant. I know Jesse and Belina from your Battle Force department. The two of them, one of them is Delta class and the other is Gamma class. As a result, both died at the hands of their targets. So, do you think that with this amount of strength, you are their opponent? Robert didn't retort. But you have to know. For the sake of love, I can stimulate my potential and push my limits. Carter didn't make a comment, just smiled. The Alliance's labs can give you access to even greater strength. If you have the determination, I can recommend you to give it a try. It's just that the process, it will be a bit painful, depending on whether you have that perseverance. Robert frowned. I just came to Daxia, and you're making me go back? Carter shook his head. There's no need to go back to Daxia. Just go to Goryeo. There's a place there called Busan. It's our country's hidden testing ground. Many modern biochemical and weapons experiments are conducted there. It's there that the transformation can be done for you. Robert froze. Busan has our testing grounds? As an intelligence officer of the organization, this matter, how come I don't know about it? Carter looked at the other party with contempt. Because, your rank is not enough. Hearing this, Robert couldn't help but stare blankly. Only then did he realize that although the Alliance was ostensibly a free force, in reality, it had a close and hidden connection with the apex of power. Nodding his head, Robert was still a bit unwilling. Then this period of time, just let them go? Carter's pretty face sank. Don't worry, someone will clean them up. Classroom. Han Qianlong had two minds at once. While listening to the lesson, he was playing with his pen. Of course, this playing wasn't really playing. Instead, he was breaking it down and then reorganizing it. Through repeated experiments, he realized that no matter whether it was a pen or a shoe, when broken down to the extreme, they were all quarks. It was also the strange shape, or even shapeless quarks, that made him fall into the quagmire of thinking. That's right. After calming his mind, he was able to enter the microscopic vision again, but the problem had not been solved, and it seemed that disintegrating it many times would not be of much use. At that moment, the beautiful teacher wearing black-rimmed glasses came to his side. Glancing at the pen that he was bouncing around, the beautiful teacher spoke indifferently. Is it fun? Han Qianmo stopped spinning the pen. Something wrong? He heard something in the other party's words. The beautiful teacher said expressionlessly. After class, please come to my office. Han Qianmo glanced at the other party's back as he turned away and didn't say anything. It just so happened that there were problems in physics that he couldn't figure out. A trip there would be fine. After class, Han Qianmo came to the teacher's office alone. Before entering, he noticed that in the entire office, the physics teacher was the only one. Knock knock. Taking a look at the teacher sitting in the office, wearing black-framed glasses, wearing a long floral dress. Revealing his feet outside the long skirt, wearing high heels, and still wearing black silk, the physics teacher, Han Qianrua, didn't open his mouth, but just knocked on the door of the room. Physics teacher Liang Qin, who was preparing for class, did not look up and just said, "Come in." Noticing that the other party had already walked in front of her, she only raised her head, put down the pen in her hand, wrapped her arms around herself, crossed her legs, and looked up at the other party, who was more than 1 meter tall. Do you know what teacher called you here for? Instead of standing, Han Qianmo sat directly on the sofa. How old are you? You still always like to make people guess when you speak. It wasn't that my father didn't want to guess. It's that you can't handle my father's guesses. Slightly stunned, Liang Qin suddenly felt that her own aura, as if she was completely suppressed by the other party. Always feel the other party's age, then their own still older. In front of the other party, on the contrary, she was like a child? Her pretty face unconsciously burned slightly, embarrassed and somewhat at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, she smacked her lips before nodding her head and opening her mouth. All right, then teacher will be frank with you. Pressing down the stifled feelings in her heart and adjusting her tone, she looked at the other party with a feigned seriousness. Lin Ruoyu is our school's key cultivator. This matter, you should know about it. No response was received from the other party before she was suddenly struck dumb. Well. Not letting you guess. Teacher tell you this. Lin Ruoyu is also a student of teacher. To be precise, teacher is one of the members of the physics group that teaches her physics. To be honest, teacher likes this child a lot and is also very optimistic about her future. So teacher wants to. Han Qianma interrupted the other party. So you want to ask, what exactly is the relationship between this father and Ruoyu? Liang Qin froze for a moment, then nodded. Yes, what exactly is the relationship between you and her, right now? That's something that teacher would like to know. This was a university, normal interactions, she definitely couldn't care less. But before, she had seen the other party quarreling with Lu Jiaojiao, the class flower of the Department of Economics and Management. Knowing that this man in front of her is a playboy. Not only did he have a cutthroat relationship with the class flower of the Department of Economics and Management, but he was also in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with the hospital flower of the medical school as well. With such a chaotic private life, one would think that his character is not good either. If this kind of person stayed by Lin Ruoyu's side, he would only drag Lin Ruoyu into the quagmire, ruining someone's bright future. Han Qianma knew the other party's concerns, but he didn't want to hide them. This honored one and Ruoyu live in a house. This honored one has also kissed her. So, it's sort of a couple. Hearing this, Liang Qin didn't feel her heart sink as if she had been struck by lightning. Chen Shui from the medical school and Lu Jiaojiao from the Department of Economics and Management are also your girlfriends, right? You have violated the school's code of ethics by playing with the feelings of your female classmates like this. The school can expel you, you know? And what did you just mean by this honor? It's self-proclaimed? At first, she thought that she had misheard, and it was only after hearing it a few more times that she realized that the other party was referring to herself as honored one. Han Qianmo did not answer the other party's question. You answer a few questions from this honored one first. When this honored one is satisfied, he will consider answering what you just said. Liang Qin narrowed her eyes and sized up the student in front of her. What do you want to ask? The person who had his feet in 3 boats was obviously a denizen. The questions asked by such a person. Afraid that he is not pouring wind and desires to pry into people's privacy? Chapter 110 Responsible Teacher Liang. Han Qianlong seemed to have seen the other party's worries, but he didn't explain, instead asking his questions directly. First question, what is the nature of quarks? The second question, why do quarks have no shape, or rather, no shape of the kind found in intuition? Liang Qin was slightly stunned, doubly surprised, and stared wide-eyed. What the hell? Did I hear him wrong? Or did he say it wrong? 2 questions in a row, asking all serious expertise? No gossip. Not to mention the so-called prying. No way. I'm the one with the small frame of mind. They are actually good students. Or rather, even if he is a student who loves to learn. As a competent teacher, when faced with a good student, there can be no resistance at all. Looking at the other party's dark eyes, Liang Qin suddenly felt that she didn't understand people at all. The so-called having a foot in 3 boats was just hearsay and subjective judgment. How the truth really was, it was not clear at all. What's more, before asking for clarification, she took it for granted that the person was a scum, showing disgust and contempt. As a teacher, such an approach was definitely wrong. With a sudden twinge of guilt in her heart, Liang Qin couldn't help but sigh slightly and opened her mouth again. Her tone had become gentle and euphemistic. Let's answer your question first. Quarks are the fundamental particles that make up protons and neutrons. A type of quantum. Why there is no shape, or rather, why there is no fixed shape, that's also because, in the quantum realm, there is randomness, there is no fixed state. As an analogy, you think electrons revolve around the nucleus of an atom? Actually, no, electrons appear randomly in any area around the nucleus. The density of the electron cloud just represents the probability of an electron appearing in that region. It doesn't mean it's necessarily there, or will necessarily pass there. In the quantum realm, there isn't even such a thing as passing through. With that said, she also demonstrates the other side with her hand. One moment, it could be here. The next moment, it could be running there. There's no moving track in between, to put it plainly, it just disappears and appears out of thin air. Han Qianma nodded. This honored one knows. This honored one just doesn't understand. Before the words were finished, he himself got stuck, because he himself didn't know what he didn't understand. If he knew, he probably would have figured it out long ago. Liang Qin exhaled slightly, as if he was back in the parlor, and continued to elaborate. Do you know about string theory? Han Qianma nodded. No, it's just a theory that hasn't been proven. Liang Qin didn't refute it. There is an argument that the quantum is not the smallest unit is the string dot. And the essence of string is energy. Energy is a one-dimensional substance, so in 3 dimensions it does not exist alone, it must be dependent on 3-dimensional matter. Thermal energy, for example, must be manifested through changes in the temperature of an object. Kinetic energy, which must be manifested through the motion of an object. A one-dimensional string is like a thread that cannot stabilize its existence. But when it produces a closed loop, head to tail, and becomes a circle, guess what it becomes? Han Qianma didn't dwell on the fact that the other party had asked him to guess again this time, but after some thought, he spoke his own thoughts. Lines that surround a surface? Liang Qin nodded. One-dimensional energy, by closing the loop around itself, forms a 2-dimensional plane. This probability, although very small, when the quantity is large enough, the occurrence of one-dimensional to 2-dimensional transformation also becomes inevitable. 2 dimensions are there, do you think 3 dimensions will still be far away? Han Qianma shook his head. The surface is there, as long as the closed ring that surrounds the surface takes the center as its origin and begins to rotate, or in the vertical direction, produces a certain superposition. And it will become 3-dimensional. After saying these 2 words, he seemed to understand something, and a haze seemed to burst out from the depths of his eyes. This haze seemed to come from the place of the universe, the most primitive and purest. Han Qianmo's heart couldn't help but murmur. My father has realized. My father has finally realized. The Tao is born as one. If you become a demon, you can use yourself as a source to condense qi, the so-called energy, out of thin air. The Tao is the zero dimension, and it is also the person who has attained it. One life is two. The energy emitted by the wayfarer forms the most basic, one-dimensional string. Attached to the air, it can heat the air, even create flames out of thin air, and when blasted out directly, it can directly affect the target, causing it to suffer heavy damage. 2 begets 3. This is the starting point of the creation of objects. From the two-dimensional energy strings generated by the closed loop, formed a plane, and then on this basis, the plane to spin, will be able to produce three-dimensional objects. The three-dimensional objects at this time are the so-called elementary particles. So there is the three living things. Thinking of this, Han Xianma cannot help but sigh with emotion. Indeed, the ancients have long recognized everything. Long ago saw through the nature of creation. It's just that the descendants are stupid and can't penetrate the meaning of it. The concept of three living things has long existed in the records of ancient Daxia. Does this mean that today's Earth, although it seems that the spiritual qi is thin, even the shadow of immortal cultivators cannot be seen? But in the past, tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years ago, this place was also once full of spiritual qi, and strong people were like clouds. Those who had attained the Tao were crisscrossing the 9 states and breaking through the vault of heaven? Who? Exhaling heavily, Han Qianma suppressed the excitement in his heart. This was probably the most excited he had ever been in terms of cultivation since he had broken through the demon sovereign realm. If at this time Lin Ruoyu or the Empress were standing on the side, looking at him, they would definitely be able to notice that the golden light on his body had completely blossomed, radiant and dazzling like never before. Student Han? Seeing the other party suddenly fall into a daze, Liang Qin subconsciously shook her hand. Realizing that the other party still didn't have any reaction, she thought of walking over to pat the other party's shoulder. As a result, she didn't realize that the hemline of her skirt was being pressed by the foot of the stool, and the moment she got up, with a swish sound, her long skirt was torn out with a large slit. A slender and well-proportioned beautiful leg wrapped in black silk was revealed. Yeah! Panicked, Liang Qin subconsciously screamed out and hurriedly used her hands to cover it. But her legs were too long, a pair of jade hands couldn't cover them at all. Using the books on the table didn't work either. She could only look for the thin blanket in the cabinet that she usually used for naps. It was also at this time that Han Xianmo came back to his senses from his thoughts because of the other party's scream. Looking at the back to their own, rummaged through the cupboard, group mouth wide open. A black silk long legs displayed to the fullest extent of the physics teacher. He slowly got up and walked behind the other. Chapter 111 Attempting to resurrect the Empress. Noticing the cool breeze behind her, Liang Qin's delicate body trembled and froze in place. Before she could turn around, squinting behind her, her eyes widened. Mr. Han, you. What do you want to do? Han Xianmo did not answer, and directly stretched his hand to the other party's round that was sticking up against his own. Liang Qin's face changed. Don't! I'm your teacher. At this instant, she once again decided that her judgment, once again, was wrong. This denizen was indeed good at learning, and he was indeed smart. But a scum is a scum. No matter how well learned he was, it couldn't change his lewd and nasty nature. No! Stop! However, just as Liang Qin screamed her throat out, and even almost threw the pen holder on the table at the other party, but suddenly realized that the other party's hand did not touch himself. And his own skirt was recovering as before at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, she directly froze in place, her beautiful eyes wide, her pretty face covered with disbelief. Han Xianmo started from the other party's ankle, and little by little, he moved upwards to help. This matter, don't tell anyone else. From the side, it looked as if he was starting from the feet, bit by bit, he was lightly thinning out this flamboyant female teacher in front of him. In reality, however, he was just repairing the torn hem of his skirt, without a single distraction in his eyes. Why did he start from the bottom and not from the part on top that hadn't been completely torn? Because he knew that this repair was a true restoration. Starting from any position is the same, the dress will become the original shape. Sure enough. Less than 10 seconds. Under Liang Qin's astonished gaze, the floral dress returned to its original form. It was as if what had just happened had never happened at all. Wonderful beyond compare. How could this happen? Liang Qin covered her mouth and looked at the other party in disbelief, her beautiful eyes trembling. This shouldn't be my hallucination? She knew that from the perspective of physics, breaking the mirror was completely realizable. But that would have to rely on advanced technology and equipment, and it wouldn't always be completely possible. Because quantum mechanics tells the truth. The world is uncertain. The nature of this world is probability. Therefore, even if the time, matter all back to the so-called starting point, it is impossible to create exactly the same thing. But this man did it. And he did it with his bare hands. This scene almost overturned her perception. Because in her opinion, this was not science at all, but metaphysics. Han Xianma didn't explain and directly stated his request and opinion. Again, don't tell this matter. And he, who had already turned around and walked towards the front door, continued, black silk is not the way to wear it. You have nice legs, and since you wanted to wear black silk, you could have covered it up with a long skirt. He didn't know what to wear, he just gave a fair advice according to his own preference, which is also the preference of most men. In a panic, a blush appeared on Liang Qin's pretty face. She wore black silk purely because prolonged sitting was prone to varicose veins, and black silk had the function of preventing varicose veins. When she usually rested, she wouldn't wear black silk at all. Even if she wanted to wear it, she would pair it with a long skirt. Outside, even if, in school, we're too exposed, but will be criticized. A teacher with a wrap skirt and black silk? Only in the movies. In reality, overthink it. Being criticized so directly by a man, and the other party, is still a student in his own class. Liang Qin, who was stunned, felt more than a little shy and sulky in her heart. Although very angry, but cannot say where angry. Han Xianma didn't care about the physics teacher's mess, and the moment he stepped out of the office, he turned around and disappeared into thin air. Whoosh! 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 At the same time he returned home, Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui followed. The duo, who were still in class, were dumbfounded. Chen Shui looked at Lord Demon, and only then did she understand what was going on. So urgent? But I'm still in class. Pulling me back like this, what if someone sees me? At this moment, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart, fortunately I'm sitting in the last row. Otherwise, this would have to be another paranormal incident. Lin Ruoyu didn't dwell on these details and went forward to inquire, what happened? She knew that the other party calling herself and Chen Shui back was definitely not about male and female matters. This was not the other party's character. Standing in the living room, Han Xianma said, I came to my realization. Now, I want to try and resurrect her. Hearing this word both women were stunned and instantly realized who the other party was referring to when he said her. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Do you need us to do something? Chen Shui followed suit and nodded. Aha. Is there a need for a protector or something? I've seen TV dramas, and it seems like that's how it's played out. If it's a same-gender protector, you don't have to take off your clothes. If it's opposite gender, it seems like you still have to take off your clothes. Lin Ruoyu froze, her face instantly turning red. And there's this kind of argument? When she was bored, she liked to do puzzles and read books. She hadn't watched many dramas at all, much less knew that there were dress requirements for things like protecting the law. Chen Shui nodded her head repeatedly. Aha! Something that concerns human life can't be sloppy. Lin Ruoyu, whose pretty face was flushed red, turned back and looked at Han Xianma with eyes that constantly dodged, covered in shyness. Okay. Just as she really reached out, ready to take off her blouse, Han Xianma grabbed her wrist. Don't listen to her. You two just sit there. Glancing at Chen Shui, who was laughing badly next to him, he didn't say anything, just gave a look. The other party's abacus beads were almost hitting him in the face, so could he not know what exactly the other party was calculating? Just sit there? The simple Lin Ruoyu was dumbfounded, her eyes moving between the two. Han Xianma nodded his head. Resurrecting her requires the Yuanshan, primordial air, and a physical body. Yuanshan, I haven't found it yet, but I have the original life air. I want to use the original life air first and make an attempt. In case if her Yuanshan is recalled and becomes one with the original air, this time, we need the pot of life to preserve it. The so-called pot of life is the woman's uterus. Uncertain, amongst you, whose uterus is more suitable for her origin air. So I just called you two, together. He knew that his current self was not yet considered to have stepped into the true creation level. He had only touched the barrier of the creation level. But he still wanted to try. After all, it didn't cost anything to try. If he succeeded, everyone would be happy. After listening to the other party's explanation, Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui glanced at each other, and both of them nodded. Chen Shui responded, "Got it. Come on then. Wait, can I take off my clothes? Don't misunderstand. I just think that it's cooler this way." Han Qianma didn't bother. Lin Ruoyu also wanted to open her mouth and ask. But what she wanted to ask was, what else was required of her? In her opinion, just sitting like this was definitely not enough. As a result, without waiting for her to open her mouth, Han Qianma casually waved his hand, and a cloud of purple-red densities converged in the center of the living room. Chapter 112, Empress, I'm back. The next moment. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui then simultaneously widened their beautiful eyes. Stunned, they looked at the silhouette that was made up of purple-red as well as colorful black. The silhouette was topped with long hair that reached its hips and floated in the middle of mid-air, with a slender and breathtakingly beautiful body. Just a mere silhouette left the two women stunned. Chen Shui opened her mouth wide. So beautiful. Although there is no face, no details. Yet one can still feel that her aura is unrivaled. All the women in the world put together, I'm afraid they can't even compare to a single hair on her head. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Especially this pressure. Is this the hegemony of a female emperor? Just a residual shadow alone gives off a pressure that is so great. Han Qianma spoke faintly. You guys are also beautiful. Alright, hurry up and sit down. Let her choose herself. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui's presumptuousness was only because girls evaluated girls based more on temperament. Whether it was her strength or her experience, the Empress was far beyond the two of them. It was normal for them to feel oppressed in front of the Empress and develop an inferiority complex. However, in Han Qianmo's eyes, the three women's appearance, in fact, are about the same. He was a bit face-blind and couldn't tell who was prettier. In his opinion, all three were beautiful, just different types. After listening to Han Qianmo's words, Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui both took a deep breath. After easing their agitated, flustered moods, they slowly sat down on the sofa. Chen Shui asked, "Is she conscious? And can choose for herself?" Han Qianma answered the other party's words while manipulating the Empress's primordial air. No. This is just the air. It's also known as the life force. It's the soul that is the consciousness, and the body is the container that carries the soul. For the soul to control the body, it needs the life force, also known as primordial air, as a medium. This is also why, despite having the same soul and body, there are dead and living people. I let her choose for herself. It's just because the air has a tendency to originate and will automatically approach the more suitable body, that's all. As a top student of the medical school, Chen Shui felt that the other party's words, she seemed to have understood, and then again, she seemed to have not. Not continuing to dwell on this topic, Chen Shui nervously looked at the original air that was gradually walking towards her, looking down at her. Will she choose me? What will I do afterward? After carrying her original air, she will be resurrected? Han Qianlong shook his head. I don't know who she'll choose either. Anyway, both of you try. It's not necessarily possible to bring her back to life after successfully carrying it. I've only learned broken mirror reunification now, which means taking broken things and restoring them to their original form. With all the materials, it's definitely not a problem to do a direct equivalent exchange. Right now, there's only the original air. One can only make an attempt first as well. It's normal to fail. Hearing this, Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui were both relieved. At once, they felt that the mental pressure wasn't that great. If this operation was difficult and not allowed to fail, turned out to be a failure because of their own improper operation, they felt that, at that time, they might really have to die in Thanksgiving. Chen Shui, who felt much more relaxed, her face regained its pleasantness as she looked at the Empress in front of her and spoke her thoughts. In that case, pick me. I'm already considered a magical maiden now. It should be more suitable for you. Since it's not something that can only succeed but not fail, what's there to worry about? Come to me. I'll take care of you. Ruoyu has to focus on her studies. Let's not cause her any trouble. However, the next moment, the primordial air floating in mid-air turned its head to look at Lin Ruoyu. After a quick glance, it entered the other party's body. Chen Shui had a black line on her face. What's the situation? She's already inside? This woman shouldn't be able to hear what I'm saying? It's on purpose. Han Qianma nodded and looked at Lin Ruoyu. I'll inject the Tao energy I've comprehended into your body. If the process of restoring this begins, the primordial air will automatically enter your cellular palace. Absorbing a little bit of your flesh and blood, together with the recalled remnant soul, it forms an embryo. When the embryo is completely formed, the resurrection will be considered successful. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Good. She still felt quite stressed. It always felt as if she was pregnant. But in reality, herself was clearly still a virgin. Chen Shui nervously asked, then what? What are we going to do afterward? Accompany her to raise her fetus? Han Qianma blandly said, there's no need to do anything. As short as 3 minutes, as slow as an hour. After an hour, if the embryo hasn't taken shape, that's proof that the resurrection has failed. With my current realm, if I want to resurrect her, I still can only find all the original air and Yuanshan residual soul. You can't have one without the other. Chen Shui scratched his head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's really. Give it a try, ah? Han Qianma nodded his head. It's already been said just now. It's just a try, it's not the so-called well-prepared, and there's no such thing as only succeeding and not being allowed to fail. Looking towards Lin Ruoyu, he comforted, so, you don't have to have too much pressure. After an hour, if there's still no reaction, just do what you need to do what you need to do. Lin Ruoyu nodded her head. Well. Chen Shui smiled. If you really want people to have a reaction, it's actually simple. However, if you wait for an hour, you definitely won't see any results. You have to wait at least a month or two for that. Lin Ruoyu knew what the other party was talking about, her face flushed and she bowed her head. Han Qianma didn't respond. He also wanted to initiate something with Lin Ruoyu. But right now, there really wasn't that mood. 2 hours later. Chen Shui looked at the time with an embarrassed face. Why don't we wait a little longer? Looking at Lin Ruoyu's flat belly, she knew that this matter of resurrection seemed to have really failed. Han Qianma walked out of the bedroom. Why are you two still sitting here? I just went into meditation and temporarily closed my senses. Thought you guys had already gone back to school. The original air in Lin Ruoyu's body was the Empress's as well as his. Whether it had succeeded or not, one could feel it without looking. The primordial air can't summon the Yuanshan, and it will eventually form an embryo in Lin Ruoyu's body and dissipate itself. The limit of maintenance was 1 hour. An hour ago, he had felt that the primordial air in Lin Ruoyu's body had dissipated. He knew that the other party could also feel it. Then he took it for granted that the other party had stopped waiting. Then did what he should do, and by now, might have already joined Chen Shui and gone back to school. As a result, when he came out and looked, the person was still here. Lin Ruoyu and Chen Shui looked at each other in a cold sweat. Chen Shui was somewhat speechless. No, this reaction of yours, how do you give off a feeling of not caring too much? Han Qianma responded, care. But it also depends on the situation. It was meant to be a trial, and it was already known that the probability of success was even less than 1 in a million. Why do you have to make a big deal out of it? It has to be like in the TV show. Before doing, all kinds of pulling, all kinds of not easy, when doing, all kinds of tangled, all kinds of difficult. After the failure, all kinds of collapse, all kinds of unacceptable, is considered to care? That's not caring, that's ing sick. He remembers, he has reminded them many times, just try, do not have any psychological pressure. These two women are still so unsettled. What could he do? Chen Shui cried and laughed. Bull. Hopefully, I missed this class for nothing, right? Next time there's something like this. You still have to find me. Only, next time I have to be the container. That way, at least there's some sense of participation. Han Qianma bitterly smiled and shook his head. Good. Chen Shui turned back to Lin Ruoyu on the sofa. I'm going back to school, what about you, do you want to come along? Lin Ruoyu drifted back to her senses and nodded. Oh. 2. Chen Shui looked to Han Qianma. Then I'll trouble you, Demon Lord. The next moment, she then saw Lord Demon Lord's charming smile, and immediately after that, with two black eyes, she appeared in an alley somewhere in the school. Looking at Lin Ruoyu beside her, Chen Shui said, "How many more classes do you have in the morning?" Lin Ruoyu snapped back to her senses. "Oh, no, I have an appointment to meet with Mr. Liang from the physics group. I won't eat with you at noon." Chen Shui had disappointment. "Oh." Noticing that the other party's face did not look too good, she asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? It's hard to believe that it's that primordial air that has left you with some after effects? Do you want to go back and find him to take a look for you?" Lin Ruoyu smiled faintly. "I was thinking about the connection between resurrection and physics. Never could figure it out. It's fine, don't worry about me, you go to class first." Chen Shui breathed a slight sigh of relief. "All right. If there's anything uncomfortable, always remember to call him. Don't ever insist on it, it's not needed and it's not necessary." Lin Ruoyu smiled sweetly and nodded. "Good." Looking at the other parties departing back, she let out a slight sigh of relief, and the moment she turned around, she muttered, "So, you really resurrected?" There was a moment of silence. Inside her mind, an ethereal response rang out. "Yes. Neither. Milk tea, an extra shift, thanks for the support." Chapter 113 The Truth. Yes and no? Lin Ruoyu was confused. What does that mean? That's right. The Empress was resurrected. After Han Xianma had taken the Empress-Emperor's primordial air and injected it into her body, she hadn't felt any signs of the air converging towards the cellular palace. Even the moment when it was about to dissipate, the scene that everyone hoped would happen, did not happen. Just as she also felt that this attempt had failed, an ethereal, majestic yet very moving voice appeared in her mind. In that instant, she was so overwhelmed with thoughts that she almost screamed out. Fortunately, the Empress called out to her in time and told her she couldn't tell this matter, otherwise Han Xianma would die. Only then did she hurriedly cover her mouth and hide her shock with silence. The Empress responded, "It's fine to say that it's a resurrection, because this Emperor's previous state was close to nothingness, with no consciousness and no perception. But it's different now. Now, this Emperor can even communicate with you. It's also right to say that it's not a resurrection, because this Emperor isn't dead at all." Lin Ruoyu was even more confused, finding an unoccupied gazebo and sitting down before rushing to ask after him. "Can you make it clearer?" The Empress was silent for a moment. "Let me put it to you like this. This Emperor was born in an ancient family. People from our family can awaken a talent. This talent is divided into two stages. In the first stage, those who awaken the talent can tear through space and travel between realms. In the second stage, one can read the long river of time and see the past as well as part of the future of that realm. 100,000 years ago, this Emperor awakened the first stage of his talent, traveled through the void, and when he passed by Earth, he met you in Pathfinder. 100,000 years later, this Emperor awakened the second stage of his talent, and foresaw that his chi had run out, and would die in the middle of the heavenly tribulation 10 years from now. And it could not be avoided. So, this Emperor made a decision. If you're going to die anyway, why don't you instill all of your life's power into the Pathfinder? Then use your physical body and Yuan Shen to respond to the calamity. In this way, not only will we not waste more than 100,000 years of cultivation, but we can also confuse Qianmuo, so that he won't have to join with this Emperor and fight against the heavenly tribulation. And ultimately perish with this Emperor." Lin Ruoyu was puzzled. "Aren't you guys already invincible? What kind of heavenly tribulation can't even be stopped by you and him teaming up?" The female Emperor thought for a moment. "Saying that it is a heavenly tribulation is just to make it easier for you to understand. To be precise, it shouldn't be called a heavenly tribulation, it should be called fate. Lin Ruoyu was incomparably dismayed. "Destiny? Isn't that a concept? There's still a consciousness?" The Empress continued to speak. "It comes from beyond the 9 heavens continent, and is the underlying rule that all great worlds above the realm have to abide by. In order for this Emperor to be promoted to Lord God of the 9 heavens continent, she had to undergo the test of it. At that time, this Emperor had looked at. With the talent of the second stage, there wasn't a single chance of winning. Even if Carpathian and this Emperor were together, they would still end up the same way." Lin Ruoyu's willow brows furrowed slightly. "That's not right. Pathfinder said that he had long since become the Lord God of the Nine Heavens continent, so why doesn't he have a heavenly tribulation, but you do? The Empress's tone carried a sense of celebration. He was more lucky. In the words of your world, he got stuck with a bug. The rule is, if you want to become the main god of the Nine Heavens continent, you have to undergo the test of the destiny that governs the Nine Heavens continent. Pathfinder, he's an earthling, and the only thing that tests him is the destiny of the earth. The destiny of the Nine Heavens continent can't detect his existence at all. With a pleased smile, the female emperor cheerfully said, that's why this emperor said he was lucky. Theoretically, traversing realms is an ability that only a Lord God has. And the reason why this emperor can traverse dimensions is because of this emperor's special talent. Theoretically, it is impossible for a person, before becoming a Lord God, to traverse space. So, in theory, there is no such thing as a person from World A, traveling to World B, and then avoiding World B's destiny and growing against the odds. Lin Ruoyu understood. Because of your talent, he went to the Nine Heavens continent even though he wasn't a Lord God. And became a main god there, not being governed by fate. That crossing over in the first place wasn't an accident, from start to finish, it was all your help. The Empress responded, yes, but while he was not subject to the dominion of fate, this emperor could not escape the sanction of fate. Perhaps, it was really to punish this emperor for helping him get stuck in the BG once. Originally, ascending to Lord God was not a difficult task for this emperor. As a result, in the end, it turned into a situation of certain death. Lin Ruoyu sighed. You fought against destiny alone in order to protect him. Then what exactly is your current state? Can you still be being resurrected? You should understand that I'm talking about a real resurrection. The Empress thought for a moment. There's a chance, but it's slim. Destiny has the function of correcting chaos. For the continent of the Nine Heavens, Pathfinder, and Earthling, becoming the main god of the continent of the Nine Heavens is a kind of chaos. If this emperor resists destiny and truly becomes the main god of the Nine Heavens continent, without relying on Pathfinder's power, he can also manage and amend the heavenly Tao of the Nine Heavens continent. Amendments will then not appear. On the contrary, if this emperor fails, the correction of fate will come. Pathfinder, who should not have become the main god of the Nine Heavens continent, will also be erased after that. To answer the question you just asked, this emperor's current physical body and Yuan Shen are still resisting destiny in the outer heaven. As long as this emperor's physical body and Yuan Shen are not destroyed, fate will not be able to draw back and execute a correction on Qianlong. Lin Ruoyu let out a long sigh. If you let him know at this time that you're suffering for him, he definitely wouldn't sit back and watch, but would immediately return to the Nine Heavens continent to join you and fight against fate. At that time, the female emperor lamented, at that time, this emperor and him, both must die. Destiny and this emperor's physical body and Yuan Shen are all in the outer heaven. It doesn't belong to any realm, any space. Pathfinder's divine sense can't detect it at all. If we just resist rather than fight against, destiny killed this emperor for a moment. The key is, he is now back on Earth, the laws here are not the same as the Nine Heavens continent, the fate over there can't create much of an impact on him now. So, as long as you don't say anything, he'll be safe forever. Lin Ruoyu frowned. I don't want to lie to him, it's fine if I don't know, it's all already known, sooner or later, I'll tell him the truth. And you know him, whether he knows about this or not, he won't give up on resurrecting you. The Empress did not retort. To completely solve this problem? Only the god of creation can do it. His current realm is still far from. You can tell him the truth, but only after he becomes a creation god. Otherwise, your confession is harming him. Chapter 114 I'm still his senior sister? Lin Ruoyu was silent for a long time and nodded. I try my best. Right. So what state are you in now? The Empress responded, that's a question you've already asked. Lin Ruoyu shook her head. I'm referring to. Why, did your consciousness appear in my mind? The Empress laughed, according to Earth's time. It should have been 3 years ago. At that time, this emperor was still traveling the great thousand worlds. When I passed by Earth, I found that this place, although it belonged to the low martial blessed land, was exceptionally prosperous, so I couldn't help it and stayed for a few more days. One day, this emperor happened to come across a teenager who attempted to jump into the river because of a quarrel with a female. What happened after that, you should also know. That person was Qian Mo, and he didn't really try to jump into the river, but was tricked by that woman. At that time, this emperor sensed that his soul power could be described as exceptionally powerful. Even on Earth, it's a one-of-a-kind existence. So, this emperor went to learn about his life, past. In the middle of this, met you. Only at that time, this emperor was a different look, now you probably can't remember. After that, this emperor learned that Qian Mo is not a hypocrite, and more crucially, his soul power is very strong and his grievances are sufficient, very suitable to be a devil ruler. So he brought him back to the Nine Heavens continent. And as a result, it allowed him to successfully get stuck with a bug. Lin Ruoyu seemed to be thinking back to the past. We met 3 years ago? I really don't have much of an impression. The Empress laughed. The Empress said that at the time, the Empress was a different person. Learning that you're the benefactor of the Pathfinder, the one called Lu Jiaojiu. Yes, the woman called Lu Jiaojiu is just a liar. Thinking that in the future, after becoming a great emperor, Qian Mo might come back to look for you, so this emperor left a mark on your body that was so weak that no one else would be able to detect it at all. To explain, the essence of the imprint is a wisp of the residual soul of the person who imposed the imprint. It's just that the amount of this wisp of residual soul is very, very small, so small that it can be ignored. This is also the reason why the person who is inflicted with the imprint can be found by the inflictor at any time. Because, to find the other party is to find oneself. Lin Ruoyu came to a realization. I see. Inside my body, there is a residual soul left behind by you, and then, injected into me, the original air that originally belonged to you, activated you. That's why you were able to awaken your consciousness in my body. I'm not sure if it's right for me to say that. The Empress did not retort. Right. This emperor is only a consciousness now. The physical body in Yuanshan, still resisting destiny, it's impossible to summon it over. Other than talking to you, other than that, there really isn't anything else I can do. Lin Ruoyu seemed to have thought of something. That time when my weight plummeted. There were also several times when my condition worsened, and I almost died. As a result, in the end, every single time, I was able to miraculously come back to life. It's hard to believe that it's precisely because of your imprint. The female emperor responded, that's right, the mark that this emperor left on you, although it's very faint, but you are immortal after all. It doesn't go out, you can't even die if you want to. Speaking of the imprint, this emperor will say another mention. I just said that the seal is the residual soul. The residual soul is also the inheritance. From a certain perspective, you have inherited this emperor's residual soul, even if it's only a little bit, you should be considered this emperor's disciple. Plus, seeing you came before, and Pathfinder worshipping his master came after. So, without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Lin Ruoyu's pretty face reddened and her beautiful eyes widened. So, technically speaking, I'm still Qian Mo's senior sister? The Empress laughed, yes, although his realm and strength is far higher than yours, in terms of seniority, he should indeed call you senior sister. Lin Ruoyu's heartbeat gradually accelerated, and her breathing became much more rapid. This. Suddenly, there was an additional senior brother? This feeling, it was also too subtle. Then. That master. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruoyu respectfully asked, then what are your next plans? Although he knew that telling Han Qianma the truth now would only backfire. But the matter of having a person in her head. It was really hard for her to control herself and not tell that man she liked. The Empress smiled. Because it's a consciousness awakened in your body. The situation on the other side of the heavenly beyond will not have an impact on this Empress. There's nothing intended. Since you've awakened, that's it. In the back, you just communicate with the Qianlong more, for the master. It doesn't matter. Lin Ruoyu was slightly stunned. Communicate? Although she didn't understand the other party's meaning, she could feel that the communication the other party was talking about was actually in quotation marks. The Empress said blandly, although master can't do anything. Yet it can teach you many theoretical cultivation techniques. More importantly, the master is now one with you, and the sensations you can feel. For master, I can also feel it. Hearing these words, Lin Ruoyu's petite body trembled, instantly understanding what was going on and appearing somewhat at a loss for words. There was a long silence. Only then did she let out an emotion in her heart, master, I really want to ask. This cultivation that you are talking about, is it serious? The home. Sitting on the sofa, Han Qianma ended his meditation and slowly opened his eyes. Master, master. Have you forgotten that on Ruoyu's body, there is also an apprentice's mark? As long as the apprentice has a heart, how could the two of you not hear the conversation? That's right. As a matter of fact, the moment the Empress consciousness awakened within Lin Ruoyu's body, he had sensed it. The reason why he had returned to the room in the first place instead of excitedly questioning Lin Ruoyu was simply because he was calm enough. Not only did he understand that the current Empress was not fully resurrected, he also understood that if he didn't give the two girls a chance to communicate, it would be impossible for him to learn the truth from the other party's mouth. Destiny? At this moment, a seriousness that hadn't been seen in a long time surfaced on Han Qianma's face. It's indeed a bit tricky. But don't worry, my disciple has already found a way to become a creation god. It's called omniscience. The apprentice will grasp the underlying as well as ultimate logic of all realms, including Earth, as soon as possible. Raise the realm to the creation level. At that time, there will be no existence that can restrict you and limit us. Speaking here, an unprecedented firmness surfaced in his eyes. At that time, I am the orientation, I am the auspiciousness. I am the guideline, I am the destiny. Chapter 115 Doomed or Probability? Han Qianlian knew. The essence of cultivation was actually going against the heavens. Every breakthrough in a major realm is crossing a heavenly barrier, fighting against the heavenly Tao. In the middle of this, we'll certainly experience heavenly tribulation, 9 deaths and 1 life. Afterwards, every time you pass through a heavenly tribulation, not only will your realm be raised by a large margin, but you will also be able to grasp more laws of the heavenly Tao. After experiencing all of the heavenly tribulation in this realm, and controlling all of the laws of heaven, one can be considered to have broken the heavenly way. One has gained the qualification to explore the great Tao. If you want to pass this stage, you will be able to do so with the strength of the heavenly God realm. Then, it is the cultivation path of pursuing the great Tao. The so-called great Tao is a realization that belongs exclusively to oneself on top of the heavenly Tao. To reach this stage, one's realm must be above the immortal emperor realm or the demon emperor realm. Throughout the history of the entire 9 heavens continent. There were many people who had entered the immortal emperor realm or the demon emperor realm who dared to claim invincibility, but there were almost no people who could truly comprehend the way of heaven and become a dimensional Lord God. He did it. Not only did he become the ultimate main god of the 9 heavens continent realm, but he also empowered the female emperor, making her, who was only in the demon emperor realm, a quasi-main god as well. The previous him had once thought that at this point, this matter of cultivation was considered to have come to an end. In the days to come, there would only be invincibility and loneliness. The so-called destiny, in his view, is only the heavenly Tao in order to maintain the stability of the realm, on a person, or a group of people to impose restrictions or interference. I have already cultivated the great Tao above the heavenly Tao. Why do I still need to care about the small means of the heavenly Tao? However, through this period of cultivation and study, for Fate this thing, he had a new understanding. At this moment, in the hall, countless books were floating in mid-air, flipping rapidly on their own. Standing in the center, Han Qianma faintly murmured. According to the thinking of classical mechanics, all objects, as long as you know its initial state and all the forces it has been subjected to, it will be able to surmise its future state. It can even be accurate to every minute, every second. That is to say, according to this thinking, since the Big Bang, the trajectory of all the movements of everything has been predetermined. A butterfly flapping its wings is not likely to trigger a hurricane, but is bound to trigger a hurricane. It's just that in between, a process is needed. This is the so-called fate. This fate, from the beginning of the universe, has already existed, and has planned everything in the future, so if it really exists, its dimension must be above the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. It is the lowest, most primitive law of all things, space and time. It's not at all the same concept as what I understood before, that fate is just a means for the heaven's way to restrict certain people. The flipping of the book would automatically stop wherever his eyes went, and as he looked at the text on the book, Han Qianma frowned slightly. But the emergence of quantum mechanics has broken this concept. In the microscopic quantum realm, everything is random and uncertain. Even if you know the initial position of the electron, the force it was subjected to, and its state of motion at the time, you cannot predict its trajectory at the next moment. The world is chaotic and When he said this, a book next to him flew out with a thought, smashing the vase on the table. The book was thrown out by me. The result produced could have been that nothing could be smashed, or it could have been blown to the ground by the wind blowing in through the window, or even, because of the annihilation of the antimatter and the positive matter, which in turn caused it to directly disappear out of thin air. The reason why none of these situations occurred, but instead naturally smashed into the vase and then fell onto the table. It's because the probability of this occurring is just the greatest. The mind moved slightly. Almost all of the books, all of them, fell to the ground, and only 2 books, still floating in mid-air, rotated around him. Han Xianlong murmured, classical mechanics believes that fate exists. Quantum mechanics, however, believes that there is no such thing as what must happen, and that a cause produces countless effects. Reality, the embodiment of a sifting of probabilities, is, in essence, just one of those effects. Thinking of this, he felt as if he understood something, and with a slight movement of his mind, he fused the 2 books together. It does exist. But it is not the cold, mechanical laws of science. It is a person. It's just that the concept of this person transcends the perceptions and imaginations of everyone, including myself. To see it in its truest form, one must first realize omniscience. That's right, I'm on the right track. The only way you can understand a person, without being able to find it, is to start with what it creates first. Step by step, unravel the mystery of it. Eventually, peer into the essence of it, understand it, become it, and defeat it. At this moment, he understood something that the Empress didn't even understand. That is, what the Yuanshin and physical body resisted was not the true fate. It was merely a projection of fate on the 9 heavens continent. Defeating this projection didn't mean anything. If you want to become the real god of creation, you have to defeat its body. The prerequisite for defeating it is to know what it is, where it is, and what concept it belongs to. Otherwise, it will always be just catching wind in shadow. To put it bluntly, it is fighting with itself. Walking to the window, Han Xianmo looked at the sky. At this moment, his eyes, as if piercing through space and time, a glance of 10,000 years, saw an unimaginable distance. The abyss is not under the feet, but in the top of the head. He was gazing into the abyss. It was also gazing at him. Pound. At that moment, Han Xianmo seemed to hear the loud noise. Turning around, he directly disappeared in the same place. Once again, he appeared. He had already arrived at the Shui show group and walked behind his cousin Han Xiaowan. After glancing at his cousin, who was standing outside the crowd, wearing a uniform and bag skirt, high heels and ultra-thin flesh-colored stockings, dressed slightly more maturely than before, Han Xianrua placed his sight on the bodies on the wall. You guys are okay. The corpse was a man, wearing white, hospital gown-like clothes. It was as if it had been jolted by some powerful force, crashed through the wall, and stuck to the wall. Especially that head. The features were clear, just flat and hideous. Han Xiaowan subconsciously turned back. Brother Pathfinder. How did you come? Knowing that the you guys asked by the other party was referring to herself and Lu Xiuxiu, she shook her head and explained with palpitations, that person, just now, wanted to molest General Manager Lu. And then it became like this. Chapter 116, Sonnet. Molestation? Han Xianma glanced at Lu Xiuxiu, who was on the phone in the crowd, looking for someone to deal with this matter. Afterwards, he turned his head to look at Han Xiaowan, who was only up to his own chest, clearly separated by half a meter, but still almost bumped into him the moment he turned around, and faintly opened his mouth. Another Yu Jingtao? Han Xiaowan shook her head. That person, it seems like he's a follower of a certain sect. Door to door selling peace talismans. Mr. Lu told him to leave, but he didn't. Instead, he put on a smile and said that Mr. Lu's black aura was a sign that he was controlled by the devil. It is necessary to go back with him and accept the sanction of the honored one. In this way, one can wash the sins from his body and become a newborn. Otherwise, one will fall into hell for eternity and suffer the pain of burning fire. Han Xiaowan felt speechless and let out a long sigh. Mr. Lu didn't want to take care of him at all. Who knows, after being ignored by Mr. Lu, he even acted like he was crazy and suddenly pounced on Mr. Lu, saying that he wanted to forcefully help Mr. Lu and wash away his sins. Speaking here, she couldn't help but turn around and look at the corpse on the wall. Then, it became like this. Han Xianma didn't say anything, just glanced at the ground. The peace talisman that was drenched in blood appeared in his hand. Akita Group, Chairman's Office. Sitting on the swivel chair, Wang Yuanfu was facing the computer monitor and tablet PC. At this moment, on the computer monitor, the previous surveillance video was still playing. On the screen, Yu Jingtao, as if he was crazy, dragged his old mother, threw her out the window, and eventually threw his old mother down a 100-meter-high building. Fell into meat paste. At this time, he rushed in with his men and yelled at Yu Jingtao. As a result, Yu Jingtao just smiled evilly and leapt out of the window. The video finished playing and automatically paused. Although he had already watched it hundreds of times, Wang Yuanfu still couldn't help but rub his face, filled with despondency. He couldn't accept the fact that his old mother had suddenly left. Because he knew that without his foster father, the Wang family would not be able to move forward. Without his mother, he might not even be able to maintain the status quo. The family suddenly lost all the pillars. He felt endless confusion. After a while, Wang Yuanfu raised his head and looked at his real father in the tablet computer. Do you really have a way to kill Lu Xiuxiu, the chairman of Shui Xiu Group, to avenge my mom? But how are you sure that Lu Xiuxiu is the black hand behind the scenes? The volume of the Shui Xiu Group was no more than 1,000th of the Akita Group. He still couldn't believe that a woman who wasn't even a grass-head general would dare to be so bold as to lay hands on his mother, who was one of the Akita Group's board members. On the other end of the call, the slim-looking man wearing gold-rimmed glasses had a bashful look on his face. No one understands the word XN better than me. It's obvious that Yu Jingtao was XN'd. That's why, like crazy, after killing his own men, he also ran back to kill his own boss. To figure out who inflicted the hypnosis on him, it's also very simple. Just look at the people he's touched before, and the people he hasn't killed. After some consideration, it's not hard to see that the female president of the Water Show Group is the most suspicious. Rubbing his face and losing several more strands of hair, Wang Yuanfu took a deep breath. If you really avenge Mom's death, I'll pick you up and bring you back, and then share Mom's shares, and divide a portion of them to you. But don't think that I don't know, you these years have been taking the money that Mom gave you to engage in some kind of power. And enlisted a large number of followers. How you've been screwing around in private, whether you've screwed anyone, or how many people you've screwed. I don't care. But if you're going to come to the Akita Group, what you did before must stop. I'm not pitying the people you're playing with, I just care about the reputation of the Akita Group. It was only recently that he had found out the other party had previously been a fake monk. He couldn't do it anymore, so he changed his name and started a force. The money is cheated and cheated people. How much money can you make by cheating people? If the reputation of the Akita Group is ruined by continuing to cheat people, then it is a loss of money. On the other end of the call, Hian Lu, who was sitting in the palace, nodded. Don't worry, my followers will definitely kill Lu Xiuxiu. When they kill Lu Xiuxiu, I will disband the church. After saying that, he ended the video call and looked at the hundreds of followers in front of him, who were sitting on the ground. A smile appeared on his face. When he said disband, of course, he wasn't directly waking up this group of people and then letting them go. Rather, after draining their last value. If you have a background, send them to a mental hospital. No background. Killing and exterminating. Having made plans in his heart, Hianlu wore a smile on his face and stood up from the futon. Children, see. The so-called technology, the so-called convenience. In reality, they are all just means for them to control you. Imagine if there were no cell phones, no computers, no so-called currency. Wouldn't you all then become more free and unrestrained? Come, join me, forget about hunger, forget about your parents, forget about your children. These, all of them, are illusions, magic. Only forget them. Only then can you have a true new life. Accompanying his speech, his most loyal followers had already begun to take sacks and collect those followers' cell phones, wallets, and all other valuables. Throw away your cell phones and wallets. This is the purest paradise that cannot be tainted by the shackles of the mundane world. The followers didn't hesitate, scrambling to be the first to throw everything they had on them into the sack. Some of them even took off their designer clothes, designer pants, and designer bras and put them into the sack. Want to get the most complete liberation? The most loyal follower with a satisfied smile, the result, when she walked to the last follower's side, was about to open his mouth. Suddenly, she realized that at some point, a new follower was standing at the gate. She was furious. Because she realized that the other party was not wearing the clothes of a follower at all. Are you new here? Then why aren't you wearing the holy clothes made from angel feathers? If it was purchased and not worn, then please wear it. If it's something you haven't purchased yet, then please go next door first and come back after you've bought it. After saying that, she then deliberately looked at the other party up and down with a contemptuous gaze. However, the inferiority complex and guilt she was expecting did not appear on the other party's face. Instead, it was her own body that was undergoing a huge change. How? How could this happen? Before the words left her mouth, she subconsciously turned around and looked at Yanlu on the stone steps. Your Holiness! Save me! Quickly! Quickly use your divine power to save me! I don't want to die. As a result, just after saying the last word, she, who only had a head left, drifted away with the wind and disappeared without a trace. All of the followers present were still indifferent, as if they were soulless, staggering around like walking corpses. Yanlu realized something and laughed instead of being shocked. Inhuman? Knowing that this honored one is also an inhuman, so he just sends inhuman against this honored one? That group of people up there are indeed very cautious. Glancing at the followers at his feet, his smile became even more hideous. These people, however, are all ordinary people. Do you really dare to ignore their safety and make a move against this reverend? As the words fell, the surrounding followers, as if on some sort of cue. At the same time, they got up, their faces showing gloom, and turned towards the man in the doorway. Not a single change in color could be seen on Han Qianlong's face. The moment he took a step, the hand behind his back loosened slightly. Immediately afterward, the peace talisman that he had discarded was like a whistling arrow that quickly shot through. In just a second, all of the followers present were pierced into flesh and mud. In the next instant, he arrived in front of the other party, towering over them. Yanlu, whose smile instantly solidified, saw his own people. All of a sudden, all of them turned into blood water, and towards himself, madly gushing, suddenly dumbfounded. Just as he realized what was going on, he raised his head sharply and looked towards the other party. Boom! A water dragon that was fierce like a tsunami, formed by the convergence of blood and water, directly washed over his face. Ah! In the midst of his screams, he was rushed to the wall, like a calendar, steadily not falling to the ground. The rush lasted for a minute, and the crimson blood, which colored the entire palace red, slowly subsided. Plop! The moment he landed on the ground, Yanlu steadily knelt in front of the other party. His body shook, spitting a meatball onto the ground. Chapter 117 Conceptual God? The first one, just the beginning. Vomit. As his stomach turned over, Yanlu's body trembled wildly, vomiting a large pile of meatballs onto the ground. Some of them could clearly be seen as eyeballs. Most of them were simply meatballs, and it was impossible to tell what part of the body they were. This moment. Disgusting. Fear. Icy coldness. It had already wrapped his body completely long ago. The moment he raised his head, Yanlu, who kept backing up, tightly leaning against the wall after which he could not retreat, panicked to the extreme. You? Who are you? Someone from that department can't kill civilians indiscriminately. You're definitely not from that department. You? Who the hell are you? At first, he thought that the other party was a regular department sent over, specializing in capturing his foreigners. But now he realized that he was wrong. The other party was not from the regular department at all. The other party does not care about the death of civilians. In the past, he used the safety of civilians to threaten the pursuers, so as to get out of the trap, in front of the other side, simply useless. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. Maybe today may really die here. This honored one knows. Seemingly thinking of something, Yanlu's terrified eyes were covered with disbelief. You're that Lu Xiu's person? Not only did this venerable one's believer fail to kill her, but he also lured you here? He couldn't figure it out. How could a female president of a small company have the virtue and ability to have the shelter of such a great power? It wasn't that he hadn't encountered high-level martial artists, nor had he not encountered top-level foreigners. But he knew that this man in front of him was the most powerful and terrifying existence he had ever encountered. All of those inhuman and martial artists that he had encountered in the past, when added together, were completely inadequate in front of this man. This level of inhuman, even in the formal sector, is the core leadership level. A small company's head, why can be protected like this? Seeing that the other party did not make a move. While Yanlu was flustered, a trace of happiness emerged in his heart. Luckily, it's this honored one. If it were someone else. Today, I'm afraid it's really hard to escape death. Buzz. In the next moment, it seemed as if a force spread out, and a ripple rippled through the air. However, after the ripples, Hyun-Lu, who realized that he didn't leave this place, suddenly stared with wide eyes. How? How could this happen? Buzz. Using his ability again, a similar scene happened again, and the desired result still didn't appear. Impossible. Hyun-Lu completely panicked, no longer seeing any semblance of blood on his face. How? How can this be? This is absolutely impossible. Han Qianmo returned to his senses and looked faintly at the other party. What were you doing, just now? Boom. Words come out of the law took effect, and Hyun-Lu trembled violently, he was dazed in place, and opened his mouth in a wooden voice. Back to the master's words. There are two abilities of the dog. First, hypnosis, this is the dog from abroad, the ability to learn later. Second, unique, this is the innate ability of the bitch dog, and it is because of this ability that the bitch dog can be called an inhuman. Han Qianmo's face was expressionless. Unique? Hyun-Lu nodded. The one makes what may happen, definitely happen. But there's a restriction, and that is, the thing that might happen must be something that bitch dog can do. If the bitch dog can't do it, it is considered impossible, and it can't be selected as an inevitable event by unique without entering the zone. He once tried to buy a lottery ticket. It turned out that it was impossible to buy a winning one. Only then did he realize that the matter of winning the jackpot had no possibility of being realized at all. Han Qianmo glanced at the other party's feet. There was a gap there, and it was obvious that under the floor, there was a secret passage, and it was only necessary to trigger a certain mechanism to enter the secret passage and escape from here. That is to say, you just unleashed, only, to utilize the dark passageway and escape from here, only to fail. Because, the matter of utilizing the dark passage to escape from here is simply impossible for you right now. What is impossible to do will not enter the zone, and it cannot be the only result. Hyun-Lu nodded. Yes, master. Although his behavior was controlled, he was still conscious. At this moment, he was already shaken to the point of no return inwardly. Because he now realized that he had still underestimated the opponent's rank. The other party's rank was not management, but top leadership. Even more than the great summer's first foreigner, only exist in the legend of the regular department chief. In his opinion, it's not about Lu Xiao's virtue or ability. Rather, it's my virtue and ability to be worthy of meeting this level of existence. Han Qianmo seemed to have been inspired in some way. Conceptual God. Out of all the possible scenarios, pick the one that is most favorable to you and make it happen for sure. Although there are limitations. But from a certain perspective, this kind of ability was, indeed, quite heaven-defying. Looking towards the other party, he spoke faintly. Not a bad ability. This father will laugh at it. As soon as the words fell, Hyun-Lu's eyes widened, his pupils dilating to the extreme. Snap. However, no matter how terrified he was, no matter how reluctant he was, he still couldn't change the ending of his body shattering by inches and turning into blood mist. As a matter of fact, the moment Han Qianmo fed the other party, he already had the intention of killing the other party's 10 clans. But in the moment he was ready to do it, his eyes suddenly appeared a picture. In the picture, a young girl, accompanied by her family, was doing a maternity test in an irregular small clinic. He could feel. The young girl is not the bloodline of Hyun-Lu, but the child in its stomach is. Instantly understand. It may be that the parents of the girl, in order to please Hyun-Lu, or by Hyun-Lu compulsion, want a Hyun-Lu descended the so-called holy baby, so as to obtain the qualification to enter the paradise. This is why they deceived or forced their children to carry the bloodline of Hyun-Lu. In Han Qianmo's opinion, the people who should die should be Hyun-Lu, and those parents who were bewitched. The young girl and the child in her belly should not be affected. For this reason, he changed the means of sanction. That is, all the so-called believers, all killed. Then, their souls, together with Hyun-Lu, were imprisoned in the 19th floor of purgatory. There, Hyun-Lu's punishment would not only be to experience a different death every 10 minutes, a different kind of extreme pain. In between, he will also be subjected to an additional torture by the female believers and a humiliating killing by the male believers. An infinite cycle. It will never end. After all this, Han Qianmo turned around and took a step. He came to Akita Group, the chairman's office. Chapter 118 Rewards. It really was a bloodline connection. The moment Hyunlu's accident happened, Wang Yuanfu felt a hint of palpitations. When he called his own father, the other party never answered. The moment he knew something had happened. Damn it, that old thing shouldn't have been caught already. Anxious Wang Yuangui did not want to sit and wait for death, just turned around, but saw a strange man, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out the window. The moment his face changed drastically, Wang Yuanfu subconsciously took 2 steps back. Who are you? Who let you in? Roll. Splat. Before the words fell, his body exploded into plasma bit by bit, starting from his feet. Gathered in mid-air, as if it were a conscious creature, flowing in the direction of that man. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuangui immediately understood. He was finished. He also realized that the palpitations that he had just experienced had indeed come from his own father. That old man is really gone. Only, he wasn't arrested by the regular department. Rather, he was killed by this horrible, unimaginable man in front of him. Just like what happened to him. The same? The Zhong family, the Su family, the Wu family. As well as all the members of the Cloud Mountain Society, and their families. You killed them all, didn't you? They have offended you, I haven't. Even if my big sister Wang Yuanrong has offended you. You also killed the entire Wang family. I didn't even seek revenge on you, why? Why do you still want to drive the whole family to extinction? He felt that he was already evil enough, and before that, he had also been enjoying this feeling of I am evil to others, but others don't dare to be evil to me. As a result, how could he not expect? There would be someone who was even more evil than himself. He killed the whole clan at the drop of a hat. Do not revenge, hold back. Also kill. This is not only unreasonable, it is simply unreasonable. Han Xianma did not answer and looked out the window indifferently. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuanfu, who only had his head left, thought of his old mother who had been thrown out of the window by Yu Jingtao, and immediately widened his eyes. Yu Jingtao is also controlled by you? My mom was also killed by you? Lu Xiao Xiao? It's because we offended the Shui Shou group that you came to kill us all? At this moment, Wang Yuanfu's expression was completely mute. Until the moment his head completely exploded into blood and water, he hadn't figured it out. A small company that couldn't even be small enough to afford an office building, how could its owner be protected by such a demon king? Tick. The last drop of blood was integrated into the blood sphere. Standing in front of the window, Han Shenmo's thoughts slightly moved, and the blood ball turned into a water dragon, flying towards the distance. At the same time, he used his voice transmission to open his mouth to White Sin in the distance. The blood of the Lord of Chi Fortune is a great tonic. Drink it while it's hot for a better effect. The biological father was a legend and the adoptive father was a business tycoon. He was born because of his birth mother's strange thoughts. In the end, all the siblings around him died. In the end, all of his siblings died and he was the only one who survived and inherited the entire family fortune. In the novel, Wang Yuanfu's life can be regarded as a proper protagonist template. Although he wasn't the main god of Earth, how could Han Xianma not see it? This kind of person is truly favored by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao wants to maintain a certain balance, so to intimidate some people, or suppress some people, from a certain point of view, is considered the objective law. The general public want to change this situation, is in against the sky. He will be punished by heaven. He does not care. What about the heavenly Tao? Ask it if it dares to hum. In a dark and damp alley, White Sin, who was eating, looked up at the sky and realized that the sky, which had just been covered with dark clouds, was now clear. He found that the sky, which was covered with dark clouds just now, has now become clear and bright, with a high wind. The moment he received the blood, he took a deep breath and knelt down on one knee. Thank you, Demon Lord, for feeding me. Looking towards the blood sphere suspended beside him, on his face, an expectant smile appeared. In this world, only Demon Lord and food can't live up to it. Hearing the other party's response, Han Xianmo did not say anything else, and the moment he stepped out of the window, he disappeared without a trace. In the office, on the table, all sorts of documents were windless. At the same moment he left, a stream of dust converged into a piece of white paper. On the white paper, lines and lines of text appeared. Back to the water show group. Seeing that Lu Xiao was talking to her cousin Han Xiaojuan, Han Qiannuo did not open his mouth to interrupt. A few breaths later, Han Xinhuan noticed Lu Xiuxiu's shifted line of sight and turned around, only to realize that her handsome cousin had already sat on the sofa. She guessed that all the problems should have been solved by her cousin. Han Xiaowan then looked at Mr. Lu in front of her and said, "Then I will first." Out. Lu Xiuxiu nodded, and with a hint of shyness, walked towards Lord Demon. Seeing this scene, Han Xiaojuan, who had already walked to the door, seemed to understand something, and hurriedly closed the office door, for the two of them. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Lu Xiuxiu, who was wearing a uniform and a wrap skirt, sat down beside the other party, looking a bit rushed. "Sorry. I've caused you trouble again." Han Qianma opened his mouth blandly. "Then how do you make up for it?" He didn't want to dwell on it too much. The other party said sorry. You have to say it's okay? Pulling around and pulling half a day. In the end, it is still not what should be done. Instead of wasting time, it is better to omit the middle of the pulling, directly into the main topic. The delicate body slightly trembled. Lu Xiuxiu raised his head, staring blankly at the other party. The original white delicate face surfaced on the apple general redness. Compensation. Compensation? Han Qianmo looked at the other party blandly. Don't tell me that you don't know what it means. Face Swish was covered with blush. Even the white jade neck also reddens a large area. Lu Xiuxiu's breathing becomes more and more rapid. Heartbeat is also faster and faster. Understand. This is a compensation for you? This is clearly a reward for me, alright. After helping people solve all the troubles, not to mention, after coming back, you still want to reward them. Being your woman is also too happy, blah blah blah. Han Qianmo glanced at the other party's long legs wrapped in black silk, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Then what are you still frozen doing? Do you still want me to teach you? Trying to control her slightly trembling petite body, Lu Xiuxiu squirmed on her toes and left her high heels on the ground. Yes. Demon Lord. Just as the other party leaned over and he or she could already smell that lightly ripe fragrance, Han Qianma picked up the phone. Take it. Let's play a game. Looking at the cell phone handed over by the other party, Lu Xiuxiu's starlight flickered, and a hint of incomprehension surfaced in her already drawn beauty eyes. Game?